There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. In this business of solving crimes, the detective runs into two types of criminals. The old-time pro and the first offender. The old-timer with his record, fingerprints, and well-known pattern of procedure is always at a disadvantage. And by hard work and the help of a stool pigeon or so, he is usually caught. Your amateur, on the other hand, becomes the detective's $64 question. He has no record, no pattern, and is unknown in the underworld. That makes it real tough, because you've got to work in the dark. And believe me, that's not fun. Especially when you're dealing with a murderer.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Sends a Christmas Card.
It must have been about 5:30 on a cold, snowy afternoon when I saw this girl come out of Kelly's pool hall on Carter Street. She wasn't exactly what you'd call beautiful, but she was nice looking, slim, neatly dressed, and certainly not the type of girl who hangs out in pool halls. She stood on the sidewalk for a second, as if undecided where to go, and then started across the street. Maybe she didn't hear the car coming, or maybe she didn't care. The driver tried to stop, but the streets were slick. I took 4 running steps, and I dived.
Oh.
It was a good tackle, and the snow eased our fall and helped us slide clear just as the car skidded by.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Didn't your mother ever tell you to look up and down before you cross the street? You're a lucky lady.
Yes, thank you. I must have been thinking of something else. I just didn't hear the car.
Here, let me help you up. Are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Oh, my ankle.
Is it sprained?
No, I don't really think so. I must have turned it. I'll be all right. Thank you very much.
Now, take it easy. You're not going to get very far on that ankle.
No, please, I must get home. I left my little boy with a neighbor. I must get back.
Okay, I'll take you home. Here, lean on my arm.
No, please, I live a long way from here. Sam goes to that pool room because it's near where he works.
But let me get a cab and take you home.
No, Sam wouldn't like it.
Who's Sam, your little boy?
No, my husband. That's why I came out. I was looking for him.
Is that why you went in the pool room?
Yes, I thought he might be inside. Sometimes he does go there. Oh, I'm so worried.
Why, is he out of work?
No, he has a job, not a very good one, but he is working.
Then why did you think he'd be in the pool room?
Well, this is his day off, but... Oh, that isn't the reason that I...
You're not making much sense. You didn't get that worried look just because your husband might be playing pool with the boys on his day off. Now, don't misunderstand, but I'm just trying to be helpful.
I suppose I'm being silly, but I was worried. I was afraid...
Afraid of what?
Oh, it's nothing. I've no right to burden you with my trouble.
Maybe talking will make it easier.
Oh, you are very kind. My name's Myra Davis. Well, my husband's job doesn't pay much, just enough for us to get along on, and Sam gets discouraged. He feels he can give us the things that we need.
That's always tough, but it's really nothing to worry so about.
Well, that isn't why I'm so worried. This morning it all came to a head. Sam lost his temper. We had an argument, and he left. He said he was going out to get some money. A funny look on his face when he went out, and when he came back this afternoon, I got worried. I was afraid.
That he might get in trouble?
Yes, I thought he might do something wrong. Oh, don't you see?
Sure, I see. But while we're talking, I'm going to take you home. And who knows, maybe I can help Sam get a better job. Hey, taxi! The Davises lived nearly 2 miles from the neighborhood of the pool hall. The apartment wasn't exactly what you'd call classy, but it was neat and clean. Just as we opened the door, the telephone rang.
Hello? 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 They hung up. Oh, well, maybe it was Sam. Maybe he found a better job.
Maybe. I hope so.
But why would he call? Why wouldn't he come home and tell me?
Now, don't get upset again. You'd better go get your little boy.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Are you sure your ankle's okay now?
Yes, it's much better now.
In that case, I'll be running along.
Thank you so much, Mr. Runyon. I do hope you can help Sam.
Well, I'll do all I can. In the meantime, you cheer up. Take this card of mine. Give it to Sam and tell him to drop in and see me tomorrow. Maybe I can help him.
Oh, thank you so much.
Skip it, sweetheart. I'm an old Boy Scout. This is my good deed for today. There really wasn't any reason why I should have been worrying about this guy Sam Davis and his wife Myra. He was probably a nice young fella down in his luck and bitter. Maybe he was headed for trouble because of it, but, well, it wasn't any of my business. Besides, it was time for dinner and I was hungry. It was cold and snowy outside, but I couldn't get them out of my mind. Maybe I was a sap, but I got a cab and rode all the way back to Kelly's bar and pool room. It was snowing harder than ever when I walked in.
Yeah, what'll it be, mister?
Give me a beer. By the way, do you know a fellow named Sam Davis?
Yeah, sure, I know Sam.
Has he been in here this afternoon?
You a friend of his?
Yeah.
Here you are. Yeah, Sam was in a little while ago.
How long ago?
Oh, well, let's see. It was after his wife was here looking for him. She come in about an hour and a half ago, but Sam wasn't here then. He come in soon after she left. I remember because I gave him the message that she was looking for him.
Oh, then he went home.
No. He went to the phone booth over there to call her. Said he'd got himself a job tonight, so he'd be late getting home.
I thought he had a job.
He has, but he's going to pick up a little Christmas money by driving a truck or something for the guys he was with. He said it'd pay good. But them guys didn't look exactly like trucking magnates to me, though.
How do you mean?
Oh, nothing except, well, since you're a friend of Sam's, just between you and I, they didn't look like Sam's type. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You didn't know the guys he was with?
No, but I get the idea Sam owed one of them some money. They sat back there and talked for a while. I think they was arguing with Sam. Finally, they get up and all of them left.
How long ago was that?
Oh, not long. Maybe 5 minutes before you come in.
Okay, thanks. See you again. Merry Christmas. I left the pool room and walked east toward the subway 6 blocks away. It was getting colder. The street was one of those extra-wide warehouse-lined streets, dark, and deserted except for a small cigar store a few feet ahead of me. There was a telephone booth inside. I went in and dialed Davis's number.
Hello?
This is Brad Runyon, Mrs. Davis. Has Sam come home yet?
Oh, no, he hasn't, Mr. Runyon. I do wish you would.
Now, don't worry. I had an idea for Sam, but I'll tell him tomorrow.
Oh, you're very kind.
And don't worry. Sam will probably be along in a little while. Goodbye now. I went back out into the dark, snow-covered street and tried to forget about Sam Davis. I was 4 long blocks from the subway when a truck skidded around the corner a block ahead and rolled to a stop in front of a warehouse on the far side of the street. The door of the truck opened and 3 men got out. They seemed to be in a hurry. One of the men unlocked a small door beside the big rolling one used for trucks, and the 3 went inside. I walked 10 yards farther towards the subway, and the rolling door of the warehouse went up with a bang. I saw the flash of a gun in the black open pit of the warehouse. I jumped sideways into a doorway and pressed against the wall. 2 men ran suddenly out of the warehouse. One was bareheaded and the other wore a cap. They both had guns in their hands. A third staggered behind them and toppled headlong on the snow-covered walk. The guy wearing the cap stopped when his pal fell to the walk. But the first man ran to the truck and drove off. The guy with the cap on tried to make the truck, but was too late. Just then, a cop came running down the street, and a guy still on his feet started to run. He forgot how slippery the street was, but it saved his life. His feet slid out from under him, just as the cop fired and the bullet hit a window. Maybe he thought he'd hit the gunman. Anyway, he waited a split second too long before trying to fire again. The man in the cap turned over while he was still sliding along in the snow. He only fired once. The cop's arm flew up over his head. He fell forward on his face. I grabbed my gun and moved quickly out into the street, but the man in the cap was already nearing the corner of the next block. It was too dark and I missed. By the time I reached the corner, he was gone. I tried to follow his footprints in the snow, but he'd gone into the street and I lost him in the slush. So I went back to the warehouse. Evidently, nobody else had heard the shots. The cop and the third gunner were still where they'd fallen. There was a police call box next to the small door of the warehouse. I opened it and asked for Lieutenant Mackenzie of police headquarters.
Lieutenant Mackenzie speaking.
This is Runyon, Mac.
Hello, Brad. I thought this call was from one of my men.
The cop who ought to be making this call is lying in the gutter across the street.
What's happened?
A holdup that went sour. There's a gunman on the sidewalk and a watchman inside, both carrying lead. 2 of the stick-up boys got away. You'd better get down here with an ambulance and a prowl car.
Where are you?
Colby Street, about 3 blocks from the river.
Okay.
I closed the call box. My eyes traveled back along the sidewalk where the man in the cap had slipped in the snow and done his fancy shooting. Something bright and shiny caught my eye. It was lying on the sidewalk where the snow had been scraped away by the man's fall. I bent over and picked it up. It was a chromium-plated cigarette lighter. It obviously had fallen from the man's pocket when he went down. I struck a match and looked closer at it. There was engraving on the back that said, "To Sam with love from Myra." I put the lighter in my pocket, then crossed the street. Hugging the shadows and walking fast, I went back to the cigar store 2 blocks away. The proprietor dozed behind the counter and a radio was playing. That's why he hadn't heard the shooting. I looked at my wristwatch. 20 minutes of 8. Less than 10 minutes had passed since I'd left the telephone booth. I closed the booth door and dialed Sam Davis's number for the second time that night.
Hello?
This is Brad Runyon again, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, it's all right now, Mr. Runyon.
All right.
Yes, Sam came home. There wasn't anything to worry about at all. He thought that he might have a job tonight, but he turned it down and came home.
He turned it down?
Yes.
I talked to you less than 10 minutes ago, Mrs. Davis. Sam hadn't come in then.
Oh, no, I know that. He came in right after I talked to you.
Put him on the phone a minute. I want to talk with him.
Oh, he's not here now.
Where is he? You mean he came in 10 minutes ago and has left again?
Yes. Why, what is it, Mr. Runyon? What's wrong?
Did he say where he was going?
No. He had a phone call that seemed to upset him. And when I told him about you, how you promised to get him a better job, he seemed to feel better. He put his cap on.
Now, wait a minute. Did you say cap?
Well, yes, Sam always wears a cap. He told me not to worry, that he had to settle something, that he'd be back again in a little while.
Then he left there just a minute ago.
Well, he just got out of the door when your call came.
I see.
What's wrong, Mr. Runyon?
Tell me the truth, Mrs. Davis. It's important.
Truth? But I am telling you the truth.
Sam didn't come home, did he? You got a phone call from him 5 minutes ago.
No, he didn't call. He was here. He's only just left.
He called and he told you to say he'd been there.
No, he was here. I swear he was. What is it? What's happened?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis, but there's been a murder.
What? Oh, no.
The man who did the shooting was wearing a cap, and he dropped a cigarette lighter with the engraving, "To Sam with love from Myra" on it.
Oh, no.
You gave Sam that lighter, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, but he was here, I tell you.
He couldn't have been there. Your apartment is 2 miles from here. stepped out of the cigar store, 2 prowl cars and an ambulance stood in front of the warehouse. 4 cops stood around in the glare of a searchlight. I should have gone up and joined them, but I didn't. Somehow I wasn't quite sure. There was the lighter, the man in the cap, Myra's scared, flustered voice. It should have added up, but somehow it didn't. Maybe it was because I didn't want it to. I headed back to Kelly's pool room. As I walked, I brought out Davis's lighter and looked at it. I realized I was holding more than just a lighter in my hand. I was holding a man's life and a woman's happiness. That's a lot to hold in your hands. I quit thinking about it and remembered that I was a licensed detective. As I entered Kelly's, the bartender glanced up and nodded. I took a seat where I could watch the door and also the game of pool. The clock above the bar said 7:45. The door to the street opened and a man wearing a cap came in. He was young, not more than 25 or 6. Slim, about 5'10", neatly dressed, and rather good-looking. He looked round the room as if he were searching for somebody. Then he reached in his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. From force of habit, his hand reached toward the pocket for a match or lighter, then stopped as if he remembered. I knew it was Sam Davis. He turned to the bartender and walked toward him. I took the lighter from my pocket and followed him across the floor.
Got a match, Joe?
Oh, hello, Sam. Sure. Here you are. Keep 'em.
Thanks.
Never mind the match, Sam. I'll light it for you.
Huh?
Here you are.
Why, thanks. Where did you get that light?
I thought you might be interested.
Who are you?
Never mind that. I want to talk to you.
Talk to me. What about?
Is there a room around here, Joe, where we can have a private talk?
You're right back there beyond the tables. It's the boss's office, but he ain't in tonight. Nobody with any brains will be working tonight. I ain't got no brains.
Come on, Sam.
It ain't locked. Just go right in.
Okay.
Okay, mister. What's the pitch?
Sit down.
Who are you, and where did you get that lighter?
I found the lighter where you dropped it tonight.
Where I dropped it. I didn't drop it.
It's no good, Sam. The cop died.
The cop died. Hey, what are you talking about?
Where were you at 7:30 tonight?
I was home. I can prove it by my wife.
I've already talked to your wife. She can't prove anything.
But she saw me. She can tell you.
She's your wife, Sam. She loves you. You shouldn't have let her down like that.
And listen, you gotta believe me. I don't know who you are or what you're talking about. You said a cop died. I don't know nothing about it. I didn't go with him. I swear I didn't.
So, you didn't go with him, eh?
What I mean is, I don't...
That doesn't sound like you don't know anything about it.
Who are you? You a cop?
I'm Brad Runyon.
The fat man?
That's right.
Myra told me about you just a little while ago.
When you called her on the phone.
I didn't call her. I went home. I left there about 25 minutes ago.
Why did you go out again so soon, then?
I know it'll sound screwy. It all sounds screwy, but there was something I had to attend to, something I had to explain.
Something like shooting a cop.
No. I tell you, I didn't shoot anybody. Now, listen to me. You gotta believe me. You gotta tell me, that lighter of mine, where did it come from?
I saw the stick-up tonight. I was standing in a doorway across the street. The man who shot the cop was wearing a cap like yours. He was your size, and he dropped this lighter when he slipped in the snow.
It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't, Runyon. I didn't even know...
Keep talking. I'd like to believe you, Sam. I liked your wife. And I heard about that kid of yours.
Now, listen, Runyon, I don't know what your angle is in this or why you're interested, but it looks like I'm in a jam.
A big jam.
Now, look, I'll come clean with you if you'll help me.
Keep talking.
Well, the job I've got's no good, see? I don't make any dough. It's hardly enough to get along. Well, I watched the bills pile up, and Christmas was coming. Other guys give their wife and kids nice presents. I couldn't.
I know all that. What happened tonight?
Well, there were some guys. I met them a couple of days ago. Got in a pool game with them, one of them. I thought I'd win a little money, but instead I lost. I couldn't pay, so I gave this guy my lighter.
You've got to do better than that, Sam.
But it's the truth. That was 2 days ago.
You said something about going with them tonight.
I'm coming to that. Now, you gotta believe this. This afternoon I ran into them again. They said that they had a job I could do.
What was the job?
I was driving a truck for them. They offered me $100.
That's a lot of money for driving a truck.
Now, not for this kind of driving, and I needed the money. But I've never been in trouble, so I backed out. I went home instead. About 5 minutes after I got home, a call came from one of the guys. He told me to meet him here right away, so I left and came back.
It's not so good, Sam.
It's true, I tell you, all of it. You don't believe it, do you?
Can you prove you went home, Sam? I mean by anybody else other than your wife.
Why, no, I didn't see anybody. But I did go home, I swear it, Runyon. Hey, what are you going to do?
Keep sitting down, Sam. This gun's loaded.
Now, wait, Runyon. Who are you calling?
Police?
No, don't do it, please. Don't you see?
Shut up. Get me Lieutenant Mackenzie. Tell him Brad Runyon is calling.
Now, give me a break. I know it looks bad, but there must be some way I can prove I'm telling the truth. That's the way guys get railroaded, don't you see?
All I can see, Sam, is that there's been a murder. Maybe you were railroaded. Hello? Hello, Mac? Never mind where I've been. I'm in Kelly's pool hall on the corner of Carter and Colby Street, and I think I've got something for you in connection with the killing of the cop tonight. I'll explain when you get here, so hurry.
You're not going to railroad me, not if I...
That was a mistake, Sam. I picked Sam up and propped him in a chair. There was a slight cut on the side of his mouth where my fist had connected. Otherwise, he was okay. But something had fallen out of his pocket. A small white card. I bent over, picked the card up, and looked at it. It read, Brad Runyon, Private Investigator. It was the same card I'd given his wife when I took her home. He had been home. I looked at my watch. Mackenzie wouldn't waste any time. Sam Davis was headed for the chair unless I acted fast. They'd never believe the story of the card. I slipped it in my pocket. There was a water cooler in the corner. I filled a paper cup and threw it in Sam's face. Come on, Sam. Come on, wake up.
What happened?
I hit you. Come on, get up.
Oh, I told you the truth, Runyon. I swear it.
Skip it. Now listen to me, Sam. We haven't got much time. Nobody's gonna railroad you.
What do you mean? You just
Let me talk. We've got to act fast. The cops will be here any minute.
Yeah, but wait a second. I don't understand.
I said, listen. If you love that wife and kid of yours, you'll do exactly what I tell you. Understand?
Why did you...
Never mind that. Now hit me.
Hit you?
That's what I said. Hit me as hard as you can right here on the jaw. Then open that window back there and wait for me to come to. And don't leave here. Whatever you do, stay. Now come on and hit me.
But I don't get it. I'm not going...
Listen, Sam, so help me. If you don't do what I tell you, I'll slug you again. Now hit me.
Okay.
He was good. The fist exploded in my face, and I went out like a light. I don't know how long I was unconscious, and at first I couldn't remember where I was when I started snapping out of it. The back of my head ached, and my jaw felt like a flat iron had hit it. Gradually, a blurred face began making sense in front of my eyes. It was Mackenzie.
Brad. Brad, are you okay?
Oh, hello, Mac. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm okay.
No, don't worry, Brad. I got him. He was still here when I came in.
You got him? Oh, great.
Yeah. Yeah, there he is over there with the handcuffs on. There. So he's in on the holdup, huh?
Oh, hold it, Mac. That's not the guy.
Huh? Hey, what are you talking about? He was standing here right over you when I came in.
I said he's not the murderer.
But who is?
Well, I guess he got away after slugging me. Maybe he went out through the window back there.
You must be slipping, Brad. It couldn't be that you're getting soft, could it? What about this guy here? Who's he?
No, he's a friend of mine named Sam Davis. He was outside and must have come in to help when he heard the row. I guess he got slugged, too. Look at his jaw.
Yeah. By golly, the mark on his jaw is almost good enough to be one of yours, Brad.
Yeah.
So you know this kid, huh?
Yeah, he's a truck driver. Works for the Hinkle Company. Take the cuffs off him, Mac. And by the way, Sam, don't forget to drop in my office. I think I can fix you up with a better job.
I'll be there. And thanks a lot for everything.
Scabbard. Come on, Mac.
I can't get over you letting that guy slug you and get away.
Don't worry about it. My friend Sam Davis and I will get him and the rest of the gang.
Hey, what's going on?
It's okay. Go on back to your game.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, it turned out to be a nice night after all, Mac.
Yeah, it's pretty cold, but it stopped snowing. Well, I gotta get back to headquarters.
I'll walk along with you.
Hey, Brad, I don't get it. This is the first time in all the years I've known you that you ever let anybody clip you and get away with it.
Somebody's gonna pay for it. I'll give you those guys for Christmas presents.
Well, that sounds good, but how?
With a card, Mac.
A car? What are you talking about?
Listen. Hear that?
Sure, Christmas bells. But what about this card? What kind of a card?
Let's call it a Christmas card, Mac. My own. And the best one I ever gave in my life. That's that. It seems I spend my life getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes Music.
I put the telephone slowly back in its cradle and doubted what I'd heard. J. Sherman. Would I please see Mr. Sherman at 2 o'clock? That's what the secretarial voice had said. My memory took a backward dive to an autumn day in 1929 when the world went crazy. And the tinsel of ticker tape and paper profits came tumbling into Wall Street with a globe-shattering crash. Through it all, the name J. Sherman stood out like a beacon on a stormy night. He had been smart. While other fortunes were swept away, he built one. While the mob was selling, he was buying. It was the beginning of the J. Sherman legend, the original rags-to-riches story of the uneducated country boy who started as a runner on the floor of the exchange and went on to become the czar of Wall Street and the husband of one of the wealthiest social beauties of the middle 30s. The boy plunger, they'd called him in those days. The boy wonder. He wasn't the boy anymore. He must be on the downhill side of 40 by now. I lit a cigarette and wondered why the mighty J. Sherman needed a private detective. Hello?
Is this Runyon?
Yeah?
Runyon, this is J. Sherman. My secretary called you a little while ago.
2 o'clock is fine, Mr. Sherman. I told you, Secretary.
Never mind that. Something has just happened. Could you meet me right away?
I guess so. What's it all about?
I just left my office. I'm in a public phone booth downstairs. I'll be brief and frank, Runyon.
That always makes it easier.
It's my wife.
What about her?
She's in love with another man, a music teacher named Arthur Winthrop.
You want me to check up on her?
Originally, that was what I wanted you to do. As I said, something just happened that I don't quite understand.
What was it?
Somebody telephoned me and said, if you're interested, your wife is in Arthur Winthrop's studio right this minute.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, it was a woman. I asked who it was, but she said, a friend, and hung up. I thought maybe if you would meet me, we could go to Winthrop's studio and confront them together.
Where is this studio?
It's in an old brownstone on West 56th Street. I'll be waiting for you on the corner of 56th and 7th. Meet me there at 11 o'clock.
Okay, Sherman.
That's the house, Runyon. His studio's on the 2nd floor in the back. I hope my wife is still there.
Would you rather I went in alone?
No, I want to be there, too. I've got to see this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah, she's upstairs all right, Runyon.
How do you know?
That piece of music. Do you hear it?
Sure. It's the Moonlight Sonata.
That's her favorite. Winthrop taught it to her. It almost seems to hold a spell over her.
Really?
I hate that music, Runyon. I hate it so much that when I hear it, I almost go crazy. Runyon, that was a shot.
And it came from that studio. Come, quick. Ah, it's locked. Give me a hand here.
Natalie! She's not here.
Is this the music teacher?
Yeah, that's Winthrop.
The music stopped suddenly when we heard that shot. There's no gun in this room.
Yeah, but what happened?
That open window back there. Take a look.
Well, there's a fire escape here that leads to an alley. There's nobody there.
Whoever it was had plenty of time while we were breaking the door down.
I'd better call a doctor.
There's no need for a doctor now, Sherman. This guy Winthrop is dead.
Come into the library, Runyon. My wife's not home yet.
I didn't think she'd be here, Sherman.
Listen, Runyon. You've got to give her a break. I'm sure she can explain where she was. Natalie wouldn't kill anybody.
That's not what the police are going to think.
Well, you can't tell them. They don't have to know that my wife was supposed to have been in Winthrop's studio. Don't you see?
Don't be a sap, Sherman. I've already stuck my neck out plenty for you. I gave you a break by coming home with you. Your wife's not here. Okay, where is she?
I'm sure she can explain when she comes home. You've got to help me, Runyon. I hired you. You're working for me.
I was working for you. You hired me to check on your wife, not to cover for her on a murder rap.
Yeah, but she couldn't have. I know she didn't kill him.
Maybe not. But it looks bad for her.
Well, the police don't have to know.
What kind of a sucker do you take me for? How long do you think they'll be satisfied with the story I gave them on the phone? I told them I discovered a murder, that's all. Don't you think they're going to want to know what I was doing there?
Yeah, but can't you make up some story?
Nothing doing.
Listen, Runyon. I'm a rich man. I'll pay you whatever you ask.
I don't play that way, Sherman. Now sit down there and listen to me. I haven't got much time. As soon as the cops locate me, I'll have to talk, and I'm going to tell them the truth. Maybe your wife is innocent. I don't know. After I talk to the police, if you want to hire me to try and clear her, I'll do the best I can.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Lying wouldn't help. But, Runyon, I know Natalie didn't. She couldn't. I do want to hire you.
It's the same music we heard before.
Yeah, it's Natalie. You must have just come home. She's in the living room.
Come on, I want to talk to her.
Natalie.
Why, Jay. What on earth are you doing home at this hour of day?
Natalie, darling, something's just happened. Where have you been?
What's wrong, Jay? Who's this gentleman?
Brad Runyon. He's a private detective.
Detective? But...
Sit down, Mrs. Sherman. Where have you been for the last 2 hours?
I don't understand. What's wrong?
Just answer my question, please. Where have you been?
Why, I went downtown. I did some shopping.
Could you prove it, Mrs. Sherman? Did anybody see you? Anybody who could prove where you were shortly after 11 o'clock?
I don't know. I met no friends, if that's what you mean. I was in several stores. Mostly I was just walking around looking in shop windows.
I see.
What is it? What's happened?
A man was murdered this morning.
A man? Who?
Arthur Winthrop.
Arthur? Arthur murdered? Oh, no. No, it can't be. It can't. What are you saying?
Natalie, darling.
Don't touch me.
But, Natalie, don't you see?
You killed him. You hated him. You knew I loved him, and you killed him.
No, Mrs. Sherman. Your husband didn't kill Winthrop. He was with me, and we both heard the shots.
You were with my husband?
Yes. Somebody called your husband this morning. A woman. Told him you were in Winthrop's studio.
Oh, no. No. Is that why you're questioning me? You think I killed him?
The police are going to think so.
I killed him? Why would I kill him? I loved him. Don't you understand? I loved him. She did it. She killed him.
She? Who?
Of course. That's it. You say a woman called Jay this morning. It was that she-devil.
Who, Mrs. Sherman?
Arthur's wife, Cora.
Winthrop was married.
Yes. His wife was jealous of him. He didn't love her anymore. She's a devil, I tell you, a devil. She killed him.
I don't like it, Brad. Why didn't you give me the whole story when you first reported the murder?
I told you, Mac. Sherman was a client of mine. I wanted to talk to his wife first.
We can't hold her unless we get more evidence than we got. If she's guilty, what's her motive? Her husband's got more motive than she had.
Yeah, but he didn't do it. Don't forget, he was with me when the murder was committed.
I know. I hope this Winthrop dame hasn't taken a powder.
She's got plenty of time to get away. Soon find out. Pull it, Mac. I think this is where she lives. Yeah.
Well, this Mrs. Winthrop had plenty of motive. Maybe she's our baby.
Maybe.
Something screwy about this.
Mrs. Winthrop?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Winthrop. If you're looking for my husband, he's not here. His studio's in the city.
We're not looking for your husband, Mrs. Winthrop. We want to see you.
Well, who are you? What do you want?
I think we'd better go inside.
Is something the matter?
Thinking of taking a trip, Mrs. Winthrop?
What do you mean?
The suitcase is here on the floor.
Who are you?
This is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police. My name is Runyon. I'm a private detective.
The police? Then there is something wrong.
Yeah, there's plenty wrong, all right. Where were you going, Mrs. Winthrop?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm leaving my husband. I'm going away.
Why?
I don't see what business that is of yours. I don't love him anymore. There's another woman and... Well, what is it? What's the matter? What's happened?
Mrs. Winthrop, your husband was murdered this morning.
Murdered? Arthur dead?
Yeah.
So he's dead. He's really dead.
We don't think it's so funny.
Funny. You don't know how funny it is.
You killed him?
I? Oh, no. No, I didn't kill Arthur. I could have killed him often enough. He gave me reason enough to kill him, but I didn't do it. What a fool. I warned him. I told him to stay away from that woman, but he wouldn't listen.
Are you trying to say that Mrs. Sherman murdered your husband?
No, of course not. I'm saying that her husband, J. Sherman, did it.
Why do you think it was Sherman?
Why? Because he told Arthur a week ago that if he didn't leave his wife alone, he'd kill him.
Didn't make sense, any of it. I sat at my desk smoking a cigarette and thinking. It was just past 9 p.m. A murder. 3 people with motives. But did they all have motives? What about Mrs. Sherman? If she loved the music teacher, why would she kill him? Unless there was something else, something that I didn't know. The music teacher's wife had a swell motive, but she didn't appear to love her dead husband. Why kill a man you don't want anymore? Sherman really had the best motive of all. He loved his wife. I was tired of thinking in circles. I ground out the cigarettes, got my hat, and went down to the street. Mac had left a cop on duty at Winthrop studio all day, but he was probably gone now. I found a cab on the corner and gave him the music teacher's address. The street was quiet and deserted. I kept twisting the puzzle round in my mind when suddenly I realized I was about to pass Winthrop studio. I climbed the steps and tried the front door. It was unlocked. The hall was dark, and I stood for several seconds waiting for my eyes to get accustomed to the blackness. The dim outline of the stairs slowly came into view. I started up. Winthrop studio was at the back of the house, straight down a narrow hall on the second floor. I groped my way down the hall and found the door I wanted. It was locked. I opened it with a passkey. I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me. A sudden feeling of uneasiness came over me. My hand felt quickly along the wall for the light. The room flared into brightness, and I looked around. I walked over to the piano and reached out for the music sheets on the rack above the keyboard. It might have been a slight noise, or it may have been plain intuition. But before my hand touched the sheet music, I knew I wasn't alone in the room. My back was toward the curtains. I started to swing around, but I was too late.
Hello, Brad.
Hello, Mac.
Yeah, I tried to get in touch with you a little while ago.
I just got home. I'm sitting here with an ice pack on my head.
An ice pack? Hangover, huh?
Somebody slugged me tonight in Arthur Winthrop's studio.
What were you doing there?
Playing a hunch that was evidently right. We overlooked something in that studio, Mac. Something that was so important the murderer had to go back after it.
We went over that place with a fine-tooth comb. What could they have been looking for?
I don't know. But whatever it was, they've probably got it now. Why were you trying to get in touch with me?
We hadn't let the Winthrop woman go. I thought you'd want to know. Who could have slugged you, Brad?
I don't know. But I can tell you one thing. It wasn't a woman. Nobody but a man could have hit that hard.
Sherman?
Could be.
But why? He's not the murderer. We know that. Why would he go there?
Maybe he was covering for his wife. She might have left something in the studio if she killed Winthrop.
Yeah.
There's always the possibility that it was a fourth person, too. Somebody that we don't know anything about.
I should have left the cop on duty there, but I was sure we'd been over everything.
No use worrying about that now. I'll see you in the morning, Mac.
Okay.
Cool my head. When I find the guy who gave me this, I am going to... Hello.
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah?
This is Natalie Sherman. I must see you immediately.
Where are you?
At home. Please hurry.
Oh, what's wrong?
It's important. Please hurry.
What is it?
I've discovered something about...
Mrs. Sherman. Mrs. Sherman.
Why, Runyon, what are you doing here?
Where's your wife, Sherman?
Natalie? Why, she's in the music room at the back of the house playing the piano. Did you hear her?
That's the same piece we heard this morning.
Yeah, I can't stop her, Runyon. She's been like an insane person ever since they let us come home. She won't talk to me. All she does is sit there and play that piece. It's driving me crazy. I was just about to go out. I can't stand much more of that.
She called me a little while ago.
Natalie called you? What for?
She said she'd discovered something. I think it was something about Winthrop's death.
But she didn't tell me. Are you sure it was Natalie who called?
Yeah. Let's go talk to her.
All right. Oh, that music. If only she'd stop playing. Natalie!
Come on!
Natalie! Natalie! They've shot her, Runyon. They've shot her. She's dead, Runyon, dead. Wait, where are you going?
Somebody's running toward the front of the house. Quick, see if you can head them off out the front door.
Right.
Let me go! Let me go! I didn't shoot.
Hurry, Runyon, hurry! I've got her. She's got a gun.
Hold her.
Please, let me go. I didn't shoot. I didn't.
Give me that gun.
It's Winthrop's wife.
Yeah. Nice work, Sherman. She'd have gotten away, probably, if you hadn't headed her off. Well, I guess we've got our murderer.
Listen to me. I didn't kill her. I didn't shoot her.
Save it, sweetheart.
But I tell you, I didn't. I was going to kill her, yes. I hated her. She ruined my home, she stole my husband, and then killed him. I came here tonight to kill her, but somebody else beat me to it.
What are you talking about? We heard the shot.
No, I know. That's why you've got to listen to me. I took that gun, the one you have there. It belonged to Arthur, and came out here tonight. I was standing in the garden, trying to decide what to do, when I heard Mrs. Sherman playing the piano. She was playing that piece, the one Arthur had taught her.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it did something to me. I couldn't stand it. This gun was in my hand, and I came over to the window. There wasn't much light in the room. She was bending over the keyboard, playing. I raised the pistol to fire at her when...
When what?
When somebody else. I don't know where they were. Somebody else fired. I was so startled that for a second I couldn't move. And then I heard you coming, so I turned and ran. No, wait a minute. There, you see? It's true.
She's telling the truth, Sherman. This gun is fully loaded and it hasn't been fired.
Yeah, Kelly. Okay. Thanks for calling me. If you want me again, I'll be here at Runyon's place. Right. Ah, by golly, it beats me.
What did Kelly want?
He just got the report on the Sherman dame. Ah, Brad, can't you stop playing that piece? You're driving me batty. I got enough trouble with these 2 murders without you trying to drive me daffy.
Mac, I think the key to these murders is in this piece.
You're driving yourself batty.
No, I'm sure of it. Both murder victims were playing this piece when they were shot. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar?
You mean this music sends a murderer off his nut when he hears it?
I don't know. But I'm sure the answer is here in this music. What about the report?
Well, it's just what you said. The bullet in the Sherman woman's head didn't come from the gun Mrs. Winthrop had when you grabbed her. And Mrs. Winthrop's got to be the killer.
I'm not so sure.
Well, who else is there?
Sherman.
Ah, but he couldn't have done it. You were with him.
Yeah, twice.
I think she must have had another gun and managed to hide it somewhere.
Don't be a sap, Mac. You've had every inch of ground covered around the house. There isn't any other gun.
Well, maybe she managed to hide it somewhere in the room before you got there.
In that case, she only had about 10 seconds.
Well, if it is in that room, we'll find it. Nobody's getting in there until this is all cleared up. I got a man on duty in that room, and he's going to stay there. Oh, it's got to be the Winthrop woman, Brad. It's just impossible any other way.
No, Mac. Nothing that actually happens is impossible. But lots of times it looks that way. Come on, let's take a ride.
Where to?
Back to Sherman's house.
Hello, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Runyon.
How are you, Murdoch?
Anything happen around here, Murdoch?
No, Lieutenant, not a thing. Not a soul been here except me.
Where's Sherman, Murdoch?
I think he's upstairs in his room. Boy, is that guy a bother.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing much. He won't let me alone. Keeps hanging around outside in the hall. If he's tried to come in here once, he must have tried 20 times since last night.
Did he say why?
Once he wanted a book. I gave him one out of the bookshelves there. Later, he wanted to know if I wanted something to eat. I told him I couldn't leave the room, so he brought me a sandwich. Then he said he was lonesome and wanted to talk. I told him he couldn't come into this room, and that made him sore. Said it was his house, and he'd come and go as he pleased. I had to get a little rough with him that time.
Yeah. Close that door, Murdoch.
Okay.
Hey, what are you going to do, Brad?
Just look around a little. 2 and 2 are beginning to make 4 again.
What are you talking about?
Sherman. After the first murder, the killer came back to the studio and hit me over the head when I interrupted him. He came back for something, Mac, and he got it. After this second murder, nobody's been allowed in this room.
That's right.
But Sherman has been trying to get Murdoch to let him in here. Why?
You mean that Sherman's the murderer, but he can't be. You were with him when both murders occurred. It's impossible.
I told you once, Mac, that's just because the thing looks impossible. That doesn't make it so.
What do you expect to find on those bookshelves?
Nothing in particular, just looking around. Yeah, nice library he's got here.
Yeah.
Sherman goes in for detective stories, especially the suave armchair variety.
What do you mean?
See here? He's got the whole Van Dyne collection here.
Who's he?
The guy who wrote the Philo Van stories.
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong, Brad?
I've got it, Mac.
Huh?
Wait a minute. Mac, open that phonograph up over there.
Are you nuts?
No, Mac, go on, open it. Is there a record on there?
Yeah. St. Louis Blues.
Murdoch, have you been playing this phonograph?
No? Why?
I'll show you. Turn it on, Mac.
Now, what do you want to hear the St. Louis Blues for?
Turn it on.
Hey, that's not the St. Louis Blues.
No, Mac, don't you see?
Wait a minute. You mean
Exactly. This book, Mac, this one here. It's the Canary murder case by S.S. Van Dyne.
I don't see
Wait a minute. I'm going to move this record over further.
Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand it! What's the meaning?
Grab him, quick, Mac. Right. Sherman's our murderer.
Oh, no, you don't.
Put the handcuffs on him, Murdoch.
Here, just a little hold him.
You shouldn't have tried it twice, Sherman. You might have gotten away with it once.
You mean this guy made a record of the piece with shots and all of it?
That's the record there, Mac. You just heard it.
Well, I'll do
You
it.
never read the Canary murder case, Mac, but Sherman did. The murderer in that story used a record to establish a perfect alibi. So Sherman used his idea and went in one better. He called me in to be his alibi. What better alibi is there than a cop or a detective?
Then he'd already killed both of them before you joined him.
That's right. No wonder Mrs. Winthrop couldn't figure out where the shot came from. Mrs. Sherman was already dead. Sherman shot her before I got here and left the body hunched over the keyboard. When he heard me drive up, he started the record.
Take him in, Murdoch. Tell him to let Mrs. Winthrop go.
Okay, Lieutenant. Come on, Bud.
So he planned the whole thing.
Sure. He didn't get any phone call yesterday morning. He made that up. He was planning to kill them both all along. If it hadn't been for the fact that Mrs. Winthrop decided to kill Sherman's wife at the same time he did, we might never have guessed the truth.
And that was the thing that made it look impossible. Oh, boy, the DA will never believe it.
That's okay, Mac. If he's skeptical, just lean over and whisper to him that the whole business is strictly off the record. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Calls the Undertaker.
I was sitting in my office hoping nothing had happened. It was a warm, lazy morning, and I didn't feel like working. A soft breeze blew through the window. I lit a cigarette, leaned back in the chair, and began to look over the mail. Indian summer. The kind of a day meant for picnics, a ball game, and a tall glass of something cool. But someone else thought it was a day for the perfect murder. Runyon speaking.
Mr. Runyon, I've got to see you immediately. They're going to kill me.
Okay, take it easy. Who's trying to kill you, and who are you?
Hearley's my name, Joshua Hearley. 1032 Fairview Avenue. There isn't time to explain. I tell you, they're after me.
Now, cool off, Hearley. Start at the beginning. What do you mean someone's trying to kill you?
Just what I say. Can you protect me? I need protection.
That's my business. But I have to know what I'm supposed to protect you against.
Against the... wait a minute. How much will you charge? I'm a reasonable man. I'll pay, but mind you, I won't pay too much.
Listen, Hearley. If someone's trying to kill you, don't you think it's a little ridiculous to be talking price?
I'm not a fool. I save my money. And that's why they want to kill me. They're trying to steal my money.
You want me to protect you and your money, eh? I think you're crazy, Hearley. Go bother someone else.
Don't be hasty, Mr. Runyon. I'll pay.
Yeah, I know. You've got money.
Will you take the case?
I don't know.
You've got to. They won't.
Hearley! Hello! Hello! The traffic was heavy, and it took me almost an hour to get to Hearley's house. It was an old-fashioned American Gothic near the edge of what used to be an exclusive residential district. Dirty shutters covered even dirtier windows. Ugly little tufts of scribgrass dotted the neglected grounds. The porch sagged under my weight. I rang the doorbell, waited. Nobody answered. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I walked through the living room and shouted a couple of times. All I disturbed was the quiet. I went upstairs and opened the door of a bedroom. Then I saw him. His body was slumped in a chair over by the window, an empty whiskey bottle in his right hand, and a clean, round little bullet hole in his throat. A dark patch of blood had soaked into the carpet, and there were cigarette ashes where a tray had been knocked over. Nothing else. I started down the stairs. All right. Put down that gun.
What? Who are you?
Skip it. What are you doing here?
I just killed a man.
Who are you?
Dr. Paul Walters. I'm Hearley's personal physician. I was on my way to see him when...
When what?
When I saw this man shoot through the window.
What do you mean, this man? What man?
The man in the back of the house. He saw me and started to run. I chased him and he hid in the garage.
Yeah?
He pulled his gun and I shot first.
And killed him?
Yes.
Is a gun standard equipment for a doctor?
I always carry a gun. Some of my patients live far out of town.
Hearley doesn't.
Hearley isn't my only patient.
Okay. Let's look at this guy. Have you ever seen him before?
Oh, no, I haven't, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. However, it's Runyon.
Runyon. Well, here he is. He was trying to kill Hearley.
You said that before.
You don't think I'm lying?
I don't think anything yet. Until I go over his body.
Well, I'll help you.
Never mind. You've done enough already. Wallet. Cards. $100 in cash. Ticket for speeding made out to Ben Linkman, 90 River Street. What section of town? Shoulder holster. 38 revolver. 5 shots left. Only took 1 to kill Hearley.
Hearley, is he dead?
Yeah. This guy must have got him. I'm going to have another look at Hearley's room. Come on, Walters. You're sticking with me.
I certainly am. I want to find out what you're doing here.
You will. But for the time being, I'll ask the questions.
Have you called the police?
Not yet. After you, Dr. Walters.
Thank you.
The body's upstairs.
Poor Mrs. Hearley.
Mrs. Hearley? Where is she?
Why, I don't know. This will be a terrible shock to her.
Yeah. Here we are. He's in here.
What? But that isn't...
Isn't what?
It isn't Hearley.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. You think I don't know my own patient?
Well, then who is this guy?
I don't know. Never saw him before.
Now listen, Walters. You've got some explaining to do. 2 people have been killed. 1 in self-defense, you say.
It was in self-defense. Now, look here, Runyon. Before I answer any more of your questions, you've got a little explaining to do yourself.
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yeah. Brad Runyon, the fat man.
But what are you doing here?
Hearley sent for me.
What for?
He said something about needing protection.
Protection? Against what?
Maybe you can tell me that.
Well, I don't know. He's rather eccentric, especially when it comes to money.
Yeah? What about his money?
Hearley's always been afraid someone was going to steal it. I suppose you know he's very wealthy.
No, I didn't.
Well, that's possible. People don't hear about it very often. He's something of a hermit.
The surroundings indicate that.
Joshua, where are you?
Who's that?
Why, that's Mrs. Hearley.
Come out in the hall and keep her out of here.
Dr. Walters, I thought... Oh, what's the matter? Is something wrong?
There's been an accident.
Shut up. You're Mrs. Hearley?
Why, yes. Who are you?
Runyon. Brad Runyon. Your husband sent for a detective.
Sent for detective? What in the world does Joshua want with a detective?
Would you mind coming downstairs for a moment, Mrs. Hearley?
Of course not, but where's my husband?
I'll get it. Well?
Pardon me, is this Joshua Hearley's house?
Yeah, what do you want?
Where's Mr. Hearley?
Who are you?
Thompson, the undertaker. I got a call to pick up Hearley's body.
Police headquarters, Lieutenant McKenzie.
Mark, this is Brad. You identified those 2 bodies yet?
Brad, this is the craziest case I've ever been on. One body is Linkman, all right. He was just a 2-bit gunman, and unless he was trying to rob Hearley's house, I can't know about what he was doing there.
What about the other body?
Well, it was Linkman's gun that killed him, all right, but we haven't been able to find out who he was. The only sure thing is that he was loaded with liquor.
That doesn't help much.
Brad, where is this guy Hearley?
I want to know that even more than you do, Mac. I have a stake in him. He's a client of mine.
I might have known. Well, I'm holding Mrs. Hearley, Dr. Walters, and the undertaker Thompson for questioning. So far, they've all got perfect alibis.
That's the trouble. They're too perfect.
And another thing, Brad, I'll have to question you. After all, you found the body of the unidentified guy in Hearley's room.
I was afraid you'd think of that, Mac. Okay, I'll be down to see you. But first, I want you to do me a favor. You can let Mrs. Hearley and Dr. Walters go if you want to, but hold Thompson until I get there.
Well, hurry it up, Brad.
I'll be there. But first, I want to pay a visit to Thompson's undertaking parlor.
Yes?
Where's the boss?
Mr. Thompson? He's not in. Can I help you? I'm his assistant.
No, it's not important.
He should be back any minute. Will you wait for him?
No, thanks anyway. I guess he's out of the Hearley's house.
Hernley? What Hernley?
Joshua Hearley died this morning. Didn't you get a call to pick up his body?
Why, no.
You sure?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Thompson's assistant, I would have known about it. Nobody called all morning.
Well, I couldn't hold Thompson any longer, Brad. We got nothing on him. For that matter, we got nothing on anybody. I don't like to admit it, but it looks as if somebody pulled off the perfect crime.
Maybe, Mac.
That's more than maybe. First, the undertaker shows up to collect a body that wasn't there, and now Hearley's gone.
You haven't been able to find him, huh?
I got men out searching for him, but there's not a trace of the guy so far.
I had an idea you wouldn't find Hearley. That's why I wanted you to hold Thompson. And now there's another reason.
Another reason?
I talked to Thompson's assistant at the undertaking parlor.
Did you find out who called Thompson to pick up Hearley's body?
That's just it. Nobody called Thompson. According to the assistant, nobody called all morning. Mac, we've got to get hold of Thompson fast. Call the undertaking parlor and see if he's there.
Okay, Brad. Get me Thompson's funeral parlor right away. Brad, I don't see where Thompson fits into the picture.
I don't see either yet. You see, Mac...
Hold it. Listen, this is Lieutenant McKenzie, police headquarters. Is Mr. Thompson there?
Why, no, sir. He just left a few minutes ago.
Did he say where he was going?
Why, yes, sir. He went home to pack. He's leaving town on the 6 o'clock plane.
Here's Thompson's place.
Yeah. A gloomy-looking house.
Right, and character for an undertaker. Come on. Quiet neighborhood, isn't it?
Yeah. I hope that assistant didn't give us a wrong steer.
We'll soon find out.
Looks like nobody's home. Come on, let's try the window.
There's no need to exert yourselves, gentlemen. The door to my house is always open. Come in.
Thanks, Thompson.
I don't want to appear inhospitable, but to put it plainly, I'm a busy man. I tried to help what I could when I answered your questions at police headquarters, but you must realize that I have other things to do.
Simmer down, Thompson. Since Lieutenant McKenzie last spoke with you, a few questions have come up that need answering. And we believe you can help us fill in the blanks.
But I gave all the information I had. Besides, I'm...
Yeah, I know. You're a busy man. Tell me, does your business often take you out of town?
Occasionally.
Is this an occasion?
I don't understand.
Let's not be coy, Thompson. We called your assistant a little while ago, and he said you were leaving town on the 6 o'clock plane.
Oh, is that what all the mystery is about?
Yeah, and I hope your answer is just as funny.
It is, I assure you, gentlemen. Here, read this telegram.
Huh? Looking forward to seeing you at Jubilee reunion of class of 1912. Stop. Reunion costume for class will be white beer jacket and white shorts. Signed, George Baker, secretary. Well, what do you think of that, Brad? A college reunion.
Yeah, well, his answer was funny. I don't think, though, Thompson, that you'll be able to wear that beer jacket. You'd better stay in town until the Hearley case is cleared up.
It seems to me that as far as I'm concerned, it is cleared up.
Not quite. You said that you received a call to pick up Hearley's body this morning.
That's right.
When I questioned your assistant, he told me nobody phoned all day.
He said nobody phoned? Oh, that's not true. He must have been up when that call came.
You mean to say there was a call? Somebody did phone you to collect Hearley's body?
Why, certainly. It was this morning around 10 o'clock.
Okay, Thompson, spill it. Who called?
It was Mrs. Hearley.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Hearley. Is she at home?
Well, yes, but she's not feeling very well.
What's the matter with her?
Well, the murder this morning has put her nerves on edge. I'm afraid that...
It's all right, Doctor. Won't you come in, Mr. Runyon?
Thanks.
What can I do for you, Mr. Runyon?
You're in trouble, Mrs. Hearley. Real trouble.
I don't understand.
Thompson, the undertaker, told me who called him to pick up your husband's body. You did, Mrs. Hearley.
What does this mean, Paul? You
It's
said
not
that...
true. He's lying.
Yeah? Then you tell me where she was at 10 this morning when the call was made.
In my office.
Your office? What was she doing there? You were here in her house.
Mrs. Hearley had an appointment with me. She waited. When I didn't show up, she went home. You can check with my secretary. She'll tell you.
Okay, she had an appointment with you. But you didn't keep it. Why?
I tried to, but I stopped off here at the Hearley's house on my way to the office. I thought I'd just drop in and see how Mr. Hearley was getting along. He'd been ill. And when I arrived...
Linkman was shooting at him. Nice timing.
What are you getting at?
Listen, Walters. You didn't kill Linkman in self-defense.
Of course it was self-defense. He pulled a gun on me.
He didn't pull any gun, remember? His gun was still in its holster when I examined the body.
And let me have a double report on it as soon as you can. Right. Goodbye. Hey, Brad, I got a lead on that body we found in Hearley's room, the guy Linkman killed.
Who was he?
Well, that's the funny part. Just a tramp. An old panhandler named Simmons. Always hung around the Oakland bar. Wonder what he was doing in Hearley's house.
That's what we've got to find out, Mac.
But the only guy who can tell us is missing, Hearley.
I think I know how we can find him.
Well, how? I got a dragnet out for him already.
Don't hunt for him. Make him come to us.
And how are we going to do that?
Set a trap.
Well, we got nothing on him.
That's where you're wrong. Listen, Mac. I want you to give a story to the newspapers. Tell them Hearley was found dead this morning, a suicide victim.
Suicide? But we didn't even find Hearley's body.
That's the idea. When Hearley reads the paper, he'll wonder what's up.
So what does that do?
Plenty. What happens when someone dies?
They bury him.
Yeah. And if he's got dough, they liquidate his estate.
I know that.
And so does Hearley. If he wants to protect his money, he'll have to show himself. Otherwise, he'll be left without a dime, if he's alive.
Yeah, but won't he think it's kind of funny that Walters and Mrs. Hearley didn't tell the police they made a mistake, that the body isn't really Hearley at all?
Why should they? If the bank thinks Hearley's dead, his wife will collect, won't she? Why should she talk? If she keeps quiet, she stands to make a fortune.
Hey, that's right.
You know, Mac, people have various motives for murder. Love, hate, jealousy, revenge. And sometimes there's another one more dangerous than the others. Money.
What'll it be, fat man?
There.
What up? Here you are.
Thanks.
Fits the spot in a hot day, don't it?
Yeah, it's pretty warm outside. You been working here long?
Sure thing. Been at the Oakland Cafe ever since it opened. Must be 3, maybe 4 years.
No, a friend of mine, Simmons, he sometimes comes in here.
Simmons? That old tramp. What are you doing pulling around with a deadbeat like that?
Did me a couple of favors once. Haven't seen him lately. Has he been in?
Well, he was here, let me see now. Yes, must have been yesterday. Came in for drink, just about 8.
Alone?
Yeah, that was the trouble.
What do you mean? What trouble?
No dough, broke. Always coming that way. I didn't want to serve him. But then this guy says...
What guy?
Well, the guy that paid for the drinks. I was going to toss Simmons out when this character says he'll take care of the check. The drinks are on him.
Then what?
Simmons kept knocking it off. And the guy paid, just like I said. Only I guess Simmons had one too many, because he almost passed out.
Yeah? What did you do?
I told the guy to take his body home. He says that's a good idea. Let's go to my place.
And they left together?
Yeah. Simmons just about made it.
You don't happen to remember what this guy's name was, do you? The one who paid for the drinks?
I think I remembered. I think he said his name was Hearley.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Runyon?
Thank you.
The terrible thing about Mr. Hearley's suicide, he was one of this bank's largest depositors.
Yeah. I suppose you'll have a lot of work to do now.
How do you mean?
Well, the estate, will, things like that. You are the executors, aren't you?
Why, yes. Mr. Hearley empowered our bank to administer his interests in case of death. We even helped him make his will.
You just said Hearley was a very wealthy man. I suppose he'd have had a lot of bonds, papers, and so forth that'd have to be cleared up?
He would have had.
What do you mean?
Well, strangely enough, only day before yesterday, he liquidated all his holdings. Asked us to give him cash for everything.
And he withdrew his money? Closed all his accounts?
Yes. I haven't any idea why.
Was Mrs. Hearley the beneficiary named in his will?
Yes, she came into the bank this morning. When I told her that her husband had withdrawn all his money, she collapsed.
Yes?
Mr. Runyon? I'm Kenneth Sherwood. I must talk to you.
All right, sit down.
Thanks.
What did you want to see me about?
About Joshua Hearley.
You know him?
Yes, he was a good friend of mine. I read in the papers about his death. That's why I came to you. Mr. Runyon, Hearley did not commit suicide. He was murdered.
The police think it was suicide.
Nonsense. The police are making a big mistake. I knew Hearley. He wasn't the type. It was murder.
Okay, murder. Who did it?
Well, he was a wealthy man. A lot of wealthy men have enemies. People who are after their money.
Do you know anybody who was after Hearley's money?
Yes. His doctor, a man named Walters, and Hearley's wife. They were plotting against him. They killed him.
How do you know all this, Mr. Sherwood?
Hearley himself told me just a few days ago.
What did he tell you?
That Walters was going to hire a gunman to kill him. Walters even planned an alibi. He planned to kill the gunman so that it would look like he was trying to save Hearley's life. Then he and Mrs. Hearley were going to share Hearley's money.
I see. Well, what do you want me to do?
Investigate the circumstances of his death. You can prove they did it.
Maybe. Where can I reach you, Mr. Sherwood?
Why, I have no phone in my apartment, Mr. Runyon, so I'd better keep in touch with you.
Okay. Oh, by the way, my fee will be $500.
$500? Very well. I'll send you the cash.
Runyon speaking.
Hey, Brad, this is Mac. Did you get a lead on Hearley out of that suicide story I planted?
Well, the minute the story broke, Mrs. Hearley went to the bank to collect his money, but it was gone.
Gone?
Yeah. It seems Hearley withdrew his entire account 2 days ago.
Hey, I don't get it, Brad. Where does that leave us?
I'm not sure, but it begins to look as if we're up against not one, but two setups for the perfect crime.
Yeah, and a slip-up now may let one of them get away with it.
Exactly. I want to see Dr. Walters again. Go on over to his office and pick him up. If he isn't there, meet me at Hearley's house. I'm going out there now to see Mrs. Hearley. I have a hunch that right now another perfect murder is being planned, and I have no desire to be the victim.
Mr. Runyon, what was the meaning of that story in the papers? My husband didn't commit suicide.
I know that. Mind if I come in? Thanks.
Well, then why did you let them print it?
I told him to print it. Oh, hello, Dr. Walters. I thought you might be here.
Runyon, I'm getting tired of your frequent visits.
All right, Walters, you can quit acting now. The show's over.
What? What are you driving at?
You and Mrs. Hearley had a neat little scheme, didn't you? The perfect murder.
Murder? You're crazy.
Am I? You hired Linkman to kill Hearley, and then you knocked off Linkman. That was your cover. You could plead self-defense. Unfortunately, something went wrong. The guy your gunman killed wasn't Hearley, and now you're stuck.
What do you mean?
I mean you're not going to get Hearley's money. The bank has already paid it out.
Helen, I know it. You crossed me. You got it.
Shut up. I haven't got anything. I told you the bank...
Yeah, the bank paid off all right, but not to you. This is going to be a shock, Walters. Hearley got it.
Hearley?
Yeah. He's got the money, and you've got nothing. Except a murder charge.
You can't pin a murder on me. You're bluffing.
Am I? How can you plead self-defense when the man you killed didn't pull his gun on you? You had it all planned, Walters, even Thompson, the undertaker.
Thompson?
You bribed him to haul off Hearley's body, then you figured on filling out a regular death certificate, didn't you? Saying Hearley died of natural causes. That would be the end of it. You'd split the dough with Mrs. Hearley. But when Hearley substituted the tramp for himself, you had to change your plans.
Don't move, or I'll kill you. You too, Helen.
Put down that gun, Walters. You can't get away with it.
Can't I? I'll take my chances. Don't move or I'll shoot.
Paul!
Let him go, Mrs. Hearley.
Hey, Brad. Brad, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right, Mac. I was beginning to wonder if you'd get here. Did you get Walters?
Somebody else beat us to it.
Somebody else? Who?
I don't know. One of my men is holding him. We grabbed him just after he shot Walters.
Let's go.
There's the guy.
Hello, Runyon.
Hello, Hearley.
Hearley?
Yeah. He tried to hire me under the name of Sherwood. He's the guy who got the old tramp drunk, brought him home and left him sprawled in a chair, knowing that he was going to be killed by Walter's gunman. But our planted story about a suicide worked. He thought Walters was going to get away with it, so he killed Walters himself.
That's not true.
Come on, Hearley. Where you're going, you won't need your money.
Stop that.
Hey, that reminds me, Mac. He still owes me $500. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Here's the Fat Man in Murder Finds a Coffin.
Did you ever see a reckless fat man? The kind of guy who goes rushing around taking unnecessary chances? I didn't think so. And the odds are that you never will either. You see, the fellows with the extra weight can't afford to waste energy showing off or trying to do something the easy way. So they learn to be careful and patient. And that's just one more advantage a fat man has in this business of catching criminals. Because when fools rush in to grab a killer, they very often don't come out. I don't, as a rule, like working in my office at night. For one thing, the elevator stops running, and 5 flights of stairs is no joke. The building's old and gloomy looking, even in the daytime when it's full of people. At night, it's about as cheerful as a morgue and as quiet as a graveyard. The paperwork I was doing was dull and boring, and I was tired when I finished at 10 minutes to 11. I put on my hat, snapped off the lights, and walked to the door. The corridor was dark and quiet. I locked the door. And then I heard it. Far off and faint, but coming closer. Somebody was running down the stairs from the floor above. I walked quietly to the staircase and waited in the shadows. What's the matter? What's wrong? Why the hurry?
Oh, you frightened me.
What else scared you?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
Do what?
Kill him. Upstairs in his office. He was lying on the floor when I opened the door.
There's a dead man upstairs?
Oh, yes. Oh, it was horrible.
Any idea who it is?
It's Dirk Richards. Somebody shot him. He was lying on the floor of his office.
Did you call the police?
Oh, no. Oh, no, I couldn't call him. Don't you see they'd think...
Yeah, I see, all right.
You think that I killed him, don't you? But I didn't, I tell you. Oh, you're not going to call the police.
Not yet. Come on.
Where? Oh, no, you're not going back up.
I said, come on.
Oh, no, please. Please, I can't go up there.
Okay. Then we'll go in my office and call the cops.
Oh, no.
Then shut up and show me this dead guy.
All right. But you must help me, please.
Where's his office?
The 6th floor. It's one flat up.
What's your name?
I'd rather not tell you.
Look, sister, if there's a murdered man up here, you're going to be a candidate for the electric chair.
But I didn't do it.
Okay, what's your name?
Sybil Stone.
The dead guy, who's he?
Our lawyer, Dirk Richards.
Our lawyer?
Our family.
Is that the office, the one with the light on?
Yes. There, on the floor by the desk.
Yeah. He's dead, all right. Was the body lying face down like this when you found it?
Yes.
You didn't touch anything?
Of course not.
Tell me what happened.
When I got here, the light was on. I opened the door. There he was on the floor. Well, that's all. I was frightened, so I turned and started running down the stairs.
Isn't 11 o'clock at night a funny time to call in a lawyer?
Oh, you don't believe me, do you? You think I shot him, but I didn't. Oh, listen, you've got to believe me. You've got to help me.
You're in a tough spot, baby.
I haven't got a gun. I couldn't have shot Dirk, don't you see?
Yeah, maybe.
Then you do believe me. You don't think I killed him.
I don't know. In a minute, I'm going to have to call the cops and tell them about this guy. Sure, I may be a sap, but I think you're telling the truth.
Oh, then you will help me. You won't tell the police.
Yeah, I'm going to help you. You see, this guy here wasn't shot at all. Somebody stabbed him.
Why, Miss Stone,
Christopher, my brother Wade and my cousin George. Did you give them my message?
Why, no, Miss Stone. Neither of them has come home yet.
I see.
You don't know where they went?
No, I don't know where either of them was tonight.
We'll wait until they come in.
Yes. Won't you sit down, Mr. Runyon?
I think it's okay, Christopher.
I beg your pardon, sir?
The picture, it doesn't need straightening. It's a little late at night for house cleaning anyway.
I don't understand, sir.
That will be all, Christopher.
Yes, Miss Stone.
Now then, let's have a little more light on this subject.
What do you mean?
What were you doing in your lawyer's office at 11 o'clock at night?
Well, Dirk phoned here about 10 o'clock tonight. He was excited, said it was something about the money and Uncle Caleb's will. He wanted us to come to his office right away.
You, your brother, and this cousin?
Yes. You see, we three are the only ones left in the family. Both Wade, my brother, and my cousin George were out, so I left word with Christopher for them to come to Dirk's office, and I went on alone. You know what happened there.
What's this about a will and the money?
It's my Uncle Caleb's will. He was my father's only brother, and he lived in Australia. My father never spoke of him, and I gathered there must have been some sort of trouble between them.
What sort of trouble?
Oh, I don't know, but whatever it was, he must have forgotten about it after Father's death.
Why do you say that?
Well, it was right after VJ Day that we got the letter from Uncle Caleb. He said he was getting old and that he was sick. His life had been lonely, and his only living relatives were my brother and I and my cousin. He said he realized that his death was near and he had a lot of money. He had made a will to be opened 1 year after his death, in which he was leaving all his money to us.
Why should he stipulate that his will wasn't to be opened for a year?
I don't know. But that wasn't the only stipulation. His body was to be brought back and buried in the family vault. His old trusted servant, Christopher, you saw him a moment ago, was to accompany the body, and we were to take care of Christopher.
3 months later, we received word of Uncle Caleb's death.
What happened to the will?
It was sent to Dirk Richards, our lawyer. He was to keep it until it was time for it to be opened and read.
As far as you know, you three are the only beneficiaries.
Yes. There's no one else. Are you thinking that...
You little sneak.
Wait, please.
Christopher just told me where you went tonight. What are you trying to pull anyway? If you think you can find out what's in the will that way, you make
Dirk
it...
phoned the house tonight. Didn't Christopher tell you that, too? He wanted us all to come to his office. You weren't here when he phoned.
How obliging of him to phone the minute I'm out of the house.
Oh, Wade, stop talking like a fool.
I'm no fool, Sybil, and don't you forget it.
You couldn't have by any chance been in Dirk's office tonight before I got there, could you?
Of course not.
Where were you?
Who are you, anyway?
I'm a detective.
A detective?
That's right. Where were you tonight?
Wait a minute. What is this, anyway? What's the matter?
Are you sure you don't already know?
You better tell me where you were tonight, Stone.
Why, I went to the theater.
Who with?
With? Why, nobody. I went alone.
Your cousin George wasn't with you.
No, he wasn't with me. As a matter of fact, George was dining tonight with Dirk Richards.
Now, look here, Brad. You better tell me the truth or you're going to get in trouble. Serious trouble.
I know what I'm doing, Mac.
You'd better know. I've always trusted you, and I've always gone along with you when nobody else would, but murder is a serious business. This time, I don't like it.
Take it easy, Mac. I reported the murder, didn't I?
Yeah, that's just it. You reported it all right. I may be a bullheaded cop, but I wasn't born yesterday. You report a murder. The body's in the guy's office upstairs. Now, what were you doing up there anyway? And how did you happen to find the body? Somebody else was there, a third person, somebody you're shielding, unless...
Unless what, Mac? Unless I killed Richard. Are you kidding, Mac?
Well...
Cut it out. Look, a guy's been murdered. You want the killer, don't you?
Of course.
Okay, I'm trying to get him for you. Sure, I'm holding out on you, but I've got a reason.
What?
There was a third person there last night. But I don't think it was the murderer. There are 3 other people who qualify just as well or better.
Who are these people?
You'll find out soon enough.
I could arrest you for concealing evidence, Brad.
Go ahead. But if you want this killer, you better listen to me. If I told you who was there last night, you'd have to make an arrest, and probably you'd get a conviction. But the murderer would still be on the loose. Give me a free hand, and I promise to bring in the right one. Now, does that make sense?
Well, maybe.
Okay. Now then, did you go through the lawyer's office?
Sure.
All of his papers and files?
Well, not yet. We brought all that stuff over here to my office. Those filing cabinets over there belong to him.
Good. I want to have a look in the file.
Now, wait a minute, Brad. You can't take anything out of there.
I said look, Mac.
Oh. What are you looking for?
A file on a guy named Caleb Stone.
Well, what's he got to do with this?
Nothing. He's dead. But he made a will that Richards, the lawyer, was keeping.
A will?
Yeah. Oh, here's the file I want. Pertaining to Caleb Stone.
I'm watching you, Brad. Don't try to take anything out of that folder.
Don't worry, Mac, I won't.
You better not.
Keep your shirt on. There's nothing in this folder.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Christopher.
I beg your pardon, sir. Whom did you wish to see?
I want to see you.
See me, sir?
I want to talk to you.
But I don't know whether I can...
It's okay. You know there was a murder last night? A lawyer named Dirk Richards?
Yes, sir. I heard Miss Stone and her brother talking about Mr. Richards' death.
You brought Caleb Stone's body back to the States, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
How long did you work for the old man, Christopher?
About 15 years.
You must have known him pretty well.
Yes, sir. I believe, if I may say so, that I knew him as well as anyone in the world. He was a strange man with few friends.
Did you ever hear him mention any trouble he might have had with his brother?
Oh, no, sir. He wasn't a demonstrative man, but I believe he was quite fond of his brother. He often expressed sorrow at the great distance that separated him from his only living relatives. I'm sure that's why he wished his body to be buried here.
And yet the two brothers never wrote to each other. Didn't that ever strike you as peculiar?
Yes, sir, it did, but then, as I say, Mr. Caleb Stone was a strange man. If he had not loved his only relatives, why would he have left his entire fortune to them?
I'm just beginning to wonder if he did, Christopher.
But he left the will, sir.
What did it say? Do you know? Does anybody know?
Why, no. It wasn't to be opened until a year after his death.
You've been here for a couple of months now, haven't you, Christopher?
Yes, sir.
You like it here?
Yes, I like it very much.
How do the brother and sister and cousin get along?
I don't quite understand, sir.
They seem to like each other.
Well, I hardly think it's my place.
Look, Christopher, there's been a murder. Do they like each other or not?
Well, sir, I don't want to cause any trouble for them, but, well, the truth of the matter is that they don't get along very well.
What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, nothing serious, sir. It's just that there are continual quarrels and jealousy. You see, both Mr. Wade and Miss Sybil seem to resent Mr. George's presence here. In fact, sir, I might almost say that...
Christopher, where's... Who are you?
Brad Runyon.
The detective?
Uh-huh.
That will be all, Christopher.
Yes, sir.
What do you want here?
Can't you guess?
You mean it's about Dirk's murder?
Yeah. Your cousin Wade said you had dinner with Dirk last night.
Wade told you that?
Yes.
He was lying. I haven't seen Dirk in over a week. I didn't have dinner with him. He's trying to pin Dirk's murder on me.
Why would he want to do that?
I'll tell you why. Because he hates me. They've always hated me, both he and Sybil. Why don't you ask Wade where he was last night?
Mr. George. Mr. George, come quickly.
What's the matter, Christopher?
Hey, it's Mr. Wade.
What about Wade?
He's lying in the hall outside his bedroom door, dead.
We just got the medical examiner's report, Brad.
What did it say?
Poison, cyanide, just enough to be deadly. We found traces of it in the glass in the bathroom. If it was murder, whoever did it knew more about poison than the ordinary person.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Well, the doc says cyanide in a large dose isn't usually fatal because the stomach won't hold it. But a small amount on the side of a glass, like the one we found, is always deadly. Now, look here, Brad. You know as well as I do that this murder has something to do with the murder of that lawyer, Richards. That makes two. We got to do something.
Okay, Mac. You can start by having one of your men check through the old files to see what he can dig up on a guy named Caleb Stone.
What's this Caleb Stone got to do with all this?
I think he's got a lot to do with it.
Hello, Sweeney. See what you can find in your old files on a guy named Caleb Stone. Stone. Yeah, that's right. Boy, this is no joke, Brad. They're already screaming for me to make an arrest.
I told you I'd get the murderer, and I will.
Well, it's a cinch that whoever put that poison in Wade's water glass was somebody in the house.
Uh-huh.
I think it was his sister, Sybil.
Why Sybil? Why not Cousin George? Or the old butler, Christopher? Don't jump too quickly, Mac. Once we know what the motive is, we'll have the murderer.
The motive must have been the will. Whoever killed the lawyer took it.
Then why kill Wade? No, Mac. It isn't the will that was the motive. But it might be something that's in the will.
The will is gone.
Yeah, and that's the part that doesn't fit. If one of the remaining heirs was trying to kill off all the others to inherit old Caleb's estate, he wouldn't have to kill the lawyer or steal the will.
Oh, I see what you mean. There must be something else behind it.
Takes you a little while, Mac, but you always get there.
Hello. Oh, yes, Sweeney. Yeah? Good. Okay, Sweeney, thanks.
Did he find anything?
I'll say he did. Caleb Stone was wanted for murder 25 years ago, but he skipped out of the country and nobody has seen him since.
going to mess things up this time, Mac.
You just let me worry about that. You'd come clean with me from the beginning, I could have made the arrest sooner.
If you arrest the sister now, Mac, the real murderer may go free.
I think the sister is the real murderer. The house is pretty quiet. Maybe nobody's here.
Probably in bed.
Oh, somebody's coming.
Mr. Runyon.
Yeah, this is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police, Miss Stone.
Oh, come in. Has something else happened?
And what did you think might happen?
Oh, why, I don't know, but since Wade's murder, I'm frightened, Mr. Runyon.
I don't blame you.
What do you mean by that?
You killed Richards, didn't you?
Oh, no,
And then you poisoned your brother so we'd think he'd murdered the lawyer and committed suicide.
Oh, no, I didn't. Why would I kill Dirk?
Because you weren't mentioned in your uncle's will. You had to get that will and destroy it, so you killed the lawyer. Then you killed your brother. The next one is Cousin George, isn't it, Miss Stone? Then all the money will go to you, will or no will.
Oh, no, I tell you, that's not true. I don't want the money. I've never wanted it.
Why not?
Because it's cursed. There's a curse on all of us. I've felt it for years. I've known it ever since I found that note. That's why I never told anybody.
What note? What are you talking about?
I found it in Father's papers after he died. I never told anybody until I showed it to George tonight.
Who was it from?
It was from Uncle Caleb to my father. And it must have been written years ago, soon after Uncle Caleb went to Australia.
Where is the note?
Here it is.
Dear brother, you are so kind I shall not forget. You had best remember, too, that under a curse such as this, even the dead won't die.
What does that mean?
Don't you see it? We're cursed, the whole family. And my uncle knew it. I always felt there was something. The fact that my father never spoke of Uncle Caleb. The fact that we never heard from him. And all these years it's been there, hovering over us, waiting to strike. And now it has. These murders. It's in our blood, don't you see? I was afraid that George, that he...
What?
Well, that if he knew about it, he might realize that he...
That he was insane.
Yes. Both my uncle and my father must have known that this murderous strain was in our blood.
Hey, if that's true, Brad, it'd explain about Caleb Stone.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Stone, but I've got
Hold it,
to...
Mac. Come with me.
Hey, what's the matter with you? I told you I
Mac,
was gonna...
we've got to get out of here quick.
But you...
We'll see you later, Miss Stone.
All right, Mr. Runyon.
Now, what's the idea, Brad?
Don't be a sap. That note explains something, all right, but it's not what you think.
What?
The last 4 words, Mac. The dead won't die.
I'll get it.
You will. Come on.
Where to?
The cemetery.
Cemetery? Why?
I want to have a look in the Stones family vault.
Oh, boy, you get the craziest ideas. What's the idea coming out here? I should have grabbed the dame and taken her in.
Take your time, Mac. You'll make an arrest sooner than you think.
This place gives me the creeps. Graveyard is bad enough in the daytime, but in the middle of the night, it's too much.
You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?
Oh, well, of course not.
I hope ghosts are all we'll have to worry about.
What do you think we'll find here?
I'm not sure, but... Wait.
Huh?
That's it over there, in one of the trees. Look, Mac. The door to the vault.
Yeah, it's not quite closed.
Looks like somebody else has the same idea.
If there's anybody in there...
Come on. Shine your light inside when I push the door open. Okay.
I don't see anybody.
It's empty. Shine that light around up where the coffins are.
Okay. Whoever was here must have...
What's wrong?
I tripped over something here on the floor. Brad, it's a body, look.
Yeah. It's the cousin, George Daniels. There's a knife sticking in his back.
But how could he...
Shine the light on the coffin. You want to find out
Look there, Brad. That coffin next to the bottom. It's been pulled out and the lid's been tampered with.
You're right, Mac.
Caleb Stone's coffin. May I handle these clamps?
What for?
I want to open the coffin. Now, give me the light. I was right.
About what?
Look here in the coffin, Mac.
I don't see anything in there.
That's just it, Mac. Caleb Stone's coffin is empty. Quick, Mac, come on. Listen. Hurry. We may be too late.
And now, you're next.
Drop that knife or I'll shoot. Drop it, Caleb.
What?
He's a madman. He was going to kill me, too.
You mean he's the uncle?
Yeah, he's Caleb Stone, all right.
That's why the coffin was empty.
Sure, Mac. There never was a body in that coffin. It was a good act, Caleb, but it's time for the curtain. You've done all the killing you're going to.
Another minute and I would have finished. Twice I've been cheated. Twice, do you hear? And all those years I waited and waited.
You lied about your brother, didn't you, Caleb? You hated him, didn't you?
Yes. But I didn't kill that man 25 years ago. My brother killed him, her father. He shot him down in cold blood, took the money and framed me. Oh, he was smart, all right. He did a good job. I didn't have a chance.
No.
Oh, yes, he did. My brother was a fiend, a devil, and nobody ever knew. I wanted to kill him, but I didn't have time. The police were after me, but I got away. I went to Australia and I waited. I waited for years. I was afraid to come back, and then he died. He cheated me.
And so you decided to take it out on the rest of the family?
Yes.
What about the money and the will?
The money? I had no money. And the will deeded only hate to the name of Stone.
Why did you kill Richard?
That meddling lawyer. He couldn't let well enough alone. He must have suspected something, opened the will, and discovered the truth. She told me he'd called. While she was upstairs getting ready to see Richard, I left and went to his office and killed him. I thought she'd be suspected.
What did you do with the will?
The will? Oh, yes, of course. I have it here in my pocket.
Give it to me.
Certainly. Here you are.
He's got a gun. Oh, nice shooting, Brad.
Yeah.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead, all right. You got him right in the heart, Brad. Shouldn't have gone for his gun.
No, but he saved the state a lot of money. He'll have a cheap funeral, too.
What do you mean, cheap?
He's already got a coffin, Mac, remember? He brought it all the way from Australia. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here is the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Statue.
A picnic isn't exactly my idea of the way to eat a good dinner, especially after being in the infantry and remembering a few picnics I'd had in the snow in Belgium. But you know women, once they make up their mind to do something, it's going to happen or else. And Kathy had made up her mind that we were going on a picnic. When she came into the office that morning, she was all excited about the spring and the trees and the cute little lunch she'd packed.
Oh, isn't the spring wonderful, Brad?
Doesn't it just do something to you?
Makes me sleepy.
Oh, you're about as romantic as a laundry list.
I'll lose my appetite in the spring, too. Say, these sandwiches look good. But they're sort of small, aren't they?
Oh, Brad, it's only 9:15. Don't eat them now.
Okay, honey, okay. Look, I've got an idea.
What?
Why don't we just have our picnic here? It's nice and quiet, and there are chairs and a desk.
Oh, no, you don't. We're going, and we're going right now.
Oh, Mr. Runyon. You are Mr. Runyon, aren't you?
That's right, beautiful, but I'm taking the day off. It's spring, and I'm getting back to nature. I'm going on a picnic.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But this is important, Mr. Runyon.
I'm sorry, honey, but it's no use. I'm taking the day off. I'm going on a picnic.
But you've got to help me. I'm in trouble. Look, I got money, a lot of money. I'll make it worth your while. Just listen to me. Here, take this first.
$200? But I can't.
Please take it. I'll give you more later, but first just listen to me.
For $200, I'd listen to anything.
I know it.
Now, don't get excited, Kathy. I'm just going to hear what she has to say.
Oh, Brad.
Okay, stop talking. What's bothering you?
It's confidential. Do you mind?
She means you, Kathy.
I know what she means.
Do you mind waiting out in the hall just a couple of minutes?
Certainly I mind. It better not be more than a couple of minutes either.
All right, make it fast. What's your name?
My name is...
What's the matter?
I'm getting dizzy.
Hey, wait.
I feel so faint.
Kathy! Kathy, come in here quick.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, too fast.
Can we go... What's happened?
She fainted. Here, give me a hand with her.
Maybe I ought to get some water.
Her pulse seems normal. She'll be around in a minute. Hand me your pocketbook.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here. What are you going to do with it?
Look inside and see if I can find out who she is.
Maybe we ought to call a doctor, Brad.
I don't think we'll need one.
What an odd hairdo she has.
Yeah. Makes it look like Cleopatra.
Is there anything in her bag to identify her?
No, nothing here but lipstick, powder, money, comb. Wait a minute. Here's something that might...
What is it?
A wedding ring. It's got some engraving inside, but I can't make it out. Give me that magnifying glass there on the desk.
Here. Can you read it?
Uh-huh. It says, to Laura, June 16, 1940.
Oh, she's coming through.
Where am I?
Take it easy. You're okay. You fainted, that's all. Let me help you up. There, that's better. Now, just sit here in this chair.
Who are you? Where am I?
I'm Brad Runyon, the detective you came to see just before you fainted.
A detective? But I don't understand. I can't seem... Who's that girl?
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you? Kathy was right here when you came in.
I don't remember coming in here.
Why did you want a detective?
I don't know.
I don't get this. What's your name? Where do you live?
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember. Do you understand?
Shut up, hysterics. Stop it.
What's happened?
You probably had a shock of some sort. When you fainted, your memory went blank.
You mean amnesia?
Yeah. Maybe we can snap it back. Listen, does the name Laura mean anything to you?
Laura? No, it doesn't.
Look at this wedding ring. Do you recognize it?
No. Where did it come from?
It was in your pocketbook.
Oh, what's happened to me? Why can't I remember? Why can't I?
Take it easy now. Look, Kathy, I think we'll have to postpone the picnic for a while. We've got to take care of this girl until we find out who she is.
Of course.
She was in some sort of trouble, so the quicker the better. I want you to take her over to your apartment and keep her there until I come.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the Marriage License Bureau and see if they had a record of anyone called Laura getting married on June 16, 1940.
It's no use. I just can't remember anything at all.
You mustn't get yourself so upset. Brad should be back in a minute.
But it's so horrible.
It's probably only temporary.
I have the feeling that there's something important that I have to do, but I just can't remember. It's like a dream, a nightmare.
You mustn't cry. Just try and be quiet. Brad's that you?
Yes, baby.
What'd you find out?
Did you trace it? Do you know who I am?
Yes, I think so. I checked through the files and found that a marriage license was issued to a Laura Hayes and Jim Margot on June 16, 1940. Does that mean anything to you?
No. No, it doesn't mean a thing.
Why don't you look up those names in the phone book?
I did. Jim Margot is a commercial photographer with a studio down in Greenwich Village.
If I could only remember what my name is.
It must be Laura.
I'm not so sure. We'll call her Maggie until we find out whether or not she's Mrs. Jim Margot.
Maggie? Why Maggie?
Just the first name that popped into my head.
I wonder.
Jealous, Kathy? Come on, Maggie. You and I are going visiting.
Where are you taking me?
We're going to call on your husband.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Margot's very busy right now. He can't see anyone.
But this is important.
Listen, Irene, how long is Margot going to keep me waiting on that other set with this flimsy wrap on? I'm freezing to death in there.
Take it easy, honey. He only has one more shot to make.
Hey, that's cute. They're making wraps out of feathers these days.
Yeah, cute, isn't it? Cute, but not warm.
Oh, please, don't touch me with...
What's the matter, Maggie?
It's the feathers. I can't stand them. Please, I'm allergic to feathers.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were touching you.
Maggie, sit down over there. I'm going in.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go in there.
That's all right, sister. This is important.
Okay, now hold it, girls. That's right. No, wait a minute. Now, throw your head back farther, Lois. There, that's it. Okay, now hold it. Hold it. Oh, that's fine. Okay, take a break.
Jim Margot?
Yeah, but I'm very busy now. Come back later, will you?
I don't think you're too busy for this.
What are you talking about? So who are you, anyway?
My name's Runyon. Brad Runyon.
The fat man? The detective?
That's right. Your wife has had an accident.
Laura, in an accident? What's happened?
Don't get excited. She's not really hurt. She's lost her memory.
But I don't understand. She was all right.
When did you see her last?
Why, this morning, of course, when I left home. Hey, where is she now?
She's sitting in your waiting room. She's had a bad shock or a bad fright. I want you to go out there now and talk to her just as if nothing were wrong.
Sure, I understand.
Good. Come on. There she is over there.
Well, hello, Laura.
What's the matter?
That's not Laura. I've never seen this girl before in my life.
Didn't he know Maggie at all?
He never saw her before.
If only I could remember. If I could
What
only...
about the ring?
It was his wife's ring, all right, but he had no idea how it got in Maggie's bag.
I don't understand it. Maggie, are you sure you didn't recognize him?
I've never seen him as far as I can remember. Oh, Mr. Runyon, please help me. You are going to help me, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Why don't we take her to the police, Brad? They could probably trace her.
I've got a better idea.
What?
You wanted to see the countryside in the spring. Let's go for a ride.
Are you out of your mind? We can't do that now.
Sure we can. Jim Margot's got a place in the country.
But what do you want to see him again for?
I want to return his wife's wedding ring. Well, this is it. Anything look familiar, Maggie?
No, nothing.
Lonely-looking place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't open the door, Brad. Look, the dog. He's as big as a horse.
He's a Great Dane. Hello there, big boy. Yeah, what's the matter? What are you sore at?
Don't, Brad, don't. Look, he'll bite you.
No, he won't. We big fellas know how to get along together. Besides, I'm bigger than he is.
Please be careful.
You reach in that compartment there and give me that box of cookies.
Here they are.
Thanks, Maggie.
Watch out, Brad.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not afraid of you. Here, have one of these cookies. Okay, take the whole box. See, he didn't want to bite anybody. Come on.
He looked awful mean.
They won't bite unless you're afraid of them.
The door's not closed tight.
Yeah. Must be somebody around. Anybody home? Come on, let's go in.
Brad, you just can't go into somebody's house.
I'm already in. Come on, Maggie.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Just take a look around and wait a while. Maybe somebody will show up.
I don't like this, Brad.
Maybe Maggie will see something here in the house that'll jolt her memory. Now, take a look in that studio over there, Kathy. Mac and I look in here.
All right.
Yeah, this looks like the living room. Take a good look around, Maggie. Isn't there something, anything that clicks?
No. No, it's all strange to me. Brad!
What is it?
Come here, quick.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Well, there! There in the chair!
Stop it. Don't look. She's dead, all right. Somebody stuck a knife in her back. Still here.
Who do you think she is?
I don't know, but I imagine it's Laura Margot. Come on, Maggie, snap out of it. Do you recognize that dead girl?
No. No, I've never seen her before. Oh, if only I could remember.
Brad, what are you putting that little statue in your pocket for?
Quiet. I like it, honey. It's
But
very
what are you
pretty.
doing?
Just a minute. Look here in the fireplace.
Pieces of a torn photograph.
Don't touch it, Kathy.
But don't you want to...
I'll try to put it together with my foot. Just a second.
What is it, Mr. Runyon?
Just a picture, Maggie.
A picture of whom?
Of you, Maggie. What did you find, Mac? Who was the dead girl?
You were right, Brad. She was Laura Margot. The medical examiner says she was killed between 9:30 and 10:30 this morning.
You sure of that?
He's positive.
What about her husband, Jim Margot?
I had him picked up as soon as I got back to town. They brought him in here to headquarters for questioning. He was pretty broken up about his wife's death.
You still got him?
No, we had to let him go. Didn't really have a thing on him, and he came up with a pretty good alibi.
What was the alibi?
His receptionist swore he came into the studio this morning before 9:30. She showed us the appointment book they keep. They had appointments in it for 9:30, 10, 10:30 this morning.
She could be lying.
Yeah. So could you, Brad.
What's that supposed to mean, Mac?
I think you're holding something back.
For instance?
For instance, what about this client of yours, that Maggie, the girl who's lost her memory?
You saw her, you questioned her. Did you find out who she is?
No, there wasn't any record of her fingerprints.
Then you know as much about her as I do.
Well, what about that picture of her that was torn up and thrown in the fireplace?
Why don't you ask Jim Margot?
I did. He says he doesn't know anything about it at all. Never saw the picture of the girl before.
What do you think I'm holding out on you?
Why did the girl come to see you?
I don't know. She fainted before she could tell me.
Where is she now, Brad?
You boys couldn't identify her and let her go. I sent her up to Kathy's apartment. She's there now.
Well, I'm sorry, Brad, but I got to talk to that client of yours right away. It's important.
Why?
Because there was only one set of fingerprints on the murder knife, and they belonged to Maggie.
It's funny. No answer.
You better not be kidding me, Runyon.
Mac, I was never more serious in my life. I can't figure this out. It's unlocked. It looks like nobody... Kathy! Kathy!
Hey, what's happened to her?
Kathy! Kathy, it's me, Brad.
She hurt?
I don't know. See if Maggie's in the other room. Kathy! Kathy! Wake up, honey. Wake up.
Maggie's gone, Runyon. I want the truth. Where is she?
I don't know.
What's wrong with Kathy?
Looks like somebody slipped her some knockout drops.
Runyon, if you've been kidding me, you're going to be sorry. I played along with you lots of times, and you run pretty close to the law, but you've never tried to protect a murderer.
Stop being a cop, Mac, and go in the kitchen and see if there's some coffee there. We've got to wake Kathy up.
I told you.
Don't be a jerk, Mac. Go get the coffee.
Someday you're going to go too far.
Come on, baby. We're going to go take a walk.
Let me go. I'm sleeping. Oh.
I'm sorry, honey, but it's going to be walking.
Oh, no, don't let me sleep. What are you...
Walk, baby, walk. What happened?
I'm sleepy.
Where's Maggie?
I don't know. I'm sleepy. Please don't.
You've got to wake up, Kathy. Now try, honey, try. It's Brad. What happened?
Brad. Oh, hello, Brad.
Here's the coffee. Good. Here, honey, drink this.
I don't want it. I want to go sleep.
Not yet, baby. Here. That's better. Now what happened?
What happened? Well, I don't know. I guess I must have fallen asleep.
Maggie's gone.
Gone? But she can't be. She was here.
Was anybody else up here tonight?
No, just Maggie and me. We sat and talked a while, and then she said she wanted a drink, so I fixed each of us a drink. Then I must have fallen asleep.
She drugged you then.
Maggie?
It looks like it, sweetheart.
But why? I don't understand.
Because she's a murderer and she knew the game was nearly up. This doesn't look so good for you, Runyon. I'm going to send out a general alarm to bring her in.
Don't be a sap, Mac. She couldn't have murdered Laura Margot.
Why not?
Because Maggie was with me in my office when the murder was committed. But, Kathy, it's nearly midnight. You ought to stay home and go to bed.
No, it's no use, Brad. I'm going with you, and that's fast.
But, honey, I've got work to do, and you need
I'm
rest.
not a bit sleepy now, honestly. Look, I'm fine.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm nervous or something. Maybe it was the drugger. Well, I just don't want to be alone.
That's silly. Now, you run along
It's
back.
not silly. I'm afraid.
Afraid?
Yes, the murderer is still loose. Now, I'm not going back there to my apartment alone.
Okay, sweetheart. But get ready for a long ride.
Where are you going?
Back to Jim Margot's house in the country. I've got some unfinished business up there.
Do you think Margot's here?
I doubt it. If he is, he's probably asleep.
You're not just going to walk in.
Sure, if the door's open.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. Not so good.
What?
The door's locked. It'll have to be a window then.
I don't like this, Brad.
I didn't ask you to come along, baby. Here's a window.
Yes, I see it. What's wrong?
I'm not sure. This window is wide open.
Maybe that means that somebody else...
That's what I was thinking. Now keep as quiet as possible.
You're not going in if somebody else is in there.
Certainly. If you'd rather wait out here.
Oh, no.
Okay, come on then. Quiet. The door to the hall is right over there. Hold on to me and be as quiet as possible. I don't think there's anybody in the house.
What are you looking for out here?
Nothing in particular. I want to take another look around Margot's studio, where we found his wife's body.
What do you think you'll find in there?
After the open window, I'm not sure. Maybe another body.
No!
Quiet. See if there's a light switch by the door.
Yes, here's one.
Turn it on.
Look at this room. Somebody's been here.
Yeah. Looks like a tornado hit it.
Listen.
Yeah. It's that big guy.
Something must...
Come on, honey, quick!
Somebody's driving away, Brad. Oh!
What's the matter, Kathy?
I tripped over something. Brad, I think it's a body.
Give me that flashlight.
Who is it?
It's the dog. Somebody shot him.
What's it all mean, Brad?
It means that we've got to get back to Jim Margot's studio in town as fast as we can. The murderer was just in this house looking for something, but it wasn't there.
Well, how do you know it wasn't there?
Because I've got it in my pocket. light on in Jim Marga's studio.
Somebody's in there.
Now, I want you to do just as I tell you. Stay outside here in the hall. If you hear anybody coming, let me know quick. I'm going inside.
Do you think Margot is in danger?
A lot more than he thinks.
Oh, good. Come in, Arlene. I'm anybody.
Who's Arlene, Margot?
Fat man. You startled me.
Who's Arlene?
Why, it's just a friend of mine.
Working sort of late, aren't you?
I had some things to finish up tonight.
Why the suitcase? Going someplace?
No, I'm going to stay in town a while. After what happened this morning, I naturally don't feel like going back home.
Somebody broke into your home tonight, Margot.
Broke into my home? But why? I don't understand.
Whoever it was killed your dog.
Champ dead? No. They must have attacked him when they tried to get in.
Uh-huh. Or maybe they did it so we'd think that was what happened.
What are you talking about?
Maybe the dog really knew who it was and wouldn't have bothered him. So he killed the dog to throw me off.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You're pretty smart, fat man.
Thanks.
But why would anybody break into my house?
They were looking for something.
What?
A little statue. But they didn't find it because I've got it in my pocket. Here it is. Does it look familiar to you, Margot?
Why, no, I've never seen it.
Do you know who it's a statue of?
No, of course not.
That's funny because I recognize it. It's the girl I brought to see you this morning, the girl I called Maggie, who was suffering from amnesia.
What are you driving at, Runyon?
Your memory isn't so good either.
What do you mean?
It's no good, Margot. I found this statue in your sculpting studio, and it's got your name on the base.
Don't make a move, Runyon.
Pretty fast on the draw for a photographer.
Yeah, and a good shot, too. This gun is loaded, and I'll kill you if you try to stop me.
You still haven't told me who Arlene is, Margot. Arlene and Maggie are the same girl, aren't they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. You killed your wife so you could run away with Arlene, didn't you? She slipped up, though. She remembered she was allergic to feathers.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad, because now I'll have to kill you. But first I want that statue. Now give it to me.
It's a nice piece of work, Margot. I recognize Maggie by the Cleopatra hairdo.
Toss it over here. Hey, what's going on out there?
Here's the statue, Margot. Oh, my arm, you...
Jim, that's here, man. Let it go.
You want to play that way, huh? Okay, sister. Gosh, well, what do you know? Huh. How do you like my tight knockout drops?
You'll get yours, fat man.
Watch the birdie, Margot.
Oh, what a punch, Brad.
Yeah, I guess he'll sleep a while. Where's Maggie?
Over there on the floor. She's dreaming, too.
What did you do to her?
Why, I gave her what you call that old judo one, too. Oh, it's wonderful, Brad. It really works.
Hey, what's the idea of a party at 3 o'clock in the morning, Kathy?
It's not a party, Mac. It's a picnic.
You don't have picnics indoors. You go out in the country. You pack a lunch.
We've got the lunch all packed. See it in the basket.
But I thought we were going to eat here.
We are. Brad likes his picnics in comfort.
Sure. Nice chairs, a table, no bugs.
Oh, it's a beautiful night.
How can you tell with that beefsteak over your eye?
Huh? Oh, you ought to see the other girl.
Well, nobody will be seeing her for a long time, or Margot either. Why did she fake the amnesia, Brad, and come to your office?
She did it for an airtight alibi. She and Margot had planned it that way. He was to do the killing and then point everything toward Maggie, or rather, Arlene. That was her real name.
But why? I don't get it.
Well, it looked for sure as if she'd done it. Fingerprints on the knife, the torn photograph. But she couldn't have done it because she was in my office at the time of the murder. It was supposed to be a real stumper for us, and it would have been, too, if Margot hadn't forgotten about the statue and she hadn't pulled the boner about the feathers.
Oh, listen, Brad, is that thunder?
Yeah, have an olive, Mac. Well, this is one picnic that won't be rained out. I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Ham.
The day had been hot and murky. Not the sort of day to spend at a desk answering letters, but it had to be done. The afternoon had dragged slowly by while I pounded the typewriter. The sun sank out of sight and the street noises began to die down. The silence in the hall outside my office told me the rush hour was over, and the emptiness in my stomach told me it was time to quit and get some chow. I looked at my watch. It was just 6 o'clock. I closed the typewriter. Hello?
Is this Mr. Runyon?
That's right.
Mr. Runyon, I want to hire a detective. Could you come to the stage entrance of the Male Theater tonight at 11:30?
I'm just closing the office. Can't it wait until tomorrow?
No, it can't wait until tomorrow. It's very important.
Tell me what the job is.
I've lost something very valuable. I think it's been stolen. I've got to get it back. Will you take the job?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, thank you. Then you'll be at the Male Theater tonight?
Why the theater?
I work there.
An actress?
Yes, you must have heard of me. Linda Lane, I'm starring in The Jinx at the Mail.
Sure, I've heard of you.
Come to my dressing room tonight at 11:30. I'll leave word with the doorman to let you in.
What's been stolen, Miss Lane?
A picture?
A picture? You mean a painting?
No, Mr. Runyon, it isn't a painting. It's a photograph.
I thought you said it was valuable.
It is valuable. Very valuable.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of me, Mr. Runyon.
Hey, driver.
Yeah?
Somebody dropped a $100 bill on the seat of your cab.
Yeah, it belongs to you.
Pull up, Santa Claus. This isn't the way to Charlie's Chop House.
You're not going to Charlie's Chop House, Mr. Runyon. You're going on a business trip.
I pick my own business trips.
Not this time. Now take it easy and relax. Stick the century note in your pocket. There's a lot more where that came from. Nothing will happen to you if you just keep nice and quiet.
And if I don't?
We're going pretty fast. I'd hate to crack up with you in here. The boss wouldn't like it.
Who's the boss?
You'll find out soon enough. Now sit back and take it easy. We got a long ride ahead of us, and I don't like driving with one hand. Makes me nervous, so this gun might go off accidentally. This is it. Come on.
Pretty fancy layout for a taxi driver.
Inside. That door straight ahead.
That's locked.
It's probably stuck. Here, let me...
Oh, my foot! Let's have that gun. Let go my arm. Oh,
there. Now, let's have a look at you.
I think you broke my foot.
You're lucky it wasn't your head. I don't like gun-toters, and I don't like missing my dinner.
You dumb dick. You're getting a break and you don't know it.
I'll decide that. For such a wise guy, you're a pushover for an old trick. Now, let's go in, and this time you lead the way.
Right down this hall.
Yes?
Mr. Runyon's here.
Bring him in.
After you, son.
Good work, Bert. What happened?
Sit down, both of you.
He got my gun.
Oh, the fine bodyguard you turn out to be, Bert.
Yeah.
Kidnapping isn't anything to laugh at.
Oh, come now, Mr. Runyon. Put that gun down. Where's your sense of humor?
It's probably in the restaurant where I was going to eat dinner when this punk pulled his kidnap act.
You haven't eaten? Bert, fix Mr. Runyon a sandwich. I'm sorry.
Just a second, Bert. A sandwich isn't my idea of a meal, and this business is my idea of a joke. Now start talking. What's it all about?
I'd prefer it if Bert...
Bert stays. Well, I'm listening.
I want to hire you, Mr. Runyon.
I've got an office and I've got a telephone.
I'm afraid you don't understand.
I'm funny that way.
You don't recognize me?
Should I?
Well, a lot of voters would. My name is Tom Graham.
Yeah, it fits the face. Washington, huh?
Yes, Mr. Runyon, Washington.
Okay, Graham. What do you want me to do?
First, do you mind now if Bert leaves?
Okay. Here's your gun, Bert. Next time, hold it closer to your stomach and watch my feet, not my eyes.
There won't be any next time.
I'll call you if I want you, Bert.
Yes, sir.
I'm being blackmailed, Runyon. You can imagine what that means to a man in my position.
Is it a frame job or the real thing?
Unfortunately, it's the real thing.
Do you know who it is?
A woman I used to know rather well. A woman whose reputation wouldn't help a man running for public office, or a man who was marrying the daughter of one of our most prominent families.
Ladders?
No, a picture.
What's wrong with the picture?
It was taken at a party, a very wild party, which I had the misfortune to attend several years ago. In the picture, I am quite obviously drunk, and this woman is sitting on my lap with her arms around my neck.
Has she got the negative?
No, only a print, a large one, 8 by 10. The picture was taken by a professional photographer. He was a decent sort of fellow, so I explained my position to him, and he gave me the negative, and all the prints he had. Unfortunately, he'd already given one print to this woman.
Didn't you try to get it?
Of course. She said she'd lost it, and that was 3 years ago. I forgot all about it until today. This typewritten note came in the mail this morning. Here.
Yeah. Several newspapers would gladly pay big money for a certain photograph. You know the one I mean. Political opponents of yours might also be interested. I think it is worth $10,000 to you. If this is agreeable, insert the following ad in the personal section of the Daily Banner. John accepts. You will then receive further instructions. What makes you so sure it's the woman, and how do you know the picture is really in existence?
I'm sure it's she because I know her. She's that type, and she's extravagant. She probably needs money.
You said you were getting married.
Yes, next week. I'm marrying Judge Moorhead's daughter, Sylvia. If this picture is made public, I'll be ruined.
You want to pay off, then?
Yes, of course.
In that case, what do you want me for?
I want you to make sure I get the picture when I pay the $10,000.
Okay, Graham. Where can I find this woman?
You can find her at the Mayo Theater. She's an actress named Linda Lane.
Miss Lane wasn't expecting you until 11:30 at the final curtain.
It's okay. I have to come early.
I guess you can wait in her dressing room. She comes off stage for a few minutes pretty soon. I'll tell her you're there. It's the first dressing room up the stairs.
Thanks.
Mr. Runyon.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have come early. I told you 11:30.
Yeah, I know. Come on in here and close the door.
Well, I've only got a minute or two.
It won't take long. Tell me about this photograph.
I didn't tell you the entire truth, Mr. Runyon. It wasn't just a picture of me. There is a man in the picture, too, a very prominent man.
Why did you keep a thing like that?
Well, I didn't intend to, really. It was taken several years ago, and I thought I'd lost it. A couple of days ago, I was going through this trunk, and I found it.
I was going to tear it up, but...
But what?
Well, it must have slipped my mind. This afternoon, I came to the theater to get it, and it was gone.
Why didn't you tear it up when you first found it?
I told you
It couldn't have been because you thought of using it to blackmail this guy, could it?
Of course not. But don't you see that's just exactly what I'm afraid is going to happen now? Somebody saw that picture and recognized the man. They saw a chance to make some money, and so they stole the picture. That's why we must get it back.
It's going to be tough. Do you suspect anybody?
No, I don't know who it might be. You see, so many people come in and out of here. My maid, the doorman, friends.
Okay, I'll give it a whirl, but don't be too hopeful. By the way, how well did you know this prominent man, and who is he?
Well, of course, this is confidential.
Of course.
The man is Thomas Graham, and I knew him very, very well at one time.
How did you break up?
What do you mean?
Were you sore at each other?
Oh, no, we just called it a day, that's all. I'm still very fond of Tommy. That's why I'd hate to have anything happen that might hurt him. I'm sure you understand, Mr. Rennie.
Yeah, I understand.
I've got to dash. I've only got 30 seconds to get on.
You'll hear from me.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I have to rush off.
You can come out of the closet now, honey. She's gone. I said you can come out now. She's gone.
How did you know I was in here?
You left your pocketbook on the chair. Her initials are LL. The ones on this pocketbook are SM. That could mean Sylvia Moorhead, does it?
Yes. Yes, it does, but how did you know?
I'm psychic.
Do you think she saw the pocketbook?
No, I sat on it. You looking for the photograph?
Yes. She's lying to you.
What makes you think she's lying about the picture being stolen from her? You didn't find it, did you?
No, it's not here, but she's got it somewhere.
How do you know?
Well, why else would she send me this note?
Let me see it.
Here.
There is a certain photograph of your future husband in my possession. If it should fall into the right hands, it would ruin him. I'm sure you'll want to buy it for $10,000. If so, place the following ad in the personal column of the Daily Banner. George, come home, and you'll receive further instruction. What makes you think Miss Lane typed this note?
Well, I wasn't sure when I first got it this evening, but I know more about Tom's past than he thinks I do. I knew about this actress, and I came here to get the picture. Don't you see? She's only hired you as a blind.
Are you going to put the ad in the paper?
No, I'm not sure yet. But I can tell you one thing. I'll never pay her a cent of blackmail. I'll kill her first.
Oh, it's you, huh?
How's the footboard?
I haven't forgotten it.
Is your boss here?
Yeah, he'll be down in just...
Come in, Runyon. Come in. I've been waiting for you. We can talk in the library.
Anything happened since I saw you last night? I put the ad in this morning's paper.
Yes, I got another note. Here it is.
They don't trust you much.
No. What should I do?
If you're going to pay for the picture, I guess you'll have to do what the note says. Leave the money on the headstone of this guy Fenway's grave at midnight. Can you get the $10,000 in cash by tonight?
I've already got it. But what about the picture?
Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Do you still think it's the actress?
Yes. Why?
I'm not so sure. She says somebody stole the picture from her 2 or 3 days ago.
But who could have stolen it? Who wrote the notes?
Any number of people. It might have been the doorman, or her maid, or...
Or who? Who else do you think it might be?
It might be your fiancée, Miss Sylvia Moorhead. Trouble, Graham, finding the grave?
No, it was right where the note said it would be. I put the money in the envelope on the headstone.
You didn't hear or see anything?
No.
Then I walked out the west gate and came around here. That was nearly 20 minutes ago.
Okay, we'll wait another 10 minutes. That'll be a half hour since you put the money on the grave. If they're playing on the level, the picture should be there by the time we walk over.
But suppose it isn't.
We'll have to take that chance for the time being. If it isn't there, then we start playing rough.
I don't like it.
Hold it a second. Quick, put your cigarette out. Get back here with me.
Whoever it is running for the street.
It's a woman. See if you can recognize her as she goes by.
It's pretty dark.
Could you recognize her?
Yes. Yes, I recognized her.
The actress?
No, Runyon. It was Sylvia. I can't understand it, Runyon. If Sylvia's behind all this, what's the reason?
There could be only one reason, Graham.
What?
Money.
But that's absurd. The Moorheads are very wealthy.
Does she have money of her own, or is it just the family?
I don't know. I never thought about it that way.
If she has to go to her father for money, and if she has some dirty linen of her own...
But not Sylvia. She's not that sort of girl.
Look deep enough, Graham, and you'll find out that everybody has at least one secret. You're not alone with your past.
I can't believe it of Sylvia. We should have stopped her back there, Runyon.
I think it's better this way. First, let's see if the picture is there. We can always find Sylvia. The grave should be near here.
Yes, it's right over behind that crypt, near the big tree.
Okay. Wait here a second, and I'll take a look.
Is the picture there?
No. And neither is the money. But there's something else here.
What?
The dead body of your friend, Linda Lane.
You've got to tell me the whole story, Brad.
Well, Mac, I found the body. She was a client of mine. I don't know who killed her or why yet. What did the medical examiner find out?
Skull fractured and strangulation. Death could have come from either one. She put up a terrific fight. The killer is probably marked.
Scratched?
Yeah, the doc found skin under her fingernails. Who was with you when you found the body, Brad?
I can't tell you that, Mac, but I don't think it was the murderer.
Was it another client of yours, too?
Yep.
This is murder, Brad. Client or no client, unless you come clean with me, I'll have to arrest you for concealing evidence.
I can't do you any good in jail. Look, there's a lot more in this business than you think.
Yeah, it's messy, all right.
Blackmail always is.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it. The names involved are top bracket. If we go off half-cocked and are wrong, it might ruin these people.
I can handle the newspapers, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Okay, we'll keep it as quiet as long as possible. Now, who's your client?
Tom Graham.
Hey.
The actress was blackmailing him.
Then he must have killed her.
He had the motive, and he even had the opportunity, but I don't think he did it. His fiancée, Sylvia Moorhead, is mixed up in it, too. She was in the graveyard last night about the time of the murder.
Now, we're getting someplace. Did Graham make a payoff last night?
Yes, and that's another angle. Whoever killed Linda Lane got the $10,000. And whoever it was knew her well enough to hate her and to be afraid of her.
I'll have him bring in Graham and the Moorhead girl.
Get the girl first. Let Graham alone for the time being. Bring Sylvia in and hold her here until I get back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to find a man.
Where?
At the Marriage License Bureau.
No, I tell you, I didn't kill anybody.
What were you doing in the graveyard last night?
But I wasn't in
It's no good, Miss Moorhead. Both Graham and I saw you running toward the street just before the body was found.
But it couldn't have been Tom, not if you were with him.
I wasn't with him all the time. He could have killed Miss Lane. Lying won't do any good. You better tell us what happened last night. What were you doing in the graveyard?
Oh, all right, I was there last night, but I didn't kill Miss Lane. I didn't.
Why did you go to the graveyard?
I showed you the note I got.
Yep.
Well, after I talked to you, I changed my mind. I decided to pay. I put the ad in yesterday morning's paper, and yesterday afternoon I got a phone call.
A phone call?
Yes.
Did you recognize the voice?
No. I was told to get $10,000 in cash and take it to the graveyard last night. I was to leave it on the grave of a man named Fenway. Half an hour later, I was to come back and get the photograph from the same place.
How did you get that much cash?
I pawned a diamond bracelet and some other jewels. And then last night, it must have been about midnight, I went to the graveyard. I had some trouble finding the grave, and I was later than the designated time. I was just walking up to the big crypt underneath the trees when I heard a peculiar choking groan.
What did you do?
I was frightened, and for a second I just stood there. I couldn't see this man Fenway's grave, so after a few seconds I tiptoed over to the crypt and looked around. There, lying across the grave, was the body of a woman. It was Linda Lane.
Did you see anything else?
Yes. I saw the figure of a man running towards the west gate. He was too far away for me to recognize. I only saw his back anyway.
But you thought it was Graham?
Yes, I thought it must be Tom.
And then you turned and started running yourself?
No, not just then.
What did you do?
Well, I fainted. I came to about 15 minutes later. That's when I started running. So you see, it couldn't have been Tom if he was with you and saw me running.
Lieutenant Mackenzie speaking. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, Kelly, good work. Well, that cinches it.
What happened?
Graham isn't home, so I sent some of the boys out to look around a little. They just found something very interesting hidden in his library.
What?
The photograph.
I wish you'd hold off on this arrest a little longer, Mac. It's too pat.
Brad, you're always trying to make things out of nothing. Now listen, big shot or no big shot, murder is still murder. It all fits. The actress was blackmailing him.
Graham couldn't have been the man she saw in the graveyard. He was with me when she ran past us.
Why would she lie? She's in love with him.
Maybe.
Yeah, but she really pawned her jewels. We checked on everything. Brad, you're wrong this time. There really is such a thing sometimes as an open and shut case. Everything in this murder fits perfectly.
Except one thing.
What's that?
There weren't any scratches on Graham's face. And if he killed the actress, I saw him less than 15 minutes afterward.
That doesn't mean anything. There weren't any scratches on the Moorhead girl's face either. The doc could be wrong.
I don't think he was, though.
Why not?
I'll tell you when we talk to Graham. There's his place over on the right.
Back again, huh?
Hello, Bert. Is the boss in yet?
No, he hasn't come back. Don't know when he'll be in.
We'll wait.
Maybe quite a while.
The law doesn't mind.
The law?
Yeah, Bert. This is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police.
What's wrong?
Haven't you heard? There was a murder.
You don't think the boss...
Come on, Brad. We'll wait in that library where the boys found the picture. Show it to us, Bert.
Sure, it's right over here. Maybe you'd like a drink or something while you're waiting.
Yeah, maybe we would.
I'll fix it for you.
Here's where they found the picture.
Uh-huh.
What were you going to tell me out there in the car a minute ago?
Why don't you ask me what I found out at the Marriage License Bureau?
Well, what did you find?
What are you doing here, Runyon? What's happened?
Lieutenant Mackenzie here is about to arrest you for murder.
Me? But you can't. I didn't kill Linda. I swear I didn't.
Mr. Graham, you're under arrest for
Wait a minute, Mac. Here's Bert with the drinks. Don't you want that first?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Are you out of your mind, Runyon?
Not at all. Graham didn't murder anybody. Did he, Archie?
What?
Archie?
Watch, Mac.
Why, you big... What's the idea of throwing that drink on my face?
Grab him, Mac. He's our boy.
No, you don't. Let go of me.
Hold still, Bert, or I'll push you to sleep. Now, what's this handkerchief, Mac, after I wipe the drink off his face?
Oh, no, you...
Hold still there. There. Look.
Scratches on his cheeks.
Yeah, fingernail scratches. And look at the handkerchief.
Well, what's that?
Makeup, Mac. That's why we couldn't see the scratches on his face. He used to be an actor, and he knew how to put it on just right.
Bert? An actor?
His name isn't Bert. Get the cuffs on me, Mac.
Okay, but I still don't get it.
Shall I tell him, Archie, or do you want to?
I have nothing to say.
You're a real ham, aren't you?
Who is this guy?
His real name is Archie Glover. He was married to Linda Lane in 1937. He ran out on her a couple of years later and never bothered to get a divorce. That's what I found at the Marriage License Bureau.
But how did you know it was this guy?
I didn't, Mac, until just a second ago. I figured that if the murderer wasn't Graham or Sylvia, and I was sure it wasn't either of them, there was only one person left who knew enough about Graham and his affairs to plant everything so carefully. This guy here. How about it, Bert?
I have nothing to say.
A ham to the last. Okay. You can get it out of him at headquarters, Mac. But I imagine he went to Linda for money a week or so ago. He saw the picture and recognized his boss and the possibility, so he stole it. Then he wrote the notes, which he knew Graham would think came from Linda. She guessed what happened and followed him to the cemetery, where he had to kill her.
Well, I guess that'll do for this ham.
Yeah. And he ought to enjoy the frying pan when they turn the heat on. Hey, and that reminds me, Mac, we haven't had dinner. Let's go over to Charlie's Chop House. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Recipe for everything in this modern world. Take some flour and stuff, mix them and bake them, and you've got hot biscuits. Take some uranium and assorted neutrons, split them down the middle, you've got atomic energy. Take a blonde and two guys, add a dash of larceny, a heaping amount of jealousy and greed, bring to a boil before pulling the trigger, and you've got the perfect recipe for murder.
And now, here is the Fat Man in Murder Runs a Wanted.
With 20,000 restaurants between the Bronx and the Battery, a New Yorker can spend a lifetime rounding out a full life of a gourmet and also rounding out his waistline. The night I bumped into Dwight Burgess, I'd had a yen for ravioli and green noodles. So I'd spent 2 hours in Bernini's in Greenwich Village. I left there around 9:30. As I made my way along a dark passageway street just off McDougal Street, a door suddenly opened and somebody blundered right into my $4 dinner.
Watch where you're going. Here, get out of my way, can't you?
Take it easy, Mac. You're not in the subway yet.
If you don't get out of my way...
Don't swing, pal. You might regret it.
Let go of my arm.
Come over here. Under the lights.
Now, listen, I'm warning you. Wait a minute. Aren't you Brad Runyon?
Now guess my weight. How'd you know me?
I've seen you around. Hey, listen, Runyon, you've got to help me.
Help you do what? Prevent a Class A hangover?
No, it's more than that. It's Leela.
Who's Leela?
My wife. Here, come inside. She's around the tail in the hole. Here.
All in a heap on the floor, huh?
She's dead, Runyon. My wife's dead.
Murdered. Stabbed through the heart.
I didn't do it, Runyon. I didn't do it.
Where were you running to get an aspirin?
I lost my head. I had too much to drink, and then when I followed her here...
Followed her? What does that mean?
Look, I meant to kill her, but I didn't do it. I didn't.
Tell the cops that. Maybe they'll believe you.
Oh, they won't. I know they won't. You've got to help me.
Okay, I'll do what I can.
Look, find out who did it, Runyon, and hide me out. Don't let the police find me.
I'll help you, but I can't hide you.
You've got to. You can't let them get me.
Don't be a dope. I can't cover up for you that way.
All right, then get back against the wall. Now stay where you are, fat man. Stay right where you are.
Nobody with all his marbles argues with an automatic, so I let him go. Then I turned to the murdered woman on the floor. Even in death, she had a selfish, handsome face. I went through her purse and came up with loose change, lipstick, compact, a driver's license. A name, Leela Burgess, address, Sutton Place. All this plus a typewritten letter signed H.M. Smith arranging an appointment at the address where she'd be murdered. I called homicide and then caught a cab to Sutton Place. It was possible Widower Burgess had run back home. When I entered his apartment building...
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, not at all. It was my fault entirely.
Anything I can do for you, ma'am?
I don't reckon so. I came to see Dwight and Leela Burgess, but they don't seem to be home.
I reckon you came a long way to see them.
How can you tell? All the way from North Carolina.
I only came across town, but it's still a long hike if I'm going to miss them.
Oh, you know Dwight, too?
We're great pals. Too bad nobody's home.
Such a shame. And the evening's still young.
Yeah. My name's Brad Runyon. You think we might find someplace where we can talk and have a drink?
Well, now, Mr. Runyon. My name's Betty Lou. Betty Lou Barlow. Just lead the way. It's an awfully cute little bar. Awfully cute.
The customers make it that way. Some of the customers.
Why, thank you, Brad. If you don't mind if I call you...
Brad, go right ahead. You in New York on business?
I surely am. How'd you guess?
I read the tea leaves in my last old-fashioned. How long will you be here?
Oh, just long enough to tell Dwight and Leela the good news. Good and bad news, I guess you'd call it.
What's the news all about, Betty Lou? Money?
It surely is. Dwight's uncle back home. He's left him all his money, $200,000.
You mean they don't know about it yet?
Goodness, no. I came up to tell them. You see, I'm Uncle Waldo's attorney.
More uncles should have attorneys like you, sweetheart.
Honey, I may not look like Portia, but I reckon I know how to face life in my own way.
I'm sure of it, Betty Lou. So Dwight and Leela both inherit his money, eh?
Uh-huh. In the event of either one passing on, the survivor inherits the entire estate.
When did Uncle Waldo pass on?
Just 4 nights ago. He was killed by an unknown prowler.
That's all. A burglar?
My, yes. Somebody broke in late at night. Uncle Waldo woke up and then got himself killed. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something gay. Brad, honey, you're so big and strong. Now tell me what great big eyes I've got.
conversation developed into basic baby talk after that. It was 3 in the a.m. before I dropped Betty Lou off at her hotel. 4 hours later, I was jerked out of sleep by some goon leaning against my door buzzer. Oh, go away. Oh, beat it. Okay, take it easy. I'm coming. Oh.
Brad Runyon?
My office hours don't start until 9.
I know it's a rugged hour to get anybody up, but I've got to see you. My name's Frank Guthrie.
Okay, Guthrie, come on in.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
It's not for me. It's a friend of mine.
In trouble?
Well, I guess so. His name's Dwight Burgess.
Burgess? What's he want?
Well, I don't know, Runyon. He got me out of bed an hour ago. Said he was in a jam, gave me the sealed envelope for you, and then beat it.
That's all he told you?
He didn't stay more than 2 minutes. Hey, what's wrong with him? Has it got anything to do with Leela?
Let me see the envelope first. Thanks.
Well, what's happened, Runyon?
He encloses $200 cash and the key to his office. And he doesn't want me to talk to anybody about the trouble he's in.
Well, you can tell me. The Burgesses are my best friends.
They happily married?
Well, yes. They've been married 4 years now. Came here from North Carolina.
What business is Burgess in?
He runs a small brokerage office.
How'd you happen to meet them?
Why all the questions? I am in the same business. Now, what's happened to him?
Sorry, Guthrie. Burgess asked me to keep it to myself. I can't betray a client's confidence.
Okay. Well, now I go and find out from Leela. She'll tell me what's happened.
I let Guthrie go his way. He'd learn the news soon enough. Burgess's note asked me to go to his office and pick up a threatening letter he'd started to write to his wife. He swore he was innocent and again begged me to help him. It was after 8 when I let myself into his office. It was small and neat, like a high-class telephone booth. I found the letter propped up on his desk. My dear Leela, after 4 years, I know the truth. You don't love me, have never loved me. And yet you say you're going to stay married to me because of my money and because of the money we'll get when Uncle Waldo dies. Well, you're wrong, Leela. We won't stay married. I won't be made a fool of, and I give you fair warning that... Hello?
Hello. Dwight? That you, Dwight?
No, it isn't. Who's calling?
Oh, I reckon I must have the wrong number.
No, you haven't, Betty Lou.
Well, I declare. Who in the world?
This is Brad Runyon, sweetheart.
For goodness sake. Is Dwight there with you, honey?
No, he isn't.
Well, I just don't know what's happened. I tried to call Dwight and Leela at their apartment, and a strange man answered. I simply hung up on him.
You did, huh? Well, the cops will trace your call.
Cops? Brad, honey, what's going on here?
I take it you haven't seen the papers yet.
Of course not, silly. I'm not even dressed. Well, I mean to say, I'm still up here in my room.
Better get dressed, baby, then go buy yourself a paper.
Why, for goodness sake? Why, sure.
I've got a visitor. See you later, Betty Lou.
But Brad, honey...
Runyon, I hoped I'd find you here.
Come on in, Guthrie. Story broke in the papers, huh?
Yeah, look at it, Runyon. Leela's murdered. Police search for missing husband.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know? How do you get mixed up in this?
Later, Guthrie.
Look, I've got to know. Tell me where Dwight is.
What makes you think I know where he is?
The note he wrote you. Now, where is he?
Sorry, I don't have my crystal ball with me.
But Leela's dead. I've got to find him.
Why? So you can turn him over to the police?
What makes you say that?
Because you were in love with Leela Burgess.
Now, wait a minute.
Why deny it?
Oh, all right, I was. So what of it?
Did Burgess know about it?
No, he didn't. And I didn't get anywhere with Leela.
Madly in love with her husband, eh?
She said she wouldn't leave him. Now, look, tell me where Dwight's hiding. You've got to tell me.
Don't pamper it. I'll take it.
Mr. Burgess, this is the Jade Collector's bulletin.
Jade Collector's what?
The bulletin. You still haven't picked up the answers to your want ad. Would you like to drop by for them?
Well, yes, I'll drop by. Thanks very much.
What was that about?
It wasn't Burgess. Anything else you know about the Burgesses, Guthrie?
Nothing I care to say. I'm going back to my office. Let me know if you have anything to tell me.
I went through Burgess's desk before I left his office. I found one item of interest in it. A reservation envelope for an airline ticket to Durham, North Carolina and back, dated 4 days before. I put it in my pocket, checked the address of the Jade Collector's Bulletin, and then caught a cab. The Bulletin's office was on the 9th floor of a broken-down office building on Lower 4th Avenue. A tall brunette in a tailored suit and Harlequin glasses stepped out of the elevator with me. We reached the Bulletin office door at the same time.
Oh, I didn't know you were coming in here, too.
Yeah, I've got some letters to pick up. Maybe you're the one who phoned Dwight Burgess about the ad.
Oh, no, that was Susan Weston. Oh, gee, I'm late in getting down here this morning. What on earth?
What's wrong?
I don't know. The door's locked.
Here, let me try my key. There you are.
Thank you. Susan.
What?
Susan!
Glasses had reason to scream. Susan Weston lay in a heap on the office floor. A tiny redhead who must have been a lively city mouse when she was alive. Now she was a limp bundle of rags with the back of her head extended.
Oh, no. No, Susan, it can't be.
You better get hold of yourself. This is no time to go to pieces.
But she's dead. Susan's dead.
We'll call the police on it. Now, who are you?
Uncle Vincent. We were friends. Partners. Oh, who could have done this to her?
Let's hope we can find out, Margot. I spoke to Susan less than half an hour ago.
Oh.
My name is Runyon. I'm a detective.
Detective? I don't understand.
I'm working for a client named Dwight Burgess. Susan called his office about a want ad in the Jade Collector's Bulletin. She said she had some replies for Burgess to pick up.
Yes, the Bulletin's weekly newsletter we circulate among Jade collectors. Susan handled our want ad section.
I'd like to see that ad and those replies.
But what about the police? Why don't you call the police?
As soon as I've seen the ad.
But we can't waste time with that. We've got to find out who killed Susan.
That want ad may give us a lead on her killer.
What?
Oh, quit stalling, sweetheart. Get me that ad.
Well, here, it must be in this issue.
Okay, I'll find it while you get those letters.
Well, I'll have to check the box number in the book first. Yes. Here it is. Box HS.
A blind ad, huh? And Dwight Burgess paid for it?
Yes, that's the name.
Okay. Here's the ad in this column. Get those letters for me now, huh?
All right. All right, they'll be in this box.
Yeah. A real blind ad. Need money quickly, will sell my very rare Chinese jade necklace to right buyer. Right box, HS for appointment.
Mr. Runyon! Mr. Runyon!
Now what?
The letters, the answers to the ad, they're gone!
homicide detail arrived, I had to tell them all about Dwight Burgess, his want ad, and the stolen letters. But it didn't help them find out who had killed Susan Weston. After they'd finished questioning me, I looked up Frank Guthrie's office number and called him from the corner drugstore.
What do you want, Runyon?
I want to know about Leela Burgess.
I don't have anything to say. Leela's dead. The police will take care of everything now.
Don't be an idiot. I want to know if Leela collected jade.
What?
Jade. Jewelry. Lots of women collect it. Was she a jade collector?
Well, as a matter of fact, she was. Made a big thing of it.
Did she read a magazine called the Jade Collector's Bulletin?
What?
Are you hard of hearing, Guthrie? Or is this a bad connection? I asked you if Leela Burgess read the
Yes, she did. Why do you want to know?
Just trying to earn my dough? I intend to find out who killed my client's wife. After hanging up on Guthrie, I called the airline office to check on the ticket Burgess had bought to North Carolina. Then I went to Betty Lou Barlow's hotel.
Oh, Brad, honey, I've seen the papers. Poor Dwight. The police think he killed Leela.
Do you think he killed her, Betty Lou?
I don't care to answer that.
Why not? You're not under oath.
Why, I just wouldn't care to say.
You've known the Burgesses a long time, haven't you?
Ever since we were knee-high to a possum.
You knew Burgess before he married Leela.
Of course I did, Sally. What's so unusual about that?
Well, it occurred to me you might have been in love with him.
Oh, for goodness sake, honey. What put that crazy notion in your head?
You did, sweetheart.
I did?
Yeah. You're not at all concerned about Leela, but you're plenty upset about Dwight.
Oh, you detectives think you know so much.
How did you know I'm a detective?
I found out.
Snooping, eh? Well, I've been doing some snooping where you're concerned, baby. You've been registered at this hotel for 2 days now.
There's nothing wrong in that.
Maybe not. But maybe the police will want to know why you didn't get in touch with the Burgesses right away.
I wanted to mix pleasure with business. I wanted to have a good time by myself.
Better think of a smarter answer than that, sweetheart.
What are you talking about?
Lady lawyers can be cute, Betty Lou, but they're not dumb. Better give up that sweet but stupid routine, baby.
Just what are you getting at?
You're Uncle Waldo's attorney. Who killed him?
I've already told you. An unknown prowler.
An unknown prowler named Dwight Burgess.
That's crazy. Dwight hasn't been home in 4 years.
Burgess inherits all the money now Leela's dead. What happens to the estate if he dies?
Dwight isn't going to die.
Who gets the money if he kicks off?
It goes into a trust fund for charity.
Who's the executor?
I am. I'll handle it.
You will, huh? Very interesting.
Now, see here. Just what are you insinuating?
For one thing, I'm saying you were in love with Dwight Burgess back home and jealous of Leela.
That doesn't mean anything. You can't make a case out of that. And furthermore, Mr. Runyon...
I'll answer that.
Don't you dare!
You...
Give me that...
Relax, sweetheart. Hello?
Miss Barlow, please.
Who's calling? That's you, Burgess.
How do you know? Never mind.
Burgess, wait. Burgess, this is Runyon.
Is that Dwight? Let me talk to him. Give me that.
Too late, sweetheart. He hung up on me.
He should have let me answer. He would have talked to me.
Yeah? He'll have plenty to say to me when I find him. It was the old operator to trace the call, but it got lost in a welter of incoming and outgoing switchboard calls. I phoned Frank Guthrie's office again, but he'd gone for the day. At 11:30 in the morning. Guthrie was the one person in New York outside of Betty Lou who knew anything about the Burgess family. So I paid a hunch and took a trip to Central Park West, with Betty Lou tagging along beside me. Frank Guthrie's apartment is 410.
Look, I still don't know what you expect to find out from him. After all, he's just a friend of theirs.
You ever meet him, sweetheart?
Frank Guthrie? Why, no.
Well, here's 410. Let's see if he's home.
I don't know why you didn't phone him first.
I did.
Not just the office, at home.
Hold it. There's someone coming.
Oh!
Come in, Runyon. You too, Betty Lou.
Dwight! What are you doing here? Hey, that guy!
Come inside. Now, shut the door.
Dwight, I just don't understand, honey.
Stay where you are. Both of you.
I had a hunch I'd find you here, Burgess. Couldn't ask for a better hiding place, could you?
What have you found out, Runyon? Tell me.
I'm not so sure you'll want to hear it.
Tell me.
Okay, pal, here it is. I found evidence that proves you killed your wife.
Oh, honey, no.
And you killed a girl named Susan Weston.
You've got the evidence that proves that?
Your wife read the Jade Collector's bulletin, didn't she?
She read it.
And you knew she'd answer that wanted.
I told you last night. That's why I followed her there. But she was already dead when I got there.
You'll have a tough time making the cops believe that, Burgess. Especially after that want ad was paid for in your name.
Ah, you're out of your mind.
Am I? The girl who took the ad was murdered this morning, and the answers to the ad were stolen.
You think you're going to tell the police that?
They already know it. And they'll know about your trip to North Carolina.
You're not going to frame me. I won't let you.
Dwight, no, you can't.
Get out of the way, Betty Lou.
Stop it, Dwight. I'll shoot if you move.
Frank!
Yeah. Came in the other door.
Thanks for the interruption, Guthrie. I guess you know you can be held for harboring a fugitive, though.
Well, he was my friend. I thought he was innocent.
You mean now you think he's guilty?
Well, I heard what Runyon found out. You'll have to give yourself up, Dwight.
No. You can't make me any of you.
You've got 2 murders chalked up against you, Burgess.
3. Counting that trip to North Carolina, he must have killed his uncle, too.
You won't frame me. I won't let you.
Runyon, look out!
No, you don't!
Guthrie thought he was playing Notre Dame when my 239 pounds hit him. He went on hard. But he was still struggling as I cried out to Burgess, "Don't shoot! Hold it, Burgess!"
Hey, you fool, Runyon. Let me up.
Not yet, pal. Give me that gun. Come on, give me.
No, you're... All right.
Now your pockets. Yeah, I thought so.
Give them back. Give those letters to me.
Brother, these letters are going to the DA's office.
Runyon, what's all this about?
Here's the killer, Burgess, your friend Guthrie.
What? Frank killed Leela?
And Susan Weston and your Uncle Waldo, and he just tried to kill you.
But all the evidence against Dwight.
A frame-up, sweetheart. Guthrie framed.
Listen, Runyon,
Don't move, Guthrie. You inserted that ad in Burgess's name, and you bought that ticket to North Carolina in his name. Then you planted the ticket envelope in his office.
But why? Why did you do it, Frank?
Because he was in love with your wife. He killed your uncle for her, then she double-crossed. She said she meant to stay married to you, and all that dough.
Frank, no. No, you couldn't.
He did it all right, didn't you, Guthrie?
Yes, I did, but how did you know?
You said Burgess must have killed his uncle. Only Betty Lou and myself knew he was dead. That meant you'd killed him.
But the letters, what about them?
These are the replies to the want ad, 5 of them, all unopened, and one of them from Leela Burgess.
Yet Leela received an answer to her reply.
Yeah, that ad was bait for murder.
I ought to kill you for this, Frank.
Don't waste your bullets or your life on him, Burgess. The state will handle that job for you. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows an Unfamiliar Face.
This one began on the state highway just about 10 miles out of town. I was coming home late one night from a boat club banquet, and being alone, I had the old Ponte up to about 50. It was plenty dark that night. As I came round a curve, my headlights picked out a woman standing right in the middle of the road. She was waving her arms, trying to flag somebody down. So I slowed up and pulled over to the side of the pavement. Right away, I could see that she was kind of cute. Waving at me, sister?
Yes. Oh, yes, I was. Thanks so much for stopping.
What's the trouble?
Nothing. I just wondered if I could hitch a ride.
Sure, get in. Which way you headed?
Your way, back to town.
Fine. What happened? Your boyfriend leave you stranded?
No, I didn't have a date.
I thought maybe you were walking home from a buggy ride.
Oh, no, it wasn't anything like that.
What was it?
Nothing. I just missed the last bus back to town.
Pretty late for a girl like you to be out, isn't it? Especially on a dark road.
Yes, I know. That's why I was so glad when you came along.
How did you know it was going to be me? It's a risky business riding with strangers.
Well, I haven't any choice. I couldn't stay there all night.
Well, don't worry, kid. You're safe with me. I'm a professional chaperone.
What?
A private detective.
Oh, for a hotel?
No, for Brad Runyon.
Brad Runyon?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh.
What are you doing out here so late at night, baby?
Oh, well, Look, are you really a private detective, Mr. Runyon?
Sure, why?
Because, well, you might be able to help me find him.
Who?
My father.
Where's he gone?
I don't know what... Oh, that's it, I don't know.
Hey, wait a minute with that. There's a law against crying in this car.
But I was so mean to him.
Okay, you were mean. What did you do?
I just never went anywhere with him and never let him meet any of my friends. Not even the boy I was going to marry.
Why not? What's the matter with the old guy?
He's sick. Mentally, I mean. His mind sort of wanders off and he can't remember things.
So you don't want him to queer your romance, huh?
That's right.
Has he ever walked out on you before?
Well, just once when my mother died. He lost his head and disappeared for 2 days. Well, that's why I'm out here tonight. I thought he might have been He might have been in her grave.
Was he?
No.
Well, dry your tears, kid. I'll call up somebody at the Bureau of Missing Persons first thing tomorrow morning. They'll help you find him.
Oh, won't you?
Look, honey, I'm a pro. I've got to take cases that pay off.
Oh, I'll pay.
Not my kind of dough. I need plenty to feed this starving carcass. Don't you see how thin I am?
I'll give you anything you want.
No, kid. Nothing doing.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy.
Yeah?
This is Brad Runyon. Remember me?
Who?
Brad Runyon, the fat man.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Where have you been all my life? I thought you were going to call me up sometime.
I'm calling you now.
Well, this is a fine time, you big stiff. Don't you know it's 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
All right. Tell me what it's about.
I want you to do me a turn, beautiful.
Uh-uh.
I did one for you once, remember?
But I'm in bed.
That's all right. I'm coming over with a sweet little girl.
What?
Her name's Dorothy, and I want you to look after her for a little while. She's kind of upset.
What's the matter?
Her father's missing, Kathy. Been missing for almost 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so am I. That's why I'm taking the case. Will you let me drop her off at your place?
Surely, bring her over.
Thanks, honey.
Do you think you can find her, Father?
Well, I'm going to try. I've got a hunch I might find him tonight. Only I've got to get over there right away.
Where? Where are you going?
To the morgue.
Look, Len, I know it isn't exactly cricket to ask you a lot of questions. But...
Okay, get to the point.
Well, I'm looking for a man about 60 years old, gray hair, blue eyes, and not a mark of identification on him.
Uh-huh.
You got anybody like that?
Have you any idea when he might have been brought in?
I'm not sure he was brought in, but it might have been any time in the last 2 weeks.
Gray hair, blue eyes, about 60.
That's it.
Oh, wait a minute. You say he had no mark of identification on him? Nothing in his clothes?
Not a thing. He wasn't even wearing a ring.
I know the man you mean. He fell or jumped off the viaduct over Kearney Street.
I don't know what he did. Is he here? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, he was here, but he's not here anymore.
What do you mean?
The body was claimed.
By whom? His wife's dead and his daughter's the only living relative.
Well, wait a minute. I'll look it up in the file.
Hurry it up, will you?
Oh, take it easy, Runyon. For a lousy cigar, you want an awful lot of service.
Come on.
Okay, here's the guy you're looking for. The body was brought in Friday night and claimed yesterday morning.
By whom?
A Mrs. Robert Hubbard, 610 Thornton Street.
Mrs. Robert Hubbard, who's she?
I don't know. But according to the statement she made, she was his wife.
Yes?
Good morning, Mrs. Hubbard.
Yes? What
Don't
is
be alarmed, Mrs. Hubbard. I really shouldn't have called this early in the morning, but I did want to speak to you. Are you having breakfast?
Why, no. What did you want to speak to me about?
Your husband.
Oh.
May I come in?
Yes. Yes, come in.
Thank you.
Were you a business acquaintance of Mr. Hubbard?
No, my name is Runyon. I'm a private investigator.
What?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about
What seems to be the trouble, Alice?
Oh, it's nothing, Gordon.
What do you mean it's nothing? Who is this man?
A private investigator.
Investigator? What do you want?
He wants to ask a few questions about Robert.
Well, this is a fine time to come here. Young man, do you realize it's only 2 days?
Gordon, please.
Let him go on, Mrs. Hubbard.
Confound it, haven't you detectives any sense of decency? This poor woman has just lost her husband. And for 2 days now, you people have been cross-examining her like a common criminal.
Gordon, for heaven's sake.
I don't care. I'm fed up with this nonsense. And I'm not going to put up with it any longer.
Oh, now. That sort of attitude never got anywhere. You really must excuse my brother-in-law, Mr. Runyon. He suffered a great loss, too. You see, Mr. Hubbard was his only brother.
Well, in this case, I think he's right. I'll come back some other time, Mrs. Hubbard.
Oh, no, you stay. I want you to.
But...
No, I want to know what questions you were going to ask me.
Oh, just the usual things. How long were you and your husband married, Mrs. Hubbard?
26 years.
And you lived together all the time?
Oh, yes. We were very much in love.
He'd never been married before, had he?
No, of course not.
Well, just one more question, then. When you claimed his body yesterday, Mrs. Hubbard, you had it taken to a funeral parlor.
Yes? Why?
I thought I might stop in and see it, if you don't mind.
Why?
Well, I just want to find out how much he resembles a man I'm looking for.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Impossible? For me to see the body?
Yes. Mr. Hubbard was cremated last night.
Hello? Hello, Brad.
Yeah, I'm still hanging on, Mac. Have you gotten the information for me?
Yeah, some. Hubbard was an accountant for a firm that went on the rocks about 6 months ago. But back in 1936, he worked for a bank, so he must have been bonded.
That means there's a record of his fingerprints.
Right.
Can you get it, Mac? Can you get those fingerprints and match them with the ones down at the morgue? I've got to find out if that body they claimed was really Robert Hubbard.
Okay. I'll find out and call you back.
Not at the office, Mac. I'll be over at Kathy's place.
Kathy? Well, you old son of a gun. Is that business or pleasure?
Business, Mac. My business. Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
Am I in time for breakfast, or have you had it?
Had it?
Just my luck. I came over here on an empty stomach.
Oh, is that the way it looks when it's empty?
Hey, no cracks.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist it. I'll get you some toast, Brad.
Good. And while you're at it, throw a couple of eggs on it.
Okay, this way to the kitchen.
Thanks. Where's the kid?
Dorothy?
Yeah.
Oh, she'll be back in a minute. She just went down to the corner with her fiancé.
Fiancé?
Yeah, she called him up this morning, and he came right over. He said he had something important to tell her.
So you let her walk out with him?
Shouldn't I?
How do I know? I told you to keep an eye on her, didn't I?
Yeah.
But nothing. I want that kid to stay put till I work this thing out.
Well, don't yell at me, sweetheart.
I'm not yelling. I'm just a little steamed up about this case. And if I don't hang on to that girl, I won't have anything.
Oh, don't worry about... There she is now.
I'll get it. Dorothy?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot you had company.
Oh, this is my fiancé, Mr. Runyon. Carl Weldon.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Any news about my father?
Not yet, kid, unless you have some.
Well, we do have a kind of clue. At least Carl does.
Yeah?
Tell him about it, Carl.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, it's all kind of strange, Mr. Runyon. I've never met Dorothy's father, so I can't really be sure, but... Well, it must have been him, or he wouldn't have spoken the way he did.
Who? What are you talking about?
Well, this man. He stopped me on the street and said he was Dorothy's father. Seemed sort of vague about things, but he knew we were engaged, and he wanted to wish me luck.
Go on.
Well, that's all there is to it. I spoke to him for a minute, and then he was gone, disappeared into the crowd.
When was all this?
Well, yesterday, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yesterday?
What's the matter, Brad? Anything wrong?
I'll say there is. If that man was Dorothy's father, I've had the wrong slant on this case from the very beginning.
What do you mean?
It's too hard to explain. I just took it for granted that somebody was trying to fool me.
Who?
A woman by the name of Hubbard. I thought she might have had something to do with your father's disappearance. But I'm all wet. The body she claimed at the morgue really was her husband.
What? Morgue? Oh, Mr. Runyon, don't you think my father's alive?
I do now, kid. It was just a mistake on my part. If I hadn't been looking at the case from our side, I never would have made it. I'll get that copy. It may be for me. Hello?
Hello, Brad. This is Mackenzie.
Yeah, Mac, I know.
Know what?
About the fingerprints. They match, don't they?
No, they don't. You were right about that body at the morgue. It wasn't Mr. Hubbard's.
Why did you leave her in my apartment, Brad?
Because that's the safest place for her.
You think she's in danger?
Could be. In a case as screwy as this, almost anything can happen.
But my apartment, that's not a safe place.
Why not? Only 3 of us know she's there. You, me, and the boyfriend.
Oh, and you trust all of us?
I trust you and me. I'll find out about the boyfriend in a few minutes.
How?
By waiting here in my car. Get in.
Well, what's this going to prove?
Nothing, I hope. Only I told that kid the apartment was being watched. If he's up to something, he'll try to get her out of there. If he isn't, it'll stick.
Huh. And what do we do while waiting for Rome to burn?
Just sit here for a few minutes and make with small talk. If you get bored, I'll amuse you.
How?
You gotta get bored first.
Oh,
A little. Come on, come here.
Why, Brad, don't tell me you're going to hold my hand.
I will if you take off that glove.
Why take it off this room for 2?
With a pour like this?
I like that pour.
Why? For Pete's sake, Kathy, what do you see in me?
You.
Baby, that's the nicest thing I ever heard in my life. I'm going to kiss you for that.
Oh, Brad, no, not here.
I can't wait till we get someplace else.
Oh, but it's...
Look out, baby, quick, get on.
Oh, good heavens, what happened?
Somebody threw a stone at us.
A stone?
Yeah, with a note attached to it. Probably came from a passing car.
What's on the note?
Let me look. Dear Mr. Runyon, if you drop the case you're working on, there's $500 in it for you. If you don't, there's a slab waiting for you at the morgue.
Oh, Brad.
Don't get excited, chick. I've had notes like this before.
What are you going to do?
What do you think? Take the 500.
You're crazy, Runyon. Absolutely nuts.
Now listen, Mac, I want to drop the case, the whole thing. I've got a yellow streak down my back.
Who are you kidding?
Nobody. I don't want to get bumped off any more than you do. I'm fat, but I'm not covered with armor.
Come on. What's the setup?
You heard it. I'm scared. I want to drop the case. About 24 hours.
Well, that's more like it.
I've got to drop it so I can find out who wants me to and why. Now, if you keep quiet about those fingerprints for a while, I'll split the reward with you when we make the arrest.
Reward? For what?
I don't know yet. Take your pick. Larceny, fraud, embezzlement, or murder.
Brad!
Kathy, what are you doing here? I asked you to wait for me in the car around the corner.
Brad, listen, he's gone. He's left the apartment.
Who?
Dorothy's friend, Carl.
How do you know?
I just saw him in the street.
What?
He passed by right in front of the car, so I got out and followed him.
Kathy, for Pete's sake, will you...
It's all right, he didn't see me.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
Come on, I'll show you.
Hurry up, there's something awfully screwy about all this.
You said that once before.
This time I mean it. I'm beginning to think that note we got wasn't on the level.
What do you mean?
Nobody's trying to buy me off this case. That $500 offer is just a stall.
For what?
Time. While I'm running down that note, the guy who wrote it is covering up his tracks. His or hers.
No. This way, Brad. He went through this alley and down those basement stairs.
Okay. Hold it up a second.
What's the matter?
Just want to unbutton my overcoat.
Oh, Brad, what are you doing?
Putting the gun on the outside. You stay here, baby. I'm going down those stairs.
But, Brad, you can't...
Do as I tell you. If I'm not out in 2 minutes, don't come after me. Get Mackenzie.
All right, Brad.
Don't look at me, kid. Get your watch out.
I've got it.
Oh!
Brad! Brad!
Oh, that was a mean one.
What happened, Brad? Who hit you?
I don't know. Somebody let me have it over the skull and beat it in the dark.
Here, let me see your head.
It's all right. The hat took some of the sting out of it.
Oh, can you get up?
I don't know if I want to.
Oh, Brad, you're ripped.
Somebody's coming. Stop right there, mister. I'm deadly with a .45.
What?
Brad, it's Carl.
Kathy, Mr. Runyon. Hey, what are you doing here?
Catching up with you, Carl. I think you owe me an apology for slugging me over the head.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Come on. You had your chance when I came through this door. If you didn't want to kill me, what did you want to do?
Well, you must be mistaken, Mr. Runyon. I've been looking all over this basement for Dorothy's father.
Huh? What are you giving me?
Well, I know it sounds crazy, but, well, I was told I'd find him here.
Who told you that?
A woman on the telephone. She called up the apartment and told me to hurry over here.
A woman? Just a plain, ordinary woman?
No, she mentioned a name.
What is it?
Mrs. Hubbard, I think.
What?
Mrs. Robert Hubbard.
Judas! She and Gordon must know Dorothy's in that apartment.
How did they find out?
I don't know.
One of them must have trailed me there.
Then that phone call was a trick to get me here.
You said it. Quick, we've got to get to a telephone.
Hello?
Hello, Dorothy. This is the fat man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Runyon.
Are you all right, kid?
Why, yes.
Nobody tried to break into the apartment or get you out of it?
No.
Funny. You'd better bolt the door, kid, and keep away from the windows.
Why? What's wrong?
Never mind. Just stay where you are till we get there. Don't even answer the phone.
But...
Do what I tell you, Dorothy. There's a guy named Gordon Hubbard on the loose, and he's not afraid of murder.
All right, Mr. Runyon. I'll stay here till you come.
Good. We'll be there in less than 20 minutes. Goodbye, kid.
Goodbye. Well, now what do you want me to do, Mr. Hubbard?
Put the receiver down.
Look, you can't hold me at the point of that gun forever, Mr. Hubbard. They'll be here in 20 minutes.
That's all the time I'll need. Sit down, Dorothy. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Your father.
Do you know where he is?
Yes. He's dead, Dorothy.
Oh, no.
Yes. He fell off a viaduct about 3 days ago.
Well, how do you know?
I saw his body at the morgue.
No.
Dorothy, you've got to listen to me. You've got to be brave about this because it means so much to Mrs. Hubbard.
What are you talking about?
She doesn't know about your father. She thinks the body we claimed at the morgue really was her husband. Your father and he resembled each other enough to fool her.
But who would want to fool her?
I would. I did, in fact.
Why?
Because I wanted to keep something from her. The fact that her husband was burned to death in a fire about a week ago.
What?
His charred body was found in the apartment of another woman. And I didn't want Mrs. Hubbard to know.
So you claimed my father's body in his place?
I didn't know he was your father, Dorothy. I didn't know who he was until I followed Mr. Runyon to this apartment and listened outside the door.
Oh, I see. You just went to the morgue and claimed an unidentified man.
Well, I'd been looking for someone who might pass for Mr. Hubbard. When your father was brought in, I fooled Mrs. Hubbard into thinking it was her husband.
You mean she still doesn't know?
No. But she will if you continue this investigation. She'll know the whole story about Robert and this other woman. Won't you keep my secret? Mr. Runyon can't be bought off.
It's all right, Mr. Hubbard. I'll make him drop the case.
Not on your life, sweetie. I'm not dropping this case until I find out if that story he told you is true.
But I believe him, Mr. Runyon.
So do I. The part about your father, anyway. But the other part stinks to high heaven.
Why?
Because I got slugged on the head.
What do you mean, Brad?
Figure it out. You didn't do it, did you? Carl says he didn't. And Mr. Hubbard couldn't have because he was right here in this apartment when it happened.
Then who did hit you?
Mrs. Hubbard. And if she's in on this deal, her brother-in-law's story doesn't stand up. Wait right here, Kathy. I'm going in through the window.
Must you, Brad? What do you expect to find?
A pot of gold, baby. But I'll settle for a photograph album.
How do you know Mrs. Hubbard has one?
I don't. Quiet now. I'm going to open the window.
Oh, Brad, you'll get killed if anybody's awake in there. Can't I go with you?
No, just hold the light. I'll have a hard enough time getting in myself. There.
I don't know why you can't let the police do this.
I think I see what I came for.
The album?
Yeah. Right over here in the magazine rack.
Hurry, Brad.
Just a second. Here, flash the light on this, honey.
What are you looking for?
A picture of Gordon Hubbard. If there is any such thing.
Well, don't you think there is?
Not if my hunch... Duck, baby, duck. Somebody's coming.
You shouldn't have done that.
Why not? Somebody was at that window. I saw him.
But suppose it was the fat man.
So much the better. Turn on the lights.
Gordon, it is the fat man. You killed him.
Stay where you are, Alice. He's faking.
Not faking, Mr. Hubbard. Just giving my assistant a little more time to get to the police.
What assistant? What are you talking about?
You'll find out.
So will you. Get up.
What's the matter? Can't you kill me lying down?
I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to have you arrested for breaking into this house.
I plead guilty. What's your plea, Mr. Hubbard?
I don't believe I'm on trial.
You will be when I find out how much insurance your brother carried.
Oh, Gordon.
Shut up.
What's the matter, Mr. Hubbard? You're not the beneficiary, are you?
No, I'm not.
Then Mrs. Hubbard is.
Naturally. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. If her husband is really dead.
Runyon, please. If you know what I told Dorothy, please don't repeat it. Not in front of Mrs. Hubbard, please.
The story I know, Mrs. Hubbard knows, too. You're her husband, Gordon.
No.
You must be. It's the only way you both can be in on it. You're trying to collect insurance on a man who never died.
You're crazy.
Am I? You needed money, Mr. Hubbard, badly. So you went to a plastic surgeon and had your face made over. The scars still show underneath your sideburns.
Oh, Gordon.
Thanks for the confirmation, Mrs. Hubbard, but I don't really need it. If he's the man he says he is, there ought to be a picture of him in this album I'm sitting on.
Get up.
Give me a left.
Get up or I'll kill you.
Okay, Mr. Hubbard.
Oh, you pulled the rug.
Drop that gun or I'll shoot it out of your hand.
Robert!
What did you call him, Mrs. Hubbard?
Oh,
You called him by his right name, Robert.
You can't prove it.
Maybe I can't, Mr. Hubbard. But your fingerprints will. Well, Mac, what's the story?
He's a man, all right. His fingerprints are the same as Robert Hubbard's.
And that washes it up as far as I'm concerned. The police ought to be able to carry on from here.
Oh, what about Dorothy's father?
What do you mean?
Did they kill him or just claim his body at the morgue?
Hey, you got something there.
She has at that. My little assistant is learning fast.
Oh, am I your little assistant?
You ran for the cops, didn't you? For all you knew, you were saving me from a death worse than fate.
Now, that's gratitude for you.
Now, wait a minute, you two. I want to know about this murder business. Now, if Hubbard Yeah?
Telephone, Mackenzie.
Okay. Now, don't go away, Runyon. I'll be right back.
Well, Brad, what do you think?
I think you're good, just baby.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the case.
You're too far away. I can't hear you.
You're not listening.
Do you blame me? You've got a figure that makes a guy stop and look, but not listen.
Oh, Brad, no.
I can't hear you.
Darling, not in a police station.
Anywhere.
Brad.
Oh, stop coughing and come in, Mac. You know how I feel about Kathy.
Well, I know you're not interested, but Hubbard didn't murder that girl's father. He just claimed the body of an unidentified man.
How do you know?
The kid just called me. Her father's still alive.
What?
Yeah. He'd been walking around in a daze for a while, and when it cleared up, he remembered who he was and went home.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, that's this business for you, Kathy. If he hadn't been lost, Mr. Hubbard would never have been found. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Through a Crystal.
Caseman Road is one of those neat little suburban streets where the bungalows don't quite look exactly alike. It was just before midnight when my car stopped in front of number 614. The street was as quiet and peaceful as a country school in July, and most of the bungalows were dark. But number 614 wasn't dark. A light blazed in the living room. Through the window, I could see a black-haired man, big enough to wear one of my suits. walking nervously back and forth, puffing on a cigarette. I looked the place over carefully. Dainty colored curtains made the windows into valentines, and the furniture looked delicate and neat. A bowl of fresh flowers stood on a table near the window. The black-haired man was still pacing as I walked up on the porch, but he stopped abruptly when he heard my steps, and I got a good look at him through the window. His frightened eyes stared toward the door as he ground out the cigarette. He stood there long enough for me to see that he looked 30, but was probably a good deal older. When I hit the knocker, he jumped, then headed for the door.
Who's there?
The fat man, Brad Runyon.
Oh. Come in. I wasn't sure who it was.
Expecting somebody else?
No, I'm not expecting anyone but you. I'm nervous, I guess.
Why?
Well, after all, I don't do this sort of thing every night.
Just what sort of thing are we doing, Frazier? You weren't too specific over the telephone.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I couldn't say too much on the phone.
You're not talking on a phone now.
What time is it?
5 minutes to 12.
At 12:30, I'm going to meet some men. I want you to go with me.
Why do you need me?
Well, I'm not sure about these men. I don't trust them, and I might need help.
Who are the men?
I don't know.
Why are you meeting them?
To give them some money.
Blackmail?
No, not exactly. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but during the last 3 or 4 months, it seems a gang of thieves have developed a new and apparently very safe racket.
Somebody comes up with a new racket every day. Which one has you cornered?
Well, I'm not exactly involved. I'm merely acting as an agent for a friend. These thieves pick out some prominent person, usually a woman. They watch her closely, learn her habits, and try to find out what valuable jewelry she may have.
They then wait for an opportune time and hold her up.
Exactly. They usually steal something of great value that would be difficult to peddle.
So they hold it for ransom. Is that the idea?
More or less. They contact the victim and offer to sell it back for a sum much less than the actual value of the jewels.
A nice, clean little racket.
Yes.
And this friend of yours is, of course, a woman.
Of course.
Married.
Naturally.
But you're not married, and you were with her when she was held up.
Now, look here, Runyon. I'm hiring you to accompany me in case there's any trouble, and I don't intend to...
Skip it. I'm not interested in your private life. I just want the facts. You were with her, weren't you?
Yes. Her husband has a terrible temper, and he doesn't know the bracelet is gone yet. If he should find out...
Your name would be Myra.
I'm thinking of the woman.
Sure. So it was a bracelet?
Yes, a diamond bracelet worth about $40,000.
What are they asking?
$5,000.
Did she give you the money?
I have it here in my pocket.
Where are you supposed to meet these guys?
Well, it's about a 15-minute drive from here out in the country. We'd better get started. Do you have a gun?
Yeah. Why?
I don't want any trouble, any shooting. I'd prefer it if you empty your gun. If they try anything when I give them the money, you can step out with the gun and frighten them away.
They don't sound like the kind of boys who frighten easy. And you don't look like a wife chaser to me. I think I'll keep the bullets in.
I don't understand.
It may just be a coincidence, but we might look a little too much alike standing still in the dark.
You better stop here. Turn off the lights.
Nice lonesome spot.
I'm to meet them just this side of the old covered bridge over Ross Creek. It's about 200 yards down that little dirt road, leading off from our right up ahead. Can you see it?
I think so.
I'll walk on down there. Wait about a minute and then follow me, but don't make any noise. Keep a good distance back, but watch me. If they start anything, then you can do whatever you think best.
I've got a better plan.
What?
First, tell me the name of this friend of yours.
I can't do that.
Anything you tell me is confidential. I'd lose my license if I tried any funny business. Now, what's her name?
I don't see what difference it makes.
It might make a big difference.
Very well. Her name is Mrs. David Creel.
That's better. Now, listen to me. I don't like this job, and I don't like your story. You're going to sit here in this car while I take a look at that bridge.
But they might hear you.
Let me worry about that. If you're on the level, a little scouting won't do any harm. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Get down in the back of my car so nobody passing can see you.
All right, but be careful.
That's just exactly what I'm doing. The moon ducked behind a cloud as I moved off into the shadows, got contrary, and popped out again just as I reached the little dirt road. I stopped by a tree and glanced back. The car looked empty. For 5 seconds, I stood under the tree listening. Only the sound of crickets broke the silence. I felt uneasy, and I didn't know why. There was something wrong with the picture, something about the big guy huddled on the floor of the car that I didn't like. Pulling the pistol from my hip pocket, I headed for the covered bridge, taking my time and hugging the shadows under the overhanging trees. The bridge loomed ahead like a barn in the middle of the road. 10 yards from the bridge, the chirping of the crickets suddenly stopped. I stopped and held my breath. Nothing for 10 seconds, and then they started again. I walked onto the bridge and across to the other side. A black convertible with the top down was half hidden in the trees just off the road. It was empty, but the driver's license in the pocket was made out to David Creel. I was halfway back up the little dirt road when I heard somebody trying to get through the brush. Slipping the safety on my gun, I waited behind a bush. What's your hurry, Mr. Creel?
Oh, who were you?
Little Boy Blue. And this is no horn in my hand. It's a loaded .45.
What do you want? How did you know who I was?
You ought to carry your driver's license in your wallet.
My driver's license? But my license...
It's in the pocket of your car.
Oh, yes. Yes, my car.
Let's take a walk, Creel.
First, tell me who you are.
I'm a private detective.
A detective?
He's waiting for you in my car.
He?
My client. The guy you're looking for. He was afraid of you, so he hired me to come along and hold his hand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Move along. He's about 50 yards down the road. You don't look like a mob to me.
Listen to me. I don't know who you are or what you're talking about.
Then what are you prowling around the woods this hour of the night for?
That's my business.
Was he blackmailing you, or were you blackmailing him?
There's been some mistake.
Yeah. There's my car up ahead. He's waiting inside. On the floor. He's scared silly. And I thought a mob was gunning for him.
Wait a minute. What's this about a mob?
That's his story. I guess he felt foolish being afraid of you.
No, I think you're wrong. Who is he? Who's waiting in that car?
Frazier. Who else?
Frazier? Carl Frazier?
Yeah. Wasn't he the guy you were expecting?
No, I wasn't expecting anybody.
Then what were you doing here?
I followed someone here tonight.
Who?
My wife, Emily.
What was she doing here?
I don't know. I suspected she'd been seeing this Frazier. Tonight, she took my car. I had a taxi waiting on the corner. I followed her out here to the other side of the bridge.
Then you didn't drive your own car here?
No. I left the taxi about 300 or 400 yards back, from where she parked back there in the trees. I tried to follow her in the woods, but I must have lost her.
Come on. I think we'll have a talk with Frazier.
What was all that about, blackmail?
I don't know yet. It's Runyon, Frazier. Get out and come out here. It's okay, Frazier. There's nothing to be afraid of.
He must have left the car. Emily must have been the person he was meeting.
I don't know who he was meeting, Creel, but whoever it was didn't like him much.
Hmm? How do you know?
They stuck a knife in the back of his neck.
We can't hold Creel any longer, Brad. He won't admit a thing. The boys worked on him all night. He admits trailing his wife, but says he lost her in the woods. The same story he gave you.
No fingerprints on the knife, Mac.
Nah.
What did you find on Frazier's body?
The usual stuff. Watch, cigarettes, wallet.
What was in the wallet?
$9 in cash, some stamps, a tailor's receipt for a suit of clothes, nothing that means anything.
Frazier told me he was carrying $5,000 in cash.
Hey, that might make a difference. Did you see the dough?
No, but I think he had the cash, or something that was worth that much or more.
What do you mean?
I don't know, Mac. What about Mrs. Creel?
Well, we haven't found her yet. We found Creel's car, though. It was parked in an alley over near Covert Street. Looks like she's our baby.
Maybe, but don't discount Creel. If Frazee was playing around with his wife, Creel had a swell motive, and he had the opportunity.
On the other hand, you said yourself this Frazier wasn't exactly a lady chaser. I can't imagine any dame going for it.
That's the part that doesn't fit, unless he was blackmailing her. But I think there's something else in this, Mac. Something that hasn't shown yet.
I think it's a woman, Brad. When we get her...
I'll call you later, Mac. I got a visitor.
Okay.
I'm looking for Mr. Runyon.
Your search is ended. Have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm pretty busy right now. What did you want to see me about?
You're not too busy to make $5,000, are you?
Murder is a very serious crime, Mrs. Creel.
You knew me. Kublan was right.
Kublan?
He's a famous mystic, a great man.
And you go to this Kublan for advice?
Yes. He said you'd give me the letter back for $5,000. You will, won't you?
Maybe.
I have the money here in my purse. I promise the police will never know.
Never know what, Mrs. Creel?
That you murdered Carl Frazier last night. Oh, you needn't pretend, Mr. Runyon. The letter was not on Carl's body last night.
Then you were the one he had a date with?
Yes. He was to bring the letter, and I...
The letter?
Of course. Oh, it was foolish of me, I know, but I thought I loved him. Then he wouldn't see me. I became frantic. I wrote this letter and told him I loved him and how much he meant to me. Please give it back to me. I'll give you the $5,000 gladly, and I'll forget that I've ever seen you.
It's not as simple as that, Mrs. Creel.
But why not? If you took the letter...
I didn't take any letter, and I didn't kill Frazier. He told me a bracelet had been stolen from you by a gang of hold-up men. He said he was buying it back for you.
A hold-up and a bracelet? There wasn't any hold-up. I've lost nothing.
You didn't give Frazier $5,000 to buy back a stolen bracelet for you?
No. No, of course not. Don't you see, he was blackmailing me for the letter I'd written. He was going to sell the letter to me last night. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I think I do understand.
What do you mean?
Frazier hired me to go with him last night because he was afraid the person he had a date with was going to kill him. Mrs. Creel, you killed Carl Frazier last night.
I'm desperate, Mr. Runyon. I want that letter, and I intend to get it.
The gun won't help you.
I want that letter.
Sorry, I don't have it. Maybe your husband got it.
David?
Uh-huh. He was there last night, too. He followed you in a taxi.
No. No, he couldn't have. Well, that's impossible. Don't move, Mr. Runyon. And don't try to follow me.
I wouldn't think of it, Mrs. Creel.
Yes?
I've come to see Kublan.
Who is calling, please?
Mr. Shanks called about an hour ago.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Shanks. Come in. His Excellency will see you at once.
Good.
Would you just follow me? Since this is your first visit, Mr. Shanks, I feel I must warn you of our rules.
Rules?
Under no circumstances must you speak while His Excellency is concentrating. Second, we prefer as little publicity as possible. I'm sure you understand.
I think I do.
Third, it is customary to pay in advance for the reading. So, if you please, $10.
You are
Thank you so much. In here. Mr. Shanks is here, Your Excellency.
I am ready. Come in, sir. That will be all, Mother. Please be seated in the chair across the table from me. Is there any particular thing you want to know? Perhaps you have lost something, Mr. Shanks.
It's possible. You're the fortune teller. Suppose you get out your crystal ball and tell me.
We have no place here for skeptics.
I paid my $10.
Very well. Mr. Runyon?
You didn't learn that from the crystal ball.
Why did you come here, Mr. Runyon?
There was a murder last night.
Really? And what might that have to do with me?
I don't know. But when I talked it over with my crystal ball, your name came up in the conversation.
I am afraid I do not follow you.
I didn't think you would, Kublan. I'm talking about Mrs. David Creel.
Creel.
Look in the crystal ball. Maybe that'll help your memory.
Yes, I think I do remember Mrs. Creel.
It seems she lost a letter.
Oh, yes, of course. Now I remember. A rather good-looking woman.
Some people might think so.
She has been to me several times for readings.
She wasn't here this morning by any chance.
This morning? Oh, no, she has not been in for some time. I remember the lost letter now. It seems it was rather important. She wanted to know where it was.
And you told her?
Mr. Runyon, whether or not you believe in extrasensory powers is no concern of mine. There are a number of people who attribute such powers to me.
And there are a number of doctors who tell rich women they're sick if the rich women want to be told that.
Naturally. A man must make a living. Call me a quack if you wish. I do nothing outside the law. No one is forced to come to me or to believe what I foresee.
And what did you foresee about this lost letter of Mrs. Creel's?
Didn't you have the lost letter, Mr. Runyon?
No.
I think you did, Mr. Runyon. And I think you still have it. Very nice, Mother. You are stronger than you look. Quickly, search him.
All right, Kelly, break it down. Okay, Lieutenant. Drop that knife. Hey, Brad. Brad, what in the name of...
Mac.
Brad, that knife, did you kill him?
No, Mac, I didn't do it. At least I don't think I did.
Who is it?
A phony fortune teller named Kublan.
What happened to you?
Somebody slugged me from behind about 4 or 5 hours ago. I don't remember anything else. I woke up just a second ago. This knife was in my hand. Somebody's idea of a joke, I guess.
Some joke?
Yeah. How did you get in on the party?
A phone call tipped us that there'd been a murder at the fortune teller's. Where do you fit in, Brad?
Mrs. Creel was a patient or a patrol of this guy Kublan. He sent her to me to get a letter that Frazier was blackmailing her with.
You? But I don't get it.
I think I'm beginning to.
Did the same person that killed Frazier last night kill the Swami?
I'm not sure. I think Frazier and this guy Kublan were working a racket together.
Blackmail, huh?
Yeah, that's an old racket. They look for silly women. The fortune teller gives her the works, gets her confidence by telling her a few obvious things. Then he tells her some dark man is coming into her life. I've seen it hundreds of times. Then Frazier pops up and the game is on.
Yeah, I get it.
In this case, it was a love letter she wrote to Frazier, probably at Kublan's directions. After that, they wring her dry. The fortune teller pretends to help her, but of course he only makes it tougher for her.
Then she must have gotten wise to him and knocked them both off.
Maybe. But it could also be her husband. And there's something else.
What?
This guy Kublan had an assistant, a tall, dark, oriental-looking babe named Myra. It could be any one of the three. Let's take a ride, Mac. Whoever killed Frazier and Kublan did it to get the blackmail letter, but I don't think they got it. I think the letter is still somewhere in that house, and unless I miss my guess, the murderer probably thinks so too.
gun, Mac. The door's unlocked.
Check.
I don't think anybody's here now. Let's find a light.
Yeah, here's a switch. Hey, look at this place.
Yeah.
Looks like a cyclone hit it. Must have been the murderer, all right.
Whoever it was in an awful hurry.
I wonder if they found the letter.
I don't think so, Mac.
Why not?
First, they were in too much of a hurry.
And second...
Don't you notice anything peculiar in this room, Mac?
No, I don't think so. Nothing except the room's been torn apart.
I don't mean that. I mean something unusual, something that isn't right.
No. What are you driving at?
That bowl of flowers on the table by the window.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't broken.
Look at the flowers, Mac.
Well, tulips, aren't they?
Yeah. When I was here last night, I noticed them. I thought at the time it was funny for a man to have fresh flowers in his house, even a man like Frazier. But, of course, last night the tulips were fresh, so they all looked alive. But now they're all wilted, except one.
You mean that one is an artificial flower?
That's right, Mac. A good one, too. Now then.
Hey, in the stem.
Uh-huh. It's hollow. Here, let's see now. It's the letter, all right, Mac, and it's a little beauty. No wonder it was valuable.
How very clever of you, gentlemen.
Hello, Marver.
The letter, please. Throw it on the floor. And put your hands well above your head.
Okay, there you are.
Put the gun down. You can't get away with this.
Perhaps you are right. However, they have not got me yet. And you will not be able to help them.
Well, then, would you satisfy a condemned man's curiosity? Did you kill Kublan?
Why, yes. Yes, I killed Kublan. I killed him because the fool was going to try and pin Frazier's murder on me.
You didn't kill Frazier?
No. Kublan killed him.
Why?
He was a fool, too. A greedy fool. He was holding out on us. Walk over to the wall and face it.
Killing us won't help you.
Do as I say.
Okay. I see where you fit. You were going to use the letter for your own little blackmail, huh?
Very clever. Is there anything else you would like to know before you die?
Yeah. Why do you want the letter now?
Well, it happens to be rather valuable, Mr. Runyon.
Sure. As long as she was alive, you could blackmail her, but now she's dead.
Dead? What are you saying? Who is dead?
Why, Mrs. Creel, of course.
You lying.
Lying? You killed her yourself, didn't you?
She is not dead. She can't be dead.
Hey, wait a minute. Mac, we're wrong.
Huh?
What a couple of saps we are. Marva really doesn't know about Mrs. Creel.
What are you talking about?
Don't you see, Mac? It must have been her husband. He killed her tonight because of Kublan and the letter. Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
It all fits. This babe didn't kill Mrs. Creel. She'd never kill the goose that laid her golden eggs. That's why she still wants the letter. The joke's on you, honey.
Are you telling the truth? Is Mrs. Creel really dead?
Call the police if you don't believe me. Well, everything's clear now. Let's get on with the shooting. Or maybe you'd like to make a deal with us.
A deal? What sort of a deal?
I'm not quite ready for the next world yet, and I don't think Lieutenant Mackenzie is either.
You turn around, please. Speak quickly.
Okay.
Now keep your hands up. Now then, this deal.
If Creel killed his wife instead of you, we've got him cold.
So? I do not follow you.
He could just as easily have killed Kublan, too.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. Then if I let you go, you will...
Sure. If Creel's going up for one murder, he might as well go for two.
And let her off? Nothing doing. Go ahead and shoot.
Don't be a sap, Mac.
I won't do it, Brad, and I won't let you either.
You can't stop me, Mac. It'll be your word against mine. Creel killed Kublan, didn't he, beautiful?
Yes. And as for this stupid Mackenzie, I should kill him anyway. It would be better.
Maybe it would. Go ahead.
But, Brad, you must be
Keep
nuts.
quiet, you fool. Now, Now we will see how this gun feels against your head.
Oh, you...
Let go of my arm.
Let's see how the gun feels in my hand.
No, you...
Grab her, Mac, okay?
Let me go.
There.
Go, you...
Yeah, nice work, Brad. Boy, you had me plenty worried there for a minute.
Yeah. Now you can worry, baby. Get the cuffs on him, Mac.
Right. Hey, but Brad, how did you know that Mrs. Creel was dead? We didn't...
She's not dead, Mac.
Then you were lying.
Save it, baby, save it. You know, I'm surprised at you. A big-time fortune teller like you should have been through that. The trouble with you is you don't consult your own crystal ball. If you did, you'd see that murder always puts you behind the 8 ball. That's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Black Moon.
There are a lot of places in the Midwest like Boone City. 20 to 30,000 people, 1 or 2 good industries, and a country club set. I don't, as a rule, take jobs so far away from home. But the letter had been pleading, almost frantic. Please, Mr. Runyon, please come at once. If anyone can help Tommy, it's you. There was a check and a promise of more. And it was signed Lucy Nelson. It took a shoe shine, a haircut, and an across-the-counter lunch to find out that Lucy Nelson lived with an aunt and uncle. The uncle, Frank Livingston, was the local big shot. He came from the oldest and richest family in town, and he owned the eldest and most expensive house. When I got there, a girl opened the door. She wasn't exactly beautiful, not if you go by Hollywood standards, but there wasn't anything wrong with her either. There was something clean and fresh about her. It made me think of burning leaves and football games. Her brown eyes were troubled, and her hands kept folding and unfolding nervously before she spoke.
Mr. Runyon?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Come in. Uncle Frank and Aunt Muriel are waiting in the living room. I'm Lucy Nelson, Mr. Runyon. I'm engaged to Tommy Barnes, the boy I told you about in the letter. We're going to be married this time next week, and then this terrible thing happened.
Lucy, was it Mr.
Yes, Aunt Muriel, it's Mr. Runyon.
Come in, Runyon. Come in.
My aunt and uncle, Mr. Runyon.
How do you do?
How do you do? It was good of you to come, Mr. Runyon. Poor Lucy, she's been half crazy. I do hope you can do something to help.
Sit down, Runyon.
Yeah, thanks.
It was a long trip for you. I hope it won't be a waste of your time, but as Mrs. Livingston says, if there's any possible chance, we don't want to overlook it.
I know Tommy is innocent, Mr. Runyon. He just couldn't murder anybody. That's why I insisted on writing to you.
You didn't say much in your letter, Miss Nelson. Tell me about this girl who was murdered. I think you said she was an actress.
Not exactly an actress. She was in the chorus, a showgirl. I didn't know her. In fact, I'd never even seen her, and I didn't know she was in Boone City until she was found murdered in a hotel room.
Hey, when was that?
It was just 6 days ago.
A maid found her body in room 755 at the Boone house.
That's the biggest hotel in town.
How was she killed?
She was shot.
Anybody hear the gun?
No. The police say it must have happened late at night.
This boy, Tommy Barnes, why was he arrested?
That's a terrible part. They didn't actually have any evidence, but, well, you see, Tommy'd known her. Her name was Angela Keene.
Was she a native of Boone City?
No. Tommy met her in New York and fell in love with her. At the time, he wrote me that our engagement was off. Later, he came home to Boone City and got a job. Seemed to have forgotten all about her.
I see.
Maybe you think I'm crazy, Mr. Runyon, but I loved him. So I took him back, and we decided to get married. And this horrible thing happened.
Didn't Tommy have an alibi?
No, Mr. Runyon. And to make it worse, the police proved that Angela telephoned Tommy. They also proved that he met her during the afternoon before she was killed.
Did he deny meeting the girl?
No. He said she called him to say hello and asked him to come down and have a drink for old time's sake. He said he left her at 5:45 and didn't see her again.
Didn't he know why she was coming here?
He said that she told him she was just passing through and had stopped for the night.
She was driving a car then?
Yes, it was almost brand new, a beautiful car.
Showgirls don't usually drive big, expensive cars.
Of course they don't. And that story about just passing through. Tommy had known her, had been engaged to her, broken it off. No, it just doesn't make sense any other way. I like Tommy Runyon. I've known him all his life, but it does look bad.
But he didn't kill her. He couldn't. Mr. Runyon, I'm sure there must be...
Now, Lucy, you must try and control yourself. We're doing everything we can.
I've got the best lawyer in town for the boy, but he told me quite frankly that he didn't think Tommy had a chance.
He's innocent. I know he is. Oh, Mr. Runyon, you can help, can't you?
I'll do the best I can, but from what I've heard so far, it looks like the boy's in a tough spot. However, I'll get to work on it. And in case you want me, I'll be at the same hotel the murder occurred in. The Boone House.
Here, Mr. Room 750. Oh, it's unlocked. Guess the maid's inside. Yeah. Hi, Mom.
Hello, Joey.
Just put the bag over there.
You didn't come home last night, Joey. Where were you?
Forget it. My mom's a maid here. She thinks I'm still a kid.
He's only 19. Joey, why didn't
Don't pay no attention to her. Listen, Mom, this man's not interested in your troubles.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted...
Here you are, son.
Thanks. If you need anything, just call for Joey.
I'll remember.
I'm sorry I spoke like that, mister, but I was worried about him.
That's all right. Kids that age are apt to get cocky.
He's a good boy, and it's just recently he's been acting this way. I think the money he makes goes to his head.
Bellboys don't make much money.
No, but he gambles a lot, and he's been awful lucky. I found 3 brand new $100 bills in his shirt pocket the other night.
New $100 bills don't usually come from bellboy poker games. Oh, don't worry about him. He looks like a nice kid. I'll have a little talk with him the next time he comes up.
Thank you, mister.
Understand you had a little excitement here last week.
Yes. And about the murder?
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. I found her in a room when I went in to clean. It was that room right across the hall, 755.
Funny nobody heard the shot.
Well, Joey says there was a drunken party going on in one of the rooms on this floor. They were making an awful lot of noise.
Joey was on duty that night.
Yes. The police did a lot of questioning, but nobody heard a thing. Anyway, they got the man that did it. She was such a pretty girl, too.
So I heard.
I'm talking my head off, and I've got work to do. You won't forget to speak to Joey?
I won't forget.
Thank you, mister.
Hello, this is Mr. Runyon in room 750. There's a bellboy down there named Joey. Will you send him up here right away?
Got the right boy, mister. What can I do for you?
Sit down.
Sit down?
I want to talk to you.
What kind of... Oh, I get it. The old lady's been talking to you. Well, listen, she's nuts. She's getting old and screwed.
I don't think so. Go on, sit down.
Look, I ain't a kid. I work here and I got no time to be sitting around listening to lectures. If you want something, speak up or else I'm leaving.
I want something, all right. I want to know where you got the money.
What money?
The brand new $100 bills.
Well, she told you that. Why, that knows it.
That is no way to talk about your mother. Now sit down.
Get your hands up. What do you think you're...
Now, where did you get the money?
That's my business.
The FBI might think it's their business.
The FBI? What are you talking about?
The murder in room 755. Remember it?
Sure, I remember it. It was a local job. The FBI don't meddle in local jobs.
Oh, you're a sap, Joey. The girl came from New York, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
New York's not in this state, is it?
You mean that makes it federal?
What do you think? Look, I'm trying to give you a break. Now, where did you get the money?
I won it. Gambling.
You didn't win that money gambling. Joey, don't you know that bills are numbered?
Listen, you a G-man?
I told you I'm trying to give you a break. The FBI doesn't think you killed the girl.
Me kill her? Of course I didn't. Well, I caught the guy, Tommy Barnes.
The FBI doesn't think he killed her either. They do think somebody was paid off with new bills to keep quiet. Somebody who saw something.
Nobody saw nothing. Nobody heard nothing.
I think you did, Joey.
No, I tell you, I didn't hear nothing.
But you saw something.
Well, it wasn't anything. It couldn't have been.
Who paid you off, Joey?
Look, I don't know where the dough came from. It was in the pocket of my uniform, and there was a note with it.
What did the note say?
Well, it just said, you didn't see anybody the night of October 1st. That was the night the dame was killed.
But you did see somebody.
Listen, you gotta help me, mister. I mean, if the FBI... Well, it couldn't have nothing to do with the killing because, well, they got the goods on that guy, Tommy Barnes. Look, I think whoever it was just didn't want to get mixed up in it.
Let me worry about that. What did you see?
Well, it must have been about 2 a.m. There was a party going on in one of the rooms on this floor. I brought out some liquor. Just as I got out of the elevator, I seen somebody running down the hall and through the door to the stairs.
Did you recognize who it was?
No, I couldn't see nothing but the back.
What did he look like?
Well, I couldn't tell much. But it wasn't a man. It was a woman.
What is it, Mr. Runyon? Have you learned something?
Yes, Miss Nelson. It might be important or it might not mean anything. Where's your uncle?
Oh, just a second, I'll call him. Uncle Frank?
Yes, Lucy?
It's Mr. Runyon. Could you come downstairs?
Just a minute.
Well, what have you found out?
Where were you, Miss Nelson, at the time of the murder?
Well, I was here at home in bed.
Could you prove it?
Prove it? Well, I don't know. I was in my room. Well, what do you mean?
I mean that somebody saw a woman running down the hall of the 7th floor of the hotel at about the time of the murder.
But you don't think that...
It could have been you.
But... Oh, why, that's absurd. I was here at home asleep.
What is it, Runyon? You've made some progress?
I think so. I found a witness who saw a woman running away from the murder room.
A woman? But I don't understand. Why didn't this witness come forward when Tommy was arrested?
Somebody bribed him to keep quiet.
Who?
He said he didn't know where the money came from. But I think he was lying.
Who was the witness?
A bellboy in the hotel.
Didn't he recognize the woman?
He said he didn't. But I've got a hunch he'll be able to identify her if he sees her again. After midnight when I got back to the hotel. On the way to my room, I stopped in front of 755, the room where Angela Keene had been murdered. I stood there a minute listening. No sound came from inside, so I took out a ring of pass keys, found one that fitted, and went in. It was an ordinary hotel room of the better class type. 2 single beds, a dresser, closet, and modern bathroom. There was nothing to show that a murder had been committed, unless you wanted to call the brand new carpet significant. I ran my finger along the top of the dresser and came away with a thin layer of dust on it. The room hadn't been cleaned in several days, probably not since the day after the murder when the new rug had been put in. Something might have been overlooked. I dropped to my knees to look under the dresser, and then I heard the doorknob turning. The light switch was across the room, and my gun was in my suitcase in room 750. I got slowly to my feet as the door swung open. A man stood in the doorway. He was medium in height, but slim. His eyes were slits under the low brim of his hat. He closed the door with his feet and came slowly towards me, moving on the balls of his feet like a boxer. In his right hand was an Army .45.
Looking for something, fat man?
Uh-huh. A murderer.
All the murderers in this town are in jail.
I don't think so.
This isn't a healthy climate for thinking. I'm giving you a break, fat man. Who hired you?
A client.
Okay, play it wise, Flatfoot. You're fooling with dynamite.
Meaning you?
If I were you, I wouldn't stay long enough to find out.
No kidding. And what if I do?
I don't think you will, but just in case... Maybe that'll help you make up your mind. Next time it won't be a fist, it'll be the gun. There's a train leaving for New York at 10 o'clock in the morning. Get on it, fat man, and forget you ever heard of this town.
I had a visitor last night.
A visitor?
Somebody with a gun and a good left hook. Drive to number 410 Foster Street.
But this man last night, did he...
A tough boy. Took a crack at me and told me to get out of town on the 10 o'clock train this morning.
I don't understand. Why would...
That's the easy answer. Your boyfriend didn't murder Angela Keene, but somebody is pretty anxious to pin it onto him.
Do you know who the man was?
I'm a stranger in town, sweetheart.
I mean, did you see... Well, what did he look like?
Dark complexion, about 5'10", slim. His hook isn't as good as it was 10 years ago, but he still knows how. He's in his late 30s, and I think he was a pro boxer at one time.
Brass.
What?
He must have been Luke Brass.
Who's Luke Brass?
He's a local racketeer. Everybody knows him, and nobody does anything about him. Seems to have a hand in everything. He was a boxer once. Good one, too.
You're telling me.
But why would he threaten you? Unless he killed Angela Keene. Do you think...
Maybe.
But if Luke threatened you, he means it. Oh, he's dangerous. Look, it's only 9 o'clock. You can catch that train.
I thought you wanted me to prove your boyfriend's innocence.
Of course I do, but don't you see that there really isn't any need for you to stay now anyway? When Uncle Livingston told me this morning that the FBI was interested, I felt that they would clear it up.
I see. Just the same, Miss Nelson, I think I'll stay. Is this Foster Street?
Yes. Where are we going?
To call on a bellboy named Joey. I want to see if he can identify the woman he saw running down the hotel hall the night Angela Keene was murdered.
Yes. Why, Mr. Runyon.
That's right, and this is Miss Nelson.
How do you do? I didn't mean for you to go to all this trouble to speak to Joey. I thought you'd see him at the hotel.
I did see him at the hotel. I want to see him again. Is he here?
Why, yes, but he's asleep.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wake Joey up.
But he gets mad if I disturb him.
Then I'll wake him.
What's wrong? Joey hasn't done anything, has he? I mean...
Now, don't you worry. Just show me where his room is.
It's the last one on the left at the end of the hall.
Come on, Miss Nelson.
You tell him I warned you he was sleeping. I don't...
I'll tell him.
Mr. Runyon, I'm frightened. Luke Brass meant what he said about that train. Look, why don't you...
First, let's talk to Joey. Here's his room. Joey.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's here. Joey, wake up.
What is it?
Stay out there.
Why? What's wrong?
Plenty. Somebody climbed in this window and killed Joey.
You should have taken that train, Mr. Runyon.
It's too late now.
But the police, you could have asked them for protection. You could have told them that you were threatened.
I know what I'm doing. The police don't think there's any connection between the bellboy's murder and the murdered girl Angela Keene. When the kid's mother gets through babbling about his gambling, the police will be sure he was killed over a bad debt.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get out at the next corner and send you home.
No, I'm not going to leave you alone. I got you into this, and if you insist on going ahead, I'm staying with you.
You're going to do as I tell you. There have been 2 murders already. Whoever's behind this business isn't kidding. I'll be better off without you around, and so will you. Now, pull over and let me out.
All right. Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. Drive back home and stay there. Oh, and by the way, tell your uncle to stick around, too. I may need all the local influence I can get in a little while.
Keep walking straight towards that car, Fat Man, the one with the open door.
Hello, Brass.
You're driving, Fat Man. Get in.
Suppose I don't feel like riding.
This is a gun in my pocket, Runyon. We're going to a nice, quiet spot out in the country. Now keep your hands behind your back and walk down towards the creek.
This is a sucker play, Brass.
Yeah, and you're the sucker. I gave you a break, Fat Man. You should have gotten on that train.
I haven't forgotten what you gave me. Did you kill that bellboy?
You want to know too much, Fat Man.
I help it if I'm inquisitive.
That's a big mistake in this town.
Who killed the chorus girl, Brass? Who are you covering for? It's not the Nelson girl, is it?
Okay, that's far enough. Turn around.
I didn't think it was the girl. You're a sap, Brass. Don't you see what he's doing?
He?
Sure, don't you get it?
What are you talking about?
He's gonna make you the fall guy.
Not this, baby. That's why you're taking the long count. Nobody's throwing me to the FBI.
Oh, I told you were a sap, Brass. That's a gag. The FBI isn't interested in this business.
You're lying.
Use your head.
The girl was from out of the States.
So what? That's not a federal offense, is it?
Yeah, but...
Don't you see now why he told you the FBI was in it? He knew you'd kill the bellboy and me. Then he could throw you to the cops for everything.
Wait a minute. How do I know you're not lying?
Let's go see him.
Yeah, let's go see him. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe if he's that kind of a rat, it'll... Why, you...
A little judo, Brass. Nice gun, Brass. I'll keep it to replace the one of mine you threw away back there.
Listen, Runyon, give me a break. I gave you one.
Sure, I'll give you a break.
The boss lied to me about the FBI.
He didn't know he was lying.
What do you mean?
That's how I knew he was behind it. I told the bellboy that stuff about the FBI. The boy got scared and told Livingston. He paid off the bellboy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Livingston got scared, too. If he'd used his head, he'd have known the FBI wouldn't be interested. So he got you to kill the boy. He must have had something on you.
It was an old bank job that the federal boys were still interested in. He's been holding it over me for years. I knew that if the FBI came prowling around about this other business, they might stumble on something, so I did what he wanted.
The FBI was never interested in the murder of Angela Keene. When Livingston told his niece this morning that the FBI were in it, I knew he must have talked to the bellboy.
You said you'd give me a break, Runyon.
Yeah, I'm putting this gun in my pocket.
What are you talking about?
I don't like to get hit without hitting back.
Okay, Fat Man. Maybe you're the one who's a sap after all.
No, just a sucker for a left hook when I'm not expecting it.
You're telling me?
You're good, Luke. You're fast. But you haven't got the steam anymore. How's this? You like that one? That's the 239 pounds. Why don't you say something, Luke?
I'll say something, you beat.
Not that way. This way, Luke. You've got a tough jaw, Luke. I'll bet you were pretty good 10 years ago. Now, come on, baby. We're going to take another ride. This time to the police station.
Why, Runyon, what happened?
I had a little trouble getting here. Mr. Livingston, it seems some people had other plans for me.
I don't understand.
Luke Brass. He's in jail, Livingston. It's all over, so you can stop acting. You killed Angela Keene, and I'm taking you in, too.
No, Runyon, that's not true. I didn't kill her.
Quit kidding. When you thought the FBI was coming, you forced Brass to kill the bellboy.
Yes, but
there wasn't any FBI. I made that up to make the boy talk.
No,
Let's go.
No, wait, Runyon. I'll tell you the truth. Come in here.
Don't try any funny stuff.
No. Listen, Runyon. I didn't kill Angela. My wife, Muriel, killed her.
Your wife?
It's the truth, I swear it. You've got to believe me. It was I who paid off the bellboy, but I didn't kill anyone. Don't you see that? The boy saw Muriel, my wife, that night.
She was the woman?
Yes. You see, I'd known Angela in New York. I never intended it to be serious, but, well, she had other ideas. She held it over my head, and I gave her a lot of money. And then finally a week ago, she came to town. She called the house and talked to Muriel. I didn't even know she was in town until they found her dead. Muriel had told her she'd meet her and give her money to go away. Instead, Muriel killed her. She told me after they found Angela. She said a bellboy had seen her leaving. I had to protect her. With my position in town, I couldn't afford such a scandal.
But you could afford to let an innocent boy go to the chair.
No, I wouldn't have let that happen.
It's a good story, Livingston, but I don't think it's the truth. I think...
Oh, yes, it's the truth, all right, Mr. Runyon.
Muriel, put down that gun. You must be out of your mind.
No, Frank, I've just come to my senses. I heard everything you said. So it was only your position you were worried about.
No, Muriel, no. Don't you see?
I see what a fool I was and what a no-good...
Muriel, listen.
Don't move, either of you. And I thought I loved you. I'd kill that girl for you. I thought you would protect me.
You better give me that gun, Mrs. Livingston.
She's crazy, Runyon. She's out of her mind. Muriel, put down that gun.
Oh, no, Frank.
No, Muriel. Don't. Please,
Don't you move, Mr. Runyon.
Muriel.
That's all right, Lucy. I've just finished a very bad job.
But Uncle Frank...
Is he dead, Mr. Runyon?
You didn't need a second shot.
Here, Mr. Runyon, take the gun. Well, I'm ready. The police will want to see me, won't they?
Yes, I think they will. I'm afraid I'll have to take you too, Miss Nelson.
I've done nothing. Why would the police want me?
The police don't want you, but somebody else does. Don't you want to be there when they let Tommy Barnes out of jail? Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
it is to get the wrong idea about things. For instance, many people think that all private detectives are gay, witty guys who tear around with a martini in one hand and a gun in the other, making monkeys out of the regular police department. Of course, nothing is further from the truth, as any real detective can tell you. A private operative wouldn't get very far without the full cooperation and help of the regular police. And don't ever kid yourself there's no better friend in the world than a well-trained, rugged policeman, especially when you're closing in on a murderer.
And now here's the fat man in Murder Stalks the Dead.
I never pass a graveyard without remembering the night that Jimmy Turner phoned me and insisted on coming up to my apartment, even though it was well past midnight. It was one of those wild, stormy nights in early fall when winter gets impatient with summer and starts banging on the door to get in. The wind moaned through the empty streets, hurling water against disdainful windows. I was propped up in bed reading, trying to ignore the storm when the phone call came. I'd known Jimmy in the Army. He was a nice guy, young, good-looking, and very much in love with a girl back home. His voice had sounded scared and excited over the phone. His clothes were soaking wet, and his face was pale and drawn. He managed a weak grin.
Hello, Brad. Long time no see.
Too long. Glad to see you, Jimmy. Come in.
Hope I didn't wake you, Brad.
You didn't.
See, I didn't have anyone else to turn to. You gotta help me.
Sure. Sit down and tell me about it.
Give me a drink first, will you? I need it.
I just thought you'd had enough of the pain after Bastogne.
Yeah. It is raining, isn't it?
Uh-huh. What's the matter, Jimmy? Hearing burp guns on Fifth Avenue?
I wish it were as simple as that. No, I'm not a psycho. At least I don't think I am. Maybe I am, though. Maybe that'd explain it.
Here you are, Jimmy.
Oh, thanks. It's funny you're mentioning Bastogne a minute ago. That's when it all started. At least that's where I was when I got that first letter.
What letter?
Brad, do you remember me talking about Pauline?
Sure, you were going to marry her. How is she?
I don't know. And we're not married yet. There's something wrong with her, but I don't know what it is. That's why I'm here. I want you to find out what it is.
You mean she's sick?
No, she's not sick, but dazed and strange. First, I thought she was losing her mind. I tried to get her to go to a doctor, but she wouldn't listen to me. And that was before she started disappearing.
Disappearing?
Yeah. She began going away and staying 3 or 4 days. She wouldn't tell me where she'd gone or anything else. Well, when she'd first come back, she'd be pale and shaky and frightened. I begged her to tell me what she'd been doing. She looked blank and said, I don't know what I've been doing.
That's funny. What was that you mentioned, something about a letter?
Well, that's how I finally found out where she went. It was the first letter I had from her, overseas. Well, I'd been gone about 6 weeks. The letter sounded all right except for one thing.
What was that?
She mentioned an uncle of hers, a doctor named Julian Arnold. I'd never heard of him before. But she talked of him as though he was out of this world, a genius, all that sort of thing. Her greatest ambition was to work with him. She never mentioned it again, and I forgot about it until several weeks ago.
Is that where she goes, to see this doctor?
Yeah.
Where does this Dr. Arnold live?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. She wouldn't allow me to go there with her. Oh, tonight I was half crazy. I know she was leaving, so I followed her.
Did she catch on?
No. She went to an old house out in the country. It must be where this doctor lives. Oh, it's a gloomy old place. Isolated and lonely. Stands back from the road and a lot of trees. And not far away from this house, there's an old graveyard.
That looks to me like it hasn't been used for years.
Just the place for a lawn party.
Yeah.
What happened then?
Well, I had to be careful. I saw a car drive in toward the house, so I stopped, got out, and walked the rest of the way. She'd gone into the house by the time I got up to the old cemetery. The storm had been coming up some time, and suddenly it broke. And all of a sudden, I heard a long, drawn-out scream.
And did it come from the house?
Well, I'm not sure. It didn't sound too far away, but I couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Brad, it was awful. I'll admit it scared me. I was about to run up to the house when it happened.
What?
The thing that makes me think maybe I am going crazy.
What was it?
Brad, I was standing there in the graveyard. There are old tombstones scattered around amongst the trees.
Naturally. What about them?
I was about 10 feet from one of the bigger ones. I could see it plainly, even in the rain. I must have heard a noise because I looked at that tombstone. Brad, I'm not crazy. That tombstone was moving. Oh, maybe I'm silly. Now, with the daylight and the storm gone, I can hardly believe what I saw last night. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I did dream.
You didn't dream up that mud on your shoes.
No.
But you could be mistaken about the tombstone moving.
No, Brad, I'm not mistaken.
You're sure about the scream, too?
Yeah, I'm positive.
It might have been the wind, or... Oh, it might have been an animal.
No, it wasn't the wind. And I don't think it was an animal.
Well, we'll soon find out what's going on.
Oh, that's Pauline's apartment house before.
What makes you so sure she'll be home now?
Well, she told me she'd be back today. She said her uncle had an important job for her to do, but that it wouldn't take long.
After you found out where she went on these secret visits, did she tell you what she did there?
No. She only said that she helped her uncle. Here, this is Paul's apartment.
Who did you wish to see?
Well, honey, what do you mean? It's me, Pauline, me, Jimmy.
Jimmy? Jimmy?
Why, sure, it's Jimmy. Hey, Pauline, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Please.
Quick, grab her. Here. Put her over on the couch.
Pauline, what... Brad, what happened? What could it...
She's fainted.
Look how pale. She didn't know me. She
Get some water.
Okay. Brad, don't you think we ought to call a doctor?
Not yet. Go on. Well, then, baby, we'll just fix these pillows so they'll... Wow. I'll just slip this into my pocket.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Jimmy's.
But how did you... Did I let you in?
Just a second ago. Don't you remember?
Here's the water. Hey, Pauline, you all right?
Hello, Jimmy.
Honey, what's the matter with you? A minute ago, you didn't know me.
Don't be so silly, Jimmy. Of course I did.
But you didn't, honey. Hey, there's something wrong with you. You've got to tell me what it is. Look at you. You're as pale as a ghost.
Okay, sweetheart.
Oh, go away. Please let me alone.
But, Pauline, don't you understand?
Come on, Jimmy.
But don't you see that she's...
I said come on.
But she's sick.
She'll be okay. I want to talk to you outside.
I'll call you tonight, Pauline.
You needn't, Father. I won't be here tonight.
Well, you're not going back to that place.
Pipe down and get hold of yourself.
But you saw her, Brad. You know something's wrong. And after last night, no wonder I'm half nuts.
Something's wrong, all right. Plenty wrong. Walk down the hall with me. I want to show you something.
What?
I found this under the cushions on the couch.
A knife?
Uh-huh. And unless I miss my guess, this stuff all over the blade is dried blood.
Have a look at this, Mackenzie.
Yeah. Where'd you get this knife, Brad?
Never mind that, Mac. Just do me a favor and have one of your experts check it.
What's behind it?
Maybe nothing at all. I want to find out whether or not that stain on the blade is human blood.
I haven't heard about any murder.
Blood on a knife doesn't necessarily mean murder, Mac.
Okay, I'll have the boys give it the works. Fingerprints and all.
Thanks. By the way, do you happen to know anything about a Dr. Julian Arnold?
Arnold? No, I don't think so. Why?
I just wondered.
Does it have something to do with this knife?
Maybe.
Now, look here, Brad. If you know something about
I am not holding out. How soon will you know about the knife?
A couple of hours. You want to wait?
No, I've got to make a little trip.
Where are you going?
Out to look at a cemetery. Afternoon when I found the house. It stood alone in a grove of tall trees, and the trees stood gazing mournfully at the house like relatives waiting for an old man to die. It looked empty and deserted. A thin spiral of smoke drifting up from one of the chimneys said it wasn't. The road curved behind a hill, and the house was hidden. I stopped the car and got out. Nobody was in sight. I stepped over a low stone wall and found myself in the ancient graveyard. There weren't many graves, 15 or 20 at the most. I bent over and looked at the inscription on the stone nearest me. It was just barely visible, and the date of death was 1803. I pushed against it with my foot. It hadn't moved since 1803. I looked round, trying to pick the one Jimmy had seen move, but it was useless. They all looked too much alike. I nudged 2 more, and nothing happened. My eyes drifted to the next one and stopped. A small square patch of grass and weeds near the center of the grave looked brown and dead. I knelt down and tugged gently at it. It came away easily in my hands, a small square piece of sod. Planking showed through the small bare spot. I put the sod back in place and pushed on the upright headstone. It tilted slightly to the left, and a crack appeared in the ground where one side of the grave should have been. I let it fall back in place. I got to my feet and turned round. A man was standing about 10 feet away, staring vacantly at me. He was a little man with a meek face, on the downhill side of 40. Standing there in the cold afternoon wind, he didn't look like he cared whether I pushed gravestones around or not.
You're not Dr. Appleby.
No.
I thought you were, Dr. Appleby. When I saw you, I thought he'd come back.
Who's Dr. Appleby?
He's the nice one, but he went away. I don't know where he is, but he said he was coming back, and that's why when I saw
Do you live in the big house up there?
Yes.
Is your name Arnold?
Oh, no. My name is Crocker, Earl Crocker. Dr. Arnold is taking care of me. Dr. Appleby was helping him, but he went away.
Are you the only patient Dr. Arnold has?
Oh, no. He has others. They come and they go, and some stay quite a while. Others only stay a day or 2.
Have you been here long?
Oh, yes. Been a long time. I really don't know how long.
Why not?
Oh, you don't understand. You see, sometimes I forget. Sometimes I don't remember anything at all, but Dr. Arnold is treating me. Do you like graveyards? You must like them, or you wouldn't be here. I like them, too. They're so quiet and so peaceful.
Yeah.
I come here whenever I can get away. And I sit here and think how peaceful and quiet it is down there in the ground. But Dr. Arnold doesn't like for me to come here.
Why not?
Because of the ghosts. But I'm not afraid.
Ghosts?
Oh, yes. Oh, I've seen them all right. I've seen them moving around here at night. And once I saw one in the house.
What did it look like?
He looked just like anybody else, only he was dead. Dead and still walking around. I saw him walking down the whole of the house, and I was standing right in front of him. He walked right past me. I spoke to him, but he didn't answer. His eyes just stared straight ahead. So you see, there are ghosts.
Yeah.
Mr. Crocker. Oh, Dr. Arnold, he'll find me here. I've got to go.
Mr. Crocker.
Oh, wait a minute. He's seen you.
Oh, yes, he has. Now he'll...
What?
Oh.
What will he do?
Nothing. Please, I shouldn't have talked to you. Don't say anything to him, will you?
Listen, I want to try and help you.
No, please, no, it's no...
There you are.
I didn't mean any harm, Dr. Arnold. I thought he was Dr. Appleby come back. I came in here to speak to him, but it wasn't Dr. Appleby.
So I see. I told you Dr. Appleby has gone away. He's not coming back, Mr. Crocker.
But he told me...
I said he's not coming back, Mr. Crocker. Now, I think you'd best go back to your room and lie down. You've worked yourself into a fine state.
Yes, Doctor. I'll go right away. And I didn't mean any harm.
Nice graveyard you've got here, Dr. Arnold.
I don't particularly care to have strangers snooping around.
What makes you think I was snooping?
I don't see any car. Surely you didn't walk all the way out here?
As a matter of fact, my car broke down a little way up the road. I was just on my way up to your place there to borrow your phone.
Come, Mr. Runyon. A detective such as yourself should be able to produce a better story than that.
Yeah, I'll try and do better next time.
There won't be any next time, Mr. Runyon.
Your niece, Pauline, told you.
Of course. Pauline confides in me completely.
Is she out here now?
As a matter of fact, she is. Although I fail to see what concern it is of yours.
Just what does the girl do out here, Arnold?
Really, don't you think this is all rather ridiculous? Pauline's a full-grown woman, free to do as she likes. Nobody forces her to come here.
I'm not so sure about that.
Are you insinuating
She
that...
has blank spells, Doctor. She doesn't remember anything.
My niece is not too well.
I'll say she isn't. Mr. Crocker has blank spells, too, Arnold.
Mr. Crocker is a sick man. He's a patient of mine. My niece is not a patient. She is my assistant in my work.
And what is that work?
That's enough, Runyon. Get out.
Okay, Arnold. But I still think your little graveyard is very interesting.
Yes, Mr. Runyon. It is very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
I called to see if there's any report on the knife yet, Mac.
I'll say there's a report on it. The stains on the blade were human blood. We also found a nice set of fingerprints on the handle.
There's nothing unusual about that.
No, but there's something very unusual about this. Some Boy Scouts went on a camping trip this afternoon out near Random Creek. One of them went looking for firewood and found the body of a man. His throat had been cut. There was no identification on the body, but not far away we found a silver cigarette case. It had fingerprints all over it, and they matched the ones on the handle of this knife.
But you don't know who the dead man is yet.
Sure we do. There was a name engraved on the cigarette case. That's why the murderer threw it away.
What was the name, Mac?
Dr. R.J. Appleby.
I'm looking for Jimmy Turner. He gave me this address.
Why, yes, Jimmy lives here. I'm his mother. Won't you come in?
I haven't got much time. If you'll just tell him Brad Runyon is here.
Sorry, Mr. Runyon, but Jimmy's not here.
Do you know where he is?
No, I don't know. He didn't come home for dinner tonight. That's not like Jimmy either. Oh, there isn't anything wrong, is there? Jimmy hasn't...
No, there's nothing to worry about. What time did he leave?
Oh, it must have been about 4:30 or 5 this afternoon. It was right after he got the phone call.
Phone call? Who was it?
Oh, I'm not sure. But I imagine it was from Pauline. When the phone rang, Jimmy went out in the hall and answered it.
Did you hear what he said?
No, not everything. But he did sound excited. I heard him say, yes, I'll come as soon as I can get out there. And the next thing I knew, he was running out of the house. He hasn't come back. Mr. Runyon, you don't think
Now,
that
don't you worry, Mrs. Turner. Jimmy will be all right.
I don't understand it at all. He's acted so strange the last couple of days, ever since that doctor came to see him. Now that I think about it, I
You
believe...
say a doctor came to see Jimmy a couple of days ago. Was this doctor's name Arnold?
Why, no. His name was Dr. Appleby.
What did you find out about Appleby, Mac?
A routine check showed he was single, middle-aged, had practiced for over 20 years, had a good reputation.
Any tie-up with Arnold?
Nothing recent. I found out that they had been partners 10 years ago.
I did some checking tonight myself. Arnold was barred from practicing by the Medical Association 3 years ago.
You mean he's practicing illegally?
Looks like it. He's got a patient out here. Well, this is it, Mac. I want to take another look at the graveyard.
I can see a light through the trees. Look over there.
Yeah, that's the house. It's a couple of 100 yards up there. The graveyard is right over here. Careful, there's a stone wall here.
Yeah, I see it.
Keep your flashlight ready, but don't use it unless I tell you to.
Okay. What are you looking for in here?
I'll show you in just a...
What's wrong?
Listen.
Yeah, where's it coming from?
Over here, come on.
It's so dark I can hardly...
Here he is. Who? It's Jimmy Turner, the kid I was telling you about. Somebody's tied him up and stuck a gag in his mouth. Just a second, Jim. I'll have these off.
Oh, thanks, Brad. Boy, am I glad to see you.
What happened?
I was home waiting for you like you told me to, and I got a phone call. It was Pauline. She sounded scared, awful scared. She said she was out here and would I please come quick because she was afraid.
What was she afraid of?
Well, she started to say and the phone went dead. I came out as fast as I could, but it was dark by the time I got here. I left my car up the road a little way and started for the house. All of a sudden, I saw a light moving around here in the graveyard. I came over to see what it was. It went out before I got here. I stepped over the stone wall and something smacked the back of my head. That's all I remember until a few minutes ago when I came to and heard you.
Why didn't you tell me Dr. Appleby had been to see you?
Well, he knew I was in love with Pauline. He told me that if I loved her, I'd better get her away from Dr. Arnold, quick. He wouldn't say much more than that. He was scared, silly. I was already worried about Pauline. That's why I followed her last night. I thought this Dr. Appleby might be imagining things.
What things?
Well, he seemed to blame himself somehow. He kept calling himself a coward and babbling something about experimenting with the devil. I thought maybe he was crazy until last night when
He wasn't insane. Somebody cut his throat after he talked to you. His body was found this afternoon near here. The knife I found in Pauline's apartment was the murder weapon.
Hey, you don't think that Pauline... Oh, no, she couldn't.
I
she
don't
wouldn't.
know, Jimmy. I want you to stay behind this tree, out of sight, and keep your eye on that tombstone over there.
That's the one I
Lieutenant
saw.
Mackenzie and I are going to have a little talk with Dr. Arnold. Hello, Dr. Arnold.
It's a little late for a call, isn't it?
I hope it's not too late. This is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police.
Police?
Uh-huh. Where's the girl, Arnold?
Why, Pauline isn't here. She went home some time ago. Now, look here, Runyon. I'm getting tired of this. I told you this afternoon...
Your ex-partner, Dr. Appleby, was found this afternoon with his throat cut.
Appleby dead?
That's right.
No, it can't be. She wouldn't really.
She? Oh, this girl Pauline?
No, nothing. I just can't believe that Appleby...
What about the girl, Arnold? It's no use trying to hide anything. Her prints were found on the murder knife.
Yes, it's true. They did quarrel. She had a violent temper. She isn't well. Appleby left, and I thought... That must explain why she was so anxious to leave tonight.
Did she say where she was going?
Why, I thought she went home.
I don't suppose you'd mind if we looked around here a little.
Of course not. Not at all.
We haven't got time for that, Mac. Come on, we're leaving.
But, Brad, we can't...
Come on.
Brad, that guy might be lying.
Of course he's lying. That's why we've got to hurry. Let's run, Mac.
But where?
The graveyard. Quick, Jimmy. Give me a hand with this tombstone.
But Pauline, is she all right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a trap door, all right.
Yeah, and there are steps leading down.
Yeah, but what does it all mean?
Shine your light down here, Mac.
Right.
I think it means that Arnold and Appleby were mixed up in something shady, but Appleby's conscience made him pull out. So Arnold killed Appleby and tried to frame Pauline. I think we'll find that Arnold was causing those blank spells with some kind of drug. Pauline actually thinks she killed Appleby.
And you think he's got the girl hidden down here?
Yeah.
There may be another entrance to this tunnel from the house.
That's why we've got to hurry. Yeah. It's Arnold. He's dead.
Of course he's dead.
What the... Give me that light, Mac. It's the little guy, Crocker.
He told me to kill. He gave me the gun. Here it is.
Watch him, Brad.
It's okay, Mac. He's doped up, too. Arnold told him to kill, but he meant the girl. Crocker got the kill part, but he shot Arnold instead. Come on, Mr. Crocker.
Are we going down to the graveyard now?
Not if I can help it. I've seen enough of graveyards to last me until the day I go in 1 feet first. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my time in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Rings a Bell.
A little before noon when I walked up to Lung Toy's antique shop. It was in a pretty crummy neighborhood over near the river, and I wondered why a guy as well known as Toy would keep his shop there. He must have made a lot of dough in his day, and I'd heard of him many times. But I'd never met him. When he called me that morning, he said it was urgent and insisted that I come to see him right away.
Good morning. You would like to buy something?
I'm looking for...
Certainly. I have some beautiful mandarin shawls. They're in this room back here.
But I don't want...
This way, please. Just follow me.
Okay, brother, okay.
In here, if you please. You will pardon, Mr. Runyon. I must take precautions.
Whatever you say, it's your show. Are you Toy?
Yes, Mr. Runyon. I am Lung Toy.
Why the mystery act, Toy?
You will sit down, yes?
Thanks.
There are those who watch me, Mr. Runyon. We must be careful. That is why I did not wish to come to your office. That is why I asked that you come to me here.
Okay. Why are you being watched?
As the vulture watches the hunter to lead him to the feast, so do my enemies watch me.
I see.
Yes, Mr. Runyon. You see, I know the whereabouts of something valuable, and I want it. That is why I asked you to come here this morning. I want you to get it for me.
If you know where it is, why don't you get it yourself?
I would be followed. And if I succeeded in acquiring the object, I might not return.
Oh, like that, huh? What is this thing you want to get hold of?
A black lacquered box or chest known as the Laughing Lotus.
Why is it so valuable?
It is very rare and very old. It was once the jewel case of the Emperor Sing Fu, and its value as an antique is extreme.
You know where the box is now?
Yes. At the moment, it is in the hands of people who are completely unaware of its value.
And how do I go about getting the box for you?
It is not what you are thinking. I have no desire to acquire it in an illegal manner. I want you to buy it for me. I might add that I am prepared to pay you rather well if you do as I desire.
Yeah? How well?
If you conclude the purchase in a satisfactory manner, I will pay you $500. If you fail to make the purchase, your fee will be $250.
Why should I fail to buy it if the owners don't know its real value?
The box is being sold this afternoon at public auction. It is just possible that there may be higher bidders.
How high do I go?
You accept my offer, then?
Yeah. I'll give it a whirl.
Here is $5,000. Spend it all if necessary. I think that sum will be more than sufficient, unless...
Unless what?
Unless the knowledge of the box's whereabouts has fallen into the hands of those who also know its worth.
Okay, Toy. Now give me $250.
As you wish.
Thanks. You can give me the balance when I deliver the box to you. One more thing. How do I recognize it?
It will be simple. The box is about 1 foot in length and 6 inches in width. It is black lacquer, and the lock is of a particularly unique design. It is made of ivory and beautifully carved in the design of the lotus flower. This lock is one of the reasons for the great value of the chest.
The ivory lock, huh?
It is the only one of its kind in existence. It was made by the ancient and renowned Chinese locksmith Sun Yonghui in the year 400 B.C. It has a complicated combination, the mechanization of which involves the proper balancing of a number of hidden and delicate ivory tumblers.
And this combination, do you have it?
He who is trapped and tortured by the enemy cannot disclose that which he does not know, Mr. Russell.
Meaning?
Meaning that once you have acquired the box, you will bring it at once to me with all speed and precaution.
And if I don't?
If you don't, Mr. Runyon, your ancestors may well rejoice in the reunion which will soon take place.
Well, who are you, beautiful?
You keep erratic office hours, Mr. Runyon. I've been waiting 40 minutes for you to come in.
I don't remember any appointment this morning.
I didn't have an appointment, but I have a job I think you'll be interested in.
What makes you think I'll be interested in the job?
The fee I'll give you for getting something back that was stolen from me. Say, $1,000.
How did you get in my office?
Why, I just walked in.
That won't do, sweetheart. The door to this office was locked when I left at 9:30 this morning.
But it wasn't locked. Maybe you had another visitor before I got here.
Yeah, maybe.
Say, what are you... Keep your hands off my pocketbook. Who do you
Sit
think
down,
you...
beautiful, or I'll have to spank you.
You lay a hand on me and I'll have you arrested.
Go ahead. The cops don't like illegal entry either.
You think I broke into your office?
Uh-huh. What were you after?
I don't know what you mean. I told you the door was unlocked.
It's not in this bag.
Of course not. I'm not after anything. I want you
It
to...
could be somewhere else.
Don't you dare touch me.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm not going to search you. Maybe you are telling the truth.
Of course I am.
Of course. That's a lot of cash for a beautiful girl to be carrying around. Where'd you get it?
That's none of your business.
Everything is my business when I'm working for you.
You're not working for me yet, and I'm not so sure that I want you to.
Okay, sister, there's the door.
No, wait. I need your help. I really do.
Good. I'll just take $1,000 then. Here's your pocketbook. And I'll start talking. What's your name and what was stolen?
My name is June Frost.
What was stolen?
A very valuable antique. A Chinese box. A little larger than a cigar box. It's called the Laughing Lotus.
I see.
I missed it about a week ago.
Couldn't the police find it?
I didn't go to the police.
Why not?
Because, Mr. Runyon, I was afraid.
Of what?
I was afraid the man who stole it might...
You know who stole it from you.
Yes, of course I do. That's why I came to you.
Who do you think it was?
An antique dealer named Lung Toy.
Next we have this beautiful old Oriental chest, ladies and gentlemen. It once belonged to the ancient Chinese emperor Sing Fu. It's called the Laughing Lotus. Note the lock carved in the design of the lotus flower. The name originates from the intricate lock. The lotus lock is so well made it is said to laugh at thieves. Note, too, the black lacquer. Now, if you wish to bid, simply raise your hand up high. Thank you. We'll start at $100. Who'll bid 100? Oh, good. 100 from the stout gentleman on my right, 200, 200, yes, madam, yes, I see your hand. 200 from the tall lady in the black hat. 300 from the small man sitting on the bench. Thank you, sir. Now, who'll make it fall? 400 from the fat man. I beg your pardon, sir. I should say stout. Now, 500. Who'll say 5? Come, ladies and gentlemen. That's better. 5 from the little man on the bench. And 6. Who says 6? Do I see 6? I do. 6 from the stout gentleman. 7. Do I see 7? 7 from the tall lady. Oh, where are you, madam? Yes, I see you now. 7 it is. 8. Do I see? Well, what happened there? What was that? He's fainted. This man is fainted.
Stand back. He's fainted. He needs air.
Why, it's the man who was bidding against you, sir.
Yeah, here. Let's see if we can't bring him around.
Is there a doctor present?
Never mind. This man doesn't need a doctor. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Somebody shoved a silver-handled dagger in his back.
Shut up.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet! Man has just been murdered. Now, don't try to leave. The police will be here in a few minutes, and they'll want to question you. Hey, you auctioneer. Where's that tall woman? The one in the black hat who was bidding on the chest.
She was standing right over there, sir.
Yeah, but she's not there now. Where's that Chinese box?
Oh, there it is, over... Why, it's gone.
Who was the dead guy, Mac?
Charlie French, a well-known trigger man with a record a mile long. He's been mixed up in every racket from Frisco to New York.
Any fingerprints on the dagger?
No. You better tell me all you know, Brad. Now, what about this tall woman in the black hat?
I didn't notice her until she started bidding. She disappeared in the crowd during the confusion.
What were you doing at the auction?
Trying to buy something, but I didn't get it.
What?
A Chinese box called the Laughing Lotus.
Hey, I didn't know you were interested in antiques.
I'm not. The client of mine is.
Oh. Who is the client?
Long Toy.
The old antique dealer?
That's right. You know him?
Sure, I've known him for years. Hey, I don't get his angle in this. What about this box?
He said it was very valuable, and he was afraid to bid on it himself. That's why he sent me.
Hey, maybe Lung Toy can explain something we found in the murdered guy's pocket.
What?
This piece of paper with Chinese writing on it. Here.
Part of it's been torn away. Well, where's the rest of it?
That's all there was. Lung Toy's Chinese. He ought to be able to tell us what it means.
Yeah. But there's somebody else who isn't Chinese who might tell us more about it.
Come in. Mr. Runyon.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you so soon. Did you get it?
No.
What happened?
You're too beautiful to be such a liar.
What do you mean?
Fix a couple of drinks, baby, and let's start over again. And this time I want the truth.
But I've told you the truth.
Quit lying. The box was never stolen from you because you never had it.
Where is it then?
A tall woman who wears a black hat has it.
A tall woman? But where did she get it?
She stole it this afternoon at the auction.
The auction? What auction?
How about that drink, sweetheart?
Here.
Okay, let's start again. Who's Charlie French?
Charlie French is here?
You dropped your drink.
Where is he? Where did you see him?
On a slab in the morgue.
Dead. Charlie dead? But how? Where?
A Chinese dagger in his back.
Chinese dagger? No, you're lying. You're trying to frighten me.
You're wrong, sweetheart. Charlie's dead. You'd better start talking straight.
Yes, I'll tell the truth.
That's better. Who's the tall woman?
I don't know. I can't understand that. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
After what happened to Charlie, I'm afraid I may be next. The Laughing Lotus is very valuable, Mr. Runyon, and whoever has it may be in danger of...
But you haven't got it.
No, I haven't got it. But I have something that's just as important.
What?
This paper with Chinese writing on it. Here, I'll show you. It's half of the combination to the lock.
make him tell us where the Chinese dagger came from, Brad. He's an expert on Chinese antiques.
I think he can tell us more than that, Mac. Here's his shop. Let's go in.
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
It sounds whenever anybody opens the front door, so Toy'll know he's got a customer. Sort of a Chinese version of the old country store.
Ah, Mr. Runyon. It is indeed fortunate that you come at this time. I have a friend here who... Why, Lieutenant Mackenzie.
Hi, Long.
It is indeed a pleasure to see you after so long a time. May I present my friend, Mr. David Hawkins?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How are you?
Mr. Hawkins is a collector of rare antiques, Mr. Runyon. It was at his request that I hired you to acquire the Laughing Lotus.
I see.
Yes, Mr. Runyon. Where is the chest?
I didn't get it.
But why? Where is it? What happened?
A guy was murdered, and during the confusion, a tall woman in a black hat got it.
Did you see her closely?
Not very. Whoever she is, the box won't do her any good without an axe.
Why not?
She hasn't got the combination.
How do you know that?
Because I've got it. Take a look at these 2 pieces of paper, Toy.
Hey, where'd you get the other half of the paper, Brad?
Never mind. What about it, Toy?
Yes. Yes, it is the combination.
Here, give it to me.
Not so fast, Hawkins. I think I'll just keep it a while.
No, you can't. I have a right to that combination.
You've got a right to nothing yet.
But if I get the box...
You didn't get the box. So the combination won't do you any good.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
In that case, I'll say good day, gentlemen. I think our business is finished. Toy?
I am so sorry, Mr. Hawkins.
What does the writing on the paper say, Toy?
It is in code, but it is the combination to the Laughing Lotus. It must be deciphered.
Can you do it?
Yes, but it will take time. Where did you find it?
Half of it was found in the pocket of the guy murdered at the auction. The other half came from a girl. A beautiful girl with blue-black hair done in a knot at the back of her head. The last time I saw her, she was wearing a green suit. What's the matter, Toy?
This girl.
Yeah, June Frost. Do you know her?
I do not know her, but I have seen her.
Where?
Here in my shop. Day before yesterday.
What was she doing here?
She bought something from me.
What?
A pair of silver-handled Chinese daggers.
What are you doing here?
Quiet, sweetheart. You might frighten the other guests in the hotel.
What are you doing in my room?
Waiting for you.
How did you get in?
Haven't you heard, sweetheart? The same way you got into my office.
Why were you searching my room?
I was looking for something.
What?
The truth, maybe.
The truth?
Yeah. Do you want to save me the trouble by telling it to me?
What do you mean? I told you the truth.
Not yet. Listen, sweetheart. You hired me to do a job for you, but you lied all the way.
No, I didn't.
I don't like working for liars, and I won't work for a murderer.
A murderer? You don't think I...
That's just what I do think. If you don't start telling the truth, I'm going to pin a murder up right on your beautiful head.
No, you can't. I didn't murder Charlie. You do believe me, don't you?
No.
So that's the way it is.
That's the way it is, baby.
Then we're through.
Not yet.
Give me the paper.
I haven't got it.
Where is it? What did you do with it?
I gave it to Lung Toy.
Toy? You gave it to Lung Toy? You
It's no good, baby. Where are the daggers?
What daggers?
The ones you bought from Toy day before yesterday.
Why, they're here, right here in this drawer. Well, what's that got to do with...
What's the matter?
Daggers? They're gone.
This is it. Lung Toy's Antique Shop.
Right.
Here you are. Keep the change.
Thanks.
Hello, Brad.
What are you doing here, Mac?
Official business.
Where's Lung Toy?
Upstairs.
I want to talk to him.
Won't do any good.
Why not?
Because we found the other silver-handled dagger.
Where?
In Lung Toy's back.
Hey, don't make so much noise. You want to wake everybody in the hotel?
Who are you?
I'm the bellboy. You better run along, mister. It's late.
Listen, I've got to talk to Miss Frost, the lady who's staying in this room.
Well, she's not in now anyway.
How do you know?
Because I saw them go out a little while ago.
Them? Was somebody with her?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
It wasn't a he, it was a she.
A woman?
That's right. A tall woman. A tall woman in a black hat.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes. What room is Mr. David Hawkins registered in?
Mr. Hawkins. Just a moment, sir. What was that first name again, sir?
David. David Hawkins. A tall, distinguished-looking man with gray hair.
Oh, yes. I remember now. I'm afraid you're too late.
Too late? Where is he?
I don't know. He was registered here for nearly 10 days. He checked out at the hotel about an hour ago.
You're crazy, Runyon. Why do you want to come back to Lung Toy's place at this hour of the night? It's after 2 a.m.
I'm crazy, all right. Forever letting that Frost dame out of my sight.
Well, looks like she murdered Toy.
That's what you think, Mac.
I'll get this tall woman. Who's she?
I don't know, but she and June Frost left the hotel together.
And why was Toy murdered?
Look, Mac, that Chinese box is locked. It can't be opened without the combination to the ivory tumbler.
They can break it open.
And ruin the box? Not a chance. No, Mac. Toy was killed because he had the combination. It wasn't on him when we found him. And we didn't find it among any of his papers in the shop.
Then the murderer got it.
Maybe. Nobody knew Toy had the paper but you and me and June Frost.
And how did she know it?
Because I told her I'd given it to Toy.
But why are we coming back here now? I don't get that.
I want to look the place over again.
But we went over it this evening. We didn't miss a thing.
I think we did.
What?
I don't know, Mac. But I've had the feeling all night that something was wrong. Something was out of place in that shop.
Out of place?
That's right. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out.
Well, here we are. Come on, let's go.
The lights are over here behind the counter.
Okay, look all you want to. I'm going to sit down. I'm tired.
You're going to be a lot more tired before you get to sleep again.
What are you talking about?
We're going to stay here for a while, and we're going to stay awake.
It won't take you long to give the place a going over. Now just quit wasting time talking and look around.
I've already found what I was looking for.
Then what do you want to stay here for?
To catch the murderer.
You think the murderer will come back here?
I'm sure of it.
But why? If the killer got the combination,
The
why?
murderer didn't get it, Mac. It's still here, right where Lung Toy hid it.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you notice anything strange as we came in? Anything different?
Different? What?
I knew there was something, but I couldn't figure it until we came in just now.
What is it?
Look here, Mac. See?
No. You're nuts. You just opened the door. Looks okay to me.
The gong, Mac, the gong.
Gong? What about... Oh.
It didn't ring when we came in, and it didn't ring this afternoon after Toy was murdered.
But I still don't see what that's got to do with... Why didn't it ring?
That's what I'm going to find out right now. Here, give me a hand with this chair.
Right.
Hold it while I stand there.
Okay. Is it disconnected?
No, everything looks okay, but...
Then why won't it ring?
Because this was stuffed into the gong where the hammer hits.
What is it?
2 pieces of paper, Mac. That's where Toy hid the combination to the Laughing Lotus.
We've been sitting here in the dark behind this counter for over an hour, Runyon. I don't think the killer's coming back.
Keep your shirt on, Mac.
Can you see the door?
No, but we'll hear it. Remember now, when I nudge you, snap the lights on and come up with your gun in your hand.
Okay.
Hold it. I think I hear something.
What's that? Here's the flashlight. We'd better hurry. It must be here somewhere. We've got to find it. We've got to.
Don't move, ladies.
2 women. The tall woman in the black hat.
Yeah, and my beautiful little playmate who buys daggers. You weren't by any chance looking for this, were you, ladies?
The combination.
That's right, both have.
Look out!
Don't move, beautiful, or you'll get it, too. Did you get the tall one, Mac?
Yeah, she's dead, all right. She shouldn't have tried to pull her gun. It's a shame to shoot a woman.
It's not a woman, Mac.
Huh?
Look again.
It's a wig.
Yeah, it slipped in the fall.
It's a man. It's Hawkins, the guy Toy was trying to buy the box for.
Please, Mr. Runyon, I didn't kill Toy or Charlie. Hawkins did it. He made me come with him.
Sure, beautiful, sure.
Oh, it's the truth, I tell you, the truth.
Where's the Laughing Lotus?
It's checked at Grand Central Station. Hawkins has the check slip in his pocket.
Why is it so valuable, beautiful?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, only please, you must believe me. I didn't...
Keep talking.
The inside of the chest, underneath the black lacquer, is pure jade. It's worth more than $200,000.
No wonder nobody wanted to break it open. What about Charlie French?
He and Hawkins and I knew about the Laughing Lotus. Hawkins hired Toy to buy it.
And you and Hawkins crossed French, but he had the other half of the combination, right?
Oh, that's right, but I didn't want it. David Hawkins forced me into it. He made me do it all.
And that's why he dressed as a woman at the auction and killed French.
Yes.
You did break into my office, didn't you?
Yes. I thought you had the box. I knew Toy had called you, but I didn't kill Toy. Oh, you do believe me, don't you?
Sure. Don't you believe him, Mac?
Yeah.
Then you'll help me. You won't let them take me.
You and I'll have a swell time, beautiful.
You do like me, then?
Oh, you're a knockout.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll do anything for you.
Hey, wait a minute, Runyon. What are you trying to pull, anyway?
We'll paint the town red, beautiful. See all the shows, eat the best food.
You're wonderful. When do we start?
In about 20 years, when they let you out of prison.
Prison?
That's right, beautiful. Be sure and look me up. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes the King's Coffin.
And this night I'm talking about had gone up to the office to pick up my mail. I'd been busy all day finishing up a case, and I was awful tired. It was about 8 o'clock, and all I wanted was a little quiet. Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
This is Runyon.
Oh, thank heaven I found you at last. I've been calling you for 2 hours.
Sorry, I was out all day working on a case.
I want you to help me. It's terribly important.
They're all important.
Please, Mr. Runyon, I need your help. I can't stand it any longer.
Who are you? What's the trouble?
I'm Mrs. Thomas King, and it's my husband.
What about your husband?
I don't know. Someone's been watching our house.
You're sure you're not imagining things?
No. At first I wasn't sure, but now I'm positive. Today I was followed. It was the same man. He followed me home, and he's watching the house right now.
Why don't you call the police?
I can't call them. My husband won't let me.
Why not?
I don't know. But last night somebody tried to break into the house. wanted to call the police, but my husband wouldn't let me. He seemed terrified of something and asked me if I wanted to get him killed.
Do you think he's in danger?
I don't know. I'm sure he's keeping something from me. I want you to find out what's behind it all.
What's this fellow look like, the one watching the house?
Well, he's tall, sort of tough-looking, not too well-dressed.
What's your address?
1440 Locust Avenue.
Anybody know you called me?
No, my husband hasn't come home yet.
Good.
I'll pay you well, Mr. Runyon, if you'll only help me.
Okay, start out right now by putting $200 in an envelope and mailing it to me here at my office.
But I'll pay you when I meet you.
You're not going to meet me. At least not yet.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to watch the guy who's watching you.
Hello, Runyon.
Well, fancy meeting you here. Why the forlorn look?
I've been looking for a taxi cab for 15 minutes. I don't think there's one in town tonight.
Why don't you use a squad car for joyriding?
I don't want to advertise myself tonight.
Working?
Yeah. Which way are you going?
I'm working, too.
Okay. I just thought maybe you'd give me a lift if you're going out my way.
Which way is that?
Out towards Cloverdale?
Come on, get in. I'm going out that way, too.
I hope I'm not too late. I wasted too much time already.
What's the rush?
Well, we got a tip tonight that a guy we've been looking for is hanging around acting suspicious out on Locust Avenue.
Locust Avenue?
Yeah, somewhere around the 1400 block.
Who is this guy?
Fellow named Cole, Steve Cole. He's been out of sight for 4 or 5 years. We figured he was probably dead. Then tonight we get this tip, and it sounds like Cole, so... Hey, watch it, there's a red light.
Hey, Runyon!
Hey, somebody's yelling at you.
Who is it?
Ah, it's Sammy Sampson, the reporter on the Daily Mail.
Yeah, I wonder what he wants.
Oh, what a break. You gotta do me a favor, fat man.
What's the matter, Sammy?
Take me out of 1440 Locust Avenue.
Why?
There's a big fire out there. The house is burning down.
But you can't see her yet. It's against the hospital rules.
But, nurse, I'm Brad Runyon.
I don't care if you're Dick Tracy. You still can't see Mrs. King. She was badly overcome in that fire last night.
I know that, nurse, but I've got to talk to her. It's important.
Well, you couldn't talk to her anyway.
Why not?
Because she's unconscious.
How's my wife, nurse? Has she regained consciousness yet?
No, Mr. King. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll call you just as soon as she's able to talk.
Thank you.
Are you Thomas King?
Why, yes. Why?
Come over here a minute. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to any reporters.
I'm not a reporter. I'm a detective.
A detective? You're from the insurance company?
Insurance company? Yeah, that's right. What happened last night, King?
Listen, you don't think that
I don't know what I think yet.
But you know I only carried $5,000 insurance on the house. You're not thinking I set fire to my own house for that.
Why not? It's been done before.
But you know, in the present market, I couldn't have replaced the house for less than $15,000.
Why did you carry only $5,000 if you knew it would take $15,000 to replace the property?
I was just foolish, I guess. I intended to get more, but I just kept putting it off. You see, my business hasn't been doing so well. I own a garage. You know how it is. You just never think it's going to happen to you.
Yeah. There are a lot of dopes in the world, but somehow you don't look like one of them to me.
But it's the truth, I tell you.
How did the fire start?
I'm not sure. It started somewhere on the second floor. By the time we discovered it, the whole house was on fire.
Where was your wife?
In the kitchen, I think. That's where the firemen found her. She was overcome by the smoke.
And where were you?
I was downstairs. Downstairs in the basement.
What were you doing down there?
I'd just come home a few minutes before.
What were you doing in the basement?
I went down there to get something.
What?
I wanted some wine. I kept my wine down there.
Mr. Runyon, there's a phone call for you.
Thank you, nurse.
I hope now that you don't think that...
I'll let you know later what I think.
Here you are.
Hello?
Hello, Runyon. This is Mackenzie.
Hello, Mac.
That job you were working on last night, where the fire was there a little skinny gray-haired guy mixed up in it?
Not that I know of. Why?
Because we just found his body down in the cellar.
Burned to death?
No, he was shot. Twice. In the back of the head.
Hello.
Yeah?
Is this Mr. Runyon's office? Are you...
Yes, I'm Runyon, but I'm just going out. I'm busy.
You're not too busy to help me, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, please help me, Mr. Runyon. I'll make it worth your while.
Look, honey, if I stopped to help every beautiful girl who thinks she needs it, I'd never get anywhere. I've got a murder on my hands.
Maybe we have something in common.
You're not as coy as you act, are you?
Maybe not.
Sit down, Miss...
Barry. Irene Barry.
Why did you come in here, Miss Barry?
I want you to find something that was stolen from me. At least I think it was stolen.
Don't talk in riddles. What was stolen?
An emerald necklace worth $32,000.
Ooh, that's a lot of money.
It's a lot of necklace.
No police?
No police.
Why not?
The necklace was smuggled into the country.
I'm sorry, but in that case I can't help you.
Listen, the necklace belongs to me. I haven't got it. When I get it, I'll pay the duty on it.
Any idea who stole it?
Maybe.
Meaning?
Meaning that was stolen from the man who smuggled it in for me.
Where is he?
In the morgue. With 2 bullet holes in the back of his head.
You got around, don't you? Want to tell me about it?
Will you help me?
It'll cost you.
I don't have much money.
You're pretty well dressed.
But I don't have too much money.
Give me your pocketbook.
I will not. Hey, take your hands off my bag.
Take it easy, beautiful, and sit down.
You've got no right to open my bag.
Oh, broke, huh? $500 to $1,500. Here's $500 for you.
You took $1,000. You can't give that money back to me.
Want to call the police?
But $1,000.
I'm expensive.
But that's all.
Okay, then. I won't take the case. Here's your bag.
No, wait. Please keep it. I guess I can't afford it.
That's better. Now tell me about it. Where did this necklace come from?
From Shanghai. I was there before the war.
And the guy with the bullet holes in his head?
His name was Charlie Griffin. He said he would smuggle the necklace in, and we made a deal. He gave me an address here in the city and told me to meet him there.
What was the address?
1440 Locust Avenue. A man named Thomas King lived there.
Go on.
When I got there, the house was burning down. This morning, I read in the paper about the body found in the basement. I went to the morgue. It was Griffin.
Stop lying. You were watching the house night before last.
All right, I was lying, but only a little. I did go out there, but I was afraid to go in, so I watched to see if Charlie might come in or out. He didn't.
There was a man watching the house, too. What about him?
Man? I didn't know. What man?
A thug named Steve Cole. Know him?
No, I don't know him. He must have killed Charlie and taken the necklace.
And you expect me to believe that story? Why would this Griffin give you the address of a stranger?
A stranger? Mrs. King was Charlie Griffin's sister.
I'd like to see Mrs. King, nurse. Has she regained consciousness yet?
Yes, but you can only stay a minute or two. That's her room right across the hall.
Beg your pardon.
Get out of my way.
Take it easy, brother.
Yes. Who is it?
Brad Runyon, Mrs. King.
Mr. Runyon. The detective.
The one you hired last night before the fire, remember?
Oh, yes, of course.
How are you feeling?
Much better. They say I can leave the hospital soon.
Good. Why didn't you tell me the truth, Mrs. King?
What do you mean?
Why didn't you tell me about your brother?
Poor Charlie. Oh, what happened, Mr. Runyon?
Suppose you tell me.
I don't know. I only just heard.
Who was the man that left here just as I came in?
I don't know. But he was the man who was watching the house.
What did he want?
He said he was a friend of Charlie's. He said Charlie had a package that belonged to him. He thought I knew where it was.
Do you know?
No. I don't know what it all means.
When did Charlie show up?
About 4 days ago. I hadn't seen him for 5 years. He acted strangely. Seemed afraid. And my husband...
What about your husband?
I think he knew something about Charlie, and it frightened him.
Who killed your brother, Mrs. King?
I don't know.
Was he in the house when the fire started?
I don't think so.
Did you kill him?
No. Why would I kill Charlie? He was my brother. I loved him.
Did your husband kill him?
I don't know. He knew something. There was something. Oh, Mr. Runyon, that man who was here. I'm afraid he's going to...
What?
I don't know, but I'm afraid, terribly afraid.
Where is your husband?
He's gone to the undertaking parlor to see about my brother's funeral. Is my husband in danger?
No, Mrs. King. But somebody else may be.
Who?
A good-looking girl named Irene Barry.
I've got a gun, Steve. If you try to come in again, I'll kill you.
Open up, sweetheart. It's me, Runyon.
Mr. Runyon, you...
Yeah. Come on, open the door.
I'm glad you've come. I tried to call.
You always greet visitors with a gun? Who sucked you in the eye? Hey, what happened? This room looks like an unmade bed.
That rotter. He came here. He wanted the necklace.
Why did you lie to me? Was it Steve Cole?
Yeah, that rat.
Save it. Sit down there now and tell me the truth.
How'd you find me? How did you know where I was staying?
I saw your hotel key in your bag this afternoon when you paid me.
Oh.
Come on, baby, start talking. You do know Cole, the guy who was watching King's house, don't you?
Yeah, I know him. We came back to the States together. He was going to help me get the necklace.
But when you got here, you thought you'd do better on your own.
That isn't true. He tried to ditch me. He wanted to get it for himself.
What happened tonight?
He came here to my hotel room. First, he was nice and tried to explain his running out. He thought I had the necklace, and when I told him I didn't, he hit me.
Did you have the necklace?
No. I told you Charlie had it.
You've told me a lot of things.
But that's the truth. I swear it is.
Did Cole kill Charlie Griffin?
Yes, he must have.
But he didn't get the necklace?
No.
Then there's only one other person who could have it.
Who?
King. And Steve Cole must have guessed that by now. Come on.
Where are we going?
To the funeral parlor.
I'm sorry, but Mr. King left just a few minutes ago. He saw that everything was satisfactory.
Was anybody with him?
Why, no. Oh, a gentleman did call to see him just before he left. They were talking in the front parlor where Mr. Griffin's body is laid out. I believe the gentleman's still in there.
Steve.
Maybe. Thanks. We'll just look in and pay our respects to the deceased.
Right through that door over there.
Be careful.
Don't worry.
That's not Steve.
No. What are you doing here, Mac?
Oh, I came over here to talk to King. Who's this girl?
A client of mine.
She mixed up in this business?
Maybe.
How many clients have you got in this case?
What's he talking about?
Nothing, sweetheart. He's a cop. Where did King go, Mac?
He had a call from the hospital saying his wife was dying.
Dying? Give me that phone.
Huh?
I just left her a couple of hours ago. She was ready to be released.
Who you calling, Brad?
Hospital.
Alcott General Hospital.
I'd like to talk to Mrs. Thomas King. She's in room 708.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, sir, but...
Is she too ill to talk?
Why, no, sir, she isn't here. She was released from the hospital over an hour ago.
And how do you know King will be in his garage?
I don't know it. But when a man's home is burned down, it seems to me that his office is a good place to look for him.
Oh. Well, there's no tenant.
Yeah. Hey!
Yeah?
We're looking for Mr. King. Have you seen him?
Oh, yeah. He's upstairs in his office. Came in about half an hour ago. I was working under the car there, and I just happened to look up and see the two of them.
The two of them? Was somebody with him?
Well, yeah, there was...
Come on, Mac.
Mr. Runyon,
Well, looks like we're too late.
It's King, all right. Give me that gun, Mrs. King.
I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
Is he dead, Mac?
Yeah, he's dead. 3 slugs in him.
I didn't kill him, I tell you. He was dead when I got here. I just came in. The gun was lying on the floor beside him.
What were you doing with the gun in your hand?
I don't know. I heard you coming up the stairs, and I thought...
What did you think?
I was frightened. I thought the murderer was coming back.
You'd better think of a better story than that.
It's the truth.
What are you doing, Runyon?
I'm looking for something that King should have had on him.
What?
He doesn't have it. Where is it, Mrs. King?
What? What are you talking about?
The necklace.
Necklace? I don't know what you mean.
What's this about a necklace, Runyon?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. King, give it to me.
But I don't understand. I haven't any necklace.
Never mind about the necklace, Mrs. King. You're under arrest for the murder of your husband.
Just a second.
No gun this time.
Why, Mr. Runyon, I didn't expect you at this hour.
You keep late hours, don't you? I thought you'd be in bed.
I wasn't sleepy.
I thought I told you not to open the door without knowing who was outside.
I guess I forgot.
Not afraid anymore?
Why, I guess not.
Mind if I come in a minute?
No, I don't mind. You look tired.
I am tired.
Would you like a drink?
Uh-huh. Maybe a drink would help.
Why did you come up to my room?
Where did you go after you left Mackenzie and me tonight?
Why, I came here to my hotel. Why, what happened? What's the matter?
King was murdered tonight.
Murdered?
You dropped a glass.
Who killed him?
I thought maybe you did.
Me? You don't think
Did
that
you?
No, of course I didn't.
Don't lie to me. If you killed him, I want to know.
But I didn't. I swear I didn't. You've got to believe me. You do believe me, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. Give me that drink. The police have arrested Mrs. King.
Did she kill him?
I don't think so.
Well, it must have been Steve Cole.
Yeah,
Here's the drink.
thanks.
Sit here on the sofa with me. You trust me, don't you? Why?
Maybe it's because I've got to, or maybe it's because I think you're too beautiful to be mixed up in anything like murder.
Then you don't really think I'm so bad, do you?
You're an awful liar, sweetheart. You haven't come clean with me yet.
Maybe you haven't come clean with me either.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're nice. I like you.
Yeah.
Kiss me.
That's nice perfume, baby.
You know, you and I could do all right if we played square with each other.
Maybe we could.
I'll make you a proposition. I'll split 50-50 with you if you'll give me my necklace.
You think I've got it?
You know where it is.
You're wrong, baby. I know where it isn't.
What do you mean?
King didn't have that necklace.
But he must have had it.
How do you know? Quit stalling and come clean with me.
Why, I don't...
King killed Charlie Griffin, didn't he?
Yes.
Did you see him do it?
Yes, I was looking through the basement window.
And he took the necklace?
I think so. The fire started just then. I had to run. But you just said King didn't have the necklace.
He didn't have it on him when he was murdered.
Why are you so sure of that?
Nobody in his right mind would have had that necklace in his pocket if he was going to meet a guy like Steve Cole and make a deal with him. That phone call he got at the funeral parlor was from Cole. It was probably a threat telling King to meet him.
You mean the call about his wife dying?
Yeah. That was King's gag to get away from Mackenzie. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What a dope I am. Come on, honey.
Where are we going?
Back to the funeral parlor. It's locked.
There's a light on in the front room. I can see Charlie Griffin's coffin and the flowers.
There must be somebody here. These places usually have a man on duty all night. Let's go around and try the back door.
Why did we come back here to the funeral parlor?
For a couple of reasons.
I don't understand.
You will. Here's the back door. It's not locked.
Don't you think we ought to knock first?
No. This is the door where they bring you out feet first. We're going in head first.
Oh, it's dark in here.
Quiet. There's a light shining under the door at the end of the hall.
What was that?
Sounds like a door closing.
Somebody's here then.
Yeah. And I don't think they want to see any visitors.
I don't like this place. Bad enough to come to a funeral parlor in the daytime, but at night.
Here's the door to the front hall.
It's empty.
Let's have a look in the front parlor where Griffin's body is.
Do we have to go in there?
Yes.
There's
There's nobody in here either.
Nobody but Charlie Griffin.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. I don't like being in a room with a dead person.
Don't worry, sweetheart, you're not.
What are you talking about?
This coffin's empty.
Empty?
Yes, Charlie's body is gone.
Listen, did you hear that?
Yes. It came from this closet over here. Quick! Take that gag off him and I'll untie these ropes. What happened?
I don't know exactly. I was in here with the body. I didn't hear anybody come in, but suddenly somebody hit me on the back of the head. When I came to just now, I was tied up in that closet there.
Any idea how long you were out?
Well, it was about 1 when I got hit. I remember I just looked at my watch.
It's only a few minutes after 1 now. What happened to Griffin's body?
Why, I don't know. Isn't it? Why, that's not the same coffin. Somebody must have moved it out and put that one in its place. But why?
Was the lid on Griffin's coffin bolted down?
Yes, I bolted it tonight.
Where did this coffin come from?
From the room where we keep the extra coffins. Down in the warehouse.
Show me the room, quick.
Yes, it's right down the hall here. Follow me. Here it is.
You turn on lights in there from out here in the hall.
Switch it here by the door.
Nobody in here.
What? Why, there's Mr. Griffin's coffin over there.
Yeah. Somebody was trying to open it.
But why would anybody...
Can you open this coffin?
Why, yes, certainly. It's easy if you know how to slip the bolt.
Open it up, then.
But I don't know what...
Come on, open it.
There you are.
Is Griffin in there?
Yeah. He's here all right. Yeah, just as I thought.
What?
This was in the coffin, too.
The necklace? But... Well, how'd it get in there?
King dropped it in there this afternoon when he got that phone call from Cole. He intended to get it out before Charlie was buried, but he was killed before he had a chance to do it.
Then Cole was... Look at that coffin behind you. Something on that coffin just moved. Look out! It's Steve Cole. There's a gun in his hand.
It won't be there long.
Oh, my hand! You broke my hand! Let me out! Let me out!
Give me that gun on the floor.
Let me out!
Here it is. Who's that in the coffin?
It's the guy who socked you. He was hiding in here. Now, hand me that phone over there.
Yes, sir.
You all right, baby?
Yeah, I guess so.
You want to sit on top of the coffin with me? It's kind of a hard seat.
No, thanks.
Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters. Right.
Give me the necklace, Mr. Runyon.
Not yet, sweetheart.
But it's mine. Give it to me.
Wait a minute, baby. You'll get everything that's coming to you. Hello, Mackenzie.
Yeah, that you, Runyon?
I've got your murderer here. You can turn Mrs. King loose now.
Where are you?
Sitting on top of a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah. Your murderer's inside. His name is Steve Cole. Remember him?
Is he dead?
No, not yet. He's just getting used to his new home.
What's it to be, Buster?
Ham and eggs okay with you, Mac?
Yeah, sure.
2 orders of ham and eggs. Oh, wait. Make it 3 orders. I'm hungry.
Coming up.
Now listen, Runyon, I don't want this necklace. Why'd you give it to me?
You've got to take charge of it until the court decides who owns it. The girl says it's hers, but nobody knows. Maybe they'll decide it belongs to Mrs. King.
Boy, she could sure use the dough it'd bring.
Yeah, that was a tough break not having enough insurance.
Hey, by the way, Runyon, what about that fire? Who started it and why?
Mac, some things that happen in this world are just coincidences. I hate to disillusion you, but that fire was just an accident.
Say, how about a piece of that apple pie while we're waiting for the ham and egg?
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
Something in the air? You bet. Excitement. Because 4 exciting new shows go on the air tonight, starting right now. ABC brings out its first Monday night surprise package labeled Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man. The Fat Man is the stalwart detective whose huge size doesn't slow up his progress a bit when it comes to sleuthing. And speaking of detectives, you'll want to meet hard-talking Ross Dolan, played by William Gargan. His business is crime. In his words, I deal in crime. And he follows in half an hour. And then the Dean of Music Makers, Paul Whiteman, and his new show, Forever Tops. The top tunes that will live forever. Paul Whiteman plays them on Forever Tops. And did you know that your top stage and screen laugh favorites, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, have opened a diner? What a diner. You see, that's what we meant when we said excitement in and on the air tonight and every Monday night on ABC. Right now, let's take a trip into adventure with Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man.
Wait, 247. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
The American Broadcasting Company brings you Dashiell Hammett's latest and most fascinating character, the Fat Man. The hard-boiled, hard-hitting adventures of a criminologist who tips the scale at 247 pounds. Tonight's adventure, the 19th Pearl. And now, here is the Fat Man.
One of the worst things about being fat is feeling thin. That extra load you carry around is something you never think about till you bump into a full-length mirror or drop a penny into a drugstore scale. Even then you don't feel fat. The only time you really feel it is when you run into a beautiful woman. That's when the old collar kind of chokes you and your hands look big and your legs are hard to cross. That's when you're glad you've got a busy job like mine, solving crimes. This one began in Grand Central Station, right near the information center. My mother was going away for a weekend. I was there to put her on the train.
You don't have to wait around till the gates open, son. I've gotten on trains before.
It's all right, Ma. It's a free night for me anyway. Want some peanuts?
Oh, for heaven's sake, no.
I do. Be right back. Bag peanuts, Jenny.
All right.
Better make it 2.
Here you are. Okay.
Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's all right. I wasn't looking where... Please, will you do me a favor? It's terribly important. Here, hold this bag for me. Oh, quick, he's coming.
Who?
Don't let him see me. He mustn't know I'm here.
Well, why not? What have you done?
Nothing. Stand in front of me, will you? Quick. Put your arms around me as if you were kissing me goodbye.
Say, what kind of a game is this?
Please, cover my face and kiss me.
Okay, sister. How's this?
Hold it.
How long?
Oh, no. No, don't stop. Just keep your arms around me.
As long as you say, baby. You know, I've heard about things like this, but I never figured it would happen to a guy like me.
All right. That's enough.
I wish I thought so. We ought to do this more often.
I'll have to run now. He's gone.
Maybe you'll be back.
Oh, no. No. I mustn't miss the train. Thanks ever so much for helping me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to tell me?
No, there isn't time.
But I don't even know. Okay, sister. 2 ships that pass in the night.
Well, that was a fond farewell. Who was it, dear?
I don't know.
What?
Never saw her before in my life.
Is that why you were kissing her?
Don't make a romance out of it, Ma. She just borrowed me for a quick hug, and that's all there was to it.
Well, I don't know that it's wise to kiss strange women in stations, son. Have you still got your watch?
I've got more than my watch, Ma. I've still got her bag.
But how do you know she's on this train, dear?
I saw her duck into the car ahead.
Well, leave the bag with me. I'll give it to her as soon as we pull out of the station.
Are you kidding?
Son, we're going to start in a moment.
It's all right. I'll ride up to 125th Street.
Just to give her back her bag?
That's a good enough reason.
Well, be sure you get off at 125th Street. Oh, we're moving.
Okay, Ma. I'll take the bag up to her now.
What's the matter?
That dame's on the platform. I'm getting off.
Careful, son. Watch your step.
Sure. See you later.
Bye.
Good evening, beautiful.
Oh, you frightened me.
I didn't the last time. Want to play some more?
I don't think so.
Well, don't go away. I still got your bag.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's this all about, kid? Who'd you knock off?
I beg your pardon.
You must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running away.
Why not? Can't I be running away from danger? There's a man following me.
The guy on that train?
How did you know he was on it?
Simple arithmetic. You got on to give him the slip. He must have followed you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got off.
That's exactly what happened.
What else happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, kid. Tell me the truth or I won't help you.
I don't know that I want you to help me.
Okay, sister. I'll walk right out of the picture.
No, wait.
Changed your mind?
No. A man who's been following me changed it.
Huh?
He's standing right over there on the platform.
You'll be safe here, Miss Evans.
Is this your office?
Yeah. Step in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Make yourself at home. Every chair in this place is comfortable.
Have you sampled them all?
Every one. There's one thing I hate. It's sitting on hard wood. Have an apple, Miss Evans?
No thanks.
Awful good.
No thanks.
Well, tell me now. How long has this guy been following you?
About 3 days.
And you don't know who he is? Or what he's after?
No.
What do you do for a living, Miss Evans?
I'm an actress.
On the stage?
When I'm working.
Maybe I've seen you.
Not in New York. I haven't done anything here yet.
Rich daddy?
No. No daddy at all.
And what keeps you in those gorgeous clothes?
I have a private income. My father left me some money.
Those beautiful pearls, too?
These aren't real.
Aren't they? Let me see them.
Don't you believe me?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not a very good liar.
What?
Even experienced ones take a deep breath after every lie they tell. But you've been pumping away like an iron lung.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here, Miss Evans. I won't take your case.
You won't get it, you insufferable man.
Keep going.
What?
Keep yelling at me. There's someone outside the door.
You overbearing, conceited pig. If I were a man, I'd give you the beating of your life.
That's enough. Well, what are you doing out here, mister?
Nothing. I was just...
Hey, come back here, you. You son of a gun. I'll make it much harder for you when I catch you. You going to stop, you punk, or do I have to dive for you?
Oh, you big ape.
I'm not as slow as I look.
Well, you didn't have to tackle me.
I'm sorry, old man. It's my old football training. Can you get up?
I don't know.
There you are. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you were doing outside my door.
I was keeping an eye on Miss Evans.
That's an interesting pastime. Come on back to the office and tell us why.
It's my job. I'm a private detective.
Well. Who hired you?
Mrs. Stanton. Mrs. Jeffrey Stanton.
The banker's wife?
Yes. She wants a record of every move Miss Evans makes.
Why?
That's my business.
Well, maybe Miss Evans has an interest in it. Miss Evans! Miss Evans, where are you?
What's the matter?
He's gone.
A gentleman to see you, Mrs. Stanton.
Who is it, Carl?
He refused to give me his card, madam. He simply said the fat man is calling.
Fat man? What do you suppose he wants?
Some information, Mrs. Stanton.
Good heavens. What do you mean by coming in here unannounced?
But I was announced. I'm the fat man.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I certainly don't intend to do so now. Show him out, Carl.
I don't think Carl is man enough, Mrs. Stanton. You'd better let me stay.
What do you want?
Some information about Miss Evans. I couldn't get a thing out of that clam you had following her.
What clam? What are you talking about?
Shall I call the police, Mrs. Stanton?
No. No, I can manage this call.
Very well, madam.
Now then, what were you saying, Mr. I don't believe you mentioned the name.
I didn't. People remember me better as the fat man.
Oh. Oh, I know who you are now. Mr. Parker told me about you.
Parker?
The man you very nearly killed in the hall outside your office. He said you fell on him like a ton of bricks.
He had no right listening outside my door. Did you really hire him to follow Miss Evans?
I did.
May I ask why?
You shouldn't have to. I thought everybody knew I was anxious to divorce my husband. Miss Evans is just one of the grounds.
One?
The only one I'll need. You see, Mr. Stanton made the mistake of giving her a necklace.
What?
Quite an expensive one, in fact. Matched pearls.
I see.
You seem disappointed.
In Mr. Stanton?
No, in Miss Evans. You're not a friend of hers, I hope.
Are you sure he gave her that necklace, Mrs. Stanton?
Well, I believe it was a gift. I've never inquired. I don't really care to know how these arrangements are worked out.
In other words, your husband and Miss Evans...
Let's not put it into words, if you don't mind. There'll be enough of that when the case comes up in court.
When the case comes up, Mrs. Stanton, you'll have to prove it. And right now, your star witness, Miss Evans, is missing.
Oh, not really missing. Unless something's happened to her.
What?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care. Parker will find her sooner or later.
Where?
Probably at my husband's apartment.
Oh. Doesn't he live here?
No, not regularly.
Well, after meeting you, Mrs. Stanton, I can't say I blame him. Mr. Stanton in?
Yeah, he's in.
O'Hara, what are you doing here, Captain?
Come on in. I'm waiting for the medical examiner.
Oh. Who's dead?
Who do you think? Stanton lived here all alone.
He might have had company.
He did, a little earlier. There's a knife in his chest.
Who put it there?
I don't know. The murderer didn't leave his card. Want to see the body?
You might as well. Where is it?
Right over there in the corner. And leave those chocolate-covered almonds alone. The place hasn't been gone over yet.
When did all this happen?
Don't know yet. I just got here a few minutes ago.
And the body was right where it is now?
I'm sure it hasn't moved.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
How a guy gets stabbed in the chest without putting up any kind of a fight. No sign of a struggle around here.
So what?
Well, nothing. I just don't like it, that's all.
Why not?
Because the usual place for a knife is in the back. The chest, you see it coming. You got a chance to protect yourself.
Not if you trust the person that's coming at you. Not if she's your sweetheart or something like that. Then you don't see the knife till it's too late.
What makes you think it's his sweetheart?
I don't. I don't even know if the man had one.
Well, then stop putting a noose around her neck.
Whose noose? What are you driving at?
Nothing. Nothing. I just don't like your theory, O'Hara.
Well, it's apparent he was killed by somebody he trusted. If it wasn't his sweetheart, then...
Will you stop mentioning his sweetheart?
Why? Is she a friend of yours or something?
Don't be funny.
Well, what are you mad at? What's eating you tonight?
Your theories. Stanton could have been sitting in that chair when he was killed. The murderer could have moved the body to throw us off the track.
I doubt it. The murderer didn't even have time to cover up the one clue that's going to convict him.
What's that?
A piece of string in the dead man's hand. You see how Stanton is holding onto it?
String? Looks more like a strong silk thread.
Probably something he tore from the murderer's clothing just before the knife went into his heart.
You don't tear single threads from a person's clothing, O'Hara?
Then what is it?
I don't know. Let's open his hand and see.
Wait a minute. We don't have to open it. I can see something between the fingers.
What is it?
The pearl.
Miss Evans. Miss Evans, if you're in your room, for the love of Mike, open up.
Who is it?
The fat man.
Hello?
Yes, open up, will you?
Well, what's wrong?
Plenty. I've got to talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in.
Shut up. You're in trouble, kid. I'm going to find out just how much. Where did you disappear to when I went after that guy that was following you?
I ran down the stairs. What?
That's what I want to know. Why?
To get away from him, of course. I knew you wouldn't let him follow me.
I wish I had. Where did you go?
Home?
That's a lie. I've been calling up here all night.
Well, I stopped off for a bite to eat.
Where? At Mr. Stanton's apartment?
What? I don't know what you're talking.
Come on, baby. Tell me the truth. I know half of it now. I want the other half, or I'll call in the cops.
What have I done that's wrong?
Lots of things. Most of them aren't my business. But murder is.
Murder?
You heard me. Don't stand there looking from one of my eyes to the other. Even a lousy actress can look innocent. She's beautiful enough.
Why do you keep saying I'm beautiful?
Because you are. And if I weren't a man and a half, I'd take you in my arms and...
And what?
Never mind.
Go ahead. Do it.
Are you kidding?
Do it. I want you to kiss me.
My name isn't Darling.
You never told me what it was. What can I call you?
Nothing.
You've got to believe me, darling. You've got to trust me.
Why?
Because I trust you. Will you kiss me now?
Yes.
Oh. You're awfully sweet when you want it.
Who gave you that necklace you're wearing?
What?
Who gave it to you? Why aren't you wearing it now?
I just took it off.
Where is it?
Don't you believe me?
Where is it? I want to see it.
I've got it.
Where?
Right here on my dress. Are you satisfied?
Not yet. Is this the necklace you were wearing in my office?
How many of these trinkets do you think I have?
How do I know? Must be more where this came from. Who gave it to you?
Mr. Stanton.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Because it was none of your business.
Well, that's a good answer. Is it my business now?
If you want it.
How do you want it to be, Miss Evans?
I want it to be Kathy, not Mr.
Okay, Kathy. I'll take your case.
Have I got one?
You will have. The cops will be swarming all over this place by tomorrow morning.
Why?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
You didn't feel that way when you came in.
When I came in, I never expected to find this string of pearls. Not in one piece, anyway. You mind if I take them?
What for?
I thought you trusted me.
You still haven't answered my question.
I need these pearls to make your alibi stand up, Kathy. Don't forget, I'm working for you, but the police aren't. You're sure these pearls were bought here, Mr. Werner?
Quite sure. I matched them for Mr. Stanton myself.
No chance of a duplicate set looking exactly like these.
Very unlikely. Pearls are almost as individual as people. That's why they're so hard to match.
I see. This is your clasp, of course.
Oh, yes, it was made here.
And the string?
Oh, the string might be anybody's. There's nothing distinctive about a string.
But the pearls are distinctive.
Quite. Why did Mr. Stanton rearrange them?
You mean they're not in the right order?
Oh, the order is correct. But I only counted 18.
What?
The big one in the center is missing.
Hello.
Hello, Kathy.
Oh, yes.
This is the fat man. Do you want to swing for the murder of Mr. Stanton?
No.
Then do what I tell you.
But I didn't kill him.
Then why didn't you tell me you knew he was dead, you two-faced...
No.
Shut up. I know you were in Stanton's apartment tonight. You had to be, or you wouldn't have had that necklace back.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play dumb with me. You picked those pearls up off the floor and strung them together again. All except one.
What?
You stupid little fool. You left the most important one in the dead man's hand.
Oh, no.
Now, this is your last chance, Kathy. Meet me in my office in 15 minutes or I go to the police.
But
Be there.
Yes?
It's me, Kathy.
Come in.
What? Mr. Puck? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The fat man sent for me.
Where is he?
He'll be back. He stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh?
Come on in. Don't be afraid.
Well,
Come on. The fat man wants me to show you something.
What?
Look over there on top of the desk. See it?
What is it?
A pearl. The largest one of a set.
And what's it doing here?
That's the fat man's business. He just wanted me to show it to you. Recognize it?
I don't know very much about pearls.
Then you wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Not from you. Who told you it was for sale?
The fat man. He offered it to me for...
What's the matter?
There's a microphone hidden in this bowl of fruit. The fat man must be interested in your reactions.
Where do the wires go?
Over here, to the window and down the side of the building. He must be listening in another office.
He won't listen anymore.
Don't do that, you fool. Put that microphone down.
Why?
Because he'll know you smashed it. You want to get... Where's that pearl, Miss Evans?
I beg your pardon.
That pearl. You took it off the desk while I was at the window.
Oh, you're mistaken. I haven't been near the desk.
Come on. Give it to me or I'll search you for it.
Let go of me.
Not until you put that pearl back. Open your hand.
No,
Open it, I said. The fat man will kill me if you get away with it. Oh, come back here, you little devil.
Not on your life.
Just a moment, Miss Evans.
Mrs. Stanton.
Yes. I'll take that pearl, please.
Look out, she's got a gun.
Stay where you are, young lady.
No, you can't make me.
Stop. I told you to stop. You're wanted by the police for the murder of my husband. Get in the cab, Miss Evans.
Where are you taking me?
Get in.
I'll watch her, Mrs. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. All right, driver. Hurry. Police headquarters.
Right.
Why don't you start?
Gotta wait for the light to change, lady.
You gotta wait for me, too.
The fat man.
Surprise. How do you feel, Kathy?
Why, I'm all right.
You better have somebody look at that shoulder. Franklin Hospital, driver. Make it snappy.
Just a moment. We're taking her to police headquarters.
With a fresh wound in her shoulder, she needs medical attention.
But I said...
Franklin Hospital, driver, and don't spare the horses. How is she, Doc?
Oh, she'll be all right. Bullet just grazed her shoulder.
You're very lucky, Miss Evans.
You mean you're very lucky? Don't you know it's against the law to go around shooting people?
I couldn't let her get away with that pearl, could I?
Why not? That isn't the one they found in your husband's hand. That's just a hunk of paste.
But you told us all to come to your office so you could trap the one who tried to steal it.
How did you know that?
It was obvious.
That's no excuse for shooting at her, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, I didn't really shoot. I tried to frighten her more than anything else.
Well, in any case, I'll have to make a report to the police. Will you come with me, Mrs. Stanton?
Certainly.
You're a dead pigeon, Kathy.
What do you mean?
Even a bald-headed jury won't save you on this one.
But I didn't kill him.
I think you did. What's your vote, Parker?
I won't say until I've heard all the facts.
But you know all the facts. Didn't you follow her to Stanton's apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Well, how long was she there?
About 20 minutes.
And she went right to the railroad station as soon as she left his apartment.
But I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
Then why did you pick up the pearls and string them together again?
Because I knew I was being trained. Somebody put that necklace in Mr. Stanton's hand.
That's a good one.
It's true. I didn't have the pearls when I went to his apartment.
What?
They were stolen from me this morning.
Can you prove that?
No,
Can you prove it to me, Kathy?
I don't know. Look at me.
I'm looking.
I didn't kill Mr. Stanton. I swear I didn't.
That's not good enough, Kathy. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help you get out of here.
What?
I'll give you a head start on the police.
Don't be a fool.
Mind your own business, Parker.
This is my business. If she killed Stanton...
Go on and give her a break, will you?
No, I'm just as responsible as you are. You can't make me a party to this.
Then turn your back on it.
You're crazy. It's a felony to assist a criminal. I'm going to call the police.
Get away from that phone.
For heaven's sake, use your head. They'll catch her anyway.
Get away from that phone, I said.
No, don't. Don't. I can't run away. It'll only make it look worse.
Why, of course. The sooner we call the police, the better.
Hello?
Hello. Get me the police department, please.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to make that call, Parker.
What?
You're not going to make that call if I have to pick up one of these knives and jab it into your ribs.
Yeah, put that down. Put that down, you fool.
Now, you see, Parker, even on short notice, a man reaches out for the murderer's hand, the hand with the knife.
What?
Don't you understand? When a man comes at you with a knife, you reach for his hand, not for his throat.
What are you talking about?
Stanton. He couldn't have torn those pearls off Kathy's neck. If she came at him with a knife, he'd have grabbed for her hand the way you grabbed mine.
You mean she was framed?
You guessed it. She was framed by a guy who knew every move she made. A guy who knew when he could steal that necklace and plant it in Stanton's hand at the most effective time. Who fits that description, Parker? Who knew every move Kathy made these last 3 days?
Well, why are you looking at me?
Because you're it. You wanted Stanton out of the way so you and Mrs. Stanton could get married and live on Stanton's dough. You're no private detective. I found that out 5 minutes after I met you.
Drop that knife and stay where you are. I've got a gun.
Look out, Kathy. You may use it.
I will if you don't get out of my way.
Hello? That phone's open, Parker. You're giving the police your whole confession.
What?
Oh!
Hello? Hello?
Take it easy, Captain. I'm bringing in a murderer. So you and Stanton were just good friends, Kathy?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Must have thought an awful lot of his friends to give them pearl necklaces.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but he was like that. He once gave a surgeon a brand new car just for operating on his hand.
What did you do for the old boy?
I went out with him, let him take me to shows and things.
Well, here's where I get off.
Am I home already?
This is it. Night, Kathy.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I ever going to see you again?
I don't know.
Why not? Don't you like me?
Sure. I like all beautiful women. Trouble is, I fall in love with them.
And what's wrong with that?
Having to fall out. So long, Kathy. Remember, nobody loves a fat man.
Listen again next week at the same time when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another adventure of Dashiell Hammett's exciting new character, the Fat Man. Next week's story is called The Unfamiliar Face. And, as the Fat Man says,
Know a man's face, and you know the man behind it. Line for line, it tells the story of his life. From the women he's known to the crimes he's committed.
tonight's adventure of the Fat Man, played by J. Scott Smart, was directed by Robert Sloan. Bernard Green composed and conducted the original music.
Hold on to your nerves. Next comes a guy who keeps busy chasing fugitives and frails. It's William Gargan as Private Detective Ross Dolan, shooting his way through the mystery thriller I Deal in Crime. This is the American...
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight, 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Shows a Phantom Face.
The empty road wound snake-like beside the river. It was an old river, wide and sluggish, with tired hills rolling off on each side. A lonesome, desolate place. The early November twilight slipped across the valley. The hills gazed reproachfully at the river and began putting on gray shrouds for the night. I pulled my topcoat close around me and turned on the headlights. 3 hours from the city by car, she'd said on the phone. Money is no object, Mr. Runyon. That was just about all she had said, in a voice as distant as the North Pole and twice as cold. Annabelle Gunston. I couldn't place the name, but it had a vaguely familiar sound. The rain came in torrents, splashed against the windshield. Suddenly, a tall iron gate appeared on the right side of the road. The gate stood open under a crescent of faded iron letters that spelled Gunston Lodge. I swung the car through the gate and into a steep, tree-lined gravel drive. After about a quarter of a mile, the house came into view. It stood directly on top of a cliff that sheered off to the river 200 feet below. It was a big house, big and old. Its old-fashioned turrets looked like bony fingers reaching towards the leaden sky. I rapped a knocker on the front door.
Yes, sir?
My name is Runyon. I believe Miss Gunston is expecting me.
Which Miss Gunston, sir?
Are there more than one?
There are 3 Miss Gunston, sir. Miss Frances, Miss Laura, and Miss Annabelle.
I'll try Miss Annabelle.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Skip it. Tell Miss Annabelle that Mr. Runyon is here.
Yes, sir. Just come inside. I'll tell her.
Ah, hello, big boy. You're pretty fat. You're kind of good-looking, fat.
That could be a cue for something, is it?
Maybe. I heard you tell Thorne you came to see Annabelle. Now, why would a man come to see her?
If she looks like you, I might be able to answer that.
She doesn't look like me or act like me. Let's have a drink, Brown Eyes.
Later. Business before pleasure.
I don't like business. But I like you. You're nice. What do you think about that?
I think somebody ought to give you a good spanking.
That's what they all say. But they all like me. Even Brutus and that sneaky doctor of Laura's. But Brutus is gone now.
Miss Gunston will see you now, Mr. Runyon.
Okay.
Don't forget that drink, Brown Eyes.
If I do, it'll be the first time.
This way, sir.
Who was that, Thorne?
Miss Frances, sir. The youngest of the 3 sisters.
Interesting girl.
Yes, sir.
She mentioned somebody named Brutus. Know who that might be?
Her father, sir. Mr. Brutus Gunston.
She said he'd gone away.
Yes, sir.
Long trip?
Quite long, sir. Mr. Brutus died last week.
Come in, Mr. Runyon. That'll be all, Thorne.
Yes, Miss Annabelle.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. I must apologize if I appear to be nervous, but I've been extremely upset.
I understand. Cigarette?
No. And I'd prefer it if you did not smoke in my presence.
Okay. Your sister didn't seem to mind.
My sister? You've seen my sister?
The young one downstairs in the hall.
Frances.
Mm-hmm.
That is unfortunate. Mr. Runyon, my younger sisters and I do not see eye to eye in a great many matters, one of which is my reason for asking you to come here. I might add that my younger sister, Frances, is not quite all she might be.
I see what you mean.
She caused my poor father untold trouble.
I understand he died last week. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was a terrible blow. And, Mr. Runyon, it has to do with my reason for sending for you.
I see. Suppose you tell me all about it.
My father did not die of natural causes, Mr. Runyon. He was murdered.
Murdered? Why didn't you call in the police?
I couldn't call the police because there was no proof, no evidence. He supposedly died of a heart attack. That's why I've hired you. I want you to find proof of my father's murderer. I want you to find his murderer.
If there wasn't any evidence of murder, what makes you so sure? What did the doctor say? Didn't you mention your suspicions?
Of course I did. I told all of them, and they laughed at me. Said I was imagining things. And that doctor, he said it was a heart attack.
If it wasn't his heart, what was it?
Oh, it was a heart attack, all right. That's why there was no proof. Even the broken bottle of pills on the floor, the disarranged bedclothes.
What about the broken bottle?
Father had some pills. I don't know exactly what they were, but he took them for relief whenever an attack started. He kept them on the table beside his bed. He died late at night. The bottle of pills was lying on the floor, broken. Of course, Dr. Taylor said Father had obviously knocked them over himself. I don't believe it.
You mean you think somebody deliberately knocked over the bottle when your father had the attack, so he couldn't reach the medicine?
I'm sure of it. I'm also sure that this attack was caused by something.
For instance?
For instance, sudden fright. His face in death had the most horrible expression of fear I've ever seen. My father was murdered, and I intend to find his murderer. That's why you're here. I'll pay you well.
Just what do you want me to do?
I want you to stay here in the house for a few days as a guest.
Just what do you think I can find out by doing that?
Mr. Runyon, I'm not a person to point the finger of suspicion without just and ample proof. But there are people in this house who will benefit by my poor father's death.
Meaning?
Meaning, first, my two sisters. My father was a sensible man. He was a very wealthy man. He'd arranged his wealth in such a manner that we three daughters should not come into money of our own until we reached the age of 35, except in the case of his death. I am 40 years old. My sister Laura is 28, and my younger sister Frances is only 25.
Are you accusing your sisters of murder?
No. I'm only pointing out the fact that they benefit by his death. There are others in this house who benefit also.
The butler?
My father's will left Thorne $10,000.
You said others. Who else?
Dr. Taylor. My father's physician is staying in the house as a guest. He also stands an excellent chance of benefiting by father's death.
How?
He is engaged to marry my sister Laura.
Come in.
I beg your pardon, sir, but Miss Annabelle wished me to tell you that dinner will be served in 15 minutes.
Good, I'm hungry. Oh, by the way, Thorne, it's raining pretty hard outside, and I left my car standing on the driveway.
I took the liberty of putting it away, sir. It's in the garage.
No, thank you.
If you would be so kind, sir, as to follow me.
Follow you? What do you mean?
Miss Laura would like a word with you, sir.
Laura, eh? Okay, what can I lose?
Her room is just down the hall. It's that room there, sir.
Thank you, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Thorne.
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering, how does it feel to inherit $10,000?
Beg pardon, sir?
Never mind, skip it.
Yes, sir.
Come in, quickly. I must apologize for asking you to my room, but I had to see you in private.
Why?
You needn't pretend. You're a detective.
And you know why I'm here.
Of course, and it's too ridiculous. Father murdered. Why, it's absurd. He was a sick man. He died of a heart attack in the middle of the night.
Your sister Annabelle doesn't think it's so absurd.
Mr. Runyon, my sister Annabelle suffers from what you might call hallucinations. You don't know her very well. She's a strange woman. My father's death was a great shock to her. You see, she was very close to him, closer than my sister Frances or I. That's why I wanted to talk to you before she makes a complete fool of herself.
In that case, it shouldn't do any harm for me to look around a little bit to humor her. Then I can tell her.
No, you don't understand. Don't you see, if people know that a detective is here, that the family thinks my father was murdered, surely you can see what that sort of talk might cause? That's why you must leave here at once, tonight.
I'm sorry, Miss Gunston, but I'm afraid I can't do that. Your sister has hired me and...
Very well, then. In that case, I'll tell you the truth.
It might help.
My sister Annabelle suffers from something worse than innocent hallucinations. You've seen her. You know what she looks like.
She certainly didn't get her share of the family looks.
Annabelle is much older than Francis and I. She never had boyfriends, never went out. And certainly never considered marrying. She devoted all her time to Father, taking care of him, managing the home. Naturally, she was Father's favorite. 10 years ago, she became quite ill, and Father was forced to send her away for nearly a year.
Let's talk straight, Miss Laura. What do you mean ill? Do you mean insane?
Call it that if you want to. She was pronounced cured and returned home. I'm sure you can understand now why I...
Laura, is it true that Annabelle has hired a...
Really, Ray, don't you think you should knock?
I'm sorry, Laura.
This is Mr. Runyon.
How do you do?
My fiancé, Dr. Taylor.
You were going to say something, Doctor. Don't let me stop you.
Well,
Mr. Runyon is a detective, Ray. Annabelle hired him because she feels that Father was murdered.
Well, that's just too silly, Mr. Runyon.
Maybe I ought to find that out for myself.
Brutus Gunston died of a heart attack. I was his doctor. I don't know what caused his death.
Yeah, you should. But I'd like to ask... Wait a minute. There's somebody outside that door. Looking for something, Thorne?
No, sir. Miss Annabelle wanted me to announce that dinner is served.
Dinner was a cozy little affair in a candlelit room big enough for a basketball game. There was no talking, very little eating. A lot of looking, mostly at me. The candles threw great flickering shadows at the beam ceiling. A big wooden fire at one end of the room caught the shadows and tossed them to a rain-splashed French window on the opposite side. The young one, Frances, sat on my right in a low-cut evening dress that only she could wear. She wore a delicate perfume that did what it was supposed to do. Thorne had gone out for the dessert when she squeezed my hand lightly under the table. The doctor and Laura were across from me, silent. Annabelle sat grimly at the head of the table, staring at the windows. The flickering fire behind her gave her thin, repressed face a skull-like appearance.
Annabelle!
What's the matter? Annabelle!
The window. There was a face. There was a face against the window.
Do you see anything? No.
Annabelle, you're sure you saw something?
Yes, I tell you, I saw it. It was horrible.
There was nothing there, Miss Annabelle.
No, of course it's not there now. It only stayed a second.
Did you recognize it?
You won't believe me, but I did.
Who was it?
It was Father.
Nonsense, Annabelle.
I tell you, I saw him. I know he was murdered now. He was trying to tell me something.
Now stop it, Annabelle. You're upset. You're imagining things. It's all being too much for you. You gotta control yourself.
It was Father, I tell you. I saw his face. He's trying to speak. I can't stand anymore.
Come, Annabelle, you'd better lie down.
I'll give you something to make you sleep.
No, you stay away from me. Stay away from me. Mr. Runyon, please don't let him touch me.
Take it easy.
Now, really, Annabelle, you've got to control yourself. Come, I'll help you to your room.
I saw him.
She'll be all right. It's a simple case of nerves. I'll give her a sip.
Nice act, wasn't it?
Yeah, Francis. If it was an act.
How are your nerves, Brown Eyes?
I'm ready for that drink you promised me.
There's a bar downstairs.
Complete with ghosts, bats, and witches.
And 30-year-old brandy.
Is that all?
That's charming. And I'll make it more charming. Brown Eyes. Straight?
Straight. Somehow this modern bar doesn't seem to go with the rest of the gloom.
There are a lot of things in this house that don't go together.
For instance?
You're a detective, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And detectives ask questions.
This is the only room in the house I like. Brutus liked it, too.
And Brutus was an honorable man.
You're nice. I like you. You're bright.
And you're a lot smarter than you pretend to be.
Maybe. Yes, I know Brutus. I knew him a lot better than the frustrated Annabelle or the pure and mighty Laura. He liked me, too, in his way. Maybe it was because I was like him. He built this bar, you know, but he never lived to enjoy it.
And you caused him a lot of worry.
I suppose Annabelle told you that. Yes, I guess I did my share. And I really liked him. For all his faults, he was a real man. I like real men.
Not yet, sweetheart. The drink.
All right, Brown Eyes. Here's to gloom and ghosts and murder.
He was murdered then.
Yes.
So you knocked over the bottle of pills.
No, Brown Eyes, I didn't knock over the bottle of pills. But I think I know who did.
Who?
Oh, maybe it's better to let sleeping dogs lie.
But sleeping dogs have a habit of waking up and biting.
Oh, Brutus was getting old when he died. Old and sick and tired. Maybe it was best.
Murderers never bet.
See on that picture there at the end of the bar? That's the way I like to remember him. Handsome, arrogant, and smiling.
So this is Brutus, your father.
I hung it there just after... Well, what are you doing? Why are you taking it down?
Just a second, and I'll show you.
Oh, don't take it out of the frame.
Hold it, sweetheart. Just a moment. Yeah, I'll get this out of the frame. Now, look here.
What? Why, the head of the picture's been cut out like a paper doll.
It's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. See how carefully it's been cut, so it could be put back against the rest of the picture.
Yes.
Whoever did it figured nobody would look closely at this picture if it was hanging on the wall in its frame. So they cut out the head, took it to the window tonight for Annabelle to see, then brought it back and put it in the frame again.
Then she did see the face.
I'll say she did. It was dark outside. It was raining. Annabelle's nerves are shot. All she really needed was a suggestion. This was more than that. It was her father's face.
But who could have done it? We were all there.
Not all. Thorne the butler wasn't in the room.
But I thought... Well, I was sure.
Sure that what?
Well, I see it all now. I know who murdered Father. It was... the lights. Somebody turn up the lights.
Francis! Francis!
What happened? What is it? What were those shots? Francis. She's hurt.
No, Laura. Your sister's dead.
Dead? Oh, no.
Somebody shot her from the head of the stairs. Didn't you see anybody?
No, I didn't.
Where were you?
I just taken Annabelle to her room up in the tower.
The tower?
That's what we call it. It's a turret overlooking the river.
Sir, I tell you, I don't know.
What happened, Runyon?
It's Francis. Francis.
Oh, let me see.
She's dead, Dr. Taylor.
Yes. She's dead, all right.
Where did you get that gun, Taylor?
I met Thorne in the hall. He's holding this gun in his hand.
But I tell you, I found it on the floor.
Laura, you say you'd just taken your sister Annabelle to her room.
Yes. She was so upset. On the way back downstairs, I stopped in my own room for a minute. They heard the shots and came down.
What is it? What's happened? Laura? Francis?
Annabelle, you better go upstairs with her, Laura. Don't let her come down here, and don't tell her Francis has been shot.
Yes, I'll go. It's all right, Annabelle. I'm coming. It's nothing.
But, Laura, I thought I heard shots.
It was nothing, Annabelle.
Give me that gun, Taylor. 2 bullets gone. All right. Let's hear your story, Taylor.
Well, we'd taken Annabelle to her room. We heard 2 shots and started down here. Then I saw Thorne. He was carrying this gun in his hand.
I told you I found it lying in the hall, sir. I was in the kitchen. I heard the shots and came to investigate. I picked up the gun just as Dr. Taylor came along.
It's not good enough, Thorne.
But, sir, I tell you,
Look here on the bar, Thorne. Did you ever see this picture before?
Well, where did that come from?
It was hanging on the wall in that frame.
But somebody's cut out the head.
That's the face Annabelle saw in the window tonight. How about it, Thorne? Recognize it?
Well, of course I recognize it, sir. I've seen it many times, but I didn't cut it out like that.
He's lying.
No, I'm not lying.
It's no good, Thorne. You murdered the old man by breaking his bottle of pills so he couldn't get at them when he had an attack. Then you must have frightened him to bring on the attack.
But, sir, I tell you...
You knew he was leaving you $10,000.
I knew that.
Then Annabelle got suspicious and called me. And that scared you.
No, I didn't know you were a detective.
But somebody else suspected you, too. The dead girl there. She said she heard something the night her father was murdered. And she was just about to tell me who the killer was when she was shot.
Please, you're making a terrible mistake. I didn't kill anybody.
You had the gun when Dr. Taylor found you upstairs. You admit that. And another thing. When Annabelle saw that face in the window tonight, you were the only one who wasn't in the room. There's something about all this that doesn't add up, Dr. Taylor.
I don't see what. It's all there. It couldn't be anybody else but Thorne.
That's just what I mean. It's all too pat. I've got a feeling that I've overlooked something. Something that I did see but didn't notice. Something that's off-key. Operator. Operator. Operator!
I'll answer in a minute.
Yeah, not tonight, they won't. This phone's dead.
Dead?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's still raining pretty hard. Maybe the storm blew the line down. But sometimes on a rainy night like this...
That's it, Taylor. That's it.
What?
The rain. I knew there was something wrong, something missing.
Why, I don't understand.
You will. Come on. We're going up to the tower room to see Laura and Annabelle. Thorne didn't murder anybody. But I know who did.
So I was right. My father was murdered, wasn't he, Mr. Runyon?
He was murdered, all right. Look at this, Annabelle.
Ah, this picture. But it's been cut out. Why?
That's the face you saw in the window, isn't it?
Why, yes. Yes, it is. So that was it. It wasn't a ghost.
You're sure this is what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost positive. Of course, it was dark outside, and the rain was pouring down, but...
I found this cut-out picture about 15 minutes after you saw it. It was absolutely dry.
Dry?
Why, what do you mean?
I mean this picture was never out in the rain, Dr. Taylor.
But it had to be if Annabelle saw it.
The point is that Annabelle didn't see a face.
I tell you, I did.
No, Annabelle. It was a swell scheme, wasn't it? Too good, in fact.
What are you driving at?
Thorne didn't murder your father or your sister. You did, Annabelle. You killed your father.
Annabelle? You?
Yes, me. I killed him, and Francis, too. I hated them. All of you. But I hated him most. I was his servant. Yes, I killed him. I broke his bottle of pills. I frightened him out of his sleep. I killed him.
Frances heard the bottle break. She went into the hall to see what it was, and she saw you, didn't she, Annabelle?
Yes.
But Annabelle called you, Mr. Runyon. She was the one who kept saying Father'd been murdered.
Sure. That was to throw us off the track.
Yes, I hate you. You've all had everything. I had nothing. Why should any of you been happy when I wasn't? Why should my sisters be beautiful? Look at me. Look at me. Why should they have sweethearts and not me?
Annabelle.
Easy, Laura. She's sick.
Sick? Am I sick? Oh, you're clever, all right. Very clever, Mr. Fatman. Yes, you're clever. You're clever enough. Stop her. The window.
Annabelle.
There are rocks down there, Runyon. 200 feet below.
Oh, why did she do it? Why?
Don't you understand, Laura? All her life, she'd been eaten up by jealousy. It was like a cancer, tearing her apart, distorting everything with hate and greed. She was sick, beyond hope. That's the trouble when greed and hate and envy start boring away inside. Whether it's a person, a family, even a nation, the result is always the same. Dissension, violence, death, and destruction.
It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Fat man's bulk can cover a multitude of things, such as hard muscles and maybe a soft heart. I go for the first myself. They pay off better. Crime and soft hearts don't mix. But that doesn't mean you can't make a nice gesture once in a while, even in the midst of a considerable amount of murder.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Plays the Horses.
Colonel B.J. Decker's home was one of those old mansions over near the park. You know the kind I mean. A museum on the outside and a morgue on the inside. The colonel was pretty well known in the racing world and owned a few horses himself. He had a beautiful daughter and a knack for getting into more trouble than a 60-year-old playboy should. I'd done a couple of minor jobs for him when some of his chorus girl sweethearts got a little too rough. So I wasn't surprised when he called and said he wanted to see me right away.
Hi, Runyon. Come in, come in.
Hello, B.J.
Pull up that chair and sit down. Have a martini?
No, thanks. Not before the sun goes down.
Good idea, good idea. I don't either as a rule, but this business has got me all upset.
Who is she this time, B.J.? A redhead?
A redhead? Oh, oh, no, I wish it were as simple as that. Runyon, this is serious.
I didn't think anything was more serious than a redhead unless it was a horse.
It is a horse. In fact, it's more than one horse. And it's also my daughter, Ethel.
Your daughter, eh? Okay, start at the beginning.
Well, it was several weeks ago. One of my horses was running at Pimlico. She was the favorite and should have won in a walk, but she didn't. Coming into the back stretch, she threw a shoe and took a bad fall.
A tough break, B.J., but it's happened before.
Oh, I know that, of course. But 3 days later, another one of my horses took sick just before the race. It was something in the feed.
Yeah? What next?
A week later, it was a shoe again. And then yesterday afternoon, I got a phone call.
From one of your horses?
Oh, stop it, Brad. This is serious. It was a man's voice. He said, if you love your daughter, Ethel, you'll keep Snowflake out of the Kingston Handicap.
You didn't tell the police?
No, I had nothing to go on. The Kingston Handicap is day after tomorrow, and Snowflake is the favorite. The purse is over $100,000.
You didn't recognize the voice on the phone?
No.
And now you're going to scratch Snowflake?
I'm afraid not to.
Okay, B.J., I'll see what I can do.
Well, here's $50.
$50? Who are you trying to kid, B.J.?
Oh, I don't mean that's all I'm going to pay you. That's just all the cash I have in my pocket.
I don't mind a check.
Oh, what's the matter with you anyway, Runyon? I'll pay you whatever you want. You know that. Now quit acting like a schoolboy and help me.
Okay. Any idea who might be behind this business?
Well, I do have, but...
Don't stall. If you know something, tell me.
Look here, Runyon, I don't want to point suspicion at anybody without being positive.
Okay, B.J., it was a nice chat. I'll be seeing
Now,
you.
wait a minute. You've got to help me.
All right. Who's behind it?
Well, I don't like to jump to conclusions. I think I know, but I like the boy, and he does a good job.
He works for you?
Yes. He's Eddie Burns, my jockey.
Attaboy, Eddie, attaboy! Let him out, let him out! Come on, Eddie, come on!
Nice horse.
Nice? Who you trying to kid, mister? That snowflake.
Yeah? Good horse, eh?
There ain't no better.
Who's the exercise boy?
Exercise, boy? Are you kidding? You ain't been around much, have you, mister? That's Eddie Burns, the best jockey in the business.
Oh, Eddie Kearns.
Not Kearns, Burns. Oh, brother, you're a real square, aren't you?
Not if you're observant. You a jockey?
No, not yet. I work 'em out. They give me the plugs. But I'm learning fast, and Eddie's talking me up. I'll get a break pretty soon.
What's your name?
Pete.
Okay, Pete. I see that tall, thin fellow leaning against the rail over there.
Yeah? What about him?
Who is he?
I don't know. I seen him talking to Eddie a little while ago. I guess it's some pal of his.
See you later. I want to talk to Eddie's pal. I thought I smelled something besides horses around here, Deacon.
It couldn't be a fat detective, could it?
It might be a tin-horn gambler.
I know a fellow once who had a wonderful nose. It was so good he just had to go around using it all the time. But he had an accident.
What a shame.
Yes, wasn't it? They found him in an alley without his nose.
Know any more bedtime stories, Deacon?
Yes, lots of them.
Tell me one about a jockey.
A jockey?
Yeah. A jockey named Eddie Burns.
You know, it's a curious thing, but I don't know any Eddie Burns stories. How about the Three Bears?
Let's skip that. I'd almost bet you knew at least one Eddie Burns story.
You'd make more betting on a horse.
Okay, Deacon, let's go. I got
Hello, Sneed. Remember me?
What's this two-bit dick doing here, huh?
He's being too inquisitive.
Oh. That's not so healthy, fat man.
You know, Deacon, you ought to be more careful in picking friends. Somebody might get the wrong idea.
Why,
Cut
you
it,
big...
Sneed. Come on, let's go.
Better brush up on your horse stories, Deacon.
Take him, Pete. Okay, Eddie. Boy, oh boy, he's really looking good, ain't he?
Like a dream. Feeling good, aren't you, boy? I say we're going to take that Kingston handicap like candy from a baby. Ooh, boy, hold it. Here, Pete, take him round again. Take it easy. Just cool him off.
Okay, Eddie. Give me a leg up.
I hear there's a big purse in the Kingston handicap, Eddie.
Here.
Think you'll win it?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Some funny things have been happening to Colonel Decker's horses lately.
Okay, mister, what's on your mind? Talk straight.
Somebody might think you're behind it.
Well, some funny things have been happening, all right, but I'm not behind it.
Somebody called the colonel yesterday and threatened his daughter Ethel if Snowflake ran on the Kingston handicap. Know anything about it?
Me?
That's right.
Why, I wouldn't threaten Ethel.
Why not?
Because we're getting married right after the big race.
Eddie's crack slowed me up a bit. While I was figuring my next approach, Eddie turned quickly and headed for the stables. I wanted to straighten this angle out, so I drove back to town, had me a breakfast, and hustled over to see Colonel Decker. It was still only 10 o'clock, but the colonel was up and through breakfast when I called. Now, let me get this straight, B.J. You said it was your jockey, Eddie Burns, who phoned you and threatened Ethel.
Ed, where's Eddie, I tell you?
But he says he loves Ethel and they're getting married the day after the race.
Why, that's ridiculous. Eddie marry Ethel? Well, I might have known it.
Now, stop. If you want me to help you and protect your daughter, you've got to come clean or I quit right now.
All right, Runyon, I'll tell you the whole truth.
It's about time.
I was foolish, perhaps, but, well, it looked like a sure thing, and I couldn't resist the temptation.
What are you talking about?
A few weeks ago, two gentlemen that I know got in touch with me. They had some money. They wanted to bet on a long shot, and they wanted to spread it around without too much suspicion. So they asked me to bet $25,000 for them.
Who were these gentlemen?
Two men named Deacon and Sneed.
And you took the money but didn't place the bet?
That's right. It was a 7-to-1 shot. I didn't think the horse had a chance, so I decided to take the bet myself.
But the horse won, so you owed them $175,000.
Yes.
Go on.
When I told them I couldn't pay, that they'd have to wait, they threatened me. I told them I could pay after the Kingston handicap if Snowflake won, but that wasn't good enough. They wanted collateral. The only thing I had to give them was the deed to a gold mine I own.
Which is worth more than the money you lost.
Exactly. Now you see why I've got to win the Kingston handicap tomorrow.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell me the truth to start with? Why all the business about Eddie Burns?
But Eddie is mixed up in it. They're trying to keep Snowflake out of the race, and they've gotten to Eddie. Bought him off. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Colonel Decker?
Yes, speaking.
This is Lieutenant McKenzie at police headquarters. We're at the stables right now, but can you meet us at headquarters in an hour?
Why, yes, of course, but what's the trouble? Is Snowflake...
Snowflake's all right, but there's a guy named Sneed that isn't.
What happened?
We found him on one of your empty stalls with a bullet in his head.
The colonel told me about the phone conversation and said that the police figured that Sneed had been murdered around 8 that morning. Right after I'd seen him, by the way. We killed a little time over a cup of coffee, then I drove the colonel down to headquarters, where, after a few questions, he was sent home. I was just about to leave when they brought in Sneed's pal, the Deacon. Hello, Deacon. Got a good one in the fourth tomorrow?
What are you doing here, fat man?
Too bad about your pal, Sneed.
Yes, very unfortunate.
Your mourning is very touching.
He was a nice guy, and I liked him. He was old enough to know what he was doing. Took his chances like everyone else, but he drew the wrong card.
Have you got any idea who might have been gunning for him?
Lieutenant, why don't you ask Runyon here? Perhaps he knows.
What do you mean by that, Craig?
I mean that...
Wait a minute. Lieutenant McKenzie. What? Okay. Hold the Deacon till his lawyer springs him.
Okay, sir.
You want to come along, Brad?
What's up, Mac?
Colonel Decker's stables are on fire.
When Mackenzie and I arrived at the track, Decker's stables were a smoldering mass of ruins. The intense heat had prevented every attempt to save the horses. And Colonel Decker angrily declared,
Eddie Burns is behind all this, Runyon. They didn't want my horse Snowflake to run. They wanted to ruin me, and now...
But, Dad, I know Eddie didn't have anything to do with this.
You keep out of this.
But, Dad...
Ethel, are you all right?
Eddie, where have you been?
Oh, I just heard about the fire. Oh, Mr. Runyon, I've got something important to tell you.
What are you doing with that gun, Eddie?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I found it down near the Madison stables.
Let me have it. It's been fired, Eddie.
You see, Runyon, I told you
Just
all
a second,
along...
Colonel, just a second. Where were you this morning, Miss Decker?
I went out riding.
Who with?
Why, I went alone.
Now, look here, Runyon, you surely
Miss
don't...
Decker, I'd advise you to keep close to your home for a while. And as for you, Eddie, I'm going to turn you over to the police to answer a few questions.
Oh, there's no question about his guilt. He murdered Sneed and started the fire that killed Snowflake.
Snowflake's all right.
What?
He wasn't in the stable.
Where is he?
Oh, he's down in the Madison stables. I was worried about him, so I took him down there after this morning's workout.
Good. Don't say anything to anybody. If we can keep it out of the papers, it may save a lot more trouble. murderer on the loose, I stayed close to the Decker family. The next noontime, the day of the big race, I told the colonel I'd drive him out to the track. Eddie Burns was in police custody, and Pete, the young stable boy, was assigned to ride Snowflake. With the deacon free because of lack of evidence, the colonel didn't object to my companionship until he found out where I was taking him. You know, Colonel, there are a couple of things that don't make sense.
What?
Why Sneed was murdered, for instance.
Well, that's simple.
Is it?
Of course. The deacon killed him.
The deacon may be a crooked gambler, but he's no fool. Besides, there are some others with equally good motives.
Who?
Eddie Burns, for instance.
Oh, Eddie, yes.
And there's somebody else.
Who?
You.
What do you mean?
You owed Sneed and Deacon money. They wanted the mine instead. So if you lost the race today...
But, Runyon, you're forgetting the fire and... Just a minute. Turn around, Runyon. It's almost time for the race.
We're not going to the track, Colonel. We're going to listen to the race on the radio.
What do you mean? What are you trying to do?
Save your life, maybe.
But I told you, Runyon, I want to be at the track. Whose house is this?
A friend of mine. Come in and relax. Come on, Colonel. Sit down and be comfortable. I'll turn on the radio.
I won't sit down.
Have it your way, but you're not leaving. Don't worry about Pete. I think he knows how to handle Snowflake.
And a mile and an eighth. Weather is clear, track fast. The horses are on the way to the starting gate. Right beneath me are the boxes reserved for the owners. There's Mr. and Mrs. Dudley Fletcher, owners of Breakaway, and Bill Donovan, who owns Fantan. One of the boxes is obviously empty. It belongs to Colonel B.J. Decker, owner of the favorite Snowflake. Rumors have been flying around here all afternoon as to whether or not Snowflake would run. But up to now, Snowflake has not been scratched. After the terrific fire yesterday, it was doubtful, but I understand Snowflake was not injured.
You'll pay for this, Runyon.
Now, the horses have reached the starting gate now and are being led in. There's Snowflake goes in easily, despite the fact that Eddie Burns' regular jockey is not aboard. Fantan is giving his jockey a lot of trouble. He's on the inside. Now they're all... No, Fantan backs out. And now he's coming back. And the others are all set. Fantan is in. He's set now. We shouldn't have any difficulty. And they're off. Breakaway comes out of there first, followed by Yellowtail and Fantan. Buzzboy is fourth, and Snowflake, the favorite, is fifth. Breakaway opens up a length lead as they go into the first turn. He's showing lots of early speed, with Snowflake trying for the rail to save ground. It's Breakaway, Fantan, and Snowflake as they go down the backstretch. Yellowtail is falling off the pace, and Buzzboy fades. As they go into the far turn, it's still Breakaway on top by a length. And Snowflake makes his move. He's up on Fantan and pulling away. Snowflake is coming up fast. They're making the turn into the home stretch now. Snowflake is bearing down on Breakaway. It's an eighth of a mile to go, and Snowflake has caught Breakaway. They're neck and neck. It's a stretch duel. Both boys go to the whip, and Snowflake goes into the lead. He's going to win. But something's wrong. The jockey on Snowflake has collapsed in the saddle. Breakaway takes the lead. The jockey is falling. Yeah, he's falling. There he goes. He's fallen off Snowflake, and Breakaway opens up a lead of a length and a half.
Any idea what happened, B.J.?
It's your fault, Runyon. If I'd been at the track, this would never have happened. Look, Runyon, the window.
He got away before I could see him. Who was it, B.J.? Could you see him? Try, B.J., try. Who was at the window?
Eddie. It was Eddie. It was...
Operator, give me police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
Get me Lieutenant Mackenzie.
Hello, Mackenzie speaking.
Mac, this is Runyon. Colonel Decker has just been murdered.
Murdered? Who did it?
Why did you let the jockey go, Mac?
What are you talking about? Eddie Burns is still locked in a cell here at headquarters.
After the police routine was over, I decided to look in on the Deacon. So I drove down to Times Square, parked, after quite a search, and went up to the Deacon's hotel room.
Who is it? Well, boy. What do you want? Message. What the...
Why, Runyon, yeah.
What's the idea of saying you're a bellboy?
I wasn't sure you'd want to see any visitors, Deacon.
Why not? I've got nothing to hide.
I'm not so sure about that. Packing, huh? Going someplace?
Yes, I am. I don't like this hotel.
Why?
They aren't particular enough who they let in.
Deacon, how'd you cut your finger?
Opening a can of soup. Why?
Somebody smashed the window this afternoon.
Window? I don't understand.
You will. Somebody stuck a gun through it.
That is a good story.
Yeah. I've got another one, too. Somebody doped a jockey named Pete, and he fell off a horse named Snowflake just when he had the race in the bag.
Snowflake? But Snowflake... Snowflake is dead. He couldn't run.
It's a good act, Deacon, but it won't work.
But the fire, I thought he was...
You mean that's what you hoped. But Burns took the horse out before the fire. Someone started that fire for you, didn't they, Deacon?
No, Runyon, so help me I didn't. I swear I didn't.
It's no good, Deacon.
I really thought Snowflake was dead.
Then you weren't at the races, were you?
He was. No!
Why not? I'll tell you. Because you followed Decker and me and shot him through the window.
Right, that finishes the story, Runyon.
Don't reach for your gun, Deacon, or I'll put a period to the story.
Oh, I can't figure you out, Brad. What's the idea of bringing me out here to the racetrack so early in the morning?
There's somebody here I want to see, Mac.
Who?
I'll show you in just a minute.
But, Brad, it's an open and shut case. You said so yourself.
It is, but not the way you think.
But if Eddie Burns killed Sneed and Deacon killed the Colonel, what else is there?
Quiet, copper. Let me do the talking.
Oh, okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. There they are, over by the rail.
Why, that's Colonel Decker's daughter and the kid, Pete.
Yeah. Now remember what I said.
You'll have to exercise Snowflake now, Pete, and take care of him.
Don't you worry none, Miss Decker. I'll take good care of him.
Good morning.
Mr. Runyon, Oh, what are you doing out here?
I wanted to see you. The police are freeing Eddie.
Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. I knew Eddie wasn't a murderer. I knew he wouldn't.
And you can get married right away.
I knew Eddie wasn't guilty.
That's right, Pete.
But, Runyon, what are you...
Pete, you'd better take Miss Decker home so she can welcome Eddie.
Yes, yes. Oh, thank you, Mr. Runyon, thank you. Come on, Pete.
What's the matter with you, Brad? You've lost your mind. What's the idea of telling that girl that Eddie Burns is going to be let out of prison?
Listen, Mac. For once in your life, you're going to forget that you're a cop. You're going to tell a little white lie.
Huh?
It won't hurt anybody, and it'll make somebody else happy.
What do you mean?
Deacon murdered the colonel, but as far as you and I are concerned, he killed Sneed, too. And don't forget, Mac, you can only electrocute a man once.
But, Brad, you don't know what you're saying. That's letting the real murderer get away.
You can't get the real murderer.
Why not?
Because he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Mac, surprise, surprise. Colonel Decker murdered Sneed.
Decker?
Sure, it all fits in.
But I don't get it.
The colonel stalled me on my fee. That made me suspicious, so I looked into his financial affairs.
So?
I found out the mine Decker gave Sneed and Deacon as collateral was worthless, and Decker knew it.
Oh, then he didn't really want Snowflake to win the Kingston.
Right. It was a sort of double cross. Sneed and Deacon didn't want Snowflake to win either, because they thought the mine was worth a fortune. And they wanted it instead of the money that Colonel owed them. Decker realized he had a chance to kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
3?
He wanted to keep Eddie from marrying Ethel, so he decided to frame him. Make it look as if the gamblers had bought him.
Ah, then the colonel monkeyed with his own horses to throw suspicion on Burns, and he was behind all the other funny business of the track.
Yeah. He saw a chance to clear his debt with a worthless mine by burning the horses and collecting the insurance. Decker was literally broke.
But, why did he kill Sneed?
Sneed learned the truth about the mine too soon, so the colonel had to kill him. Deacon found it out from Sneed. That's why he killed the colonel.
Ah, so that's it.
Yeah. The colonel's dead, and his daughter doesn't have to know what a louse her old man really was.
You know, I never suspected you of being soft-hearted.
Well, a soft heart's better than a soft head if you don't overdo it.
Maybe. Hey, by the way, Brad, you know any good horses for tomorrow?
Yeah. I got a couple of fillies in my little black book. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
Murder by mail.
The girl wasn't from the city, that was obvious. She was a big girl, almost as tall as I am, but she wasn't fat. She wasn't pretty either, but with the right clothes and beauty aid, she would have been striking. She didn't have the right clothes, and beauty was something that had never occurred to her. Any woman would have envied her complexion, but they wouldn't have wanted the hands that went with it. The complexion said outdoors and health, but the hands said work. I put her age at 35 and lit a cigarette. She carefully smoothed the skirt and took the chair across from my desk. When she spoke, I knew she was a capable single woman who lived on a farm in the Middle West.
My name is Kate Gehring, Mr. Runyon.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gehring.
I'm a stranger in your city, and I saw your ad in the classified telephone directory. That's why I came here to see you. I've never hired a detective before, and I don't have too much money.
Don't worry about the money, Miss Gehring. Just tell me what the trouble is.
Well, my brother Bob has disappeared. It's all so strange. I just don't know what to make of it.
Suppose you start at the beginning. When did your brother disappear?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I don't know the exact day. You see, he was here in the city. I was out home. We have a farm in Iowa.
Your brother was visiting here?
No, he had moved here. I was dead set against him doing it. I always knew something terrible would happen if he came here and married that woman.
He came here to get married, then?
Yes. That was a month ago.
Who was the woman he married?
Her name is Irma Lewis. And I'm sure there's something peculiar about her, something wrong.
Had your brother known her very long?
Well, that's just the point, Mr. Runyon. You see, my brother didn't know her at all.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Your brother married a woman here in the city, but he didn't know her.
I mean, he'd never actually met her except through correspondence.
He contacted her through one of those matrimonial bureaus.
Yes, I think that's what you call it. You see, Mr. Runyon, my brother Bob and I were orphaned quite young. All we had was the farm our father left us. We lived there together, and we worked hard for years. Finally, Bob managed to save $5,000.
Is your brother older than you are?
Yes, he's in his early 40s. I suppose he got lonesome of the farm. Being so far away from everything and only seeing me, I can't blame him, really. One day, he saw this ad in a magazine and started writing to this Irma Lewis. Several months later, he told me he was leaving to come here and marry her. I begged him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen.
Did he take the $5,000 with him?
No. We had the money in a joint checking account in Des Moines. Bob took only what money he'd need for expenses.
Is he going to bring this girl back home?
He was going to try and get a job here after his wedding. As I said, that was just a month ago. 2 days later, I had a letter from him saying he had arrived and met Irma.
Did he give an address?
Not then. But in his next letter, which arrived 3 days after his wedding, he said he and Irma were living in a boarding house at this address. It's out in the country, not far from the city limit. Here.
I see.
Well, that was the last letter I had from him, Mr. Runyon. Of course, I wrote him regularly.
Were the letters returned to you?
What? Why, no. I never thought of that. That might mean...
Never mind that. Go on with the story.
Well, at first I didn't worry because I knew he might be busy, Walt was just getting married and all. Bob never was much for writing letters anyway. However, after 3 weeks went by with no word, I did get worried. And then the bank called.
The bank, eh?
Yes, they notified me that the account was closed out. Bob had written a check for the entire amount.
Are you sure he wrote the check?
Positive. Of course, I went into the bank at once. They showed me the check. It was in Bob's handwriting. Well, you can imagine my feelings, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah.
I managed to borrow some money on the farm and came here at once. I arrived yesterday. Of course, I went immediately to the address of the boarding house.
Couldn't the owner tell you when your brother and his wife left?
But that's just it, Mr. Runyon. The woman who owns the house didn't know what I was talking about. She said my brother and his wife had never been there. This is the house, Mr. Runyon.
It's a gloomy-looking place.
Yes. And there's something about the woman who owns it that I don't like. I want you to look at her carefully, Mr. Runyon. When she looks at you, it's frightening.
What's her name?
Mrs. Shumway.
Now remember, let me do the talking.
All right. Yes?
Is Mrs. Shumway at home?
If it's a room you're looking for, we ain't got any.
Just a minute.
Let go of that door.
We're not looking for a room.
What do you want?
I said we want to see Mrs. Shumway.
Mrs. Shumway ain't seeing anybody.
Who is it, Bertha? It's a man and a woman, Mrs. Shumway. Show them in, Bertha.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way, please.
In here, Bertha. In the parlor.
Through this door.
So dark in here you can hardly see.
Sometimes I prefer the gloom of shadows. Please sit down. You must forgive me. I'm fond of sitting here in my parlor in semi-darkness. It brings my memories closer. I have many memories. I don't believe I know you. Why have you come to see me?
I talked to you last night. Remember? I was looking for my brother.
Last night?
Let me do the talking, Miss Gehring.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm Brad Runyon. We're looking for Miss Gehring's brother, Mrs. Shumway. It seems he's disappeared, and he wrote her from this address. Last night you told her that you'd never heard of him.
My dear young man, there must be some mistake. I never said anything to this woman last night. I'd never seen her before in my life.
But I don't understand. I was here last night. You know you told me that. My brother Robert Gehring did write from here.
Robert Gehring?
You know the name?
Oh, of course. He and his wife have a room here.
He's here? But you said you'd never heard of him.
Just a minute. I believe they're in now. Mr. Gehring? Mr. Gehring? They'll be down in just a second.
Mr. Runyon, I tell you, last night she told me she didn't know my brother.
You're sure this is where you came last night, Miss Gehring?
Of course, I'm sure you... Wait a minute, you don't think...
I don't know.
They'll be down in a minute, Mr. Bunyan. A charming couple, the Gehrings. So you're his sister.
Why are you lying? You know very well I was here last night.
You called us, Mrs. Shumway?
Yes, Mr. Gehring, your sister's here.
Sister? Bobby never told me you had a sister. Mr. Runyon.
What's the matter, Miss Gehring?
Mr. Runyon, that man. He's not my brother, Bob.
Now then, Miss Gehring, I'm going to get to the bottom of this business. Sit down over there by my desk.
What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?
Okay, sweetheart, what's it all about?
They've done something to my brother. I know it.
Are you sure you ever had a brother?
You don't believe me. You think I'm insane.
I don't know what to think. You come in here with a story of a missing brother. You said Mrs. Shumway denied ever having anybody there by the name of Gehring. And yet when we go out there, she says she's never seen you before and immediately produces Robert Gehring and his wife. Only you say it's not your brother.
But she's lying. I was there last night. I swear it. You've got to help me.
I didn't say I wouldn't help you, but I want the truth.
But my brother's gone.
If you're telling the truth, he isn't the only one who's missing. His wife's missing, too.
No, that Mrs. Gehring, that is my brother's wife.
I thought you'd never seen her, didn't know her.
I haven't, but I've seen her picture. Here, I have it right here in my pocketbook. There. Now do you believe me? Isn't that the same woman we saw?
Yes, that's the same woman, all right. And if it is the woman your brother married, there's something very, very wrong. I sent the girl back to her hotel and told her to stay there until she heard from me. Then I sat down to think. It didn't make sense, any of it. Here was a girl who said her brother had married a woman he'd never even seen and then disappeared. But had he disappeared? There was a Robert Gehring and his wife living at the brother's last address. If the girl Kate was lying, what was her angle? What was she up to? And if she were telling the truth, what was Mrs. Shumway's game? Why had she denied knowing of any Robert Gehring and then on the second visit immediately produced him and his wife? Was Kate insane? She didn't look crazy. She looked and acted just like any other healthy country girl. And then there was that picture. I lit a cigarette and decided it was just one of those cases where I'd have to develop my own theory. 3 hours later, I was still smoking cigarettes. It was dark outside. I was no nearer the answer than before. The clock on the tower building began striking 8. I ground out my cigarette, reached my hat, and the telephone rang. Hello?
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah?
You were with a woman named Gehring today?
That's right. Who is this?
Bertha Meir.
Who?
Mrs. Shumway's maid, Bertha.
What do you know about Miss Gehring?
I know something that might interest you.
What?
I'm a poor working girl, Mr. Runyon.
I get it.
I can't talk long. I haven't got much time.
How much do you want?
$500.
Okay, where are you?
I'm talking on the downstairs phone at Mrs. Shumway's. The others are upstairs. They might come down any minute. You'll bring the money tonight?
Yeah. Where can I meet you?
Leave your car a couple of 100 yards down the road and walk up to the house. I can only leave for a few minutes, so I can't go far. You know the trees at the side of the house?
Yeah.
There's an old well there, about 30 yards from the house. It's dark among the trees. If you're quiet, nobody can see you. I'll be there at 9:30 tonight.
Is this information something about Miss Gehring's brother?
Miss Gehring doesn't have a brother, Mr. Runyon.
I pushed the phone across the desk, and my eye fell on the picture of Irma Lewis, or Gehring, or whatever her real name was. It lay where Kate Gehring had put it earlier in the afternoon. She'd forgotten to take it with her, and the phone had half hidden it. I picked it up and looked at it. Just an ordinary 3x5 photograph with a love note scribbled on it. I decided there might be something in the handwriting and put the picture in my pocket. Then I got a flashlight, checked my gun, and went out into the dark corridor. I was bending over to lock the door when I heard the step behind me. My turn wasn't quite fast enough. Sometime later, I opened my eyes and thought my neck had been broken. Maybe that's what was intended, but I've got a lot of neck. The back of it was stiff and sore, where somebody who knew how had landed a rabbit punch. But nothing was broken. I was lying on the floor of my office. The light was on, and I was alone. I got to my feet and went to my pockets. The gun was to where it belonged, and so was the flashlight and all my money. But the picture of Irma Lewis was gone. It was 9:25 when I pulled the car off the road 200 yards back from the Shumway house and got out. I stood for a minute listening and letting my eyes get accustomed to the dark. The night was black and quiet. Great black clouds rolled across the sky, hiding the moon, except for occasional quick glimpses. I crossed the road and walked quietly down toward the house. Its outline loomed dark and forbidding in the gloom. Lights glowed from 2 windows on the second floor. 50 yards away, I stopped again and listened. There was no sound. Walking carefully, I made my way slowly up through the trees and found the old pump. Bertha the maid wasn't there. I leaned against one of the trees and waited. 15 minutes passed, and still she didn't come. An uneasy feeling began coming over me, and I pressed closer against the tree. Why should I believe the maid? Maybe it was a trap. And then suddenly I heard it, faintly at first, 20 or 30 yards off in the brush, away from the house.
Something was moving stealthily through the light underbrush. Something I couldn't see. I drew my gun and waited. Whoever it was digging at the brush and ground. I decided they didn't know I was there and began easing slowly toward the noise. I held my breath and stopped. It was a dog. The flashlight was already in my left hand, but the moon saved me the trouble of lighting it by choosing that moment to break through the clouds again. It only stayed a second, but it was long enough for me to see the figure of a dog crouching on top of a neat oblong mound of earth. Suddenly, the dog knew I was there. Easy, old boy, easy. I'm not going to hurt you there. That's a good boy. That's the boy.
What is it?
That's the dog.
I don't believe it. There must be someone.
Who's there?
Go down there and see if it comes over here.
I took 2 steps backward and my foot hit a pile of brush. It was the guy who claimed to be Bob Garing, and the bullet hit a tree 10 feet away. The window banged down and the dog headed for the house. I headed for the road again, running low through the trees. After all, I was trespassing on private property, and I had no proof that anything was really wrong. 20 yards up the road, I heard the front door of the house bang open. I ducked into the woods and went back to where I left the car. I got in and looked back toward the house. A light was bobbing around in the trees near the pump. A couple of minutes later, the light moved back to the house and went out. I waited another 5 minutes and then started the motor and drove back towards the city. 2 miles away, I found a filling station with a telephone. I went in and dialed the number of Kate Garing's hotel.
Good evening, Hotel Bond.
Will you please ring Miss Kate Garing's room?
I'm sorry, but Miss Garing is out.
You know if she left a message for Mr. Runyon?
Oh, are you Mr. Runyon?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a message for you. Just a second. Her message reads, Mr. Runyon tried to reach you. Something important has happened. I've gone to Mrs. Shumway.
2 miles from the gas station, there was a suburban police station. The chief was an old friend of mine, so he didn't ask too many questions when I called him and asked him to send a cop out to meet me. 15 minutes later, a prowl car pulled up at the gas station, and a cop got out and came over to me.
You're Mr. Runyon?
That's right.
I'm Officer Larkin. Gee, Mr. Runyon, I'd have known you anywhere. We've all heard a lot about the fat man, and I've been wanting to meet you for a long time.
Oh, thanks, Larkin, but let's get going. We haven't got much time.
What's it all about, Mr. Runyon? The chief just said you wanted a policeman.
That's way on the way. Come on, let's go in your car. I leave mine here.
Oh, where to?
Straight out this road. Just keep going until I tell you to stop.
Okay.
By the way, Larkin, have you got a shovel in the back of this car?
Yes, sir. We always carry one for emergencies. What do you want with a shovel?
We might do a little grave digging.
Hold it a second. There's the house back there in those trees.
There are no lights on at all now.
No.
Maybe they've skipped out.
Maybe. Come on, but watch your step through this underbrush. I've got a hunch they're still in the house, and I don't want them to hear us.
Okay.
Here's the place right over here.
Oh, it's so dark I can't see anything. Want me to use the light?
No. Give me the shovel and I'll dig. The mound is right here.
Yeah, I see it now.
That guy up at the house took a shot at me when I was here before. If we show the light, he might see us and try again. Now, give me the shovel. You keep an eye on the house.
Okay.
Something's been buried here, all right. The ground is soft.
What's wrong? Did you find something?
Yeah, I found something.
Is it a body?
Yeah, it's a body, all right. A dog body.
Well, I'll be. So that's all it was, huh? I guess the joke's on you, Mr. Runyon. After all, it ain't a crime to bury a dog in the woods.
No. Except, Larkin, this is the same dog that was doing the digging here a half an hour ago.
Wait, Mr. Runyon. The front door of the house is this way.
We're not going to the front door, Larkin. See that part of the building that juts out like a shed in the back of the house? There, back there.
Yeah?
It's a garage. I've got a hunch we can get into the house through there without being heard. The door leading into the house itself. Now, come on.
If there really was a body buried out there a little while ago, they haven't had time to move it far.
Here's the door to the garage.
Watch it might squeak.
Come on in. I'll close it behind us. Now turn on the flashlight and sweep it around.
You were right about it being a garage. There's a
Hold
car.
it!
Oh, what's...
There's somebody sitting in the front seat of that car. We've got you covered. Don't move.
Are you sure you saw somebody?
Yeah, give me that light. You and watch that door into the house.
Is there anybody there, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah. A dead man.
Then there really was a body buried out there in the woods.
Yeah. They brought him in and propped him up against the steering wheel. Here. Hold the light on him a second.
Who is he?
I don't know, but I think he's Kate Gehring's missing brother, Bob.
Hey, Mr. Runyon. Look here on the floor in the back of the car.
What is it?
It's another dead body, a dame.
Here, let me see. Yeah, she's dead, all right.
Do you know her?
Yeah, it's Mrs. Shumway's maid, Bertha. Come on, Larkin. Get your gun out. We're going into the house. Keep as quiet as you can.
It sure is dark in here. You want the light?
Not yet. Easy now. Somebody maybe...
The lights! Somebody turned them on.
Just what is the meaning of this, Mr. Bunyan?
The name is Runyon, ma'am. There are a couple of bodies in your garage that might need explaining.
What is it, Mrs. Shumway? Fat man. He's here again. I told you to be careful. I told you.
Shut up, you idiot. Now, just what is all this nonsense about bodies? And what do you mean by breaking into my house?
Where's your husband, Mrs. Gehring?
Why? He's out. He's not here.
See here, Larkin. And keep your gun on these two. I'm going to search the house. Kate Gehring's hotel said she came here tonight.
Y'all do nothing of the sort.
Move up the staircase, Mrs. Shumway. I'm going up.
I won't move. You've no right to...
What the heck? It's Kate. Out of the way, Mrs. Shumway.
Take your hands off me.
Watch them, Larkin.
Don't move either of you or I'll shoot.
Help, please. Look out, he's got a knife.
You again, eh? Your knife doing's no better than your judo. You've still got plenty to learn, and I'm going to show you one of the...
Stay away from me.
Make a trick. Like that. It's not as effective as a rabbit punch, but it serves its purpose. And now get up.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
On your feet. We're going back downstairs. You all right, Miss Gehring?
Yes. Yes, but he was going to kill me. They heard you in the garage.
I told you to stay in the hotel. Why did you come out here?
She called me tonight.
Who?
Mrs. Shumway. She said she'd tell me something about my brother. I came and they locked me upstairs. Mr. Runyon, they killed Bob. They murdered him.
Take it easy.
You okay, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, I got the other one. It's this guy here. What's your real name, by the way?
Cavender, Charlie Cavender.
Okay, start talking, Cavender.
Yeah, I'll talk, only you gotta believe me. It's all Mrs. Shumway's fault. She got us into it.
Sure.
But it's the truth, Runyon. Me and Irma didn't know.
Is Irma your wife?
Well, yeah, sure she is. This she-devil here is to blame.
You little squid.
Shut up. Watch her, Larkin.
Well, we didn't know it was gonna be murder. I swear we didn't. We thought it was robbery. We figured to fleece this country guy Gehring after Irma went through a fake marriage ceremony.
Nice, clean little record, huh?
Well, she killed Gehring. She did it herself and made us help bury him.
Why was Bertha killed?
Well, she found out about Gehring. Mrs. Shumway was afraid she'd tell somebody.
Okay, Larkin, let's take him in.
No, you can't take me. I told you the truth. You gotta believe me, right?
Pipe down, come on.
No, you won't. I'm not letting
You want a real lesson, don't you? Okay,
You
baby,
want
try
to-
this rabbit punch for size.
Boy, what a punch.
Yeah, works fine, doesn't it?
It's up like a light.
I owed him that one. Okay, Larkin, you go on out to the car with the women. I'm going to have to carry this baby. It's a cinch he won't be doing any walking for at least an hour.
seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. A fat man can be very self-conscious sometimes and also very shy. He's conscious of being overweight and will do everything in his power to be self-effacing. In my business, it's not a bad idea either, because when you're on the trail of some of the characters I run into, the more inconspicuous you are, the more chances you have to nab the murderer.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Wears a False Face.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen, runs the old spiritual. The trouble I see usually starts with murder. Like the morning I answered Joyce Kenyon's call for help. Private secretary to wealthy Vincent Maitland, the well-known book collector, Joyce looked like the proverbial $1 million. I found her in Vincent Maitland's house on Fifth Avenue.
Oh, Mr. Runyon, I'm so glad you're here. This note, it came in the mail just now.
Let me have it. I killed my wife, now I'll kill you. An accident for her, a knife for you.
It's Scott's signature, but I can't believe he'd write it to me.
Who's Scott? Not exactly a friend of yours, is he?
Mr. Runyon, he's my fiancé. We're going to get married.
Yeah?
I just don't know what's happened to him. He disappeared 5 days ago. I'm just worried sick about him.
Why not call the Missing Persons Bureau?
Oh, no, the publicity would hurt his business. Scott's a rare book dealer. It might hurt his little girl.
I get it now. Scott Pearson, huh?
Oh, you know him?
I know a little about the rare book business, part of my homemade education. He said he killed his wife. How about that?
Scott couldn't kill anybody. His wife died in an auto accident 3 years ago. Scott was badly hurt in the same crash.
Any reason why he'd threaten you?
Of course not. He's been under considerable nervous strain lately. But he wouldn't tell me why.
You don't know why he's threatened you or why he's disappeared?
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Darling, I'm going to kill you.
What?
Humpty Dumpty.
Scott, where are you?
Tell him I want to see him.
Yes, Scott, listen to me.
What's he saying?
Scott, please. I want to talk to you. We've been so worried. Scott. Oh, he's hung up. He wouldn't answer me. He simply recited Humpty Dumpty.
The nursery rhyme? That all?
No. His very first words were, "Darling, I'm going to kill you."
In 3 minutes flat, I had Pearson's call traced. It had been made from his business number. We caught a fast cab to his office the other side of Broadway. It was empty. And everyone I questioned in the building said Pearson hadn't been around for 5 days. At that point, his girlfriend broke down, but good. So I took her back to my office and told her to stay there.
I can't do that, Mr. Runyon. Mr. Maitland wants to know where I am. It's my job.
Is your job or your life more important to you?
Well, it's Scott who's important. You've got to find out what's happened to him.
Then stay here until I get back. You're about a half-inch away from murder. You don't want anyone shoving you over the goal line. In the cab, Joyce had told me about Pearson's sister-in-law, Sylvia Lawton. Sylvia was his housekeeper and looked after his daughter after his wife died. She opened the door to me in Pearson's apartment in the East 50s.
Mr. Runyon, this is horrible. I can't believe Scott would threaten Miss Kenyon this way.
So Joyce said. But she also said he'd written the note, and she said it was his voice on the phone. You have any ideas about it, Miss Lawton?
I can't imagine why Scott would do this. I simply don't know what could have happened to him.
Where's his little girl?
Oh, staying with her grandmother, thank goodness.
His fiancée told me he's been pretty nervous lately. What do you think's been worrying him?
Scott never told me anything about his business. I only know he's been quite worried in recent weeks.
When did he ask Joyce Kenyon to marry him?
Just last week. He's known her for only a short time.
What do you think of her?
Oh, she's quite pretty, but I don't see what that has to do with Scott's trouble.
Don't you? Did you know she was going to call me?
Of course. We both agreed we had to start looking for him. Oh, by the way, you might want this.
Thanks. Seems a good-looking guy.
Yes, my sister thought he was very handsome.
Do you think he killed your sister?
I've always thought it was an accident, but now I don't know what to believe.
Don't you know anything about Pearson's business at all? What's his reputation in the trade? How many employees does he have?
Oh, he has an excellent reputation. He has one man working for him, Harry Lindley. I don't know what Lindley actually does. He's worked for Scott for 3 years now. Scott doesn't like him, though.
And yet he's kept him on his payroll for 3 years. Where can I get in touch with Lindley?
I don't know. He's been out of town for over a week.
That's a big help. You have anything else I can work on?
Well, Scott brought home his account books and correspondence just before he disappeared.
Lead me to her, Miss Lawton. Maybe I can read between the lines. Checking over Pearson's accounts, I realized the rare book business was big-time stuff. He'd made some really fancy sales, $20,000 and $30,000 a crack. The biggest 3 years before, when he'd sold Vincent Maitland a Shakespeare folio of Troilus and Cressida for 75 G's. Shortly after, before his wife died, he'd taken Harry Lindley on his payroll. His weekly payments to Lindley had become progressively larger. Unusually large. I've seen items like that before, and they've added up to one thing. Blackmail. It was enough to send me over to Vincent Maitland's house again.
Well, Runyon, what do you want? My secretary told me about you and her problem, but I don't know if I can help you.
You could, if you could tell me where Scott Pearson is.
I would if I could. I've been trying to reach him for 4 days now. Where is he?
That's what I'm trying to find out. His fiancée just hired me. Funny you didn't know about it. Anyway, what's your interest in him?
The scoundrel's ruined my reputation. 3 years ago, he sold me a certain rare manuscript.
Troilus and Cressida?
Exactly. I sold it at a profit last week. Now I find it's a forgery. I've got to find Pearson and get my money and the truth from him.
What makes you so sure it's a forgery?
Spectroscopic examination of the paper and ink. The paper's genuine 17th century, but not the ink. My buyer's appraiser tested it, something I didn't do when I bought it from Pearson. Oh, confound that phone. Hello? What? No, she isn't here. Yes, I have your number. Goodbye. Blasted nuisance. Young idiot keeps calling my secretary. Sounds lovesick.
Sounds interesting. Who is he?
Interesting? Don't be absurd. But, what does this have to do with Pearson?
Why not let me find out? Who's the guy so interested in Joyce Kenyon?
Oh, his name's Ron Jordan. Runs a garage in Manhasset.
You have his number?
Here. See him if you like, but remember this. It's Pearson's number I'm after.
Ron Jordan's filling station and garage was on a lonely stretch of road on Long Island, down near the shore. It didn't look like any potential gold mine. The garage at back was all locked up. A skinny guy in overalls was out front whittling on a stick, using his knife as though he was carving up his worst enemy. I pulled up to a stop beside the gasoline pumps. Hi, fill her up.
Yes, sir.
You Ron Jordan?
That's right.
Get in touch with Joyce yet?
Get in touch. Say, what is this?
Just my own private survey, Jordan. Why so interested in Joyce?
Look, mister, you're begging for a poke in the nose.
Keep pumping, sweetheart. I don't like being poked, and I have the weight to back it up. Now, how about Joyce?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
My name's Runyon, private detective. Joyce hired me to find her fiancé, Scott Pearson.
The heel.
Oh, a friend of yours.
He's no friend of mine. Joyce was going to marry me until she met Pearson.
She was, huh? When did that happen?
This summer while I was busy here. It's the summer season that brings in the dough. I worked like a dog and lost my girl.
You sound like you threw in the sponge pretty early.
Well, I went back home to Pittsburgh. Well, that didn't help. I just got back this morning.
Where did Joyce meet him? At Maitland's?
Yeah. He started work there last June. How come Joyce wants you to find him?
Pearson's disappeared. And he's sent her a threatening letter.
Joyce, too, huh? Here, take a look at this.
When'd you get this?
This morning. I've been trying to call Joyce about it. Hey, go ahead, read.
I killed my wife, Jordan. Now I'll kill my next wife, and you'll be double cheated, not only double crossed. Typewritten like the first one.
He's a maniac, Runyon.
All the signs of paranoia are here, all right.
Oh, find him. Find him before something happens to Joyce.
Still lugging the torch around, huh?
Never mind that. Find him and let him know. For his own sake, Runyon, if he harms Joyce in any way, I swear I'll kill him.
When I went back to my office, I found Joyce Kenyon seated in my desk chair. And she jumped like a startled gazelle when I walked in.
Oh.
Although I must say I've never seen a startled gazelle in nylon.
Oh, it's only you, Mr. Runyon.
Yeah, it sure is. You've had a long wait, haven't you?
It seemed like an eternity.
Any visitors?
Not even a phone call. Have you found out anything yet?
Well, I just saw Ron Jordan.
Ron? How did you find out about him?
Maitland told me. Jordan called you, and I went back to Maitland's house. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Runyon.
Speaking.
Vincent Maitland. I've had a call about my Troilus and Cressida from Harry Lindley, the chap who works for Pearson. He wants me to meet him in Pearson's office.
We'll see him together, Maitland. I'll be right over.
I still don't get this, Runyon. I don't get it at all.
I think we'll find out Linley's been blackmailing Pearson over your Troilus and Cressida. That's why Pearson had him on his payroll.
You mean Linley knew it was a forgery?
Yeah. Now that Pearson's vanished, Linley figures he can make another buck telling you it's a fake.
He's crazy if he thinks he'll get anything out of me for that.
Well, here's the office. Let me handle Linley.
I'm going to get my hands on Pearson, that's all.
Looks like... Oh, great Scott. Yeah. Looks like we're too late. It's as true now as it ever was. Dead men tell no tales. The corpse on the floor had been slugged with a mechanic's wrench. The wrench lay near the typewriter stand. Alive, the corpse had been a little guy in a snappy chalk-striped suit. A sharp little guy with a pinched rodent face. It wasn't Scott Pearson, that much was certain.
It's Harry Linley.
Shut the door, Maitland.
What? Let's get out of here. I can't get mixed up in anything like this.
Shut the door. We'll give the place a quick once-over first. Let's see if our stiff is really Harry Linley.
You don't touch him. Your fingerprints.
Don't worry about fingerprints. It's his wallet.
What's in it?
A $10 bill, pocket comb, driver's license. That's Harry Linley, all right. A scrap of paper with a phone number on it.
Why, that's my phone number.
Okay. We'll keep that for your collection.
Is that all he had?
Yeah, he traveled light. It can go back in his pocket.
Hey, let's get out of here, Runyon. We found out what we want to know. You won't find anything. There's nothing here.
Isn't there? What about this?
What?
Look at this note on the typewriter. My final warning before you die, I tell you...
That's all?
Yeah. Somebody was interrupted.
Linley, you mean?
Or Pearson. I'll compare the typing with the other two notes. Suppose I ought to answer that?
Hey, you out of your mind, Runyon. We've got to get out of here.
Take it easy. Not going to lose.
No. No, he's been gone for 3 days. Goodbye.
That's funny.
What was it?
That was Sylvia Lawton. This phone rings at Pearson's home, too.
What's that got to do with it, Runyon? Let's go, for heaven's sake.
Wait a second. Here's something else.
Now what?
A man's cufflink. A monogrammed cufflink.
Let me see those initials. S.P. Scott Pearson.
Could be. Or Sam Price, or Steve Palmer.
It has to be Pearson. You said Linley was blackmailing him. His cufflink was torn off in the struggle.
Yeah. Well, now we can blow, Maitland. We've got to notify the police, but I don't intend to welcome them when they get here. We left the office without being seen. Down in the lobby, Maitland went his way, and I called Mackenzie at Homicide. Then I scooted back to my own office. My phone was ringing as I came down the hall. I wondered why Joyce Kenyon didn't answer it. When I opened the door, I saw why. She was gone. Hello, Runyon speaking.
Oh, Mr. Runyon, this is Sylvia Lawton. I've been trying to get you.
I've been out. Nobody answered, huh?
I know. I've called several times. Don't you have a secretary?
Only at Christmases and New Year's. What's up, Miss Lawton?
I just received a note from Scott. It's horrible. Fantastic.
I can imagine. What's it say?
Now Joyce will die, too. Not like Helen, a blade through the heart. Just one day more.
What's the postmark on the envelope?
Long Island, Manhasset.
The others were postmarked Grand Central Station. You sure it's from Pearson?
I know his signature. The message is typed like the other one.
All right, Miss Lawton. I'll see you later.
What's happened, Mr.
What did... Oh. Where have you been, little Miss Muffet?
I just couldn't stand being cooped up in this office. I simply had to get out and walk around.
How far did you walk? To Pearson's office?
What do you mean? I haven't been outside the building.
Harry Linley's dead. I found him murdered in Pearson's office.
Linley? The little man who worked for Scott?
Yeah. Surprised? What do you know about him?
Only that Scott didn't like him, but if he's dead, who could have done it?
What do you think?
I don't know what to think. I'm all mixed up now. I've never been so scared in all my life.
If you're so scared, why did you leave my office?
I told you why. I had to get out and move around. I've been walking up and down these corridors.
You may have to prove that, sweetheart.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would I kill Harry Linley?
He was struck from behind. He might have been mistaken for Scott Pearson.
But I'd never want to kill Scott. You know that.
I don't know anything from what you've told me. You didn't even mention Ron Jordan, remember?
I forgot about Ron. That's all over anyway.
Not for Ron, it isn't. And Linley was killed with a mechanic's wrench.
If you're accusing Ron or even myself...
Just stay right here, sweethearts. You're still too young to die. Even in the electric chair. Leaving Joyce in my office, I drove back to Ron Jordan's garage. Fog was creeping in from the sound like a gray shroud covering the dying afternoon. Nobody was out front. The garage doors were open a crack, so I started towards them. Wisps of fog touched my face with clammy fingers, and then, all at once...
Who is it? Who's there?
Hi, Jordan.
What are you doing back here, Runyon? What do you want?
What's wrong? Why so jumpy?
You're crazy. There's nothing wrong with me?
Not much. You're shaking like an old-time Model T.
Come on, quit kidding. Hey, come on, I'll buy you a Coke.
Sounds like bribery, Jordan. You come on.
Let go of my arm.
You want it broken at the wrist or the elbow?
Runyon, I'll do. All right.
Okay. Harry Linley was killed with a wrench. We'll go check your tool rack.
Now, look, wait a minute, Runyon. I don't know any Linley. You're making a mistake, Runyon.
Then why the shakes? It's not that cold, sweetheart.
I'm upset about Joyce, that's all. I've been thinking about her and Pearson. I've been getting madder by the minute.
He's too old for her, eh? And he has a family.
Sure. A daughter. The kid may not even like Joyce.
Funny, you should start worrying about that when you know Pearson's already threatened to kill Joyce. Open those doors. Now, turn on the light.
Now, look, Runyon. Like I told you, I've been aware. I just opened up back here.
Save it, sweetheart. Save your breath for the DA. That's Scott Pearson in that truck, isn't it? Isn't it?
You're not getting me for this, Runyon. You. I won't let you. I'm getting out.
Come back here, Jordan. I'll shoot. For his legs, but he was already outside. I raced after him, but fog swallowed him up. I groped my way back to Scott Pearson in the garage, slugged from behind like Harry Linley. His body in an open delivery truck. He'd been dead several days. I went through his pockets and came up with a sales slip from a music shop on 42nd Street. After calling the police and spreading the alarm for Jordan, I called my office. No answer. Joyce Kenyon was gone again. I climbed into my car and headed for Manhattan. When I reached my office...
Runyon, where have you been?
Why the personal visit, Maitland?
I wanted to know what progress you've made. I was just leaving.
Yeah? Come on in.
Well, how about it, Runyon? Have you found out anything new about Pearson?
Yeah, he's dead. Murdered.
What?
I found him in Jordan's garage. He's been dead for several days, maybe a whole week.
But that means...
It means a lot of things, Maitland. You know Pearson's home number?
No, I don't. What good will it do to call there?
Skip it. Here it is. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Pearson's number, residence and office. Remember, his business phone rings at home as well as at the office.
Well, there's nothing unusual about that.
Not to you, maybe. But not many businessmen have the same phone number for two different addresses.
Well, what of it? What difference does it make?
With what I found in Pearson's pocket, it turns this case right onto its ear. Come on. We're getting over to Pearson's apartment right away.
What's all this about, Runyon?
You'll find out.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Runyon.
I thought you were going to stay in my office.
I'm awfully sorry, but Miss Lawton called you. When I talked to her, I decided to come and stay with her. I thought I'd be safer here.
You have funny ideas about being safe. Where's Miss Lawton?
Oh, excuse me. She's busy in the next room. Hello?
Darling, I'm going to kill you.
Scott!
Humpty Dumpty.
Scott, where are you?
You mean that's Pearson on the wire?
Runyon, that can't be.
Oh, Scott!
All the king's
Mr. Runyon, he's
all
saying
the
the same
king's
thing
men.
again.
Humpty Dumpty, eh? I thought so. You can stop that record, sweetheart.
What in the world?
Get your hands above the desk, Miss Lawton.
Just what is the meaning of this?
It won't do any good to hide that record player now. I happen to know Pearson's already dead.
Dead? I don't believe it.
Oh, stop it. I know you killed him. So why try to bluff me?
I see. Get your hands up, Mr. Runyon. What on earth is this all about? You too, Joyce. And you, Mr. Maitland.
Now, look, you can't be serious.
Oh!
My arm!
I'm very serious, you see. What did you first suspect, Mr. Runyon?
When I found Pearson's cufflink. Maitland thought it was torn from his sleeve during a struggle with Linley, but there wasn't any struggle. The cufflink was planted evidence.
You couldn't have suspected me then. You couldn't.
You're right. It wasn't until I realized Pearson had his office phone at home. I'd found a slip from a music shop in his pocket. Then I remembered his Humpty Dumpty message. I knew he'd bought one of those record-your-own-voice records.
But he said, darling, I'm going to kill you.
Because it was for his daughter, he was kidding her.
So that's why he left.
Yeah. Sylvia here used his business wire to call his house number, and then played the record to you.
You're very clever, Mr. Runyon. Keep your hands up.
You were too clever, sweetheart. You'd been in love with Pearson a long time, hadn't you?
For years. When he told me he was going to marry this little snip, he asked me to drive out to see Jordan with him to prevent future trouble. That's where I killed him. Killed? Oh, no!
Jordan stumbled across his body just before I got there. He got panicky and ran.
Stupid fool. I wanted to destroy Scott completely. His memory, his reputation, everything.
What made you kill Linley?
I had to. Came across me typing another note in Scott's office. He guessed the truth. Unfortunately for him.
And for you. You spun your last platter as an amateur disc jockey, baby.
Stay where you are. I still have a gun.
It won't do you any good. Hand it over.
Mr. Onion, look out!
Oh, that's all from you, Sylvia.
Oh, you...
There now, relax. How's the arm, matron?
Just grazed. Nothing serious.
Well, it'll be serious for our little friend here. When the DA finishes with her, shooting you will pound another nail in that coffin that's waiting for her up the river. Well, that's that. Seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Seeks a Lost Penny.
This one began one warm spring evening. My mother was in town for a visit, and we were out walking when she took a fancy to an ice cream soda. I didn't exactly object, and we were going through a pair of them at the drugstore around the corner. It's an ordinary drugstore, except that this one also sold drugs. Mother had just finished her soda and looked as if she'd like to continue the process.
I'm going to have another one, Brad. How about you?
One's enough for me, Ma.
Oh, ice cream's good for you.
Honey, they don't call me the Fat Man for nothing.
Posh and poo. I've had trouble with you ever since you were a baby. You always ate like a bird.
That's the fattest lie you ever told, Mom. Look at me. Do I look anemic?
You used to be hungry all the time. Your appetite's failing.
Don't anyone move. Okay, you over there. You, get up and walk to the counter.
That's us, Mom. That's a holdup. Let's go. He's got a gun, and I've got enough weight without collecting some lead.
Hold up. This is an outrage. He's pointing a gun at us.
Get going.
We are. Come along, Ma.
Okay, now turn your backs to me. All right, you behind the counter. Open up the cash register. No, I don't want any bills, just the pennies. I want every penny in the box. That goes for you, too, fat guy.
Pennies? That's easy. Here, I got 4 of them.
Okay, hand them over.
What's the idea of the pennies, mister?
Shut up. You, lady. I want all your pennies, too.
Well, if you'll just wait a moment, I'll look in my pocket.
Hurry up, you old fool.
Don't like anyone calling my mother an old fool.
Let go of me. Go.
Now I'll take this gun. Get up.
Oh, nice work, Brad. But you shouldn't have done that. He might have shot us.
Oh. You nearly killed me.
I don't like being held up even for pennies. Get up. You and I are going to the police. Mom, you run along home.
Oh, he's very dangerous. Why must you take him to the police? Can't you phone them?
Don't you worry. I can take care of myself pretty well.
Well, watch yourself with this thief. Make sure he's properly arrested. It's disgraceful what goes on in this city. Brad, remember we've got 2 tickets for the ice show for tonight. I'll be waiting for you.
I'll be back soon, Mom. Come on, mister. We're going to tie a pink ribbon on you and put you away.
Say, I thought we were going to the police station.
No, it's my office. And we'll get to the police soon enough. You aroused my curiosity. You must have come fresh out of an institution.
No, I'm not crazy.
Well, you're not an ordinary criminal. What's your racket?
You better close the door first.
What's your name?
Jack Norton?
What are you collecting pennies for?
Because they're so nice and round.
All right, wise guy, I've lost my curiosity. Maybe you'll be more talkative with the cops.
No, wait a minute, wait. You're a private detective, aren't you?
That's what it says on the door.
Well, I'm looking for a private investigator. I'll pay you well.
I'm listening.
Okay, I'll tell you what it's about. An embezzler, Jim Burke, now in prison, sent his wife 3 pennies. They belong to me, and I've got to have them.
Why?
I can't tell you right now.
Mr. Norton, I don't take cases without knowing the reason why. We'd better go to the police.
These pennies have a great personal importance to me.
Why were you looking for them in the drugstore?
Because Burke's wife said she accidentally gave the coins to the druggist while buying a tube of toothpaste.
If the pennies were sent to Mrs. Burke, what right have you got to them?
Because they really belong to me.
The whole thing sounds phony. Maybe you're not a common criminal, but maybe you're a fancy one.
Mr. Runyon, there's nothing phony about it. I wish I could tell you now, but I can't. How about $500 as a down payment? Huh?
That's an interesting angle.
Okay. Well, here you are. 5 of them. $100 each. Now, you can start looking in on Mrs. Burke. She lives right above the drugstore. Now, what do you say, fat man?
You make it intriguing. I'll look into it. Did you say there would be $1,500 more when I find the 3 pennies you're looking for?
I didn't say it. Okay, it's a deal.
You carry lots of money around with you. Nice people don't do that.
Just a minute.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'd like to talk to you, Mrs. Burke. I won't take up much of your time.
I don't talk to strangers. Goodbye. Please get your foot out of the doorway.
I don't like to force myself upon you, Mrs. Burke, but it's important that I talk to you. So let's be friendly about it, shall we?
What are you after, mister?
I'm interested in 3 pennies, Mrs. Burke, and I think you can help me.
I don't know what you're talking about. What 3 pennies?
The ones your husband sent you from prison.
How do you know? Did Norton tell you?
It doesn't make any difference how I know.
Of course it was Norton. He was here a few hours ago. He managed to get one of the pennies from me by force.
Oh, he did. What about the rest?
Well, I told Norton I accidentally gave the rest to the druggist.
Yeah, I know. That's where we bumped into each other.
Excuse me. Hello?
I'd like to talk to Mr. Runyon, please.
You must have the wrong number. There's nobody here by the name of Runyon.
That's for me. Let me have the phone. Hello?
Runyon?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Norton. Look, you can forget about the pennies. I got them. I won't need your help anymore.
Hey, just a minute.
Well, thank you all the same. Goodbye.
Norton! He hung up. He says he's got the 3 pennies, Mrs. Burke.
He's lying.
Why is Norton after the pennies, and why did your husband send them to you?
I don't know why, but those 3 pennies mean something. I must get the other penny Norton stole from me.
Perhaps I can help. I'm a private detective, and I'm not working for Norton now.
Oh, I guess you're all right. What do you want me to do?
First, tell me the truth. What do those 3 pennies mean?
I honestly don't know.
Don't lie to me, Mrs. Burke.
I'm not lying. I had no idea they were important until Norton tried to get them. He offered me $5,000 for them.
Who is Mr. Norton?
He used to be a business partner of my husband.
Your husband was convicted of embezzlement, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Was Norton mixed up in it?
He was also accused, but he was acquitted.
How did you get the 3 pennies?
In a letter. Here, I'll show it to you.
Dearest, in case anything happens to me, here is all the money I have, 3 pennies. I hope they will make you very happy. Goodbye, darling. Jim. A very strange letter.
I don't understand the pennies at all or what they mean.
You say Norton took one of the pennies from you, but you managed to hide the other two. May I see them?
Funny thing, Mr. Runyon, there weren't 3 pennies in the envelope. There were only 2. He must have forgotten to send the third one.
Let me see the one you have.
I dropped it into the sugar bowl without Norton noticing it. Look, I'll get it. Somewhere inside the sugar. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. The lower half of the figure of Lincoln has been carefully scraped off.
Oh, what are you doing with the penny?
I'm putting it in my pocket. Why?
Well, maybe I ought to hold it. You might lose it.
I'll never lose anything, not even weight. Look, Mrs. Burke, you've got to trust me or I can't work with you. And it's got to be 100% or it's no go.
All right. I trust you, Mr. Onion.
Good. Now, you said there were only 2 pennies in the envelope.
Yeah. I don't know why he said there were 3 when there were only 2.
Maybe there was a reason, or maybe he just forgot the other penny. The only way to find out is to go up to the prison and have a talk with your husband. Goodbye, Mrs. Burke. I'll give him your love. Hello, Mac.
Hi. What's up, Brad?
I need a permit to see a prisoner. Will you fix it up for me?
Sure. Who's the prisoner?
A guy by the name of Jim Burke sent up for embezzlement.
And what do you know about Jim Burke?
Not much. I'm trying to find out something.
Well, you won't need a permit to see him.
Oh, why not?
Because he escaped a few hours ago.
Come in, Mrs. Burke.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. I came as soon as I could.
And please sit down.
Why did you want me to come to your office?
To save time. Where's your husband hiding out?
My husband? What are you talking about? You just went out to the prison to see him. I didn't.
When did you see your husband last?
About 10 days ago. What's happened?
Jim Burke has escaped.
Escaped? When?
Several hours ago.
Oh, he shouldn't have done that. He'll get caught and get sent up for good.
He probably will. My only lead now is Norton. You know where he can be reached?
I don't know where he lives.
Excuse me. Hello?
This is Mac.
What's up?
Plenty. We found Jim Burke.
Okay, I'm going right down. I must talk to him.
Don't bother. Jim Burke's got 2 slugs in his head. He's dead.
I see. You know who did it?
No, do you?
Not yet. As soon as I learn anything, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Onion?
Your husband was found dead a little while ago.
Dead? Jim's dead?
It's true, Mrs. Burke. I'm sorry.
Who did it?
We don't know yet.
Norton must have killed him. He never liked Jim. They never got along. Oh, Jim.
We've got to find Norton. There must be some place we can get to him. He must have friends or relatives. Do you know anyone close to him? Mrs. Burke, you've got to help me.
The only one I know is a friend of his. A woman named Joyce Woods. I met her when she lived at the Garden Hotel.
That's good enough. I'll find Miss Woods. And I might even give her a penny for her thoughts.
Want?
I'd like to talk to you.
If you're looking for Norton, he's not here. And I don't know where he is.
I'll wait.
He's gone away. He won't be back.
That's all right. I'd like to talk to you.
I'm busy.
In that case, sister, I'll come back later with a police escort.
You don't frighten people.
I'll be back with some uniformed friends.
Oh, all right. You can come in and look for yourself if you want to.
Thanks for the hospitality. Nice, elegant apartment.
I'm glad you like it.
Why does a pretty girl like you get mixed up with a guy like Norton?
Why does a fat man like you stick his nose into other people's business?
I asked for that one. Where can I find Norton, sister?
I don't know.
I've got some information for him.
Did you find the pennies?
So you know nothing about Norton.
Stay where you are. I'll get it. Jack, you've got yourself a visitor.
Oh, the fat man. What are you doing here?
Getting acquainted with your girlfriend?
She doesn't like fat men. Now get out.
Norton, besides being rude, you're something of a liar. You told me on the phone that you had the coin.
Look, you're not working for me anymore. Now be smart and forget the pennies.
That would be a bit difficult, because just by accident I happen to have them in my pocket.
You have? Well, if you give them to me, I'll pay the rest of the money.
You fired me, remember? You don't owe me anything. Besides, the situation's a little different since I saw you last. For example, Jim Burke got himself murdered.
He's in prison.
He escaped and got himself killed. Now, Joyce, please don't get behind me. I hate people looking over my shoulder.
Oh, you're not afraid, are you?
To be perfectly honest, I am. My mother always told me to beware of pretty girls sneaking up behind.
Now listen, fat man, I don't know what your game is, but you give me those pennies and I'll give you the dough. Double.
You offered Mrs. Burke $5,000 for them. I think I'm getting gypped. And then again, Norton, Burke was murdered. Some people think you did it.
You can't pin that one on me.
The police might think that you did the job. After all, Jim Burke was a business partner of yours, and you were both tried for the crime of embezzlement. You were acquitted. But now the police might feel differently. Besides, you forced Mrs. Burke to give you one of the pennies, and now you're in hiding. All these things add up very uncomfortably.
You're just trying to frame me. Well, it won't work.
Well, I've got to be going. Thanks for inviting me in, Joyce. No, Norton. Don't touch any gun. I'm liable to shoot you in self-defense. Well, goodbye. Oh, yes, I forgot something. The penny you stole from Mrs. Burke. May I have it, please?
I haven't got it with me.
Hand it over and be quick about it.
You'll be sorry, fat man.
Thanks ever so much. Miss Woods, it was nice meeting you. Thanks for everything.
Oh, Brad, I suppose you'll never change. You always worry and fret when you're working on a case.
Mom, this one's really a puzzler. There's a key to it somewhere, but I don't know where to start looking.
You know, son, sometimes it's a good idea to relax when you're faced with a difficult problem. It helps you to think more clearly. Remember, you always said that listening to good music is the best way to relax?
I know, Mom. But I haven't got time to relax.
Nonsense. There's always time. Remember how you always liked Beethoven? Especially this one that I used to play for you.
The Moonlight Sonata.
That's right. Brad.
Look at these 2 pennies, Mom. You wouldn't think a man was murdered because of them, would you?
Murdered for pennies?
See, one of them has the date crossed out, leaving just the number 19. And the other penny has half of the figure of Lincoln scraped off. Mm-hmm. It doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe the penny that was lost would clear it up.
It's the lower half of Lincoln that's crossed out on this penny. It's divided exactly in 2.
I think that's it. The name Lincoln has 2 syllables. Divided exactly in 2, and you have Link-con. The lower half is crossed out. That just leaves the link part of Lincoln. The 2 pennies mean Link 19 or 19 Link.
Well, what do you suppose it is?
If I had the lost penny, I'd know. Mrs. Burke might be able to tell me.
Well, you better have your dessert first. Hey, I've got a real surprise for you. Your favorite dessert. Strawberry shortcake.
I can hardly wait.
What's the matter, Brad?
Somebody slipped a letter under the door.
Oh, must be a bill of some kind.
Not at this hour. Quite a bill.
What is it?
They put pennies on the eyes of dead man. No signature.
Now, what do you think of that? First we get held up for pennies, and now someone wants us to forget them. Son, you ought to keep away from this. It sounds very dangerous. Oh, come and have your strawberry shortcake and forget the pennies.
I haven't got time now. There's someone else mixed up in this, and it might be a murderer. Mrs. Burke could be his next victim. I'll be back. Save the cake for me, Mom.
Did you find Norton?
Yes, Mrs. Burke, and I got your penny back.
Did you have him arrested?
No. I don't believe he killed your husband. There's somebody else who's very anxious about the pennies. Does Link 19 or 19 Link mean anything to you?
There's a Link Road, number 19. It's familiar, but I can't remember.
I'll try information on the phone. Maybe I can get it that way. Information. Can you give me the telephone number at 19 Link Road? Park 6, 4023. Can you tell me under what name the phone is listed? Arnold Thatcher. Thanks, honey. Mrs. Burke, do you know an Arnold Thatcher?
Yes, he's an old associate of my husband's. I remember him. They saw each other frequently. I never knew what he did, except that Jim spent lots of time with him in Norton. What's Thatcher got to do with this?
The code on the pennies was Thatcher's address. I'm going to pay him a visit.
I'm going with you.
I have a feeling this is going to be for men only. You better stay home and keep yourself alive and healthy.
No, I'm going with you.
All right, you go at your own risk. First, I'll use your phone.
Who are you calling?
Lieutenant Mackenzie. I'll have him meet up with us at 19 Link Road, just in case. Here's the house. Very big house, too.
There's no light showing.
Maybe Mr. Thatcher's asleep. I'll have to wake him up.
I don't think he's home.
I'll try it again. If he doesn't answer, I'll have to be crude about it and go in through the window.
He's apparently not home.
I've crawled through windows before. Yeah, this is closed tight. There it is.
It's dark in there.
You stay here on the porch. I'll be out in a little while.
I wouldn't stay out here alone for all the pennies in the world. I'm going with you.
Okay, sister. I'll go in first. Here, give me a hand.
See if you can find the light switch.
You won't have to. I'll switch it on for you.
May I introduce myself? I'm Brad Runyon, better known as the Fat Man. And this is Mrs. Jim Burke. You know her, of course.
Stay where you are, Fat Man.
Several people have been pointing guns at me in the past 24 hours. It seems to be epidemic. I presume you're Mr. Thatcher.
What do you mean by breaking into my house?
We tried coming in the front door, but you didn't answer.
I was asleep.
With all your clothes on? Don't you find it kind of lumpy?
You can get 10 years for breaking into a house.
Well, we're burglars and we deserve to be punished. I'll call the police for you.
Put that phone down.
If you insist. There's some blood on the floor, Mr. Thatcher.
Hand over those pennies, Fat Man.
Isn't that the body of Norton lying in the corner?
Give me those pennies or you'll be joining him.
Sure, here they are. They won't tell you anything you don't already know. I'll save you a lot of bother. The message contained in the pennies is your own address.
Yeah, it's very clever of Jim Burke hiding it in my own house. Been here all the time. Where's the third penny?
It's lost.
Hand it over.
Jim never sent a third penny. In his letter he said there were 3, but there were only 2. Look, I have the letter in my purse. Here, you can see for yourself.
Yeah, I think I know what he meant. Jim was fond of my collection of records. A very clever idea.
Hey, I got him. Thanks, Mac. I'm glad I left that window open.
My hand.
Hey, what's going on in there?
I was just interviewing a murderer. There's one of his victims. Well, Thatcher, you've been on a murder spree. Why did you kill Burke and Norton?
He isn't going to talk. Let's take him over to headquarters.
Wait a minute. There's something I've still got to find. Our murderer here mentioned that Burke was fond of music. There's a connection between that and the lost penny.
I don't understand what you're talking about. What's this lost penny?
The lost penny is the key to something hidden in this house, and it could have something to do with music. Thatcher seems to have quite a collection of record albums, classical, too. Look here, Chopin's Piano Preludes, Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, Beethoven's Rondo Capriccio in G major.
This is no time to look over his music collection.
Beethoven's Rondo Capriccio? Why, that's the one that's known as Fury Over a Lost Penny. The lost penny. That's what we've been looking for.
Are you crazy, Brad? You're not going to play that record now, are you?
Why not? Beethoven's Fury Over a Lost Penny is a fine piece of music. You'll like it.
Leave the album alone and let's get going.
Take a look inside the album, Mac.
I'm not going to look at any records that... Hey, $1,000 banknotes, a big stack of them.
Yeah, about $100,000. There never was a third penny. It was the lost penny by Beethoven. You see, Mac, these three men, Burke, Norton, and Thatcher, worked out an embezzlement scheme. Burke got caught, but not before he hid the money. He double-crossed his two pals. They've been trying to find where the money was hidden. Probably when Burke escaped, he came right to Thatcher's house to get the money out of the album. But that's where he made a fatal mistake.
What about Norton lying over there?
My guess is that as soon as Norton heard that Burke had been murdered, he figured that Thatcher had killed him and gotten the money. He came hot-footing over here, and he's lying there in the corner. Isn't that the way everything happened, Thatcher?
I've got nothing to say.
Maybe you'll be more talkative later. Oh, what do we do with Mrs. Burke?
She's innocent of the whole deal. She didn't even know what the pennies meant.
I'll still have to take her down for questioning.
You're not going to put me in prison?
You'd better go with Mac, Mrs. Burke. I don't think they'll hold you very long.
Okay, Thatcher, let's get going. We'll go out the door this time. Come on, Mrs. Burke.
Say, Mac, how about coming over to my apartment as soon as you get through at headquarters?
Sure. What's up?
My mother makes the finest strawberry shortcake you've ever tasted, with luscious red berries cradled in thick whipped cream over a delicious old-fashioned biscuit. Mac, you love it. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Makes a Silent Partner.
This one began in my office on one of those sleepy Monday afternoons when a fat man wishes he could be lying down instead of working at a desk. But the work had to be done, and I was poring over it when the door opened and a guy came in. He was a skinny little runt, about 25 years old. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him, except that he had a gun in his hand and was pointing it straight at me.
Keep sitting in that chair, big boy, and put your hands behind your head.
Wait a minute, kid. Somebody steered you wrong. You won't get much cash in here.
I said put your hands behind your head.
Okay, only you better put that pistol down. You might hurt somebody.
I'll hurt you if you keep asking for it. Roll your chair back.
Look, kid, there's $26 in this right-hand drawer and another 5 spot in my pocket. Now take it and get out of here. My arms are getting tired.
I didn't come here to take your dough. I want to give you some advice.
About what?
The Robin case. Lay off it, fat man. And get old man Robin to lay off it, too.
Old man Robin?
Come on, don't play dumb. Call the old guy up right now and tell him you're through. Tell him you don't want the job.
But I do. Business is awful slow around here.
You won't have any business if you don't do what I say.
And if I don't want to?
You'll get a belly full of lead.
All right, kid. If that's the way you feel about it, start shooting.
Huh?
Go ahead. Let me have it.
But are you crazy?
Sure. I want to die if you're willing to take a chance on killing me.
Shut up.
You don't really want to dust me off, kid. I know you don't. Otherwise, you'd have caught me in a dark alley some night and given it to me in the back.
Shut up, I said.
You're just trying to frighten me, son. Only I don't frighten so easy. Now, put that gun down and talk some sense, or I'll take it away from you.
Stay in that chair.
Better talk, kid. They'll sweat it out of you at headquarters.
They'll have to find me first.
Hey, don't run away.
Stay where you are, I'll wing you. And don't forget what I said about Robin. Lay off the case.
You little punk. I've got a good mind to go after you. Oh, shut up. Yeah, hello.
Mr. Runyon?
Speaking.
Mr. Runyon, this is Mr. Robin, Wilfred Robin.
Yeah?
Would you be good enough to come out to my house in Crestview this afternoon? I can't say much about it on the phone, but if you're wondering...
I know all about it, Mr. Robin. I'll take your case. Go on with your story, Mr. Robin. It's very interesting. In the light of what happened in my office this afternoon.
What happened?
Oh, just a little intimidation. Somebody with a gun advised me to lay off this case. In fact, he wanted you to lay off it, too.
Desmond. Chuck Desmond. He's the man I was telling you about.
The gambler?
Yes, gambler and heaven knows what else.
Well, what made him think I was already working on this case?
I told him, Mr. Runyon.
Told him you'd hired me?
Yes, I said that because I wanted to frighten him. I thought if he knew there was a detective on his trail, he might tell me where he's hiding my daughter.
When did she disappear, Mr. Robin?
Oh, about 5 weeks ago.
And you haven't told the police?
Well, I wanted to, but you see, this isn't the first time it's happened. She's run away from home before.
Even so, it's a serious business.
I know, Mr. Runyon, but if I call in the police, it'll be in all the papers. And if they do find Dorothy, I might lose her forever.
How do you mean?
I mean, she might hate me for bringing her back. She might even refuse to come back.
Why?
Well, she's a strange girl, Mr. Runyon. Always had her own way, always been terribly independent, and for some reason or other, she's always been attracted to men like this Desmond fella. Gamblers, petty racketeers.
Sounds like some sort of a complex.
I don't know what it is, frankly, but I've always kept track of her in the past, even when she ran away from home. I'd get a phone call or a letter or a wire for money, always something to tell me where she was.
And this time she hasn't gotten in touch with you?
No. That's why I think Desmond must be hiding her, keeping her somewhere, against her will.
Well, if that's the case, I don't think I'll have too much trouble locating her.
Why not?
Because Desmond can be found and made to talk, especially if he has a police record. I'll get that sawed-off little runt and squeeze the truth out of him.
Are you talking about Desmond, Mr. Runyon?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Well, Desmond isn't a little fellow. He's a big, strapping 6-footer.
I don't know why I let you look through my files, Runyon. You never told me a thing about the case you're working on, but you come down here to police headquarters and go through every file I got.
Will you, Mac? Anytime I work on a job, I'm giving you guys one less case to solve. Now, let me see one more of these pictures.
Here. What are you looking for, anyway?
A little guy about 5'2" with blonde hair and funny eyes.
I thought you said Desmond was a big fella.
He is. But you haven't got anything on him, and I don't know what he looks like. That's why I have to find the little squirt first. He might leave me... Here he is.
Ralph Kermit. Is that the guy?
That's him, all right. 2 years in reform school, 1 year on the big time, and 3 arrests. Know where I can find him?
Sure, we'll have an address on him somewhere.
Well, let's have it, Mac. The sooner I go after the little fish, the sooner I can land the big one. Come on, open up, you jerk.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, I'm looking for a guy named Ralph Kermit. Does he live here?
Yes, who wants to see him?
The fat man.
Come on in.
Thanks.
Kermit isn't here right now, but We were expecting you, Runyon. My name's Desmond.
Oh, that saves me a lot of trouble.
Does it?
It was a neat trick, Desmond. I should have been ready for it.
You better get ready for some more. You broke into my apartment, fat man.
Huh?
Don't reach for your gun. I only need an excuse for beating you up. Now I'll take that gun.
Okay. Anything else you want?
No. Just get up.
Why should I? Come down and get me.
Get up, I said.
You know how to kick, too, don't you? Anything else allowed?
Oh, everything.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Yeah. That's what they call a stomach butt, Desmond. You can do it if you've got a hard enough head.
You won't do it again, Runyon.
Be sensible, Desmond. Tell me where you're hiding that girl, and I'll leave you alone. I won't even ask you why.
Don't make me laugh.
Don't lead with your right. Where's that girl, Desmond? Come on. Tell me where you're hiding her, or I'll choke the life out of you.
You won't find her, Runyon.
No.
She's in love with me, and if her old man doesn't come through with $50,000, he's gonna get me as a son-in-law.
You're gonna tell me where she is. Now, come on, Desmond. This is your last chance.
Don't make me laugh, fat man. Don't make me laugh.
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby, Brad.
Where are you?
In my office. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep our date for tonight, honey.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing serious. Only I ran into a tough customer a little while ago, and I've got the most beautiful shiny you ever saw.
Oh, Brad, you poor thing. Why don't you come over here and let me take care of you?
You know how to patch up a black eye?
No, but I can take care of the other one.
What about the rest of me? I got a swollen hand.
Only one? You used to have two.
Cut the comedy. I'm not that fat.
Oh, come on over, Brad. I want to see you.
Well, I should be out looking for Mr. Robin's daughter, but I suppose it's all right to knock off for a while. The guy that knows where she is won't be moving her tonight. I don't think he can stand up.
Then you'll be over here?
Yeah, in about half an hour.
All right, Brad. I'll be waiting for you.
So long, honey. Yeah, who is it?
Me, Mr. Robin.
Well, come in, Mr. Robin. I was just about to call you up and tell you what progress I've made.
With Desmond?
Yeah. He knows where your daughter is, all right. And as soon as he feels a little better, I'm going to make him lead me to her.
I don't think that will be necessary, Mr. Runyon.
Why not?
Because I know where she is.
What?
I had a telegram from her this evening. Here, read it.
Need money very badly. I'm through with Desmond and all of them. They'll come home if you wire me $1,000 care of Bryce Cochran at above address. Must pay debts and get into shape before I see you, love, Dottie. Who's Bryce Cochran, Mr. Robin?
I don't know.
When did this wire arrive?
About an hour ago, but I haven't sent her the money yet.
That's good.
I don't want to send her the money.
What do you mean?
I don't trust her anymore, Mr. Runyon. That's why I came here. I want you to go down to this address and bring her back. Do you think you can get her to come with you?
Think. Look, Mr. Robin, she'll come back with me if I have to carry her under my arm.
Yeah? What do you want?
I'd like to see Miss Robin. Is she here?
Who's calling?
The fat man. I've got some money for her.
Oh. Her old man sent you?
Yeah.
Well, come on in.
Okay.
My name's Cochran. Bryce Cochran.
How do you do?
Say you got the money with you?
Yeah, but I'll give it to Miss Robin.
Okay, don't get sore. I just asked you because I don't think she'll talk to you if you haven't got the money.
I've got it right here. Look. Want to count it?
No, I believe you. Just a second, I'll get it for you. Dot.
Yeah?
Come on out. There's a guy here with money from your father.
What kind of a guy?
It's all right. He's okay.
I don't care. I told my father to telegraph that money. Didn't ask him to send a spy.
I'm not a spy, Miss Robin. I'm an escort.
What?
I came here to see you home.
You mean go with you now, the way I look?
That's the idea.
That's impossible. Besides, I have to settle my debts first. I'll be home the day after tomorrow, if you leave the money with me.
Well, I'd like to, Miss Robin, but how can I be sure you're Wilfred Robin's daughter?
I have identification.
Where?
Right here in my bag. Letters, my bank book, a bracelet.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the matter? Don't you think I'm Dorothy Robin?
I don't know. But I got a good way of proving it. Come in, Mr. Robin.
Why, you dirty double-crosser!
Stay where you are. Is this your daughter, Mr. Robin?
Why, no. I never saw this girl before in all my life.
I thought so. I thought this was a gag, only it isn't very funny.
That's Cochran's fault. He got me into this. Said it was going to be a cinch.
Shut up. How'd I know the old guy'd come around?
Take it easy, you two. You got a long way to go.
What are you going to do?
Well, I could run you in for fraud. But if you're nice about this, I'll make a deal with you.
What's the deal?
I want the truth, Cochran. Why did you pull this shakedown?
It looked like an easy way to make $1,000.
Do you know the Robin girl?
No.
He's lying. He knows her all right. He knows her too well.
Be quiet.
Look, Cochran, I told you I wanted the truth. Now, you must know something about the Robin girl, or you wouldn't have a bank book or these letters. Where did you get them?
I stole them from her.
You mean she left them here in this apartment? She's been over here.
Well, what if she has? You know why I wanted to see her.
You big lie.
Hold it. I'm not interested in your private fights. I want to know where Dorothy Robin is.
We can't tell you.
You better tell me or I'll run you in.
But if Desmond finds out, he'll kill us.
Desmond won't know.
What's to stop you from telling him?
Listen, sister, if I wanted to tell Desmond anything, I could tell him about this shakedown you were pulling right under his nose.
No, please.
All right, then, talk, and talk fast. Where is she?
Right across the street, in the top floor apartment.
Over here, Mr. Robin. This is the apartment over here.
Wait, somebody's coming out.
Quick, get back. It's the shrimp Kermit.
See you later, Dottie.
Watch it. I'm going to grab him.
Hey, what's the big... Runyon, what are you doing here?
Get back in that apartment, kid.
Yeah, but listen...
Go on, get back.
All right, don't shove.
Come along, Mr. Robin.
Right.
For heaven's sake, what's going on here?
Dorothy.
Pop! How did you find out where I was?
Oh, it's not important now, Dorothy. The important thing is...
stop that sob stuff. I got enough of it at home. Who's a fat guy?
Brad Runyon, Miss Robin. I'm a detective.
Well, I don't like detectives. Get out of here and leave Kermit alone.
Yeah, let go of me.
Take it easy, Squirt. I thought you might be keeping Miss Robin here against her will.
Are you crazy? He's a friend of mine. He brought over some coffee and groceries for me. Let him go.
Okay.
See you later, Dottie.
Yeah.
Dorothy, you look so tired.
I am tired. Tired of people telling me how to run my life. I'm old enough to know what I'm doing.
But you're ruining your health, my dear. Look at you. Look at the girl I tried so hard to give everything.
Oh, be quiet. I don't feel good enough to take that speech right now. I don't feel good at all.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I just feel kind of woozy. As if everything's going black.
Maybe I'd better call a doctor.
Yeah, maybe you bet. But...
Dorothy.
Quick, Mr. Robin. Get some water. She's fainted. The poor...
What's the matter, Runyon?
I was wrong, Mr. Robin. She hasn't fainted. She's dead.
She just got faint and collapsed right here on the floor. Is that it, Runyon?
Yeah, it was like a heart attack, Mac, only it wasn't quite.
Well, there's no sense in guessing about it until we get a report from the medical examiner. I just hope you and Mr. Robin didn't wipe your fingerprints all over the place.
Didn't touch a thing. Hasn't the old man up to headquarters 2 minutes after it happened?
I'll get it. Yeah, Mackenzie speaking.
Mackenzie, this is Fogarty.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Any word yet?
Well, it isn't official, but I've had an advance report. There was poison in the coffee she drank, so you'd better start thinking about suspects.
All right, Inspector, I'll be right to work.
Good.
Well, you call the turn, Runyon. That wasn't a heart attack at all. It was poison in the coffee she drank.
Coffee? Did you say coffee?
Yeah, why?
That's the one thing I forgot to tell you, Mac. Kermit was leaving the apartment just as we got here. He's the one that brought the coffee.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, Brad.
Brad Runyon. Have you got the nerve to call up here after standing me up all evening?
No, don't get mad, baby. I just couldn't get to a phone. Too many things have been happening.
How many black eyes have you got now?
No, this is serious. I'm on a murder case, gorgeous. And I got just one more call to make before I wrap it up.
Why are you telling me?
Well, I thought you might wait up for me and have a drink if I got there within the next hour.
Oh, all right, you big ape. I'm spoiling you, but there's nothing else I can do. Where are you now?
In a drugstore on Craig Street. I'll be up at your place in about... Wait a minute, baby. Hold the line.
What's the matter?
The guy I'm looking for just went out of this store. I gotta grab him. Hey! Hey, Kermit! Hey, Kermit, come back here!
What?
Wait a minute, Kermit.
Yeah, for Pete's sake, William, what do you want? Why do you keep following me around?
Because I like you. I like you so much, I'm going to give you to the police as a present.
What are you talking about?
That coffee you brought over to Dorothy Robin, there was poison in it.
Poison? In that package of coffee?
It didn't come in the package, Kermit. You put it there.
I didn't touch it.
No. I suppose they gave it to you that way in the store.
I didn't get it in the store. I borrowed that coffee from Bryce Cochran.
This is crazy, Runyon, coming over to Cochran's apartment on that kid's say-so. If Cochran poisoned that coffee, he won't be sitting around a house waiting for somebody to arrest him.
Don't be too sure, Mac. Not all murderers run away.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like a pane of glass breaking. Hey, open the door.
Open it up! Give it your shoulder, Brad.
Not tonight, Mac. I'm black and blue all over. Well, it's about time you...
He went down the fire escape.
Who?
Desmond. We can still catch him if we run.
Just a minute, young lady. Who are you, and what are you doing with a gun in your hand?
I shot after Desmond. I tried to stop him.
Why don't tell me who you are?
She's Cochran's partner, Mac, the one who posed as Dorothy Robin.
For heaven's sake, hurry, will you? He'll get away.
What's the rush? We're not after Desmond. It's Cochran we want to talk to.
Well, you can't anymore. Desmond just killed him. You fools! While you're questioning me here at headquarters, Desmond is getting further and further away.
He won't get very far. Every road out of town's being watched.
Then why are you holding me?
Because you might have killed Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? I didn't know she was dead.
That doesn't mean you didn't kill her. You could have poisoned the coffee that came from Cochran's apartment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I'll make it plain. You said Desmond came down the fire escape at the apartment, broke the window pane, and shot Cochran.
Oh, he did.
That's your story. And so far, you're the only one who can prove it.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. Desmond could have poisoned the Robin girl, and shot Cochran, too, if he came down that fire escape.
If he came down?
Yeah. You might have invented the whole story.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? You had a reason for killing Cochran and Dorothy Robin, too. You were jealous of them both.
No.
Don't lie to me. You as much as said so the first time I came to the apartment.
Mackenzie! For Pete's sake, Dugan, how many times have I got to tell you, don't bust into a room like that? Can't you see we're busy?
But it's important, Mackenzie. We've got a lead on Desmond.
Oh, yeah? Where is he?
Hiding out somewhere in the railroad yard. He is spotted there by a yard policeman.
Well, don't bother us with that now.
Well, what do you mean? He's a murderer, Mackenzie. He's the one who shot Cochran.
How do you know? How do you know it wasn't done by this girl right here?
It couldn't have been. The bullet that killed him didn't come from her gun.
Easy now, Runyon. Take it easy going through this yard. If Desmond's in one of these boxcars, he'll saw us down before we got a chance.
He won't live long if he starts shooting. Every cop in the yard will be down on him.
Yeah, but that won't do us any good.
Watch it. I saw something move in that car.
We saw a glass of milk on the hook.
Not that car, Mac. This one right here. Come quick. He's in there all right with a jammed gun. Can't you hear him?
Yes, I can now.
Hurry up, Mac. Crawl under the car and get some men on the other side of the yard. I'll pin him here till you close in.
Okay, Brad. We'll make it back here as soon as we can.
Good. Well, Desmond, how about it? You gonna come out with your hands up? Or do you want me to do it the hard way?
Why should I make it easy? Come on in here and get me.
Oh, no. There isn't enough light in there yet. I'll wait till they bring up the floods.
What are you afraid of, Runyon? You know my gun is jammed.
That's why I'm playing it cozy. You've got to come out.
Maybe I'd better come out right now, huh?
Watch your step, Desmond. This gun is awful ready for you. I've got the hammer up.
I don't care what you've got. I'm coming down.
Now we're on the same level.
Stay right there, chum.
Quit your kidding. You won't kill me, Runyon.
I will if I have to.
Go on. You're too good a detective to bump me off before I've made a statement. No, you'll try to save my life.
I'll save my own first.
Sure, but you'll have a couple of scars to show for it. I'm gonna cut you up, Runyon, just once with this knife to pay you for that beating you gave me.
Don't be a chump. Stay where you are.
Make me. See if you can stop me before I get to you.
I'll stop you. Did you forget about your legs, Desmond? You can't walk if you haven't got your legs.
You lousy copper. You got eyes like a cat.
Drop the knife, Desmond, or your hands go next.
Okay. What else you want?
Your reason for shooting Cochran and killing Dorothy Robin.
Dorothy Robin? She's not dead, is she? Runyon, she's not really dead.
What do you mean? You killed her, didn't you?
You crazy. I was in love with her, Runyon. That's why I shot Cochran. He was doing everything he could to take her away from me.
I didn't know you cared. You told me you were using her to blackmail her father.
I was. She knew about it all the time. We was both living on the money I got from her old man.
Then why were you hiding her?
Because I didn't want him to find out.
What?
That Dorothy was my wife.
What's the idea, Runyon? Why are you dragging me back to Dorothy Robin's apartment?
I'm not dragging you, Kermit. I just want you to help me find out something.
About what?
The cause of Miss Robin's death. Come on in.
Who's here?
Just Mackenzie and Mr. Robin. You've met each other, haven't you, Kermit?
No.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi.
Got anything new yet, Mac?
No, the inspector thinks she might have committed suicide. Mr. Robin doesn't believe it.
She wouldn't have done it, Runyon. She wouldn't have done it.
Hey, for Pete's sake, what's this all about? You got no right to hold me here.
Take it easy, kid. Just take it easy. You had your breakfast yet?
Huh? Well, how could I? You've been pumping me at headquarters all night, now you bring me here.
Well, relax, will you? I got a cup of coffee for you.
Coffee?
Yeah. Here you are.
Hey, wait a minute. Where did you get this coffee?
Quit worrying, kid. I made it fresh just now.
What package did it come from?
The red one up in the cupboard.
That's the one I brought here last night. I won't drink this stuff.
Why not?
Because there's poison in it. You know there is. This stuff killed her.
No, kid. This stuff didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
The package you brought over here last night was never opened.
Well, what are you trying to give me, heart failure?
Because I had to make sure you didn't know where that poison came from.
Well, where did it come from?
Suppose you answer that, Mr. Robin.
What?
You were here last night, Mr. Robin, before we came over together.
Why, you're mistaken.
Don't try to deny it. The landlady saw you come out of the apartment.
But
it's no use, Mr. Robin. If Kermit didn't do it, you did. Somebody tipped you off she was living here, and you decided to put her away. So you slipped into the apartment and poisoned the coffee pot. Maybe you were hoping to get Desmond, too.
Yes, I was. I found out they were married, and I couldn't bear to think of the life he'd make her lead.
And you hired me to throw the police off the track.
Yes. I was afraid Kermit might talk in spite of the money I paid him, and I didn't want to be suspected.
Kermit? Well, what's he got to do with it?
Everything. He's the one who gave me this address.
Hello?
Hello, Kathy. This is me, baby. Brad.
I'm not speaking to you, Mr. Runyon.
Oh, now, don't be that way, honey. I didn't mean to leave you hanging on the phone last night, but I got so busy I forgot all about it.
What made you remember now?
Well, my eye kind of hurts, and I thought you might soothe it.
Go to a barber. He'll fix it for you.
I like your way better.
Sorry, I've got a date.
Oh, honey, my eye really hurts.
All right, you big ape. Come on over here, and I'll blacken the other one.
Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
there he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder and the Peacock.
The Brunson Insurance Company specialized in fire and theft. They'd insure almost anything, but occasionally they got hit and hit hard in spite of the persistence of old man Brunson, president of the company. I'd done a lot of work for them from time to time, so I wasn't surprised when I got a call asking me to drop in. I was surprised when I was told the old man himself wanted to see me. I usually dealt with somebody in the investigation department. It was 10 a.m. when I was ushered into the office of the president. Bronson sat at the big desk in the corner, his fingers beating a nervous tattoo on the arm of his chair. He glanced up as I came in and waved me to a seat.
Sit down, Runyon. I suppose you're wondering why I called you personally.
It is a little unusual.
This is an unusual case, Runyon, and a very important one to this company. Did you ever hear of Solomon's rope?
The matched jade necklace stolen from the Mavis family 15 years ago?
Yes. I don't know whether you know it or not, but this company had insured the necklace for $300,000.
Yeah, and you paid off on it.
Exactly. If you remember, the Mavis home was robbed by a gang of gunmen led by a man named Jack Kelly.
The first of the Dillinger breed.
That's right. The necklace was part of the loot. Less than 3 weeks later, the FBI trapped the gang. And in the gunfight that followed, killed most of them, including Kelly. The entire loot from the Mavis robbery was recovered, except for the necklace known as Solomon's rope. It was never found.
I thought the police figured Kelly broke it down and got rid of it stone by stone before the FBI closed with him.
I'm not the police, Runyon. I'm a businessman. $300,000 represents a tremendous investment to this company. Besides, I think the police were wrong in their theory.
Why?
Well, look at it this way. Kelly was just a gunman with more nerve than brains. The FBI was closing in on him. He didn't have much time. He had plenty of ready cash. Why would he take the trouble to get rid of the necklace stone by stone? I think he liked it and hid it someplace. Maybe he thought he'd give it to some girlfriend.
15 years is a long time, Mr. Brunson. Why the sudden interest?
Well, I'm coming to that. If you remember, there were 2 members of Kelly's gang who weren't with the rest when the G-men closed in. One was a little weasel-faced fellow named Tucker Malone.
I remember. They caught him 2 days later hiding in a flop house in Chicago.
That's right. The other missing member was a girl named Kitty Cassidy. They didn't know too much about her and never did catch her. She's still missing.
You think this Kitty Cassidy got the necklace?
No. She hadn't been with the gang long, and she wasn't Kelly's girl. I don't think she would have known where Kelly hid it, but I do think Tucker Malone might know.
He got life, didn't he?
Yes, but his sentence was commuted. He was released from prison 3 days ago.
And now you think he'll go after the necklace?
Exactly.
It seems to me you missed a bet on not having somebody pick up his trail when he got out. He might be hard to find by now.
Oh, I did that purposely. I didn't want to arouse his suspicions. Now, do you think you can find him?
I can try.
Good. Then you'll take the job?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Runyon, I might add that there is a $10,000 reward posted by this company for the return of the necklace.
And so, with his head bowed deep in thought, the fat man solved another case.
Very funny, very funny. Now listen, Charlie, I'm busy.
Sure. What are you doing? Posing for an overweight version of the thinker?
If you're looking for a story, go down to night court. You won't get any byline here.
Already I got a story. And what a story. You like to hear it?
Go write it. I'll read it in the morning edition of that tabloid you work for.
I haven't got the ending yet. That's why I came to see you.
I'm not a storyteller. I'm a detective.
Precisely, my dear Watson. Which brings me to the purpose of my visit. I want to hire a detective. Out of my own pocket, I want to hire a detective.
I hate to miss that, but I told you I was busy. Now beat it and let me alone.
Ever hear of Solomon's rope?
Maybe I'm not as busy as I thought.
I'm your employer, then?
Well, let's have the story first.
Last night, in the course of my duties as an ace reporter, I happened to stop in a little beer joint over on 3rd Avenue.
That's no novelty.
A man was standing at the bar, and he was very drunk. I couldn't place him, but the face was mighty familiar. It made me think of sweet, bygone memories. Black touring cars with curtains, straight homemade gin, and Tommy guns without khaki uniforms.
And that made you think of Jack Curley, and then it clicked. The guy was Tucker Malone.
Yeah. So you know he's out.
I get around, too. What happened after you recognized him?
Well, I remembered the necklace, Solomon's rope, and how it had never turned up. Right in my lap was the only guy in the world who might know where it was. And he was drunk. What a story, if I could get it.
Yeah.
He didn't know me from Adam. I bought him a couple of drinks and finally got him out of the place. Then I tried to pump him.
Did he talk?
Well, not much. He was awful drunk. But just before he passed out, he did say something. I can't make anything out of it, but, well, maybe you can.
What did he say?
He put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "You're the first real pal I ever had. I'm gonna make you rich, pal." I shook him and said, "Well, when? How?" He stared at me a minute and then he said, "The old guy raises peacocks. Tie that for me, will you, pal?"
Peacocks?
Well, that's what he said.
What do you think he was talking about?
Beats me. Maybe he was seeing peacocks instead of pink elephants. I like that part about making me rich, though. I think he meant the necklace.
What do you want me to do?
Listen, that guy's valuable. He's the lead sentence to the story of the year, and I want that story. There may be others who want the necklace. I want to hire you to protect him until I get him to talk. And what do you say?
I take it you know where Malone is.
I'll say I know. I wasn't taking any chances. He's under lock and key in my apartment, sleeping off his drunk right now. In here.
You'd better make some coffee for Malone.
That's a good idea.
You haven't got a girl hidden in here, too, have you?
Girl? Well, of course not. Why?
Perfume, smell it. It's constant love.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, that's funny.
Where's the bedroom?
Oh, that door over there.
Come on.
Hey, look at Malone. Cute, huh? Sleeping like a baby.
Yeah. He's sleeping like a baby, all right. A dead baby.
Dead?
Bullets, 3 of them. They weren't taking any chances.
What? Who could have... Hey, you don't think I did it?
I don't know.
But I didn't, Brad, I swear. I told you I left him here sleeping it off. Well, why would I kill him? He was my story. That perfume. It must have been a girl. She came here
Yeah,
and...
maybe. You're in a jam, Charlie.
I didn't kill him.
No, I don't think you did, but I'll have to call the cops.
No, wait a minute, Brad. I'm in a spot. You said so yourself. I really need a detective now for myself. I gotta find this guy's murderer. You're still hired if you want the job. This is just the beginning of this thing.
I think you're right about that.
Well, give me a break then. Let me knock out a story on this. I'll have a clean scoop. I'll call the cops the minute I turn my story in.
Okay, Charlie.
Thanks.
You're sure nobody came up here with you last night except Malone?
What do you mean?
The perfume. No girl came with you?
I've told you the truth, Brad. So help me I have.
I hope so. Go ahead and write your story, but make it fast. And don't touch anything in this bedroom. When you're finished, call Lieutenant Mackenzie at headquarters and tell him the truth. I left the reporter alone with the dead man and drove to my office. All the way downtown, Malone's last words kept running through my head. The old guy raises peacocks. Tie that one for me, will you, pal? A drunk's dream or the key to something? In this business, you can't afford to pass up anything, not even a drunk's dream. So somebody raises peacocks. It was just noon when I parked the car and went up to the office. I opened the door and smelled it. The same perfume. Constant love. The girl sat carelessly in the client's chair, one slim leg crossed over the other. I noticed her eyes. You'd always notice her eyes first. They were black. Blacker than the inside of a coffin at midnight. And they caught the light like agates. She motioned slightly with a small, flat automatic pistol in her right hand.
Kick the door closed with your foot and try to touch the ceiling with those big, strong arms, fat man.
What movie did you step out of, beautiful?
All right, wise guy. This gun has 6 bullets in it. According to my figures, your gun, if you still got it with you, has only 3. I want it. Now turn around.
Somehow you don't strike me as the constant love type.
Never mind that. Now I'll take the gun. Nice rod. No powder smell. Wrong guess number 1 for little Kitty. Loaded and hasn't been fired. Must have been the newsboy.
Charlie didn't kill Malone, beautiful, and neither did I. We sort of thought you did.
Do you think I look like the kind of sap that would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs?
If the goose had quit laying, yeah.
Take your necktie off, fat man.
It's not hot.
That's what you think. Now off with it. Throw it on the chair. Now open your shirt.
Why the striptease, beautiful?
A necklace is made to wear around a neck. Even a neck as big as yours.
Smart girl, but wrong guess number 2 for little Kitty.
Yeah, well, let's stop guessing, huh? Where is it, fat man?
I don't know.
This gun's got a silencer, and I'm not kidding.
Shoot, sweetheart. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew.
You've got a nerve. I like guys with nerve.
I don't like girls with guns. What made you add my name to this party?
That's easy. I've been waiting 14 years to talk to Malone. When he came out, I told him.
He must have led you to some interesting places.
He did. I saw the newsboy pick Malone up last night. I tailed him to his apartment. Malone was loaded, and I knew he wouldn't move until late today. I came back this morning and paid a call. The reporter was gone, Malone was dead, and the necklace was missing. It wasn't hard to figure, so I hung around outside and waiting. I saw you and the newsboy come in. That gave me ideas, so I came to your office to wait.
How did you know me?
Why, Mr. Runyon, haven't you heard? You're a celebrity. You like it?
It makes sense.
Better sense than yours in the reporter's story. Now turn around and face the wall. Time to travel. Sorry, but I'll have to keep your gun. Maybe we'll meet again.
I can hardly wait.
You know, for a fat man, you wouldn't look at all bad in a bathing suit.
Okay, sweetheart. Lock the door. Have it your way. Operator, I'm in a hurry. Get me the city zoo. Yeah, that's right, the zoo. Yeah, quite a girl. I'd hate to have her for my first date. Hello, City Zoo. I'd like to know the name of anybody who raises peacocks within 100 miles of this city. Good afternoon, Mrs. Jarvis.
Why, yes. How did you know? For land's sakes, it's getting cold, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
I just told George, he's my husband, George, I just told him that he was foolish to go out without a coat, but he won't let those peacocks alone. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
I reckon that's what you come about, ain't it? The peacocks.
As a matter of fact, it is.
Sit down, Mr.
Runyon.
Sit down, Mr. Runyon. George will be in a minute. My, I never saw the like of it.
What?
All the peacock buyers coming at once. Here we go along, raising them for years, and nobody wants them. And then, in less than a week, 2 of you fellas show up to buy. That's what you're here for, ain't it?
Yes, that's it. Of course, I'll want to look them over pretty well.
That's just what the other fella said, too.
I always like to know what my competitors are doing. I was just wondering who this other fellow was.
I don't rightly remember his name, but George might. He was a little fellow with an awful pale face. Looked like he'd never seen the sun. Let me see now. It was the day the barn caught fire.
The barn caught fire?
Yes. It happened while that little peacock fire was here. We was all mighty busy putting it out, I can tell you. That was just 2 days ago.
This is a nice old house you have here, Mrs. Jarvis.
Yes, it's real homey.
Lived here all your life?
Oh, land sakes, no. George bought this place about 10 years ago.
You never know what you might find in an old house like this.
Ain't it the truth?
Antiques and things.
Oh, it's funny you're saying that. I found something very peculiar in this house right after we moved in.
You did?
Yes. George don't like for me to talk about it. He says it might not be good publicity.
What did you find, Mrs. Jarvis?
Guns, Mr. Runyon. 5 of them, all loaded up. They was under the floor in the kitchen.
Guns?
Oh, lots of folks don't know it. But this house was headquarters for some gangsters in the old days.
You don't say?
Yes, sir. What do you think of that?
That's very interesting. You never found anything else, did you?
No, not a thing. Some folks think there's a loot hidden here somewhere on the place, but we ain't never seen any of it. Oh, here comes George. Now, don't let on I told you about the guns. He don't like my talking so much.
Maggie, where was that?
Come in, George. This here is Mr. Runyon. He's another one of those peacock buyers. He wants to look at your birds.
I ain't interested in selling my peacocks, mister.
Why, George, what on earth are you...
You heard me, Maggie. I ain't interested. So you might just as well run along, mister.
But, George, you know very well
I
that
said no.
Do you mind if I just look at them?
Yes, I do mind. I told you I ain't interested in selling, so why look at them? I don't want no more buyers coming around here, so you can get.
George Jarvis, you must have lost your mind.
I know what I'm doing. I ain't selling my peacocks, and I ain't showing them to anybody either. And that's final.
Hey, Brad, where you been anyway? I've been looking all over town for you.
I was in the country, Mac, seeing a man about some peacocks.
Peacocks? Look, Brad, I thought you and me were friends. That news hound says you were with him when he found the body.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you report it? You know the
Calm down, Mac. I gave Charlie a break because he gave me one.
Yeah, I'll say you gave him a break. The paper's already in the street when he calls up nice as pie and says, I've got a murder for you, Lieutenant. I'm surprised he didn't wait for me to read it in the paper.
Maybe he doesn't think you can read.
Yeah. Well, I'm putting the heat on Charlie Blake. I think he killed Malone.
Quit acting like a kid, Mac.
I mean it. I think that news hound did it just to get a good story. I'd pull him in on suspicion if it weren't for the paper. They already made a big enough sap out of me.
Now you're using your head again. Why don't you ask me about the peacocks?
Yeah, what were you doing in the country, and what about the peacocks?
The farmer doesn't want to sell them anymore.
What are you talking about?
Solomon's rope. Remember it?
Oh, so that's why Malone was knocked off.
I think so.
But Kelly broke that necklace up and got rid of it before the FBI got him.
I don't think he did.
Why not?
Because I think I found the place where Kelly hid it.
Where? Is that what you mean about the peacocks?
Right. A farm up near Statesville that Kelly used as a hideout once. A farmer and his wife live there now, and the farmer raises peacocks. I've got a hunch the necklace is still there.
Ah, but that doesn't make sense. Malone must have had the necklace. Why else would he be killed?
I think I know.
You're crazy. Besides, we got a tip that Kitty Cassidy was in town. She's been missing for years and was one of the old Kelly mob. She must have done in Malone and got the jade.
She's in town, all right, with a gun of her own and one of mine.
Yours? What happened, Brad?
She dropped in to see me, made me do a striptease, and took my gun.
Well, that's one for the book. Why'd she do that?
She thought I had the necklace. She didn't have it, and she came after Malone was killed. Where's Blake now?
In his office at the newspaper, I guess.
Come on. We've got to see him right away. I hope Blake's in his apartment.
Yeah, there's a light under his door. See, he knows the game's up and he's stalling.
Come on, put your shoulder against this door and heave. Right?
You don't need your shoulder. It's unlocked.
All right, Blake, don't try to...
Put your gun away, Mac. Somebody else got to Blake first.
Dead?
Yeah. But not long.
The girl. He did have the necklace, and she got it away from him.
I think the girl killed him, but she didn't get the necklace. Come on, Mac. We haven't got much time.
Where are we going?
Back to that peacock farm.
Who's there?
Who's that?
Jarvis' wife. Open the door, Mrs. Jarvis.
Why, Mr. Runyon, what in the world are you doing here at this time of night? Oh, I've never seen such goings-on. Decent folks ought to be in bed.
Where's your husband?
Why, he's gone out to show his peacocks to... who's this other fellow, Mr. Runyon?
He's a friend of mine.
Oh, well, I just never saw anything like it. First the little man, and then you, and now tonight that girl.
Girl?
Why, yes. She come about a half an hour ago. We was all ready for bed. I thought she must be crazy wanting to see them birds at this hour. I says to George, them peacocks must be mighty all-fired important all of a sudden.
Did he take her out to look at the peacocks?
Yes, and they've been out there for the last...
Come on, Mac.
Why, Mr. Runyon, what's the matter? Where are you going?
To see your husband.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's mighty dark out there.
What's it mean, Brad?
The girl's after the necklace, of course. It's still here. We better hurry.
You think the girl's going to try and knock off the farmer?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see anything out here, can you?
That dark building off to the left is the Peacock Pen and House. That's where they must be.
Hold it, Brad.
What's the matter?
Over there in the other direction. That other big building. Just saw a light flash over there.
That's the barn. They must be in there. Come on. Right. You got a flashlight, Mac?
Yeah.
Good. Well, here it is. Hold it a second.
I don't hear anything.
That's a light. Let's go in. Jarvis.
They're gone.
Shine the light around, Mac.
No, there's nothing in here.
Wait a minute. Shine it back there on that pile of hay again. I thought I saw something.
Oh, it's just an old shoe.
It's a shoe, all right, Mac. A girl's shoe, and the owner is still wearing it. Look.
Dead. Is that...
It's Kitty.
Strangled with a piece of twine.
Yeah. There's your murderer, Mac the farmer. He killed Malone and this girl.
But Blake, he couldn't have killed him.
No, Kitty killed Blake because she thought he had the necklace. When she didn't find it, she must have suspected the farmer of killing Malone.
But why?
Don't you get it? The farmer found the necklace. He had it all along. He knew Malone was after it. He probably followed him back to town, waited his chance, and killed him.
Hey, what's that?
It's a peacock screaming. Somebody's in the pen. Come on.
But the peacocks, what are they
I
screaming?
don't know. That was a shotgun. It came from the peacock pen. Hurry, Mac. Here's the pen.
He's gone.
Look! They're on the ground, Mac.
A dead peacock.
He shot it.
But why?
I think I know now. Come on. He's running off through that field with one of the birds. He probably broke the bird's neck to shut it up. He's not too far ahead.
Yeah, but it's so dark it'll be hard to see. Right. Hey, the shotgun again. What could he be shooting now if he's killed the bird already?
I don't know, but... Look, Mac. Over there in the field near the fence.
I can't see anything.
Give me that light. There. There, now do you see?
The farmer. Yeah, but what happened to him? He must have fallen.
He fell all right. Look there.
Golly, half his head blown off.
He tripped in the dark, and when he fell, the shotgun went off and hit him.
Well, that'll save the state a lot of trouble. What about the peacock he was carrying?
Dead, too. He wrung its neck while he was running.
Yeah, but I don't get it. What did he want with the bird?
This, Mac. Look here where I'm shining the light, here on the bird.
I don't see anything to... Well, I'll be darned.
The necklace. Smart boy, that farmer. What better hiding place could he find than the plumage of a peacock?
How'd he manage it?
Easy. It's strung around the body of the bird and held in place by a piece of wire. The green color of the jade fits in perfectly with the green feathers of the bird.
But why did he shoot the other bird back there?
It was dark. He thought he had the bird with a necklace. He shot it so he could get it off easier. Then he realized he made a mistake. He probably heard us coming and didn't have time to shoot this one. Or maybe he wanted that one remaining shotgun shell to fire at us.
Yeah, but it got him instead. That's irony, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait a second, Mac. Wait till I get this necklace off. There. Come on, let's go.
Well, you got your necklace, and I got my murderers, even if they are both dead.
Yeah. And we're each $5,000 richer.
Huh? Hey, what are you talking about?
That's right, Mac. There's a $10,000 reward for the recovery of this necklace. You helped me get it, so I figure you're entitled to half the reward.
Do you mean to say that I'm going to get $5,000 all at once?
Uh-huh. $5,000. I guess you'll be able to... Hey, Mac! Mac, what's wrong? What? Well, I'll be. That's the first time I ever saw a cop faint. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. Love is a nice emotion. A soft, sweet, warm, deep dream for two. But for two, strictly. When comes a third dreamer latching his wagon to the lullaby train, the dream becomes a nightmare and has a nasty habit of turning into reality, the grim reality of murder.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Squares the Triangle.
I was broiling myself a brace of double loin lamb chops when my doorbell rang at 6:30. I answered the door, and when she told me her name, I let the chops burn. Her husband, Mr. John C. Kinnard, was famous as a hot-headed but well-heeled gentleman who could write a check with 6 zeros. And I always say, rich or poor, it's good to have money. So I asked her in.
You must excuse me for coming to your home, but it was urgent.
You need a detective, Mrs. Kinnard?
No, I need to get rid of one, Mr. Runyon.
That could stand a little clarification.
I know. The fact is this. My husband's hired a detective to follow me. It's John's considered opinion that I'm running around.
And of course you're not.
Of course I'm not. Believe me, my husband's attitude is completely without foundation.
Okay. What is it you hope I can do for you?
I want you to call this man off.
The detective?
Yes. Frighten him. Make him stop tormenting me.
What method would you suggest?
Oh, there must be a way of handling such a man. Mr. Runyon, if there isn't, I may not be alive tomorrow morning.
You won't be alive?
No.
Why not?
My husband, he'll kill me, Mr. Runyon.
You're not straining your imagination, are you?
Oh, I wish I were, but it's all real. The detective phoned me this morning. Phoned me and openly demanded that I give him $10,000 in cash, or else he's going to talk to John.
What can he say? You told me there'd been nothing but sweetness and light.
He's going to make up a lie, a hideous lie.
Now, let me get this straight.
He's manufactured a character, Mr. Runyon. Tim Foster, he calls him. Timothy J. Foster. And he swears he's going to hand John a report to the effect that he spied on Mr. Foster and me under very compromising circumstances.
I can't imagine a man like John C. Kinnard falling for a gag like that.
But the awful thing is he will.
Without investigating?
He'll shoot first and investigate later.
What's the matter with him?
We all have our diseases, I suppose, and jealousy is John's. A thing like this is all he needs to turn into a raging lunatic. You've got to help me, Mr. Runyon. You've got to do something.
Okay. What's the detective's name?
Tanley.
Fritz Tanley? That cheap bloodsucker?
You know anything about him, Mr. Runyon?
Plenty.
What?
Nothing I'd care to mention in mixed company, Mrs. Kinnard. She'd spoken highly of her personal checking accounts, and the fee we agreed on made beautiful music. I knew Tanley wouldn't take orders from me, but remembering that the legal name for the gag he was working was fraud, I scraped the lamb chops out of the broiler and put on my hat. The phony in question made his headquarters on the dingy 5th floor of the Graham house on Willis Street. And when I knocked on his door a little while later, I found him in.
Well, look who's here. Santa Claus's boy. What brings you here, handsome? Come in.
Thanks. Word is that you want to cash in big on a little game of tag you're working for Mr. John Kinnard.
Anything wrong with that?
As I hear it, you're threatening to make report on the antics of your client's wife with a Mr. Timothy Foster. And it wouldn't take a genius to nail you for fraud, Tanley, if it happens that Foster doesn't exist.
Yeah?
To coin a phrase, yeah.
Who is it's got this idea that Foster doesn't exist? Not Mrs. Kinnard, by any chance?
By every chance.
Must be a pretty funny sensation for her, then.
What must be?
Getting mail from a party who don't exist.
What are you talking about?
This letter, Runyon. Exhibit A in my defense for fraud.
May I glance over it?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
I hold on to it. Spell it out from where you are.
Dear Kathleen, meet me tonight in the room at 26 Cabot Road. I'll be waiting at 8. Your own Timothy.
How does that sound to you? Stylish stout.
Where'd you get that?
The bimbo Mr. Kinnard loves tossed it into a corner wastebasket early this a.m. What happened to the fraud conviction, powerhouse?
You plan to show that to your client, Tanley?
Me? No, I don't plan to show it to him, Runyon, because I already did.
You don't say.
20 minutes before you gum-shoed in.
My watch said 7:45. To Mrs. Kinnard, I owed nothing except a loaded cigar. But I knew that if she kept that 8 o'clock appointment, there'd be more fireworks than a Chinese New Year. So I left my gruesome brother detective, grabbed a taxi, and gave the address on Cabot Road. My watch showed a shade after the hour as I got out of the cab and rang the bell. I'd rung it 3 times before I saw the door was off the latch. So I went in.
Timothy! Timothy, no! No!
Well. Looks like an early 4th of July. I'm Brad Runyon, Mrs. Kinnard. Remember me? Who's the man on the floor?
It's my husband.
Your husband?
Yes.
I see John came with a gun in his hand. What happened? A slight case of backfire?
Tell me, is he dead?
He sure is.
Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
It's been, sweetheart. Sealed and stamped. The question before the house now is, where's the tenant?
What?
Where's he taken himself?
I don't know who you mean, Mr. Runyon.
Your friend, Mrs. Kennard.
My friend?
The reference is to Timothy Foster.
I told you this morning, Mr. Runyon, there's no such person as...
You can cancel that speech, sweetheart. As it happens, I heard you screaming his name when I opened the front door.
You did?
Clear as a bell. Now, where is Foster?
Who's Foster, Mr. Runyon?
The man who was here with you when your husband walked in, Mrs. Kennard. The man who shot first without waiting to be shot at, and then took a 2-story leap into the hydrant just through this window here.
Really?
Where will I find him? Tell me, or I promise you, pretty as you look, you'll hang as high as a Christmas goose.
You know you're less attractive when you scowl.
Where's Foster? Where does he live?
What is it you two are making here, mister?
Huh? Oh, who are you?
Me? Henderson. Janitor. I think was maybe from here a big noise, no?
Reasonably big. The man on the floor is only dead.
Yeah?
Yar. What do you know about Mr. Foster?
Mr. Foster?
The man you rented this room to, remember?
I not rent rooms. Not no tenants. My place is in the basement.
Somebody rents these rooms. Who is it?
Mrs. Heufels. She rents them.
And where is she?
She's on trip away to her mother's.
When does she get back?
She tell me she come home tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Well, that's the ball game, Mrs. Kennard.
What do you mean?
I mean you may as well open up. Mrs. Heufels is going to keep no secrets. She's seen Foster, she's dealt with him, and she'll talk so fast and loud, we'll know enough to land him in jail by tomorrow noon.
Really?
Really. And look, sweetheart, you're standing on the threshold of trouble deluxe. If you take good advice, you'll...
Oi, what's this?
They're overdue already.
Yeah, the police. Somebody else hear big noise. Somebody sent for them.
Well, this is it, Sugar Plum. There are going to be questions, lots of questions. There could even be confusion.
You're so efficient.
You're pretty, too, but this is no time for orchids. John C. Kennard was a mogul in this man's town, and his murder won't go unsung. The newspapers will make such a noise, there'll have to be a conviction.
It's nice of you to care, Mr. Runyon.
Do I have to tell a woman of your intelligence that your own safety's at stake, Mrs. Kennard?
Do I have to tell a man of your intelligence that Timothy means more to me than my own safety, Mr. Runyon?
And so it stood. She didn't bat an eye when the minions of the law crashed in, looked over the room, and took her to headquarters. But half an hour later, after a phone call, there was an attorney in Mrs. Kennard's detention cell with a writ of habeas corpus and $50,000 in bail money. While they'd held her, they'd gotten strictly nothing out of her. And all Lieutenant Mackenzie knew about Mr. Timothy Foster was his name. So next morning, I decided I'd pay a call on the landlady of 26 Cabot Road, who was due back at noon from a visit to her mother's.
Yes?
Mrs. Heufels?
What is it you want?
Like everybody else in town, I'm interested in last night's murder.
Go away from here now and don't bother.
You haven't started being bothered yet, Mrs. Heufels. Wait till the DA gets here.
The DA? He's gonna come here?
In time, and not a lot of time at that. He's bound to. But if we get together and have the right kind of talk, we might manage between us to keep the police away altogether.
So, come inside. Who are you?
Private detective.
What is it you want to know?
All about him.
Who?
Your second-floor boarder.
And who is it will look out for me?
Why does anybody have to look out for you?
That's the way it is. From a distance it looks easy, and the next thing you know, the world is on your head.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mrs. Hearley.
Of course not, of course not. How could you? Go in the dining room and keep quiet.
Why all the secrecy?
Do what I tell you. Just sit down over there, and we'll bring all this to a finish.
That's what I want.
Wait till I close the door. You may wonder why I'm being so careful, but if anybody heard it, it might be dangerous.
The finish had come from an unexpected angle. A gunshot, sudden and deafening, from far down the long and dim-lit corridor. I was across the room in 2 strides, but already the hall was as empty as a fireplace in July. Mrs. Heupel stumbled forward and fell. She fell under a picture of herself on the wall. A picture taken when she was very young and very alive. Mrs. Heupels lay dead on the carpet. And with her passing went my best hope for a fast finale to the Kinnard killing. When I broke the news to Lieutenant Mackenzie, I could hear the ragged edge of despair in his voice. To soften the blow a little, I pointed out that now at least we knew Foster had been in the neighborhood as late as 12:15. After I hung up and sat a while in quiet speculation, my mind suddenly focused on a certain detective. A hard-bitten gent who had been overlooked. And as soon as the police arrived, I took my way once again to the Graham house on Willis Street.
Beat it, Runyon.
Take it easy, Tanley. Take it easy.
I told you to beat it.
Is that the way to talk to a friendly colleague?
The friendly colleague will either take himself a walk...
Go on in and sit down.
What have you got with me, Powerhouse?
Not much. Only a certain John C. Kinnard, who earned his money the hard way, might be alive today to enjoy it. If you hadn't stuck that note under his nose and let him go off on a rampage to get lead in his chest.
I did what I was paid for. Why do you come off telling me my business?
It just seems to me that a detective who actually spotted Foster with Mrs. Kinnard ought to have a pretty clear picture of what he looks like.
Did you figure that all by yourself?
With a minimum of prompting from the audience. You say you saw him, Tanley.
And who's saying not?
How often did you see him?
Often.
How close?
Close enough to know.
Then let's have it.
He's about 6'1", brown hair, gray eyes, walks with a cane and drives a black 41 Ford sedan.
Thanks for the information, Tanley. I'll pass it along.
Attention all city squads. Timothy Foster wanted for double murder. Description follows. Height 6'1", hair brown, eyes gray. Attention all state patrols. Murder of John C. Kinnard at large. Post guards at all toll bridges and highway entrances. Stop all suspicious vehicles with particular attention to black 41 sedans. Attention all National Police Headquarters. Arrest on site Timothy J. Foster. Height 6'1", hair brown, eyes gray. Uses cane and drives 41 sedan. This man is a dangerous killer.
And I did pass it along to the police, who broadcast it near and far. For 12 hours, the homicide squad struggled along on not a wink of sleep. And from all this labor, they scored a very circular goose egg. It crossed my mind that Tanley could have given me a bum steer. And shortly thereafter, I felt a craving for that note which Foster had written to his beloved Kathleen. I phoned Police Lieutenant Mackenzie and asked him to drop in on the gumshoe and confiscate the note as vital evidence. Then I decided to pay a call on Mrs. Kinnard.
I've heard the description of Timothy on the radio. It's quite accurate, Mr. Runyon.
And complete?
Complete. Believe me, I'd tell you if it was otherwise. I'm not interested in shielding him any longer.
No.
No.
What happened?
I've had time to realize what a fool I made of myself. None of it was necessary. I was just running around with Foster to taunt John.
Oh, I see.
To make him jealous. I was afraid he was taking me for granted. You see, I really loved my husband.
That is news.
He's gone now, and I can never undo what was done, but, well, I'm making every attempt to have deserved him.
That's a little after the fact, Mrs. Kinnard. Tell me, how do you do such a thing?
Well, for instance, his monument. I've written the epitaph myself, see? Here it is. What do you think of it?
John C. Kinnard, a brave and generous soul, survived by his loving wife, Tina.
Nice.
Lovely. But who's Tina?
Me.
I thought your name was Kathleen.
Oh, I was christened Kathleen, but to people who love me, I've always been Tina.
I left her and went down to the drugstore for chocolate malted. Then, say 10 minutes later, I made a call to Mackenzie and asked him if he confiscated the note written by Foster arranging the fatal date with Mrs. Kinnard. He said he had. I then wanted to know if he had a handwriting expert on tap, someone who could not only analyze it but write it. Again, the answer was yes. There was a graphologist named Mercer in the lab, and he was, at that moment, studying the note in question when Mackenzie switched me over.
Mercer speaking.
This is Brad Runyon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Runyon.
Do you have the Foster note nearby?
Here, it's in front of me. You want me to analyze it?
No, I want you to copy it.
Copy it?
Yeah, stroke for stroke, and write out the following. You got a pen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here goes. To the police.
What's that?
Write what I tell you. To the police. Mrs. Kinnard killed her husband.
Yeah?
I'm leaving town because I don't want to be involved.
Yeah?
But I saw her pull the trigger. Have you got that?
Yes, sir. I'll have it done in half an hour.
Okay. Sign it, Timothy Foster. I went over to headquarters and arranged with Mackenzie to take out the little document. And then went calling on that gentleman of the old school, Fritz Tanley. Hiya, Tanley.
What? No cops this time?
No cops. This visit's off the record, Fritz.
Nice to see you so sociable. Sit down. What's on your mind?
The Kinnard case is about to close.
Huh?
Thought you'd like to know. After all, you've been so close to it. What's the matter?
Nothing. What should be the matter?
You look surprised. After all, the case has got to close sometime.
Who says not? Well?
Well, what?
What's the payoff? Who did it?
A certain much-discussed bimbo. Mrs. John C. Kinnard.
Who?
Kathleen, Tina, the dead man's wife.
You must be nuts.
Why, Fritzy?
Well, I mean, how you figure?
Oh, new piece of evidence clinched the deal.
What piece of evidence?
This note. Exhibit B.
It is a note.
To quote you, Fritzy, it is not a piece of veal.
Can I see that?
Sure, from where you're sitting. You're far-sighted. Spell it out.
Mrs. Kinnard killed her husband. I'm leaving town because I don't want to be involved, but I saw her pull the trigger. Who wrote that?
The signature's there.
Timothy Foster.
And the script is identical with the first note. The one about the date on Cabot Road. You can see now why I say the case is about to close, huh, Fritzy?
Yeah.
You're the first person to see this little billet doux.
Where'd it come from?
Under a sofa cushion in Foster's room at the boarding house.
You found it, I take it?
Who else?
What kind of angle are you looking to cut here?
Isn't it all too obvious?
It's NG, Runyon.
Why?
Because she didn't kill Kinnard.
You mean you don't think she killed Kinnard?
That's right. I don't think she killed Kinnard.
Okay, you have a right to your opinion, Stanley. But nevertheless, she's it.
Wait a minute.
For what?
You can't pin a rap on her with that note, Runyon.
Oh, I think I can. The DA is hungry for conviction, and so is McKenzie. Tina will do.
What do you mean she'll do?
I mean it has to be somebody, so it might as well be her. So long, Fritzy.
Hey, wait. Listen.
Mackenzie's waiting for me, Stanley.
She's innocent. She didn't do it, I tell you. She didn't do it.
I can make out a pretty nice case. She had motive and opportunity.
What about the murder weapon?
I've got that, too. Found it in the hydrangea bush outside the window.
You're a liar, you dirty swine.
What do you mean?
You haven't got the murder weapon.
Who says I have?
I say you haven't.
Why not?
Because here's the murder weapon. Right here, fatso. And it's going to come in real handy again.
What do you mean?
To put a slug in a too-smooth operator.
Me by name?
Who else by name? Foster didn't write that note. You had it written.
How can you be so sure? Foster could have written it, couldn't he?
You know all about it, powerhouse. That I can see.
You mean that there's no such person as Timothy Foster? Could that possibly be what you mean? Couldn't be that you invented him out of thin air to be a fall guy.
Yeah, it could be.
Could it be that you did more than trail Mrs. Kinnard? That you caught up with her, fell in love with her, and invented a man named Foster to lure Kinnard into the trap at 26 Cabot Road?
It's possible.
And it's what happened.
Yes, it's what happened.
You rented the room from Mrs. Heufels as Foster. And when she was about to talk, you killed her, cool and deliberate. So she wouldn't upset your dream of a blue heaven with Tina Kinnard and her husband's millions. Was that the play, Fritzy?
Exactly, king size. And now, before we wind up your shining career, can I ask one?
The floor is yours.
How did you know all this?
Just one of those nasty gags that nobody can count on did the trick, Fritzy. When you wrote that first fake love note from Foster to Mrs. Kinnard, you had him address her as Kathleen. And then today, unsolicited, the lady tells me that to people who love her, she's always Tina.
You knew from that?
From that, I started thinking.
Not bad, Runyon.
At my best, I'm very good.
But not good enough to stick my girl with a trumped-up gimmick and get away with it.
I never planned to stick her, Tanley.
What do you mean?
Oh, this was to get you to hand out a confession.
Confession?
To Lieutenant Mackenzie, who's standing on the other side of that door out in the hall. For a moment, he doubted me. Then he decided I was on the level and turned, firing as he swung. The bullets went wild, nosing into the doorframe. Before a third slug could better his score, Mackenzie opened fire, and Tanley grabbed his chest and pitched forward like a sack of grain. I'll get it, Mac. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Who's this?
It's Tina, sweetheart.
How are you, Tina?
You don't sound like yourself. Is this Mr. Tanley?
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is Mr. Tanley there?
Yes?
May I speak with him, please?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
Because, Tina, Mr. Tanley's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Yes, sweetheart. And I think you'll find that little boy Blue will be blowing his horn in front of your house shortly, so don't go away. Mackenzie took over then. And as I left, he said little, but meant much. And he watched me descend as the wire cage elevator groaned me down to the lobby level. I went out in the street, and at the corner of 4th and Willis, there was a fruit stand with a pyramid of rosy wine saps, where I stopped and bought a sackful. Then I went on my way thinking that love is a nice emotion. A soft, sweet, warm, deep dream for two. But strictly for two. Strictly. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight, 139 pounds. Danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Rides a Wheelchair.
Late in the afternoon when this fellow Van Horn called me. He gave an address out in one of the better residential districts, and I told him I'd drive out that night and see it. An old guy with eyes like sleepy fish answered the door and told me Mr. Van Horn was waiting for me in the solarium. The house was strangely quiet. And I got the idea that it was too big for the number of people living in it. The solarium turned out to be a big glassed-in porch at the back of the house. Myra and Van Horn were sitting in a wheelchair looking up in the general direction of the moon. He was, I think, the thinnest man I've ever seen. His bony old hands looked like claws, and his cadaverous face was almost a death's head. There was a nervous intensity about him that told me a vital fire still burned in that wasted, decaying body.
Come in. Sit down, Mr. Runyon.
Thanks.
It'll be all, Arnold.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Arnold.
Yes, sir.
You can leave the door open. There won't be any need for you to listen.
Yes, sir.
Good, Arnold. He does so like to know everything that happens in this house. Well, go ahead, Mr. Runyon. Ask it. Say it.
What?
What you're thinking. What everybody thinks. That I'm hideous to look at. That I'm sick, crippled, and dying. But I won't die, do you understand? I won't, unless somebody murders me.
Is that why you called me out here? Because you're afraid somebody is going to murder you?
No.
Why did you call me?
My daughter Laura is being blackmailed.
What have they gotten her?
Gambling debts, IOUs.
Are they on the level?
What do you mean?
The debts. Did she really lose the money, or is it a frame-up?
No, it is not a frame-up. She undoubtedly lost the money. She was drinking heavily in the place is a notorious gambling house. It would ruin her reputation if it became public that she'd been there.
What's the name of this place?
It's called the Little Casino. A man named Luke Estep owns it. Ever heard of him?
Uh-huh. He's a bad boy. How did your daughter get mixed up with him?
It's quite simple, Mr. Runyon. She's a Van Horn.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll tell you what it means. The family's always been rich and respectable as far as the outside world knew, but always underneath in the dark closets of the past there have been stories of blackmail and violence.
I see.
Do you? It wasn't always a shrunken mummy chained to a wheelchair. For 2 years, I've not left this chair except to be lifted into bed at night. My home is now confined to the first floor of this house. It's a curse, I tell you. But I'm determined to save Laura, if possible.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want you to talk to this fellow Estep. Threaten to expose Laura, ruin her if the debt isn't paid.
How much money is it?
$15,000.
There isn't much you can do but pay if the IOUs are on the level.
I expect to pay. But there's to be a stipulation. In return, I want a signed statement from Estep saying that he'll never again allow my daughter to enter his gambling place.
And you don't think you'll want to sign such a paper?
I doubt it. So that's where you come in. Get this paper from him, and your fee will be $1,000.
Okay, Van Horn. And now let's shake out the rest of the dirty linen. What else has Estep got on your daughter?
I don't know, Runyon. I honestly don't know.
But you suspect he's got something besides IOUs?
Yes. I thought perhaps you could find that out.
I'll find out. I don't like blackmailers.
Neither do I.
You'll hear from me in a day or so.
All right. Oh, just a second. I'll ring for Arnold to show you out.
Never mind. I can find my way around. It's getting cool in here, Van Horn. Maybe I'd better shut this door now.
Yes. Yes, please do. Good night.
Good night. You can come out from behind that curtain now, Laura.
You do know your way around, don't you, Mr. Runyon?
Yeah. Do you?
What do you think?
Give it. There's a curse in your family. It certainly laid off the outer appearance.
Would you do me a favor?
What?
Give me a lift into the city.
Isn't it a little late to be going out?
I like late hours, Mr. Runyon.
What else do you like besides late hours and gambling?
Maybe I like you.
Just a second, buddy. Nobody goes in here without a card.
A card?
Yeah. You heard me. Let me have it.
Okay. Here.
Why,
I'm sorry, son, but... Well. If it isn't Wild Bill Hickok, 2 guns and all.
Let me up, you...
Sure. But I think I'll hold on to these guns.
What's the idea? Give me my rod.
Uh-huh. You're too young to play with toys like these.
Okay, wise guy. I ain't forgetting this.
This will put you in solid with your boss. Where is he, by the way?
Who?
Estep. Come on, take me into it.
Take your hands off me.
I said take me in. Then you can tell him the fat man is here.
The fat man?
That's right.
Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll tell Luke you're here. He doesn't like coppers.
I am not a cop. And I don't like blackmailers, so we ought to have fun. Now get going.
Sure. Just follow me. Wait at the bar, fat man. I'll tell Luke you're here. He's gonna like this.
So am I.
Well, if it isn't my dream man again. I thought you didn't approve of late hours.
That makes 4 things you like.
Really? What's number 4?
Lying. I thought you had a date in town.
I have a date, all right. With these.
Nice, huh?
Yeah.
How are they treating you tonight?
Oh, lousy. Buy me a drink, will you, handsome?
Sure. Give the lady a drink.
Come on, Flatfoot.
Hey, you haven't paid for this drink.
Charge it to Estep. He's throwing this party tonight.
You don't know how right you are, mister. In here. Here he is, Luke.
Okay. Tony, beat it.
Wait, what about my...
I said beat it.
Okay.
Nice office you've got here, Estep. You must be doing all right.
Oh, I get along.
Oh, by the way, these guns belong to the kid. You better teach him how to use them before you give them back.
He knows how to use them, and I'm afraid you'll find it out. That wasn't very smart, Runyon.
Listen, Estep. I don't like gunmen. Keep him out of my way, do you understand, or I'll kill him.
You're a little high-handed in your likes and dislikes, aren't you?
Yeah. And I don't like blackmailers either.
If that's all you came here to say, you can get out.
I'll get out when I'm good and ready. You're running a crip joint here. I don't know how you're getting away with it, who you're paying off to, and I don't care. but you're going to stop putting the squeeze on Laura Van Horn.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
The old man hired you?
What do you think?
So the old boy sent you here. This is really funny.
Yeah, very. You ready to talk business, Estep?
Sure. I'm always ready to talk.
What have you got in the girl?
Got on her? I've got nothing on her. Except that she likes to gamble, and she doesn't win. She owes me $15,000. I want my money.
That's all you want?
Of course.
Okay. You'll get your dough. I'll bring you a check tomorrow evening. I want the IOUs and the paper stating that you have no hold on Laura. And also stating that you will never again allow her in this place.
You want a lot, don't you?
Uh-huh. I'm going to get it all, too.
You can have the IOUs, but no paper. She's a grown woman. She can do as she likes.
Van Horn may call your bluff, Estep. A scandal is one thing. Father's love for his daughter is another. He'll pay this time. Next time he won't. Next time he'll call the cops.
Grow up, Runyon. Grow up. Somebody's been handing you a line. Van Horn will never call the police when a girl is involved.
Why not?
Because Laura isn't his daughter.
Why didn't you tell me the truth about Laura Van Horn?
Because for 25 years I've guarded that secret in my life. You think I'd be fool enough to trust it to you? Oh, no, Runyon. I was sure nobody knew until...
Until this business with Estep came up.
Yes. I suspected then that he knew my secret and meant to blackmail me on that score as well as the gambling debts.
And Laura has no idea that she isn't your daughter.
Naturally not. And she must never learn the truth. It happened in Munsterberg when she was less than a year old.
Munsterberg?
Oh, you wouldn't know the name. It was a remote little mining village in the diamond country of South Africa. We were after diamonds, Mr. Runyon, and we'd found them.
What do you mean, we?
Laura's father. He was my best friend and partner. He came to Africa. We both came from Holland together. He brought his young wife and the baby Laura with him. Mind you, Runyon, I'm telling you this in the strictest confidence.
I understand. Tell me what happened in Munsterberg.
It's as vivid in my memory as if it had happened yesterday. Fire, the screaming natives and Vernier in a drunken rage.
Who is Vernier?
Stefan Vernier, Laura's father. On the night I'm speaking of, he got drunk and ran amok among the native workers. At last they turned on him and killed both him and his wife. The baby and I would have been next, but I managed to escape with her. And I swore that night that she'd never, ever know the truth. That I would raise her as my daughter.
So that's the story.
Yes, that's the story. Now you see why she must not learn the truth.
Have you any idea how Estep learned this?
No, but I know if Laura found it out, if he told her, it'd be a terrible shock to her. She suddenly learns that she is not my daughter, I'm afraid...
What, Van Horn?
I'm afraid she'll kill the man who tells her the truth. You're Mr. Runyon, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Carl, Tom Carl.
Sit down, Carl.
Look here, Mr. Runyon. You're working for Myra and Van Horn, aren't you?
Maybe. Why does that concern you?
Oh, I know you're working for him, and I think I know why. It's something about Laura, isn't it? Something to do with a gangster named Estep.
I'm not in the habit of discussing my client's affairs with strangers.
But that's just it. I'm not a stranger. I'm in love with Laura. I want her to marry me, but...
But what?
Something's happened to her. She's changed.
How has she changed?
For one thing, she promised to marry me, but now she avoids me. She's in some sort of trouble. That's why Mr. Van Horn hired you, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Why don't you ask her?
I did. She laughed at me. Told me to mind my own business. I'm desperate. I love Laura. And there's something else, too.
What?
Her father and the gambler Estep.
What about them?
There's something between them. I'm sure of it.
What makes you think so?
Something Estep said to me.
You talked to Estep?
I told him to leave Laura alone. He said, that old fool doesn't watch his step. He's going to be sorry.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to get her away from Estep. His influence. You've got to, Mr. Onion. You've got to...
Or what?
I might have to kill Estep.
Hello?
Is this the little casino?
Yeah.
I want to speak to Estep.
Yeah, who's calling?
This is important. It's business.
I asked who's calling.
Just tell him the fat man is ready to talk business.
Well, just a second. Estep ain't here.
What time's he coming in tonight?
I don't know.
Where can I find him?
He's got a house on Farley Street, 410.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
Hello, Tommy.
What are you doing here?
Same thing you are, looking for Estep.
Where is he?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anybody home.
No. No, I don't like this.
Neither do I.
Luke don't like guys hiding on his front porch.
What does he think of guys walking in his front door?
He don't like that either.
Come on, let's go in.
Wait a minute.
Don't
Bud.
worry, Luke won't mind. It's unlocked. Where's the light?
Here. What makes you think...
Hello, sweetheart. Remember me, your dream man?
We seem to meet in the strangest places.
Hey, Luke!
Who's boss?
He's dead. She killed him.
Yeah. How about it, sweetheart?
I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got here about 10 minutes ago.
Why did you come here?
I had a date with him.
A date?
Yeah. I owed him some money. I'm going to pay him.
Give me your pocketbook.
Here.
Where did you get all this dough?
That's my business.
It's my business now, unless you want to go to the chair.
I didn't kill him. I came here to pay him. He's lying there on the floor, dead.
Where did you get the money, beautiful?
I pawned my jewelry. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet.
Well, I know what I'm gonna do. You killed Luke, and I'm gonna... Oh, no, you're not! Let go of me, you...
This time I'm gonna keep these guns.
He tried so hard to be a killer.
Yeah. Maybe he is at that.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
This dead man here.
Me? You ain't gonna try and pin that on me.
Maybe. He would look nice in the electric chair.
No, I tell you, I didn't kill him. You know I just...
How do I know? What were you doing here?
Why, I came to pick Luke up to take him to the club. Listen, Runyon, you can't frame me. You can't.
Why not? We came out here to pay off Luke, and we found you trying to get away from the house. It'd be a sin.
No, I tell you, you can't. I didn't kill him.
Okay, then. Who did?
I don't know if it wasn't her.
Unless you want to frame up and a ride to the chair, you better tell the truth, Junior.
Okay. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you anything I know.
Who else might have had a reason to kill Estep?
Well, there must have been a lot of people. He had a lot of enemies.
Yeah. All blackmailers do.
There was a young guy, a friend of hers, who threatened him.
Carl?
Yeah, that was the name.
Tom.
That's right. Where does he live, Laura?
Why, he's visiting us. He has a room in our house.
Talk some more, punk.
What else do you want to know?
What's the tie-up between old man Van Horn and Estep?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Tony. Hand me that phone, Laura.
Here.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters.
No, wait a minute.
Hello, police headquarters.
Wait, Runyon, I'll talk.
This is Brad Runyon. Yeah. Tell Lieutenant Mackenzie there's been a murder out at 410 Farley Street.
No, don't, Runyon, don't. I didn't kill Luke. I'll talk.
Yeah, that's right. No, I don't know who did it. Yes. Okay, Junior, talk.
Estep and Van Horn knew each other, all right. It was something that happened a long time ago.
Where and what was it?
Well, I don't know what it was, but I know they knew each other in South Africa in a mining camp called Munsterburg.
Listen to me, sweetheart. We haven't got too much time. Pretty soon the police are going to start believing that gunman's story, and then we'll have to hand them a murderer. If you don't want it to be you got to tell me the truth.
All right.
Did you kill Estep?
No, I didn't kill him. You believe me, don't you?
Yeah, I do believe you. Why did you pawn the jewels? Why did you suddenly decide to pay off on the IOUs?
Because I was frightened.
What were you afraid of?
Phone call.
What phone call?
One I heard Father making yesterday afternoon. He didn't know I was listening.
Did you know who he was talking to?
Yes. He was talking to Esther.
How do you know it was Esther?
Because I heard him say, Esther, if you do that, you know you'll ruin me.
Where's Carl?
Why, he's in his room, I think.
And your father, where is he?
He's in the solarium. I saw him sitting there in his wheelchair just before you came in.
Come on. We've got to find him quick.
You don't think...
I think he may be in danger.
Not Tom.
I don't know. Quick, come on.
It's Father. Father.
Hold it, Laura.
But he's hurt.
No, baby. He's dead.
Dead? Oh, no. No. Oh, Father.
Listen to me, Laura. Don't let yourself go. You've got to control yourself.
But
Stop it.
But he must have been up at the top of the stairs in the chair. He must have got you close and fallen down.
He didn't fall. Somebody pushed his chair over the stairs. Look, see how it's smashed? He must have been flung out of it as he fell.
He was murdered.
Yeah. Whoever pushed him must still be upstairs. Come on. Where's Carl's room?
Here, the first door on the... Up there on the floor.
Yeah. It's the old guy, Arnold.
Is he dead?
No, he's just been knocked out. Somebody slugged him on the back of the head. See if Carl's in that room.
No. No, it's empty. The front door. Somebody's ringing the doorbell.
Here, I'll carry Arnold downstairs. We'd better see who it is.
But the murderer, he must still be upstairs.
Maybe, but I doubt it. He could have jumped out a back window.
Hello, Runyon. Well, this is one time I beat you to the punch. I got your murderer for you.
Tom.
Hello, Laura.
Oh, no, Tom, no.
Yeah, it's him, all right. He confessed.
Good work, Mac. Where'd you grab him? Climbing out a window?
Well, you nuts, Brad. We didn't grab him anywhere. He walked into headquarters about an hour ago and confessed to killing Esther.
You mean he's been with you for the last hour at headquarters?
Sure. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway?
He's lying. Don't you see? He's lying to protect me. I killed Esther. I killed him last night. You know you found me with the body. I lied to you.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
Don't believe her. She didn't kill anybody. I told you I did it.
Look, beautiful. If you killed Esther, what did you do with the gun?
The gun?
Yeah, the gun. He was shot with a .32. Where is it? It's no good, sweetheart. You don't have to lie for Tom any more than he has to save you.
What are you talking about?
They're both lying, Mac. They're lying because they each think the other killed Esther. But neither of them did it.
How do you know?
Because the murderer just shoved old man Van Horn down the stairs in his wheelchair and killed him. Laura was with me in the library when it happened, and Tom was with you at headquarters.
Let me see this other dead guy.
There he is, right over there.
Yeah.
He must have been sitting in his chair upstairs, and the killer gave him a shove from behind. We heard him scream as he went over.
Who's this other guy?
He's Van Horn's servant. Whoever pushed Van Horn down the stairs hit this guy Arnold on the back of the head.
But if it wasn't the girl or boy, who was it?
I think this guy Arnold can tell us something when he comes to. Unless...
What's the matter, Runyon?
I ought a hand in my license, Mac.
What are you talking about?
The murderer, Mac, the murderer. It's so simple I couldn't see it.
Well, who is it?
He's right there.
Where?
On the floor with his neck broken. It's Van Horn.
But, Brad, I don't understand.
You will in just a minute, Mac. Arnold's coming around now.
Why didn't you want the girl and the boy in here with us?
Because she's had a bad shock. There may be more coming. I want to hear it first.
But how do you know Van Horn was the killer? How could he be if he couldn't walk?
He could walk, Mac, but nobody knew it. Unless it's this old boy Arnold.
But who shoved this chair down the stairs?
Nobody.
What are you talking about?
The chair was never upstairs. It was sitting at the foot of the stairs all the time. Van Horn left it to go upstairs for something. He couldn't take the chair up with him. The chair has never been off the first floor. He told me the other night that he lived on this floor all the time. He couldn't walk very well, and he must have been weak. But he managed to get up there.
And what was he doing upstairs?
I'm not sure, but I imagine he was looking for Tom Cobb.
Why?
To kill him, Mac.
But why? I don't get it.
Look, you said that before Tom came in to confess, he called you up, didn't he?
That's right.
What did he say over the phone?
He said he was coming in to see me about something important.
Don't you see? The old man must have overheard him. He thought Tom was coming to tell you the truth. He figured Tom had guessed that he could walk and had gone to Estap's house and murdered him. He wanted to kill Tom, but the boy got out of the house before Van Horn could safely leave his chair.
So that's it.
Yeah. On his way back down the stairs, he was in a hurry, and he must have slipped and fallen all the way down the steps. He smashed into the chair at the foot of the stairs and broke his neck.
What?
You're okay, Arnold.
What happened?
Somebody slugged you. Who was it?
Van Horn.
What happened? You found the empty wheelchair, didn't you?
Yes. It was the second time I'd found it. I knew last night when he was gone that he could walk.
So you followed him upstairs, didn't you?
Yes. He wasn't around. I started into Mr. Carl's room when suddenly something hit me. He was a devil, a demon. I'm glad he's dead. All these years I've kept quiet because he threatened me.
What really happened in Africa 25 years ago?
His name isn't Van Horn. His real name is Stefan Vernier. He murdered Van Horn and his wife, took their name, the child, and their fortune. Only two of us knew the truth.
You and Estep?
Yes. Estep was one of his foremen. He blackmailed Van Horn until he was on the verge of ruin. And then he got hold of Laura.
I see. Well, Mac, that clears it up.
Yeah. So he murdered Estep and then accidentally killed himself. You know, Brad, in some murder cases, they just don't need the police.
How do you figure that?
Well, when a man sells his soul to the devil, the old boy doesn't always wait for delivery. That's what they mean by the devil's due. Yeah. Van Horn sure got his just desserts.
Say, speaking of desserts, I haven't had my dinner yet. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
Here's the Fat Man in Murder for Sale.
It isn't often that a woman shows up as an important figure in what we call organized crime. However, occasionally an exceptionally clever and attractive woman turns her abilities to crime on a big scale. And believe me, when that happens, the headaches of the police really begin. Especially when the crime involves murder. The printing on the frosted glass door said Oliver Winkler Enterprise Incorporated. The card in my hand said Oliver Winkler, appointment 11 a.m. I reached the doorknob and then stopped suddenly. A tall, thin shadow had crossed the door somewhere inside, and an excited voice was speaking.
I don't care what you say, Winkler. You've got to be careful. Do you?
I couldn't hear the voice that had interrupted him. It finished whatever it had to say, and the first one continued.
All right. Have it your way, but remember, I warned you. Don't ever say I didn't. And don't forget this either. It's going to be your funeral.
The thin shadow suddenly filled the frosted glass, and the door opened. Sorry.
Who are you? What's the idea of hanging around here listening at keyholes?
Take your hands off me, son.
I said, what's the idea?
Nobody's listening at the keyhole. I have an appointment with Mr. Winkler. I think you were leaving, so on your way. I walked into the office. There was a desk in the far corner of the office. A coat rack stood nearby. A small derby, an undersized fur-collared overcoat, and a cane hung on it. In front of the desk stood a short, round little man. He was fat all over, soft fat like a butterball, and he had the whitest skin I've ever seen. Everything smiled but his little pig eyes. And the voice, when it came, was the purr of a cat.
I presume you are Mr. Runyon.
Uh-huh. I'm Runyon.
Please be seated, Mr. Runyon. I am Oliver Winthrop. You must excuse my rather excitable young friend. He meant no harm, I assure you.
Excitability and guns don't make a good mixture, Winkler.
Guns? I'm afraid I don't follow you.
He was wearing one in a shoulder holster. A neat little gun. The kind people with experience carry. I felt it when he bumped into me.
William Donovan with a gun? Oh, it's difficult to believe. Oh, but of course, that would explain...
Yeah, go on.
Yes, of course. It has to do with my purpose in calling you here this morning, Mr. Runyon.
Just why did you call me, Winkler?
I'll be as brief as possible, sir. My life has been threatened. I feel that such a person as yourself might be helpful in preventing, shall we say, an unfortunate accident.
Who threatened your life and why?
I am a businessman, Mr. Runyon, and as such I cannot afford the luxury of maudlin sentimentality.
Naturally. What is your business? I noticed the sign on your door says Enterprise Incorporated. What's that?
Enterprise Incorporated is an investment and finance company.
Not a bank?
Oh, no. We merely invest money, our own, of course, in various businesses. Take mortgages and so forth.
Sort of personal finance, eh?
Call it that if you wish. However, the real bulk of our business is rather more in the speculative investment line.
I see. So somebody you've loaned money to has threatened your life.
Let's put it this way, sir. Someone whose knowledge of business matters is extremely limited has suffered a most unforeseen and unfortunate accident, which benefits this company, and, as the saying goes, leaves her more or less in the cold.
A woman?
Precisely.
What was this accident you mentioned?
The death of the unfortunate woman's husband.
I don't get it.
Let me explain. Since the war, it has been a policy of my company to lend various sums of money to veterans for the purpose of buying homes. Our terms are extremely liberal because I feel these lads are entitled to all the help possible. We have therefore been quite in demand. However, as I have already told you, I am first and foremost a businessman.
Yeah. What was the catch?
The catch, as you put it, was merely this. In each contract of mortgage drawn for these transactions, there is a provision that regardless of the number of payments made to this company, if any money was still due to us, the mortgage prophecy reverted to us in the event of the mortgage's death.
In other words, even though the heirs of the mortgager wanted to continue the payments, the property still reverts to you. And the money previously paid back also remains yours.
Exactly. You see, since the terms were so liberal and these veterans so young and healthy, I felt that the company was entitled to such an insurance.
I see your point.
A moment ago, you asked if we were a bank. Actually, we are more of an insurance company in regard to these loans. We only stand to win in the event of death.
Gruesome gambling.
What?
Skip it. What's the woman's name who threatened your life?
Mrs. Etta Goodman. Here is her address. She is living in the mortgaged house, but of course will not have to vacate. She apparently knew nothing of the agreement, and when informed of it, she came here and made her rather dire threat on my life. That was yesterday.
By the way, Winkler, what caused Goodman's death?
A bullet through the brain.
Murder?
No, Mr. Runyon. Roy Goodman committed suicide.
I'm looking for Mrs. Etta Goodman.
I'm Etta Goodman. What do you want?
Let's go inside where we can talk.
But I'm just going out. I'm in a hurry.
This won't take long. Let's go in.
Who are you? Why have you come here?
Give you some good advice.
I don't understand. If you're from that company, if it's about the house...
Sit down, Mrs. Goodman. I didn't come to see you about the house.
Why did you come then?
I understand your husband committed suicide recently.
Suicide. Yes, that's what they said, the police, the doctors, but it wasn't suicide. It wasn't, I tell you. Roy was murdered.
Is that why you threatened Oliver Winkler's life?
I threatened? What are you talking about? Who are you? Why are you asking these questions?
My name is Runyon. I'm a detective.
The police?
No, I'm a private investigator. A minute ago, I said I came here to give you some advice. Murder is a serious business, Mrs. Goodman. Forget it.
Forget that they murdered my husband, never.
Not your husband. Winkler.
Winkler? But I don't understand.
Didn't you go to see Winkler yesterday and threaten him?
Why, yes, I went to see him. But I don't remember exactly what I said. I was upset and angry. You know how people say things they don't mean when they're angry. And I know my husband didn't commit suicide. I don't care what they say. And that man Winkler is trying to steal my house.
He's not stealing it, Mrs. Goodman. It's all perfectly legal and binding according to the mortgage.
But it's not fair.
You've got a point there, but your husband signed the mortgage. Didn't he ever tell you the terms of it?
No, I don't think he knew. Maybe he didn't read it carefully, or if he did, he didn't understand.
Tell me about your husband's death, Mrs. Goodman.
It was just 2 weeks ago. His body was found in the woods not far from here. He'd been shot through the head, and there was a pistol in his hand. They said it was suicide, but I know Roy wouldn't kill himself.
What makes you so sure of that?
There was no reason for him to kill himself. No, I tell you it was murder. The police wouldn't listen to me, but I'm sure that man Winkler is behind it. I went to him and begged him to give me time to pay, but he wouldn't even listen. He said our house belonged to him now. I even went to the woman who sold us the house to see if she could help, but she could do nothing.
Who was the woman you bought the house from?
She's a Mrs. Isabel Sutton. She said it was none of her business, that she'd sold the house to us and had nothing to do with the mortgage.
Does she know this fellow Winkler?
Why, I don't know. I don't think so. Why?
Nothing. I just wondered.
Isn't there anything I can do? I mean about the house.
I'm afraid not.
But you're a detective. Couldn't you help me? Couldn't you find out if Roy's been murdered?
If the police think it was suicide, it probably was. Besides, my only interest is in protecting my client's life. Since you say there was nothing to your threat, I'll be running along.
Oh, but please, you...
Something's fallen down behind the cushion of this sofa.
No, please, it's nothing.
Nothing? Since when is a gun nothing, Mrs. Goodman?
A gun? But I don't understand. Here, let me see.
What's it doing here?
Why, that's the gun that Roy was killed with.
It looks like somebody hid it behind these cushions. Somebody who intended to use it again.
What do you mean?
I mean there aren't any empty chambers in it. It's been fully reloaded, Mrs. Goodman. How do you do, Mrs. Sutton?
If it's a house you're wanting to buy, young man, you've come to the wrong place. I haven't a thing on the market right now. But if you care to leave your name...
I didn't come to buy a house, Mrs. Sutton. I want to ask you some questions about the one you sold to Roy Goodman.
Why?
I'm just inquisitive. I believe you sold a house to a Mr. Roy Goodman several months ago.
Goodman? Goodman? Oh, yes, now I remember Goodman. Yes, I did sell him a house. Poor fellow committed suicide recently, didn't he?
His wife seems to think he was murdered.
Murdered?
She thinks so because a man named Winkler stood to get Goodman's house, the one you sold him, in case of his death. Do you know this Winkler, Mrs. Sutton?
Now, you listen to me, young man. I don't know who you are or what you're here for. I don't know anything about the Goodmans or this man Winkler. All I do know is that I sold a house and that Mr. Goodman borrowed the money to buy it from Mr. Winkler. Whatever arrangements they made was their business. I know nothing about it. Do you understand?
Maybe. So you don't know Winkler at all?
I know of him. He has on several occasions loaned money to people I've sold houses to.
None of these other people happened to die, did they? Say, by committing suicide?
Who are you? Why did you come here?
My name's Runyon. I'm a private detective.
A detective?
You still haven't answered my question, Mrs. Sutton.
Oh, well, how should I know? I just told you that when I sell a house, I'm through with it.
You deal pretty extensively in real estate.
Yes, of course I do. I have to make a living. Real estate's my business.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind giving me the names of the people who bought houses from you and used Winkler's money to pay for them.
But I don't remember who they were.
You must keep records.
Naturally, but I don't keep them here at home. They're at my office.
I see. Oh, never mind. I think I can find out at the claims office.
Oh, Mr. Runyon, a moment ago you mentioned murder. Well, if there's anything wrong, if Mr. Winkler's committed a crime, I certainly want to help you.
Okay, Mrs. Sutton. I'll probably be back to talk to you later. Oh, by the way, have you ever seen this gun before?
Gun?
Yeah, take a good look at it. It's the one Roy Goodman was supposed to have shot himself with.
I know. I've never seen it. Why do you ask?
I just wondered.
Who hired you, Mr. Rennie? Was it that Mrs. Goodman?
No, Mrs. Sutton. It wasn't Etta Goodman.
Who was it then?
It was Oliver Winkler.
Winkler? I don't understand. Why on earth would...
Isabel, I've got to talk to...
Bill, you know better than to interrupt when I'm busy.
Hello. Remember me, Donovan?
What are you doing here?
Showing Mrs. Sutton a gun. And finding out a lot more than I bargained for.
I'm sorry it took so long to find these files, Mr. Runyon, but with no more to go on than you gave the claims office, it took us time.
That's okay. Did you get the rest of the information, too?
Yes, one of our secretaries traced the history of each purchaser since they bought the house.
Good. What did you find?
Well, our records show 5 sales in which property owned by Mrs. Isabel Sutton was sold and paid for by money borrowed from Winkler's company.
Is Roy Goodman included in that list?
Let's see. Yes. You know, this is really very strange, Mr. Runyon.
What?
All 5 of the men who purchased property from Mrs. Sutton and who gave mortgages to Mr. Winkler have since died.
Yes, I'd like to see Mr. Winkler. Is he in?
Why, no, sir. I'm afraid he isn't. Did you have an appointment?
No. Do you know where Winkler is? It's very important.
He doesn't like to be disturbed. I don't know if I should.
I said it was important, sweetheart. Where is he?
I'm not sure where he went. He had 2 phone calls about an hour and a half ago. He left the office soon afterwards. He seemed to be in a hurry.
Do you know who called him?
The first one, I believe, was from a Mrs. Goodman.
How about the other call?
I don't know who that was from. Mr. Winkler took it direct in his inner office. It was after that one that he left.
And he didn't give you any hint as to where he was going?
Well, he did leave a phone number with me where he said I might get in touch with him if anything terribly important came up.
Call it.
But I...
Listen, sweetheart, I said this was important. If you ever want to see your boss alive again, you'll do what I tell you.
Alive? What do you mean?
I've got to find him quick. Now then, get on that phone and call the number he left with you.
Yes, sir.
Act perfectly natural. Don't mention anything about me, understand?
I understand.
Find out whose number it is, and if Winkler isn't there, find out where he's gone. Just say it's something about business and that you're trying to locate him.
Hello? This is Mr. Oliver Winkler's secretary. Oh, yes, Mrs. Sutton. Is Mr. Winkler there? Do you know where he's gone? Something important has come up. I'd like to get in touch with him. I see. Is there a phone there? All right, Mrs. Sutton. I guess I'll just have to attend to it myself. Thank you. Goodbye.
Where did he go?
That was Mrs. Isabel Sutton's home.
I know who she is. Where did Winkler go?
Mrs. Sutton said he went out to look at a house he's going to take a mortgage on.
Where is this house?
It's in the country about a mile from the city limits on Coldview Road. It's an old red brick farmhouse. It's just been deserted for some years. And it sits back on a hill just beyond Bedford Creek. You can't miss it.
Did Winkler go there alone?
Why, no. Mrs. Sutton said he went with her assistant, Mr. William Donovan.
It was already dark when I left Winkler's office, and the rush hour traffic was just getting underway. Even so, I made fairly good time and cleared the city limits 35 minutes later. I swung my car off the main road and bumped along through a dark natural tunnel formed by tall, overhanging trees. 5 minutes later, the glare of my headlights picked out a small wooden bridge 100 yards ahead. That would be Bedford Creek. According to Winkler's secretary, the farmhouse lay just beyond the creek. I slowed down, rattled across the rickety bridge, and pulled off the side of the road into a clump of trees. I walked slowly up the drive. The house came into view. It looked empty. dismal and dark. On the porch, I stopped for a second and listened. There was no sound. I tried the front door and found it unlocked. Taking my time, I eased inside, snapped on the flashlight, and played it slowly around. I was in a musty, dust-covered hall. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and a well-worn staircase leaned drunkenly against the second floor. An open door stood on my left. It led into what was evidently the living room. I walked to the door and threw the light quickly into the room. There wasn't any furniture inside. There wasn't even a fireplace. But there was a man lying in the middle of the floor. He lay on his back with his eyes wide open. And he wasn't the man I expected to find. He was Mr. William Donovan. My light swung quickly round to the far corner of the room. The figure of a woman crouched there in the glare. Her eyes were filled with terror, and she held a gun in her hand. She wasn't pointing the gun at me. It hung limply in her hand as if she'd forgotten it. Drop the gun, Mrs. Goodman.
Mr. Runyon?
Yeah, get up. So, you found another gun.
No. No, that isn't my gun.
Where's Winkler? Did you get him, too?
I didn't kill that man on the floor. I've never even seen him before.
You expect me to believe that when I find you here with a gun in your hand? One shot's been fired out of this pistol, and not long ago.
But I didn't do it, I tell you. He was there on the floor when I got here.
Why did you come to this house?
He telephoned me to meet him here at 6:30. I didn't want to come out here in the country. I was afraid. But he insisted.
Who?
Mr. Winkler, of course. He said if I'd come, he might be able to arrange for me to keep my home.
You'll have to do better than that. I happen to know that Winkler came here with this dead man, Donovan. You followed them, didn't you? Then you shot this guy, and Winkler got away before you could finish him. Isn't that what happened?
No, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't. Mr. Winkler wasn't here. I haven't seen him since yesterday when I was in his office.
Go on. And it better be good, sweetheart. Because you're sitting about 3 feet from the electric chair right now.
No, please, you've got to believe me, Mr. Runyon. Late this afternoon, he phoned me and told me to meet him here. I decided to come when he told me it might mean he's arranging for me to keep my home.
How did you get out here?
In my car. It's parked around behind the house.
When did you get here?
About 15 minutes ago. The house was dark like it is now. I had a flashlight in my car, so I parked and came around to the front. There was no sign of Mr. Winkler. I'd been there about 5 minutes when I thought I heard something inside the house.
So you went in?
Yes, I don't know why. I guess I thought Mr. Winkler was in here. I called several times, but got no answer. Then I looked in this room and saw this man there on the floor. He was dead by then. The gun was lying beside him. I must have picked it up. I don't remember. I was terribly frightened.
I can imagine.
While I was standing here, I heard you walk up on the porch. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified.
Some of it might make sense and some might not.
But it's the truth. I swear it.
I think Donovan brought Winkler here to kill him. But it could be that Winkler got him first.
But why? And why did he call me to meet him?
Unless I'm mistaken, Winkler, a woman named Sutton, and this dead man were working together in the real estate mortgage racket. I think the Sutton woman and the dead man were afraid Winkler had gone too far and they'd tipped the works. When you became suspicious of your husband's death, and when I came into it, I think they figured Winkler was double-crossing them, and so they decided to kill him. But evidently he got wise and knocked off Donovan first.
But why did he call me?
That's the part that makes me believe your story, sweetheart. You were suspicious of Winkler, and you made threats. In other words, Winkler called you so he could frame the killing on you. Come on. We gotta move fast if we're gonna trap him before he pulls his next killing.
Where are we going?
To Mrs. Sutton's house. Remember, Mrs. Goodman, let me do the talking. No matter what I say, you agree with me. Do you understand?
Yes.
There's a car in the driveway. It's probably Winkler's.
He is here, then.
I hope so.
Where is he? Where is he? What have you done to this?
Hold it a second.
My dear, you're on duty.
Say,
Calm yourself.
You're lying, but you're not going to get away with it.
Okay, here we go.
What's the meaning of it?
The fat man.
What do you mean breaking into my house?
What are you doing here, Runyon?
I've come to get a murderer, Winkler.
Then it's true. You did kill him. You killed Bill.
Shut up, you idiot. Why, this is absurd.
No, it isn't, Winkler. You were too smart for your own good this time.
What are you talking about?
He killed Donovan, all right, tonight in a deserted farmhouse just outside of town. The body's still there.
I didn't kill him.
No. I told you were too smart for your own good. You thought you'd frame Mrs. Goodman for the killing because you knew the three of you had swindled her and murdered her husband. So you called her to come to the farmhouse. But she fooled you, Winkler.
Fooled him? What do you mean?
I mean Mrs. Goodman got there before Donovan and Winkler did. She suspected something like this, so she hurried and hid herself in the house. And she saw the whole thing, Winkler.
She's lying to you, Runyon. She killed William. She threatened me. You know that.
Sure. You were banking on that, weren't you, Winkler?
Now, listen to me, Runyon. Listen,
So you did kill Bill, you dirty, double-crossing little fool.
No, Isabel, no. Don't you see what he's doing?
I only see what a little rat you are. You're right, Mr. Runyon. He's a murderer. He saw to it that all those purchasers died. Accidentally. After they mortgaged their homes to him.
She's lying. She was behind it. It was her idea.
Oh, no, Oliver. Not my idea. Perhaps I'm guilty of helping you. But if I can see you in the electric chair, I'll gladly take my own punishment.
You're insane, Isabel. Don't believe her, Onion. Don't believe her.
Shut up. Can you prove he's the murderer, Mrs. Sutton?
Of course I can prove it. I've all the papers to prove it right here in my desk drawer. You may have them gladly. She's got a gun. Yes, my dear. I have a gun.
I told you she'd trick us. I tried to warn you.
Quiet, Oliver. I'm going to kill you now. I'm going to shoot you just like you shot Bill.
No, Isabel, please. Put that gun away.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Sutton.
I know what I'm doing. You're going next, Mr. Runyon.
No, Isabel, no.
Goodbye, Oliver. And now, Mr. Runyon, you...
That scream came in very handy. Now, give me that gun.
No. Let go of me. Let go. I can't. My arm. You're breaking my arm.
Get that gun, Mrs. Sutton.
Yes.
Give it to me.
Yes.
And now, Mrs. Sutton, I'll hold the gun a while. Well, you saved the state some trouble by disposing of Winthrop. And it'll put you right in the electric chair, Mrs. Sutton.
Oh, Mr. Runyon, I was so frightened. I don't know what happened.
Skip it, sweetheart. You saved my life. If you hadn't startled her by screaming, I'd be lying there dead by now. Okay, Mrs. Sutton, let's go.
They did murder my husband, didn't they?
Yeah. There's one thing you won't have to worry about now.
What?
I've got a hunch that house of yours is going to stay right where it belongs. With you, Mrs. Goodman. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Writes a Story.
I like to read the personal columns of the newspapers. Call it a hobby if you want to. I never do anything about following him up. That is, I never did until I read the following brief announcement. $5,000 reward for the murderer of L.A. Lamont, killed October 2nd, 1937. No telephone. Address, Mrs. Costa, 413 Coleman Street. For some reason, it didn't look like a phony message or code. I decided to look Mrs. Costa up. It was late afternoon when I got to Coleman Street. Most of the numbers on the buildings were either hidden or missing. I stopped in front of the tenement that should have been 413 and looked vainly for the number. A flashily dressed girl stood nearby looking up at the same house. Suddenly, the door of the house opened and a big blond guy with hard eyes came out. He looked sore about something. The girl started toward him as he came down the steps.
Well, how about it? Was it Chink?
No, it wasn't Chink. Just an old dame with a beef. Come on.
But, Joe, maybe it's a blind.
I said, come on.
Pardon me, but is the number of this building 413?
413? Yeah, that's the number.
Thanks.
Stranger around here?
In a way. Why?
Nothing. I just wondered. Come on, Lola.
Mrs. Costa lived on the 4th floor rear. She must have been sitting near the door because she opened it almost as soon as I knocked. She was a small, stooped, tired little old woman with graying hair and bony, work-worn hands. Only her eyes looked alive. They were big and black, and they were filled with pain and suffering.
You've come about the ad?
Yes.
Oh, come in. I've got the money right here. You know who the murderer is?
Not yet, Mrs. Costa.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe you knew. And that maybe you'd tell me for the $5,000. The other one, he didn't know either.
A big, tall, blond man?
Yes, that's the one. Do you know him?
No, I think I passed him on the way in here.
Well, why did you come if you don't know who killed Mr. Lamont?
I'm a private detective, Mrs. Costa. My name is Runyon. I saw your ad, and I thought maybe I could help you. Why are you interested in finding the murderer of this man Lamont? Was he a relative of yours?
No, Mr. Runyon. Not a relative. I didn't even know Mr. Lamont. They said my boy killed him. They took him away to prison.
Your son was convicted of this man Lamont's murder?
Yes, Mr. Runyon, my son Bobby. For 9 years now, my Bobby has been in prison. But my Bobby didn't kill him. My Bobby couldn't kill anybody. He was always a good boy and a good man.
Why have you waited so long, Mrs. Costa?
9 years ago, I am a poor woman. I have no money. Money will do anything, so I work hard. I save and I save until now I have $5,000. Now I have enough to bring my Bobby home again. It's all for you, Mr. Runyon. All for you if you find the murderer of Mr. Lamont.
Who was Mr. Lamont?
He owned a jewelry store on James Street. One day, 9 years ago, a man came into his store to steal. The man had a gun. Mr. Lamont had a gun, too, under his counter. But the man shot Mr. Lamont. They said it was my Bobby.
Why did they think it was your son?
I don't know. All I know, Mr. Runyon, is that my boy would not kill. He would not steal.
I see.
You can help?
I'll do what I can. But 9 years is a long time.
Yes, 9 years is a long time. I know how long 9 years is, Mr. Runyon.
This other man, the one who was here just before I came, what did he say to you?
He was not such a nice man. When I told him I am Bobby's mother, he laughed, just like he didn't believe me. He said I was not telling the truth. But I am, Mr. Runyon. I swear to you that I am telling the truth.
Did you find it, Mackenzie?
Yeah, here it is, Brad. I remember the case now. Didn't cause much of a rumpus, just another one of those robberies where a jeweler reached for a gun instead of the ceiling.
How much loot did the killer get?
Nothing. He ran after shooting Lamont, didn't stop to take anything.
And got away?
Yeah, but there was a couple of witnesses. Several people saw him running, and there was a dame in the store at the time of the killing.
How did they happen to pick up young Coster?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, here it is. He was picked up that night in the pool room along with some other guys. Just a routine pickup of suspicious punks. They had the witnesses to the jewel robbery down for the lineup. Now, one of the witnesses said this Coster looked like the guy. Naturally, he denied it.
Did he have an alibi?
Only his mother. She swore he was home at the time of the holdup, but then she was his mother, you know.
Yeah, I know.
The dame who'd been in the store identified him positively at the trial.
But she wasn't so sure when she saw him in the lineup.
Well, no, I don't know about that. It doesn't mention it here. It just says he was partially identified by a man who saw him running from the scene.
But it was the testimony of the woman in the store that really sent him up.
Yeah. The others said it could have been the man they saw. You know, same height, age, build, that sort of stuff. But the dame was positive. They sent Costa up. He was lucky not to get the chair. If there'd been other positive witnesses, he would have gotten it.
Mac, who was the woman?
Lillian Reese. Her address at that time was the Fenimore Hotel. I think you're running down a blind alley, Brad. Why don't you forget it?
Maybe I'm a sap, Mac. But I've got a hunch Costa was railroaded. I'm going to try and find out.
Well, you'll need help. It's a tough job opening up a case like that after 9 years.
I think I know where I might get the help.
Where?
Felix McDonald, the newspaper publisher.
Yeah, maybe you got something there. He sure causes up enough trouble yelling about injustice. You know, I suppose a paper like that is really a good thing, but sometimes I wish old Judge Hanley hadn't sold out to him 5 years ago.
I'll try not to embarrass the police too much, Mac.
You'll have to have a lot more than you got now before you embarrass anybody.
Don't worry, Mac. I've got something else to go on besides a mother's love for her son.
What?
A tough blonde guy named Joe and a good-looking girl. And they're both looking for a man named Chink. And that's the story, Mr. McDonald.
It's interesting, Runyon. Very interesting indeed.
Will you give me a break with your paper?
Absolutely, Runyon. If you can show me any reasonable proof that an injustice was done, I'll go all out with you.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
About this witness. Do you know where she is now?
Not yet. I checked this morning with the hotel she lived at during the trial. She left there 5 years ago. She didn't leave a forwarding address.
That's not so good. What about this man and woman, the ones who were there seeing the old lady?
I don't know. It may not mean anything, but I got the idea they thought somebody else put that ad in the paper. Somebody they called Chink.
Chink? Funny name.
Yeah.
Could you recognize them if you saw them again?
Yeah, the man was tall and blond, the kind that always looks like he needs a haircut. His eyes were blue, hard as nails. Tough-looking guy in his middle 30s. His first name is Joe. The girl wouldn't be so easy. A dime a dozen type, late 20s, brown hair, good figure, flashy dresser.
Well, that's something anyway. If you can find them again, maybe you can learn what the connection is.
Yeah.
Too bad you can't find that witness, Lillian Reese.
I don't think I'll have to find her if she's still in the city.
What do you mean?
I think she'll look me up.
Look you up? But why?
Because I put an ad in the morning papers that Lillian Reese was being sought as the beneficiary of a $10,000 insurance policy. I gave my telephone number to be called for particulars. I left McDonald and went back to my office. There wasn't anything to do now but wait and wonder. I did plenty of both while the hands of my desk clock swung slowly round. And then at 5:22, the phone rang. Hello?
There was an ad in one of the papers this afternoon about some insurance.
Oh, yes. You have some information concerning Miss Lillian Reese?
I'm Lillian Reese.
Where can we find you, Miss Reese?
The ad said a $10,000 policy. I didn't know about any policy. Who left me this money?
In that case, perhaps there's been a mistake. There must be another Lillian Reese. I'm sorry.
No, wait. It's possible that I wouldn't know. Couldn't you give me the details now?
I'm afraid I'd have to see you personally, Miss Reese. Naturally, there's the matter of positive identification.
But I tell you, I'm Lillian Reese.
You'll have to have more than your word, I'm afraid. Now, if you'll come to my office...
No, I'd rather not do that. What I mean is, couldn't you come here and meet me?
Yes, I suppose so. Where are you?
I'll meet you in an hour. In the lobby of the Kessler Hotel.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
I'd prefer it that way. I know it may sound strange to you, but I have my reasons. In an hour, then?
Have your identification with you.
I will.
How will I recognize you?
I'll be wearing a red hat, and I'll be sitting in the little alcove near the big windows on the 50th Street side.
I looked at my watch. Nearly 5:30. That meant she'd be waiting at 6:30. The Kessler was about 8 blocks away, not more than a 10-minute walk. More time to kill. I opened the small cabinet on the side of my desk. There were 2 guns inside, a small pocket-sized .32 and an Army .45. I took out the .32, checked it, and put it in my hip pocket. Then the phone rang again. Hello?
I'm calling about an ad that appeared in the paper this afternoon.
Yeah?
This telephone number was given.
That's right. You have some information as to the whereabouts of Mr. Lillian Reese?
Yes. The ad said there was an insurance policy.
Uh-huh. Could you come to my office?
Of course. Right away?
No, not right away. Could you come here at 9 tonight?
Yes. Where is your office?
The Landis Building. 6th floor, room 608. I'll leave the door unlocked. If I'm not here, come in and wait.
All right.
Are you a close friend of Miss Reese?
A closest possible friend. I am Lillian Reese.
All right, let that stretch you through. That means you too, big boy. Come. Hey, Brad.
What's happened, Mac?
Some mess. A dame just got chopped in two by a Tommy gun.
Who was it?
How do I know who she is? She was sitting over there in the alcove, according to witnesses, when a car stops outside and somebody lets go with a Tommy gun right through the plate glass windows.
Was she wearing a red hat, Mac?
Yes, she was. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing here anyway? Do you know this dame?
I had a date with her, Mac. She said she was the missing witness in the Costa case. The woman called Lillian Reese. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but... Well.
So it was you who put that phony ad in the paper?
Yeah, but I didn't expect to find you with it. Where's your big blonde playmate, Joe?
Right behind you, fat man.
Why the gun, Joe?
You're going to do some talking, and we're going to do some listening. I hear better with a gun in my hand. Close the door, Lola.
Okay.
Lock it. See if you can touch the ceiling, fat man. Now frisk him.
Uh-huh. Here, Joe.
Kind of a small gun for a big guy like you, huh?
I'll admit it's not as good as a Tommy gun.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Sit down.
Who's Chink, Joe?
Chink! I told you he knew something.
Shut up, Lola,
you.
shut up! I'm asking the questions, fat man. So you don't know who Chink is?
Should I?
Didn't he hire you?
Somebody gave you a bum steer, Joe.
He's lying.
I told you to shut up. Now listen, Runyon. Are you leveling about not knowing Chink?
I never heard of him until I heard you mention the name in front of old lady Costa's place yesterday.
I don't get this. Why did you answer the Costa woman's ad?
$5,000 is a lot of dough for a guy like me.
Where would that old dame get $5,000?
Doing something you never heard of. Working.
So you don't really know anything about Maloney either.
Who's Maloney?
That's the guy Lola and me are looking for. That's the guy Chink is looking for. And, Runyon, it's the guy you're looking for.
So young Costa was railroaded. You really didn't kill that Joe.
Just a dumb punk who took the rap.
What's your angle, Joe?
Now, listen, Runyon. You're a pretty smart guy. Maybe we can make a deal.
What do you want?
Oh, you must know something. You wouldn't have put that phony ad in the paper for Lillian Reese. Did she show?
Talk some more, Joe.
Joe, be careful. I tell you, this guy is dynamite.
Listen, baby, I told you twice to shut up and stay out of this. I ain't gonna tell you again.
Go on, Joe. I'm listening.
Okay. You're looking for the guy who really killed that jeweler 9 years ago. I'm looking for the same guy, only for another reason.
What's your reason?
That's my business. The point is, we both want this guy. Now then, you want to tell me what you know if I lay my cards on the table?
Sure, Joe. That's fair enough.
Good. Did you find Lillian Reese?
Uh-huh.
Where is she?
On a slab in the morgue.
In the morgue?
Yeah. Murdered tonight in the lobby of the Hotel Kessler. She was waiting for me, but somebody got there first.
Maloney. He's here, Joe. He's here. He killed her.
Now it's your turn. Start talking.
Okay. This guy Maloney was a penny ante stick-up man 9 years ago. The dame Lillian Reese was his shill.
Things are beginning to make sense.
Sure. Maloney and Lillian worked together. She'd go into a store and pretend to buy something. Then Maloney would come in with a gun.
No wonder she was the witness that put the finger on Costa.
That was a cinch. Nobody suspected nothing at all. There wasn't nothing to tie Maloney and the dame together. He got away clean after the killing. Naturally, they hauled her in as a witness. So when one of the other witnesses says this Costa looks like the guy, she swears right out that it is.
That's why an old woman scrubbed floors for 9 years.
What's that?
Skip it. Go on.
Well, pretty soon after Costa went up, Maloney began getting bigger ideas. Lillian wasn't seen around with him anymore, and everybody figures he's through with her. Of course, he's never going to really be through with her because of what she's got on him, but I figure he'll be paying her off a long time.
Where do you and this girl fit into the picture? And who's Chink?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. About 6 years ago, Lola and me and a fella called Chink had what you might call a certain business arrangement with this Maloney. He owed us some dough. Big dough.
Where did the money come from?
That's not part of the story. Anyway, Maloney took a powder, a big powder. We haven't seen him since. We looked for him a year or so, and then Chink took a powder, too. When we saw that ad about the reward for the jeweler's real murderer, we thought it was Chink. And then when you showed up and put in the ad about Lillian, we thought Chink had hired you.
That could make sense.
Of course it does.
I didn't say it did. I said it could.
If Maloney killed Lillian tonight, that means he's wise that somebody's on his trail. He was afraid she'd blab about that old murder rap.
Or tell somebody where he was.
He'll kill us, Joe. Maybe he already knows where we are.
Yeah.
Put your gun away, Joe, and listen to me, both of you.
Okay.
Here. These are the keys to my apartment. Stay there until you hear from me. Don't go out for anything. Don't answer the door or phone, and keep the door locked.
I don't get it.
Maloney's not working this single-handed. That Tommy gun job tonight had the old gang to lay up. That means that Maloney is desperate. If he knows you're here, he'll get you next. I don't think he knows about me, so you ought to be safe at my place.
Yeah, and what are you going to do?
I'm going to try and lay a trap for Maloney with the help of a friend of mine who owns a newspaper. You got it straight, McDonald?
Yeah, I think so. Front page story on this woman, Lillian Reese.
All about the fact that she was the key witness in the Costa case 9 years ago. Lay it on thick. You know, why was she murdered? Was it because she'd been bribed to send Costa up, or had she double-crossed somebody? Tell how she disappeared for 5 or 6 years. And then be sure and put in the fact that she was living in room 716 of the Kessler Hotel.
Was that where she lived?
No. But I want this fellow Chink to think it is.
But why?
Because I've got a hunch he'll come to give the room a going over. And when he comes, I'll be waiting for him.
And what would he be looking for?
Joe, the girl Lola, and Chink were looking for Maloney and the dead girl. It had something to do with money. Probably a double cross in the holdup. Maybe Chink will think some of the money's still there. Or he may think he can get a lead on Maloney.
It's a long shot.
I think it'll work.
Okay, Runyon. I'll have the story in the next edition. By the way, what about this Joe and the girl?
They'll be okay. They're hiding out in my apartment, and we pick up Maloney and Chink. to 716 in the Kessler Hotel. It was already dark outside, and the papers had been on the streets for nearly an hour. I left the closet door open and sat down in a chair to wait. 10, 15, 20 minutes passed. Then suddenly I heard the elevator doors open down the hall. I went in the closet. My gun was already in my hand. I left the door of the closet open just enough to let me see the side of the room toward the door.
Here you are, sir.
Okay, that'll be all. Oh, here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
He looked slowly around the room, but didn't come near the closet. When I saw his eyes, I knew it was Chink. They were slanted slightly like an Oriental's. He was slim and dark, and his movements were quick and cat-like. He turned until his back was toward me. Then he started peeling off his coat. That probably saved both our lives. The coat was half off when I noticed the door to the hall swinging silently open into the room. A man's hand appeared holding a gun. I squeezed the trigger of my own .32. The gun clattered to the floor. The hand snapped out of sight, and Chink, still struggling with his coat, turned and tore into me like a wildcat. You dope! Let go! He's getting away! I didn't shoot at you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't go for your gun or I'll break your arm. Stop it! I'll just take care of this for you. Ah, he's gone, you sap. Why did you grab me?
Who are you?
Never mind that. Get your coat on. You've got to get out of here.
Where did you come from?
In the closet there. I was waiting for you.
No, it was a plan, huh?
Yeah.
Then the money's not here.
What money? Okay, clam up. But you're going to talk soon. Come on.
Are you a cop?
No.
Then who are you?
I'm working with Joe and Lola. Maloney is loose around here somewhere, and he's gunning for all of us. He must have spotted you and tailed you here. Come on.
Where to?
To my apartment to see Joe and Lola. Yeah, this is my apartment. Wait a minute. I told them not to open the door unless they heard...
What's wrong?
It's not locked.
Oh, they must have gone.
Yeah. They're gone, all right. Look there on the floor.
What? Both of them?
Yeah. And they've got enough bullets in them to sink a battleship.
Okay. What are we doing in a newspaper office? What's the idea?
Shut up and come on, Chink. The publisher of this paper is trying to help me dig up Maloney so Costa can go free on that jeweler killing.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to turn me over to the cops. But Maloney's still loose. He's still gunning for me. I'd be safer with the cops, and so would you.
I don't think so.
I don't like it.
Chink, how long has it been since you saw Maloney?
Oh, about 6 years. Why?
Never mind.
Come in. Oh, come in, Runyon.
Thanks. Come in, Chink.
Chink!
Long time no see, huh, Maloney?
Keep your hands on that desk, McDonald. Or maybe I'd better call you Maloney.
It's Maloney, all right. And mighty fancy, too. Owner of a newspaper. No wonder we couldn't find him. So that's what you did with the dough.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, don't move. I've got you covered, boy. Where did that money come from, Chink?
Oh, the Wetzel Bank job in Missouri 6 years ago. We got over 300 grand. He crossed us and got away with all of it. But how did you know he was Maloney?
He had to be it. He was the only one who knew Joe and the girl were in my apartment. He's the one who knew I was tracking down Lillian Reese, the witness in the Costa case. He knew you were coming to the hotel.
And all the time he was playing the good boy for the public.
Yeah. Come on, let's take him in. And now, no trouble now, McDonald. I've still got the gun.
Why, you...
Chink, if you behave yourself, you might get a break on the bank job for helping me pull this baby in.
Well, thanks. And you'll get the $5,000 reward for clearing Costa.
I don't think I'll claim that reward. I've got a hunch Bobby Costa can use it for his mother when he comes out of jail. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Repeats Itself.
Whenever a woman calls me on a job and asks me to come to her home, she's either afraid to be seen entering a detective's office for social reasons, or she's guilty of something and is going to lie all over the place. It was the former reason with this woman who said her name was Margaret Chandler. The address she gave me was downtown in the old part of the city. The house turned out to be one of those ancient four-story mansions that got its start in the days of Diamond Jim Brady. A maid ushered me into a cool, dark library, and I knew right away that Miss Chandler had never before hired a detective. Her sleek, soft slimness said 38 or 40, but her hands told the truth. Her simple clothes whispered money, and the cultured voice hinted at what the newspapers like to call the blue book set.
Come in, Mr. Runyon. I'm Miss Chandler. That will be all, Clara. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
I appreciate your coming here, Mr. Runyon. You see, I couldn't very well come to you.
I understand. What's the trouble?
I hardly know how to begin. You see, I've never done this sort of thing before. I'm frightened, Mr. Runyon. I'm terribly frightened, and I can't go to the police.
Why not?
Because nothing has happened yet.
You'd better start at the beginning, Miss Chandler.
It's my nephew Byron, my sister's only child. It started when my sister Eugenia remarried 6 months ago. Byron has always been a strange boy, and he seemed to resent his stepfather.
There's nothing so unusual about that.
No, I know. But instead of getting better, he's becoming worse. And then, last week...
What happened last week?
It was late at night. I'd been asleep when suddenly some noise awakened me. I heard voices in the study on the second floor. It was my sister's husband and Byron. They were quarreling violently.
What about?
I don't know. But last night I accidentally found a loaded revolver in Byron's room.
What were you doing in his room, Miss Chandler?
Oh, I was looking for something. A book.
I see.
That's why I'm frightened, Mr. Runyon. I'm afraid that Byron is going to kill his stepfather.
Aren't you jumping to conclusions, Miss Chandler? After all, a man doesn't usually murder somebody just because he resents him as a stepfather.
Oh, but you don't understand. You don't know Byron. I've told you he's strange. He has a wild, vicious temper, like his father's.
His father?
Yes. His father had the worst temper I've ever seen. Oh, that's his portrait hanging over the fireplace.
You said had the worst temper. Is Byron's father dead?
Yes.
Good-looking guy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was handsome. But he was stern and unrelenting, and his temper was terrible.
That's funny.
What?
You're saying he was stern and unrelenting. Anybody looking at this portrait would think he was a shrinking violet.
I don't understand.
The eyes. They're looking sideways at the floor. It gives him a shy, timid look.
Why, yes. Yes, I do see what you mean. I'd never noticed.
The rest of the family, where are they?
Why?
I might like to talk to them.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't.
Why not?
Well, you couldn't see them anyway. Eugenia's in her room. She wasn't feeling well. And her husband is busy in his study.
And Byron?
No, please. You mustn't talk to Byron.
Is he here?
I think so, but I don't know just where.
I see. Just what do you want me to do, then?
You don't understand. I want you to prevent another murder.
Another murder?
Yes, Mr. Runyon. A year ago, Brian's father was murdered in this house.
Well, come on in, Runyon.
Hello, Mac. How's your memory today?
Well, that depends. What do you want me to remember?
Something about a murder that happened a little over a year ago.
There's lots of murders. Which one?
A guy named Hale, Jonathan Hale. Remember the case?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, I remember that case. I worked on it myself, and I wasn't ever really satisfied with it.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, it was all circumstantial evidence.
Tell me about it. What happened?
Well, what's your interest in it, Brad?
Never mind. Just tell me briefly what happened.
Well, as I remember it, this guy Hale, a Wall Street bigwig, was found dead in his bedroom, murdered.
Shot?
Yeah, twice with a German Luger, but the gun was missing.
Who found the body?
His sister-in-law, Miss Margaret Chandler.
Go on.
Well, it seems this guy Hale had a violent temper, really went nuts when he got mad.
Had he been mad at anybody just before he was killed?
Yeah. He had an argument with his chauffeur, a guy named Foulmouth, and threatened to fire him.
I see. What was the argument about?
Something about some money that was lost. Hale accused the chauffeur of taking it. After Hale was found dead, the chauffeur was discovered drunk in his room. The Luger was in one of his dresser drawers, and his fingerprints was all over it. Said he didn't remember anything.
And he was convicted?
Yeah, it was an open and shut case. But because of the evidence all being circumstantial, he didn't get the chair. They sent him up for life. I was glad because, as I said, I never did feel quite right about it.
What other reasons did you have besides the evidence?
Well, it was nothing you could put your finger on, just the way the rest of the family acted.
How do you mean?
Well, for instance, there was the son, a kid named Byron. Acted like a nut. Sometimes he wouldn't say a word, wouldn't answer questions. The next minute he'd be raiding around all over the place.
How about the wife?
Yeah, she didn't show up at the trial. They said she was sick. Her sister, the one that found the body, was there every day, though, with an old friend of the family, a guy named Alfred Gregory. There was a rumor that this Gregory had been too friendly with the wife, but nothing ever came of it.
Nothing, except the fact that Alfred Gregory married Mrs. Hale about 6 months ago.
Married her?
Yeah. Thanks, Mac. I'll be seeing you.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and prevent a second murder in that house.
Clara said you wished to see my sister Margaret.
Yes, isn't she here?
She's gone out, but I'll be glad to give her a message.
No, thanks. I think I'll wait for her to come in.
But she may not return for some time.
I don't mind waiting. You're Mrs. Alfred Gregory, aren't you?
Why, yes. Might I ask who you are?
Sure. My name's Runyon.
Runyon? Then you're the detective my sister called.
How did you know she called me?
Why did she call you, Mr. Runyon? What could my sister want with the detective?
Why don't you ask her?
It's about my son, Byron, isn't it? Isn't it?
What makes you think it's Byron?
Because people don't understand him. You mustn't believe Margaret, Mr. Runyon. She dislikes Byron and...
Eugenia?
Why, Alfred,
What are you doing here with this man? Who is he?
I was doing nothing, Alfred. This is Mr. Runyon, a detective.
Detective? What's a detective doing in this house?
I didn't hire him, Alfred. Margaret did. It's about Byron. You know
Go
how...
to your room, Eugenia.
But Alfred...
Do as I say.
Yes, Alfred.
Now, Mr. Runyon, suppose you tell me what this is all about. My sister-in-law has hired you because of something Byron has done. I have a right to know about it.
I didn't say it was about Byron.
Oh, come now, Mr. Runyon. Let's not beat about the bush. I suppose my sister-in-law has told you that he acts strangely at times. That he has a worse temper than his late father, if that's possible. But what my sister-in-law has told you isn't true.
What isn't true, Gregory?
That Byron is insane. He's wild, he's spoiled, and he's a spendthrift, yes. But he's the same as you or I.
You'd never know from the eyes in his father's portrait that the son would be a spendthrift.
Portrait?
Yeah.
Look here, Alfred, I've just had about enough of your meddling in my affairs.
Byron, I've told you not to interrupt me when I'm busy.
You've told me a lot of things, and you're going to tell me something else right now. Why did you tell the bank to stop running my checks?
Byron, this is neither the time nor the place to discuss such matters.
That's what you think. I'm warning you, Alfred. Someday you're going too far.
That's enough. Get out of here.
I'll get out, all right. But if that bank isn't notified at once to honor my checks, you're going to be sorry.
I'm sorry you had to see that, Runyon, but perhaps now you can understand what I mean about the boy.
Yeah.
You never know what he's going to do next. However, he doesn't mean real harm. His mother spoiled him.
I don't think I'll wait for Miss Chandler after all. So long, Gregory.
Goodbye, Mr. Runyon. Oh, and if I were you, I'd just forget the entire matter. I'll speak to Margaret, and I'm sure she'll understand.
Yeah. I'm sure she will.
Mr. Runyon.
Yeah.
I've got to talk to you, Mr. Runyon. I've only got a second, but...
But what, Mrs. Gregory?
My sister is lying to you. You mustn't believe what she says, and you mustn't do what she wants you to. She's trying to hurt me and cause trouble to all of us.
Why?
Because she's in love with my husband, Alfred.
Hello, Byron. I thought maybe you'd be in to see me this morning.
I want to talk to you, Runyon.
Swell. Have you got the money with you?
What money?
The money to buy me off.
I don't know what you mean. I said I wanted to talk to you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Why were you talking to my stepfather yesterday?
I thought you were going to do the talking.
So I was right. He did hire you to frame me.
Frame you for what?
He hates me. He's turned my mother against me, made her hate me too. But he lied to you, Runyon. I'm not crazy, and he's not going to frame anything on me. I told him to let me alone. I warned him. If he doesn't, Runyon, so help me out.
Kill him?
I didn't say that.
Who murdered your father, Byron?
What are you talking about? You know, it was Falmouth, the chauffeur.
Was it?
So that's his game. That's what he's up to. He told you I killed father. But I didn't do it, you understand? I didn't.
Why do you keep a loaded gun in your room?
A loaded gun?
That's right.
It's another of his lies.
Your Aunt Margaret found it there, night before last.
She's lying, too. She must be helping Alfred. She hates me, too.
You're a popular guy, aren't you?
They're not going to frame me, though. I don't even own a gun. I've never had one in my life.
Not even a German Luger?
Look here, Runyon, that's enough of that. I don't know what my stepfather's trying to do or why he hired you. But I do know this. I didn't murder my father. The chauffeur did it, and he's in jail. If they're trying to pin that on me, you're making a big mistake. And so are you.
Hello?
Hey, Runyon, this is Mac.
Yes, Mac.
You know that Hale murder we were talking about yesterday?
What about it?
I just found out something that might be interesting to you.
What, Mac?
The chauffeur, the guy who was sent up for the killing,
Yeah?
he may be able to help us find out the truth.
How, Mac?
He escaped from prison early last night.
Runyon. I thought it was all settled.
Not yet, Gregory.
If you want to be of any help to us, the best thing for you to do is to keep an eye on Byron.
I think I'd better keep an eye on all of you.
All of us? Why?
The chauffeur escaped from prison last night.
Escaped? But how?
I don't know, but he's on the loose. Unless I miss my guess, he'll be around to pay you a call.
We've got to stop him, Runyon. He's a killer. He might think we're to blame. He'll want revenge.
That's right.
The police, can't they do something?
They're doing everything they can to find him. You'd better ask them for a couple of cops to watch the house.
Yes, I'll call them right away. Look, upstairs, the library. The chauffeur, he's here. Do you think he's...
I don't know. There on the floor under the portrait.
Eugenia. Is she...
She's fainted.
Fainted?
Yeah. Here, give me a hand. Help me lift her up here on the sofa.
Eugenia. Wait, Runyon. I'm worried about her. I'll carry her to her room and call a doctor.
Okay, but be careful.
What could have happened?
I don't know. Mind if I stay here for a few minutes?
No, of course not. What are you going to do?
I want to see if I can find out why she fainted.
I'll stay with her until the doctor comes.
Wow.
Mr. Runyon! Mr. Runyon!
Yeah?
Quick, Mr. Runyon. It's Byron.
Where is Byron?
He's in his room lying on the floor. Oh, Mr. Runyon is dead. There's a knife sticking in his heart.
And this is where you found Mrs. Gregory?
Yeah. She was lying there on the floor in front of the big portrait.
Where is she now?
Just before you guys got here, she seemed to be getting worse. So Gregory took her to the hospital. Any fingerprints on the knife?
No, but it doesn't matter. It must have been the chauffeur.
Yeah.
Every cop in town's on the lookout for him. We'll pick him up soon.
What did the sister have to say?
Miss Chandler was in her room when Mrs. Gregory screamed. She thought the screams came from Byron's room. She went in there, found him dead on the floor. You don't think she killed him, do you?
Maybe.
You're nuts, Brad. She was scared silly. Besides, whoever killed Byron would have been messed up some. He put up quite a fight. Just look at the condition of the room. You said yourself she didn't have a hair out of place.
I know it doesn't make sense. There are several things that don't fit together in this business.
What?
Why didn't we hear the fight? Gregory and I were on the first floor talking when Mrs. Gregory screamed. No, Mac. Something is wrong here unless...
Unless what?
Unless Byron was already dead when I got here.
You mean the chauffeur got in the house earlier, killed the boy, and then hid himself waiting to finish off some more of the family?
I'm not sure the chauffeur was ever in the house.
But you're crazy. That's why Mrs. Gregory screamed. She must have seen the chauffeur.
Yeah.
Must have been hiding here in the library, maybe in that closet over there.
Yeah.
She must have come in here, accidentally found the chauffeur, screamed, and fainted.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? What do you keep yamming me for?
You're wrong, Mac. It wasn't the chauffeur that made Mrs. Gregory scream.
Well, if it wasn't the chauffeur, what was it?
The portrait, Mac. The portrait of a late husband.
What about it?
Look at it, Mac.
Well, I don't see nothing wrong with it.
When I first saw that portrait yesterday, the eyes were looking toward the floor. Now look at them.
Hey, I noticed those eyes when I first came in. They look so fierce, and they're staring right straight at you. They seem to follow you all the way around the room.
Uh-huh. They're almost alive.
You mean this is a different picture than the one you saw here yesterday?
Maybe. Maybe not.
But I don't understand why...
You will. Come on, Mac.
Where to?
The hospital. I want to talk to Mrs. Gregory.
Calling car 22. Calling car 22. Go to the corner of 23rd and 7th Avenue, that is all.
Well, I'll still feel a lot better when we pick up that chauffeur. There's 3 cops guarding the house, so the sister ought to be safe if he shows up there again.
Yeah.
Now, don't start that yarn again. I can't understand him. No word at all in the chauffeur. Every cop in the force looking for him, he's still gone.
Call Lieutenant McKenzie. Calling Lieutenant McKenzie.
They're calling you, Mac.
Okay. Okay, come in, Sweeney. This is McKenzie.
They just picked out that escaped convict, Falmouth.
The chauffeur. Good, good. Well, Runyon, there you are. That's that.
Maybe.
Where'd they pick him up, Sweeney?
In Chicago.
Chicago?
That's right, Lieutenant.
But Chicago is 600 miles from here. How could the guy be here and in Chicago at the same time?
Come on, Mac, step on it. We've got to get to that hospital quick.
Yes? Can I help you?
We want to see Mrs. Alfred Gregory. What room is she in?
Mrs. Gregory?
Yeah, we're from police headquarters. It's important.
Oh, just a moment.
Yes?
Doctor, there are 2 men here to see Mrs. Alfred Gregory. They say they're from police headquarters. Shall I...
Send them into my office.
Yes, sir. Would you step into the doctor's office? It's right across the hall.
Okay. Come on, Mac.
Hey, Brad, maybe she's still unconscious.
Well, you certainly got here in a hurry.
A hurry?
Yes, I called less than 5 minutes ago.
You called us?
Certainly.
Why?
About the patient, Mrs. Gregory, of course.
What about Mrs. Gregory?
Somebody poisoned her. She's dead.
Hurry, Mac, hurry.
I can't go any faster. I don't get this business, Brad. I thought Mrs. Gregory was the killer.
So did I, Mac, but I was wrong.
Well, who is it?
I'm not sure. There's the house.
Ready to report, Lieutenant. Everything's been quiet.
Okay, Riley. Where's Kelly and Andrews?
Kelly's in back of the house, and Andrews is in the basement.
Anybody come in or go out?
Sister's been here all evening. Gregory came in about half an hour ago. He's still here.
Good. Come on, Mac, we're going in.
Hey, I still don't get it, Brad.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy.
Huh? Hey, now, what's the matter with you, Runyon? What kind of talk is that?
Shakespeare, Mac, Shakespeare. I thought it was Macbeth, but it's not.
It's not? Well, who is it, then?
Hamlet.
Hamlet?
Shh. Keep as quiet as possible.
Hey, what do we do now?
Upstairs. I want to look in the library again.
Why?
Never mind. Hold it. What's the matter? Somebody's in there. I think we'll surprise them. Come on.
You mustn't worry, darling. Everything will be all right.
Hey, listen. Yeah.
Alfred, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. What?
Oh.
Sorry to intrude, Gregory.
You're not intruding. I was merely comforting Miss Chandler. She's quite upset over Byron's death.
Do you have to put your arms round her to comfort her?
Now, look here, Runyon. I don't like your implication.
That's too bad.
What are you doing here?
There was another murder tonight, Gregory. Your wife, Eugenia.
My sister? Oh, Dad.
Uh-huh. She was poisoned.
But how could the chauffeur have done that? He must have poisoned her when she saw him here in the library.
She didn't see the chauffeur in here.
Of course she did. That's why she screamed.
You're wrong, Gregory. The chauffeur was picked up in Chicago about an hour ago.
Chicago? But that's impossible.
Then he couldn't have murdered Byron or Eugenia.
No, he couldn't have done it.
Then who did?
You're a pretty smart pair. Too smart, in fact.
You don't think that we... Oh, no. Alfred.
You had it all figured out, didn't you?
Alfred, what's he talking about?
I don't think he knows. You must be out of your mind, Runyon.
Maybe I'd better explain.
Maybe you'd better.
You mean they were in it together?
Sure they were.
No. What does it mean, Alfred?
I don't know, Margaret. Now, look here, Runyon. The chauffeur wasn't in Chicago. He was here in this house tonight. That's why Eugenia screamed.
That's why you thought she screamed. That's where you got your bad break, Gregory.
Don't be absurd.
You see, Mac, Gregory is a pretty smart boy. He's had this all planned for a long time.
I warn you, Runyon, you'll regret this.
The two of them killed Hale and framed the chauffeur.
No, it's not
Then
true.
Gregory married Eugenia. But they had to get rid of her and Byron, too, if they wanted to get hold of the money.
So that's it.
No, I didn't do that. I swear I didn't. I loved Alfred, yes, but I didn't plan anything. I didn't know anything.
Maybe she's telling the truth. I don't know.
Well, of course I'm telling you the truth. You... Alfred, how could you do that?
He's lying, Margaret. He's trying to trap me.
You've already trapped yourself, Gregory. You see, you framed the chauffeur too well. He really thought he had killed Hale while he was drunk. You were behind the missing money, too.
I was right all along, then. The chauffeur was innocent.
Tonight, when Gregory heard Eugenia scream, he was sure that the chauffeur had come back to get his revenge. And he saw a perfect chance to pull off two more murders and lay the blame on the chauffeur again.
But the chauffeur wasn't anywhere near here.
That's right. He never even suspected that he'd been framed. It's funny, isn't it, Gregory? Mac, we ought to call this the case of the two perfect crimes.
You're very funny, Runyon. Tell me some more.
Okay. Maybe Eugenia knew you'd murdered Hale. Maybe she even helped you. But she wasn't as tough as you are. She couldn't stand looking at those eyes of Hale's in the portraits.
And that accounts for the two portraits.
There weren't two of them, Mac. There was only one. She simply had the eyes painted over. You never noticed it, did you, Gregory? And neither did Margaret, but Byron did. You see, Byron loved his father very much, and he hated his mother for marrying you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Nearly. When Byron saw that the eyes had been changed, he thought his mother had murdered his father. So tonight, before you killed him, he carefully removed the painted-over eyes so his mother would see the original ones. That's why Eugenia screamed, Gregory.
Very clever, aren't you?
Uh-huh. You killed Byron because he was too near the truth about his father's murder. And then, when I told you the chauffeur had escaped, You saw the perfect chance to kill Eugenia, too, and blame both deaths on the chauffeur. How am I doing, Gregory?
You're doing too well, Runyon.
When Eugenia screamed, you were sure she'd seen the chauffeur in the library, so you poisoned her on the way to the hospital. The chauffeur was in Chicago. You'll go free now, Gregory, but you won't. You're going to the electric chair.
Oh, no, I'm not. He's got a gun. Ask for Runyon.
No, Alfred, don't.
Go, you fool.
Sir,
Drop the gun, Gregory. Drop it. Now then. Put the handcuffs on him, Mac. While he's still out.
Okay, Brad.
Thanks, Miss Chandler. You all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. The bullet just missed me. It went in.
What's wrong?
The bullet. It hit the portrait. It's right through the eye in the picture.
Yeah. What do you know about that, Mac? I told you there were funny things happening in this world, didn't I? Things you'd never dream of.
Yeah, that's sort of weird. Hey, by the way, Runyon, what about this guy, Hamlet, you were talking about?
Hamlet? No, he was an amateur detective who got himself knocked off because he couldn't make up his mind about a murderer.
No kidding.
Yeah. Let that be a lesson to you, Mac. Never be in doubt when you're dealing with murder. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my life in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it? The Fat Man. In this business of solving crimes, the detective runs into two types of criminals. The old-time pro and the first offender. The old-timer with his record, fingerprints, and well-known pattern of procedure is always at a disadvantage. And by hard work and the help of a stool pigeon or so, he is usually caught. Your amateur, on the other hand, becomes the detective's $64 question. He has no record, no pattern, and is unknown in the underworld. That makes it real tough, because you've got to work in the dark. And believe me, that's not fun. Especially when you're dealing with a murderer.
And now, here's the Fat Man in Murder Sends a Christmas Card.
It must have been about 5:30 on a cold, snowy afternoon when I saw this girl come out of Kelly's pool hall on Carter Street. She wasn't exactly what you'd call beautiful, but she was nice-looking, slim, neatly dressed, and certainly not the type of girl who hangs out in pool halls. She stood on the sidewalk for a second, as if undecided where to go, and then started across the street. Maybe she didn't hear the car coming, or maybe she didn't care. The driver tried to stop, but the streets were slick. I took 4 running steps, and I dived.
Oh.
It was a good tackle, and the snow eased our fall and helped us slide clear just as the car skidded by.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Didn't your mother ever tell you to look up and down before you cross the street? You're a lucky lady.
Yes, thank you. I must have been thinking of something else. I just didn't hear the car.
Here, let me help you up. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I think so. Oh, my ankle.
Is it sprained?
No, I don't really think so. I must have turned it. I'll be all right. Thank you very much.
Now, take it easy. You're not going to get very far on that ankle.
No, please, I must get home. I left my little boy with a neighbor. I must get back.
Okay, I'll take you home. Here, lean on my arm.
No, please. I live a long way from here. Sam goes to that pool room because it's near where he works.
But let me get a cab and take you home.
No,